School bell senior water delivery service priced at 1 yuan. Looking at his phone, Chen muttered in surprise. Today was the first day of freshman military training. Because the drill instructor had not yet arrived, everyone was hiding in the shade playing with their phones and waiting. Just now Chen had inadvertently downloaded a game called Monthly Salary 30. I am the world's richest man. The game's slogan was from the beginning, it gives you a trillion yuan subsidy. Even if your monthly salary is only 3,000, as long as you play this game you can become the world's richest man. Filled with intense curiosity, Chen looked around the game. What attracted him most was the in-game mall. Because he had just started and was at a low level, the mall currently had only 3 items: school bell senior water delivery service priced at 1 yuan, Ferrari SF90 priced at 2 yuan, a luxury standalone villa priced at 3 yuan. Looking at the 3 items in the mall, Chen was a little stunned, hardly believing it was real. The first one was not worth mentioning, the school bell water delivery service. As for whether it was proper or not, Chen didn't know. But honestly, he was somewhat tempted. The second one, a Ferrari SF90, normally cost about 5 million yuan, and the final price after taxes would be over 6 million. Yet in the game mall he could buy it for just 2 yuan. And the third one, the standalone villa. Although Zhangzhou was only an ordinary second or third tier city, this kind of top luxury mansion would cost at least 40 to 50,000 yuan per square meter, or even higher. A villa in Zhangzhou would cost at least 20 to 30 million yuan. But the game mall charged only 3 yuan for it. That was absurd. Trillions in subsidies. This subsidy was way too generous, it was practically giving it away. Game companies nowadays would boast anything to get people to spend money. Subconsciously, Chen was about to close and uninstall the game when a pop-up window appeared. Are you sure you want to leave? The chance to become the richest man only comes once. Miss it, and it'll be gone. Seeing the pop-up prompt, Chen was taken aback. Should he try it? Anyway, it only cost a few dimes, there was no loss. The Ferrari and the standalone villa both seemed quite nice. Chen thought for a moment, then, without hesitation, recharged 1 yuan and chose the school bell water delivery service. Ahem, it wasn't that Chen had any thoughts about the school bell. He simply thought it was the cheapest. That's right. Soon after Chen paid, the drill instructor arrived. Military training began, fatigue swept in, and Chen forgot about this matter. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, under the blazing sun, everyone was drenched in sweat and parched. Feeling that enough was enough, the instructor ordered everyone to rest. Chen and some classmates were the first to run into the shade. I'm dying of thirst, bro. Did you bring water? No, I didn't. Now that you mention it, I'm a bit thirsty too. Hiding in the shade, everyone chatted, and all felt thirsty. But because it was the first day of training, they weren't well prepared, and most hadn't brought water. Chen, what about you? Someone asked. Chen also shook his head, he hadn't brought any. Hearing their discussion, a tall boy beside them walked over. None of you brothers brought water? The tall boy asked in surprise as he came closer. His name was Zhou Haoran, Chen's classmate, but from a different dormitory. Old Zhou, did you bring some? Someone asked excitedly after hearing Zhou Haoran's question. I didn't bring any either. Zhou Haoran shook his head. Then why did you say that? The previous questioner retorted in disappointment. I didn't bring any, but I can have my girlfriend deliver it to me. Standing in front of them, Zhou Haoran said boastfully. Huh. The moment he said that, all eyes instantly focused on Zhou Haoran. Girlfriend. They had just started their freshman year. Having a girlfriend would definitely mean they had found one in high school. Although it was a common thing in movies or on the internet to have a girlfriend in high school, in reality, very few had managed to do so. Nearly everyone present was a single dog. Having a girlfriend was definitely something worth showing off. All the boys looked at Zhou Haoran with envy. No way is there still someone among us who is single and has no girlfriend. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed. They were somewhat angry, but they were also helpless. Having successfully shown off, Zhou Haoran smugly glanced at his watch. My girlfriend will be here soon. He had told his girlfriend in advance. Because his girlfriend was from a nearby school, her military training would start a week later. So in order to show off his beautiful girlfriend, Zhou Haoran deliberately asked her to bring water during his training. Now it seemed his choice was completely right. Showing off and feeling smug, it was awesome. Before long, a girl of moderate good looks appeared at the playground entrance. Seeing her, Zhou Haoran immediately waved at her with great pride. The girl immediately walked over. Needless to say, this girl was naturally Zhou Haoran's girlfriend. Seeing this, all the boys present became envious. Even those who had girlfriends were incredibly jealous of Zhou Haoran. Although they had girlfriends, they were all in other places, so they simply couldn't bring water for them. The girl walked over and handed the bottle of mineral water to Zhou Haoran with thoughtful care. Zhou Haoran brought his girlfriend in front of the classmates and said boastfully, let me introduce everyone. This is my girlfriend Yuan. Now everyone was even more envious and jealous of Zhou Haoran. Having a girlfriend bring water during one's military training. What a wonderful experience. Unfortunately, they didn't have it. The impressive ones were always other people. Sigh. Everyone sighed with emotion. Hey Chen, doesn't your girlfriend send you water? Zhou Haoran suddenly spoke, asking Yichun. Hearing his words, everyone's gaze instantly gathered on Yichun. Zhou Haoran didn't ask casually. He had noticed before that among the boys in the class Yichun had the highest looks. This made Zhou Haoran, who had always been proud of his own appearance, feel deeply threatened. In order to successfully become class monitor later, he had been looking for opportunities to suppress Yichun and boost himself. Now was an excellent opportunity. Seeing that Yichun remained silent, Zhou Haoran was certain that Yichun definitely had no girlfriend. With this, Zhou Haoran became even more arrogant and was about to continue showing off. But before he could speak, he was surprised to find everyone suddenly staring at the playground entrance dumbfounded. Zhou Haoran curiously turned his head and was equally stunned. At the entrance of the playground, a stunningly beautiful girl slowly walked in. Her clear eyes and delicate oval face were flawless. Her cool and aloof aura made her seem like a celestial being stepped out of a painting. The moment she appeared, she instantly drew everyone's attention. Not only the boys present, but even the girls marveled inwardly at how beautiful this young lady was. Those who recognized her were utterly astonished. Her arrival was something they had never expected. The newcomer was none other than the most famous aloof campus belle of the school, Su Ningxue, who had countless admirers. Su Ningxue's aloof personality was well known throughout the school. She rarely participated in activities and was seldom seen on campus. Yet today, why did she appear at the military training grounds? Those who knew her were all baffled. Under everyone's gaze, Su Ningxue stood at the entrance for a moment looking around. Finally, she fixed her direction. Then, holding a bottle of Ningxue spring water, she walked straight toward Yichen's class. What was the campus belle doing? Holding water. Could she be delivering water to someone? Everyone watched Su Ningxue in confusion. Mom, I'm in love. Wow, such a beautiful girl. In Yichen's class, the boys whispered excitedly. Young lady? Do you know who she is? A girl who seemed to know Su Ningxue retorted. Who? She's the famous aloof campus belle of our school, our senior Su Ningxue. The girl glanced disdainfully at the boy who had just declared his love. I suggest you stop dreaming. Her suitors are countless, student council presidents, seniors who started their own businesses in college, rich second generations, and so on. Not a single one succeeded. Look in the mirror. Are you worthy? Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was it that terrifying? Even the student council president and the self-made Tycoon couldn't win over this aloof campus belle. Then Yichen's classmates noticed with surprise that Miss Su seemed to be walking toward them. Everyone was thrilled. Getting a close look at the legendary aloof campus belle was absolutely exciting. As Su Ningxue drew nearer, everyone's heartbeat quickened. Because of her appearance, Zhou Haoran and his girlfriend, who had been the center of attention, were now completely ignored. If it were before, Zhou Haoran would have been furious to be ignored after putting on a show. But now he simply couldn't be angry. The campus belle was too beautiful. For a moment, Zhou Haoran was dumbstruck. Compared to the campus belle, his girlfriend was utterly inferior, ordinary in appearance, figure, and temperament. Su Ningxue walked up to the crowd. Instantly, everyone held their breath, pricking up their ears, waiting for her to speak. Is Yichen, my junior, here? Standing before the crowd, the campus belle blushed and asked shyly. Huh. Her words struck like a thunderbolt. What? The campus belle was looking for Yichen. How could this be? In an instant, everyone turned their heads in unison to look at Yichen. They were all extremely shocked. Those who knew Su Ningxue followed the crowd's gaze and were equally stunned. Without a doubt, this boy must be Yichen. The campus belle was actually looking for a boy, and a freshman who had just enrolled a few days ago. Good heavens, how could this be? Shock and confusion were written on everyone's faces. Clatter. On the other side, the bottle of mineral water that Zhou Haoran had just taken from his girlfriend fell to the ground. Zhou Haoran was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? The campus belle was looking for Yichen. His eyes bulged, and his mouth hung wide open in disbelief. Even Yichen was extremely puzzled and surprised. To be honest, he really didn't know Su Ningxue, the campus belle. What did she want with him? While Yichen was stunned, she came over with a bottle of water. You must be tired and thirsty from the training. Here. Standing before Yichen, the campus belle extended her jade-like hand and offered the bottle to him. Seeing this, everyone present was astonished. What was going on? On the first day of military training, the aloof campus belle took the initiative to bring water to a freshman. If this got out, few would believe it. Even they wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. This was the famous aloof campus belle, Su Ningxue. How could she be so proactive? Everyone was dumbfounded. They found it utterly unbelievable. Even the young instructors couldn't help but remark. They had taught military training for several years and had seen girls bring water to boys. But such a beautiful and elegant girl actively giving water to a trainee boy was a first. This boy is amazing. Watching the aloof campus belle take the initiative to bring Yichen water in such scorching heat, every male student on the field was consumed by envy and jealousy toward him. Unbelievable. They hadn't even experienced a relationship, yet he already had the icy campus queen voluntarily delivering him water. Is this what disparity looks like? Truly, people are not created equal. All the boys wept inwardly, their hearts aching with despair. Thanks, Chen said, taking the bottle of water from Su Ningxue. Though his facade remained calm inside, he was exploding with excitement. But what shocked and thrilled Chen most wasn't the campus bell's gesture itself. It was the game he had just downloaded, 3,000 a month in the world's richest man. Before the military training began, he had spent a single cent to purchase the Campus Bell Delivers Water service. Because the training had been so exhausting, he had momentarily forgotten about it. Now it all came rushing back. This game, it had become real. It truly could alter reality. Everything within it could manifest in the real world. Since the water delivery service had come true, then everything else. The Ferrari for just 2 cents, the standalone villa for 3 cents. They were all real. He could buy them all. At this thought, Chen's heart pounded violently, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. And this was only the game's shop. There was so much more content within. The more he pondered, the more electrified he became. His chance to soar into the heavens seemed to have arrived. He was itching to pull out his phone and scrutinize the game, 3,000 a month in the richest man. In the end, he suppressed his urges, forcing himself to calm down. Chen knew that the matter of his game becoming reality must never be revealed to anyone. Otherwise, he would be in grave trouble. Meanwhile, blushing after handing over the water, Su Ningxue bid Chen farewell and turned to leave. All that remained were the dumbfounded onlookers. Even now, they couldn't believe what had just unfolded before their eyes. It was utterly absurd. They only snapped back to their senses after watching Su Ningxue exit the field and vanish from sight. But instantly their gazes converged on Chen once more. What kind of identity did Chen possess to make the prestigious aloof campus bell come to him with water? What exactly was the nature of his relationship with Su? Were they boyfriend and girlfriend? Almost boyfriend and girlfriend. Or perhaps even secretly engaged. In a flash, the students swarmed around Chen, peppering him with eager questions. Chen, what's your relationship with Su? Yeah, why would she come all the way to bring you water? Old Yi, you're a legend. Making the aloof campus queen personally deliver water. You're a role model for all of us. I was just envying Zhou Haoran, but now I see you're the true big shot. Campus bell delivering water. What kind of treatment is that? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Hearing their words, Zhou Haoran was consumed by shame. Damn it, how humiliating. Earlier, when his girlfriend had brought him water, he had been strutting around arrogantly asking Chen if he had a girlfriend to do the same. But Chen hadn't said a word. He simply responded with action. Not only did Chen have someone, but it was the school's aloof campus belle, Su Ningxue. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, she outshone his own girlfriend by countless degrees. The more he recalled his earlier swagger, the hotter his face burned. It was unbearably embarrassing. Zhou Haoran quickly hustled his girlfriend away. In response to the crowd's questions, Chen offered a flimsy excuse. Su and I are just ordinary friends. Nothing special between us. After all, the truth about his game becoming reality could never be leaked. As for claiming to be Su Ningxue's boyfriend, that was out of the question. Right now, he and Su Ningxue were anything but a couple. As for the future, that was another story. Chen, you're not being honest with us. Exactly, just ordinary friends. Who would believe that? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Clearly his answer convinced no one. After all, having the prestigious aloof campus belle personally deliver water could never be reduced to a mere friendship. It was simply impossible. Even getting a female friend to bring you water in this blazing heat under the scorching sun was a monumental ask. Let alone someone as cool and reserved as Su Ningxue. It was obvious Chen was fobbing them off, unwilling to disclose his true connection with her. Since he didn't want to talk, they didn't press further. But everyone was convinced that Chen and Su Ningxue shared an extraordinary bond. A special relationship, no doubt. Time was on their side, they'd find out eventually. On the very first day of military training, the campus bell bringing water to a freshman. This news would spread like wildfire. This incident was bound to shake the entire school like an earthquake. Su Ningxue's legion of admirers would absolutely lose their minds. Their icy goddess had willingly brought water to a freshman. Even if there were no deep ties between Chen and her, the mere act of delivering water would ignite envy and resentment among her pursuers. Chen's life was about to get anything but peaceful. Coincidentally parched, Chen unscrewed the bottle Su Ningxue had given him and took a drink. At the sight, every boy's eyes turned bloodshot. Chen had actually opened the campus bell's water and drunk it. Gulp gulp. It tasted rather ordinary. Just plain water, Chen mused inwardly. Watching his casual demeanor, the onlookers were utterly stunned. This was water personally handed over by Su Ningxue. If it had been them, they would never dare drink it. What did the aloof campus bell's water taste like? Would it be sweet or more fragrant? If they knew Chen found it merely average, they would probably want to kill him on the spot. How dare he show off like that? Water from the campus bell could never taste ordinary. It had to be sweet, incredibly sweet. Even though they had never tasted it themselves. The water delivery episode came to a close and military training resumed. But after what had just happened, no one's mind was on the drills. Both boys and girls couldn't help sneaking glances at Chen. The boys in particular were beside themselves with envy. Time flew by, and when the midday break arrived, the morning's training concluded. The moment it ended, everyone rushed toward the campus cafeteria. Eating was the top priority, especially the cafeteria's chilled watermelon juice. It was utterly irresistible. Yet as the crowd surged toward the dining hall, one figure moved in the opposite direction. Chen made an excuse about returning to the dorm for something and parted ways with his classmates. He had something far more important than eating. That was to thoroughly study the game, 3,000 a month in the world's richest man, and to spend a mere 3 cents to buy the Ferrari and the standalone villa from the game's shop. The more he thought about it, the more feverish his excitement grew. Moments ago, he was just an ordinary college student, but soon had be a multi-millionaire with a supercar and a villa. Ferrari standalone villa, here I come. Chen returned to his dormitory alone and eagerly pulled out his phone, opening the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. Upon entering the game, he headed straight to the mall, where he found the two remaining products: Ferrari SF90 a price 2 yuan, and luxury detached villa price 3 yuan. A Ferrari and a standalone villa, together worth tens of millions, could be bought here for just 50 cents. That was a discount of hundreds of millions of times. How exhilarating. No wonder it was called a $1 trillion subsidy. Truly awesome. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen clicked to purchase the Ferrari SF90. Game tip: your level is insufficient. You can only buy one product per day. Time until next purchase 11 hours 51 minutes. Suddenly a pop-up window appeared. Not enough level. Only one product per day. Muttering in disappointment, Chen opened his game level interface, LV10100. Seeing this, he felt relieved. It made sense. He was a new player, only level 1. Fortunately, the restriction was just 1 day, not a week or a month. He could wait 1 day for the next purchase. Though slightly regretful that he couldn't get the Ferrari and villa immediately, Chen's heart was still racing with excitement. After all, this was no dream, it was real. His path to becoming a tycoon was no longer a fantasy. Calming himself, Chen began to study the game in detail. First, he focused on the game level, as it determined his eligibility to purchase items. Currently, at LV1, he needed only 100 experience points to reach LV2. At LV2, he could buy 2 products per day, at LV3 3, and so on. The higher the level, the more items he could acquire daily. The game mall also had its own level. After understanding the player level, Chen examined the mall. He discovered that the mall too had levels. His current mall was the most basic 1-star mall, with only 3 products, each quite ordinary. Ferrari detached villa. This is ordinary. Even Chen couldn't help but complain. In the game, items worth millions were considered low-level and common. How incredible! Despite his grumbling, Chen was inwardly ecstatic. If items worth tens of millions were ordinary, then the truly good expensive ones must be worth billions, tens of billions, or even more. With a racing heart, he continued studying. When the mall upgraded to 2 stars, the number of products would increase to 5 and the value of items would multiply tenfold. At 3 stars, there would be 8 products and the value would increase tenfold again from the 2-star level. The pattern continued. To entice players, the game displayed a picture of the highest 9-star mall. Staring at it, Chen was dumbfounded. 51 stake in the Penguin Group available for just 666 yuan. 70 shares of the world's largest luxury goods conglomerate Louis Vuitton Moët Hennessy, along with the presidency, for only 999 yuan. Chen stared at the picture in disbelief. This was astounding. Truly the top-tier, 9-star mall. World-class giants like Penguin Group and LVMH, 51 and 70 stakes, could be bought for just a few hundred yuan. Besides these two renowned conglomerates, Chen also saw the controlling stake of the world's largest independent alternative asset management institution, an elite international biological research institute, and other terrifyingly valuable items. The most expensive among them was merely 1,666 yuan. Buying any 2 of these would secure the position of the world's richest person. Now Chen understood why the game was called monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. It was real. With just 3,000 yuan, you could purchase items worth hundreds of billions, or even trillions in reality. Buying these would indeed make you the world's richest person. The more he read, the more excited he became. This game was incredible. Chen could hardly wait to level up and see the real 9-star mall items. After all, what he was looking at now was just a picture. The feeling of personally purchasing items worth hundreds of billions was beyond compare to just looking at a photo. Upgrading the mall required points. To go from 1-star to 2-star, he needed only 50 points. Only 50 points. That's wonderful. Chen grew even more hopeful. The 9-star mall seemed increasingly within reach. After studying all the game's content, he roughly understood. The game would issue challenges or tasks based on real-world status. Completing them would yield experience points and points. Points and experience could be used to raise player levels and mall levels. Additionally, completing tasks would grant valuable real-world rewards. That was powerful. Having figured it out, Chen prepared to close the game and go eat. Now he just needed to wait for the game to issue tasks or challenges and for the next day to arrive. The following day, he could buy another product from the mall. Every time he bought an item, a new one would appear, never ending. Hey wait, since it's a game there must be a newbie gift pack, right? Thinking this, Chen quickly found the backpack option. As soon as he clicked it, a large gift box popped up. Open the newbie gift pack. Open. Congratulations. You received 1,000-fold cashback card, max 5 million yuan, expiration 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Congratulations. You received a Ningxue LV2 experience card, expiration 5 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Congratulations. You received a 10-point card. Chen opened the pack and saw 3 different cards. A glance was enough to understand. The first card, 1,000-fold cashback card, was simple: spend 1 yuan and get 1,000 times back 1,000 yuan. Its cap was 5 million yuan, meaning he only needed to spend 5,000 yuan to get 5 million. That was fantastic. The second card, the LV2 experience card, was even simpler. It temporarily granted LV2 abilities, allowing him to buy 2 products in 1 day. The third card was a bonus of 10 points. The first card had over 4 days before expiration, so no rush. But the LV2 experience card had only a few hours left. Chen immediately used it. Instantly his level jumped from LV1 to LV2. Time was of the essence. Chen entered the mall. Ferrari SF90, price 0. 2 yuan. Luxury detached villa, price 0. 3 yuan. Now at LV2 he could buy 2 items, so he purchased both in one go. A Ferrari and a villa. All for just 50 cents. Congratulations. Ferrari SF90 purchased successfully. It is now parked in the school parking lot. Please check it. Congratulations. Ningxue Tiangong Villa District, Villa No. 8 purchased successfully. A staff member will contact you within 24 hours to sign the contract. Please keep your phone available. All items purchased in the game will be delivered to you legally and legitimately. Please use them with confidence. The Ferrari and the standalone villa were all his. Chen had originally intended to buy these 2 items, but was held back by the level restriction. After all his research, he ended up with both anyway. Great. He knew the Ferrari SF90 typically cost around 5 million yuan. As for the Ningxue Tiangong Villa District, the name sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall it immediately. Driven by curiosity, he looked up the details. The result left him stunned. What was this? The Ningxue Celestial Palace Villa District, built around the famed Ningxue Lake, boasts picturesque scenery and a graceful environment. It is a favored locale for countless wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou. Precisely because of its prime location, the prices of properties here are staggeringly high. Ningxue Celestial Palace stands as one of the tallest villa districts in Jiangzhou, with each villa typically priced between 30 to 40 million. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. Moreover, Ningxue Lake is not vast, and the number of villas within the district is limited to a mere 26. Among these villas, No. 1 No, 6 No, 8 No, 11 0 and No. 18 boast the largest areas and the highest prices, each commanding a price tag of 50 million. One must understand that Jiangzhou is merely an ordinary second or third-tier city. A 50 million yuan villa is truly astonishing. This time the villa Chen purchased from the game was Villa No. 8, one of the most expensive in Ningxue Celestial Palace. After reading the introduction to the district, Chen was stunned. This was something he had never anticipated. Chen had initially assumed the villa from the game would cost around 20 to 30 million, which would already be considered a decent property in Jiangzhou. Yet the outcome far exceeded his expectations. The villa he bought from the game for a mere 3 mao turned out to be one of the most luxurious residences in the entire city. A villa worth 50 million. This was beyond what Chen could have ever imagined. Ningxue Celestial Palace, Villa No. 8. He muttered, now waiting for the district staff to contact him to sign the contract. This game monthly salary 3,000, I am the world's richest man, is just too powerful. He had spent only 5 mao to acquire something worth 55 million. It was almost too hard to accept at first. With these 2 acquisitions, Chen's net worth skyrocketed from just over 1,000 to over 50 million. That was an increase of over 50,000 times. It seemed he wasn't too far from becoming a billionaire. His wish of achieving a small goal was also within reach. He'd wait for the staff to contact him about the villa. But that Ferrari SF90 was already parked on the sports field. How could Chen resist going to see it? Moreover, the keys to that Ferrari SF90 were already in his pocket. This would be his very first car. Who could have imagined that an ordinary college student's first car would be a 5 million yuan Ferrari? Most young men harbor a dream of owning a supercar. Sadly, it often remains just a dream, for in reality few can afford a multi-million yuan supercar. But now that former dream had become a reality. Chen now owned his first supercar. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Fortunately, he had gotten his driver's license during the previous summer break. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to drive it now. With that thought, Chen headed straight for the sports field. About a dozen minutes later, Chen arrived at the field. His Ferrari SF90 was immediately visible. Amidst a sea of ordinary cars, a supercar was undeniably eye-catching. Its sleek lines and sense of raw power made it impossible not to admire. Looking at it, Chen took out the key fob, unlocked the door, and slid into the driver's seat. Sitting in a supercar for the first time felt distinctly different from an ordinary car. From this moment on, he was a man who owned a supercar. After spending some time inside, his initial excitement began to settle. This was his first supercar, but certainly not his last. After all, with the game monthly salary 3,000 AOI and the world's richest man, Chen had many more impressive supercars awaiting his selection, like a Koenigsegg or a Bugatti Veyron worth tens of millions. After all, this was just the lowest tier 1-star shop. Once he reached the 2-star shop, those top-tier supercars should appear. After a while, Chen closed the car door and left. He hadn't eaten yet. He went to the canteen, had lunch, and then returned to the dormitory. As soon as he walked in, he saw his 3 roommates huddled together, engaged in a heated discussion. Lao Lu just told me he saw a really cool supercar in the parking lot. What? A supercar? In the parking lot? I've only ever seen rich second-generation kids driving supercars in movies or TV shows. I never thought I'd see one in real life. The 3 of them were gathered, their voices filled with envy. A supercar, the dream of most guys. Just then footsteps echoed. An unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zhou Haoran, the one who had been showing off about having a girlfriend earlier on the field. What are you guys talking about? Zhou Haoran had overheard their animated discussion from outside. Hearing this, Chen's roommates turned and saw Chen and Zhou Haoran entering. Nothing much, just heard there's a supercar parked in the school lot. One of Chen's roommates explained. Huh. Zhou Haoran's eyes lit up immediately. I've never actually seen a supercar up close. Kinda wanna check it out. I've seen one on the road, but never inspected one closely. How about we all go take a look? One of Chen's roommates said excitedly. No rush, it's too hot now. Let's wait until the evening when we're free, someone suggested. After the morning's military training, they'd all had enough sun. Let me ask Lao Lu if he took any photos of the car. With that, one roommate messaged Lao Lu directly. Lao Lu was his high school classmate. They'd both gotten into the same university, but different majors. I wonder which big shot owns that supercar. I'm so jealous. Being able to drive a supercar in college is amazing. It's true that comparing yourself to others can be infuriating. While we're still broke, he's already achieved my life goal. Chen's roommates lamented. Hearing this, Chen remained silent, but a mysterious smile crept onto Zhou Haoran's face. His expression gradually turned smug. Someone who can drive a supercar in college is impressive. I wonder who it is. Yeah, if only I could get to know such a big shot. Chen's roommates continued discussing, all wishing to make such an acquaintance. Even if the supercar wasn't theirs, just knowing someone who drove one would be something to brag about. Ahem. Hearing this, Zhou Haoran cleared his throat. Under their gaze, he stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the group. To be honest, that supercar is mine. I was originally trying to keep a low profile, Zhou Haoran said with a tone of regret. Despite his words about modesty, his face was a picture of pride and ostentation. What? Hearing this, Chen's roommates were dumbfounded. They never expected that the supercar-owning big shot they had been marveling at was actually their own classmate Zhou Haoran. He was already driving a supercar right after starting university. Wow. All 3 were utterly shocked, staring at Zhou Haoran with intense envy. Basking in their envious and astonished looks, Zhou Haoran was at the peak of his arrogance. Showing off felt great. Because his earlier attempt to show off his girlfriend bringing him water had been effortlessly shut down by Chen, Zhou Haoran had been plotting something else. He was determined to regain his face. As for the girlfriend aspect, he had to concede. Even if he found a prettier one, she wouldn't compare to school beauty Sue. So Zhou Haoran considered other avenues. During military training, he racked his brains until it finally hit him. That's right, he had a car. And not just any car, a supercar. Although his family wasn't top-tier wealthy, they had some savings. The very day he got his license, his family bought him a car. Originally, they were planning to get him a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. But to show off, Zhou Haoran pestered his family relentlessly until they agreed to buy him a Porsche. It was a Porsche 718, the cheapest entry-level model. A Porsche 718 typically costs several $100,000 yuan. Zhou Haoran's had set his family back nearly $800,000. While it couldn't compare to Ferraris or Lamborghinis, it was still a sports car. Saying you drive a sports car carries a certain prestige. It was the perfect tool for showing off. And look, it was already working. Having made his decision during a break in military training, Zhou Haoran called his family and asked them to drive his Porsche 718 to outside the school. He skipped lunch and went straight to retrieve the car from his family, then drove it onto campus. Only after doing all this did Zhou Haoran go for his meal. While eating, he pondered how to maximize the effect of his grand reveal. He had originally planned to show it off in front of the entire class, but then he encountered the earlier situation. To seize the opportunity to boast, Zhou Haoran directly claimed ownership. Since they hadn't received the photo, yet Chen's roommates hadn't actually seen the car. Curious, they gathered around Zhou Haoran asking questions. Lao Zhou, what kind of supercar do you have? Come on, spill the beans. Enjoying the envious stares, Zhou Haoran was thoroughly pleased. Showing off was just too satisfying. Mine is a Porsche 718. I paid nearly $1 million for it. It's the entry-level model, but its performance is still quite strong. Zhou Haoran continued. Although he had actually paid $800,000, he inflated the price to $1 million to sound more impressive. If you guys are interested, I can take you to see it sometime, let you sit in it and experience it. Really? That would be awesome. Two of Yi Chen's roommates exclaimed excitedly, never imagining they'd get the chance to experience a supercar. How that's strange. At that moment, the other roommate, the one who was friends with Lao Lu, just received a reply. Lao Zhou, is your sports car a Porsche 718? He asked in surprise. Yeah, it's a Porsche 718, Zhou Haoran nodded. That's weird. Lao Lu said he saw a Ferrari SF90 worth over $5 million. Because he didn't recognize the supercar, old Lu stood there checking his phone for ages before he found the model. Yi Chen's roommate corrected him. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire dormitory shifted, becoming unbearably awkward. Zhou Haoran's face reddened visibly. He had been utterly humiliated this time. The supercar they had been discussing was not his Porsche 718, but a Ferrari SF90. Though both were sports cars, the gap between them was immense. Not to mention anything else, the price alone made it clear. A Porsche 718 cost $800,000. A Ferrari SF90 cost over $5 million. One Ferrari SF90 could buy 6 or 7 Porsche 718s. Ahem, are you sure your friend didn't make a mistake? Is it really a Ferrari SF90? Zhou Haoran asked again, unwilling to give up. Definitely, he sent a photo. Take a look. Although they couldn't identify the supercar model, they could still tell the difference between the Ferrari and Porsche logos. The others curiously gathered around and saw that it was indeed a Ferrari, not a Porsche. Looking at the photo, Zhou Haoran was mortified. A Ferrari, now that's a real supercar. A $5 million Ferrari SF90, so envious. Looking at the Ferrari in the photo, Yi Chen's roommate sighed. Suddenly, Zhou Haoran's Porsche 718 lost its appeal. The Porsche 718 simply couldn't compare to the Ferrari SF90. They were on completely different levels. Someone who can drive a Ferrari SF90 is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe a teacher or a professor at the school. Zhou Haoran stubbornly tried to save face. An ordinary student simply couldn't afford such a supercar. At that moment, hearing the discussion especially about the Ferrari SF90, Yi Chen grew curious, wondering if it was his own. He walked over. Too bad we can't experience what it's like to sit in a Ferrari. Yes, such a shame. Yi Chen's roommates lamented. But then a sudden voice broke in. That Ferrari, it's mine. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire dormitory fell into a dead silence. Huh. Instantly, everyone's gaze fixed on Yi Chen. What had they just heard? Yi Chen said that Ferrari SF90 was his. Were their ears playing tricks on them? Yi Chen, are you saying this Ferrari SF90 is yours? Zhou Haoran asked in disbelief. Yeah, what's the matter? As he spoke, Yi Chen casually tossed the car key from his pocket onto the bed. To be honest, having a car key in his pocket for the first time felt a bit uncomfortable. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the key. Seeing the Ferrari emblem on the key, they were fully convinced. That Ferrari SF90 was definitely Yi Chen's. Their roommate, their classmate, was driving a $5 million Ferrari SF90. It was hard to imagine. Old Yi, you're amazing. Incredible, old Yi. With trembling hands, they took the Ferrari key and gathered around him, speaking with envy. Looking at the key, Zhou Haoran's eyes widened in shock. It was utterly humiliating. He had been ruthlessly crushed by Yi Chen once again. He had just stubbornly claimed that a supercar as impressive as the Ferrari SF90 couldn't belong to a student. The next second, Yi Chen stepped forward. Zhou Haoran felt his face burning with shame. In the morning, he had been humiliated by Yi Chen over the water delivery from his girlfriend. At noon, hoping to regain face, he had specially brought his own sports car. But just as he started showing off, he was effortlessly crushed by Yi Chen again. Was there no justice? Yi Chen was a devil. At this moment, Zhou Haoran felt like crying. He had been utterly disgraced. Especially recalling how he had been so smug and boastful earlier, he was overwhelmed with shame. So while no one was paying attention, he slipped away quietly. Since none of the roommates had ever ridden in a supercar under their strong urging, Yi Chen took them to the parking lot. Damn, it's so cool. Old Yi, you're amazing. Seeing Yi Chen's Ferrari SF90 in person, the three were deeply awed. Seeing it on a phone was completely different from seeing it in person. While Yi Chen and his roommates were marveling over the Ferrari SF90, news of the aloof campus belle, Su Ningxue proactively bringing water to Yi Chen that morning had also spread. This incident had become the hottest topic on the school's forum, social media, and WeChat moments. Ah, my goddess, how could she willingly bring water to a guy? My aloof campus belle, how have you changed? I'm so angry. Anyone want to form a group? I want to see who this freshman named Yi Chen really is to make our Su campus belle act like this. Under the post, replies were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen had suddenly become a public enemy. Several of Su Ningxue's devoted admirers could no longer restrain themselves and wanted to confront Yi Chen. On the other side, after returning from the supercar with his roommates, Yi Chen inadvertently received a call from his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian was the daughter of Yi Chen's and also studying at the same university, now a sophomore, and thus Yi Chen's senior. She had a close relationship with Yi Chun like siblings. It was also because of his aunt's recommendation that Yi Chun had chosen this school, as it was quite good. Yi Chun, how does it feel to have the aloof campus belle bring you water? As soon as Yi Chun answered the call, he heard his cousin Zhao Shuxian's curious voice. My. For some reason, Yi Chun sensed a hidden meaning in her words. Not bad. Yi Chun replied casually. What do you mean not bad? Do you know that I went to great lengths to make Ningxue bring you water? Zhao Shuxian was displeased by his answer. Hearing this, Yi Chun was confused. What's going on? He asked in surprise. Zhao Shuxian explained, and after listening, Yi Chun roughly understood. It turned out that Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningxue were classmates and close friends. Because Su Ningxue had always been single, Zhao Shuxian wanted to set them up. She thought Yi Chun and Su Ningxue were a perfect match. Though Ningxue was beautiful, her younger cousin was also handsome. After all, good fortune should stay within the family. Although Su Ningxue was her best friend, Zhao Shuxian hoped that one day Su Ningxue would call her cousin-in-law. That would be really satisfying. So to set them up, Zhao Shuxian played a small game with Su Ningxue. The loser had to do a dare. Zhao Shuxian easily won, and the dare she assigned to Su Ningxue was to bring water to Yi Chun. After listening to Zhao Shuxian's explanation, Yi Chun pretty much understood. The campus belle water delivery service he had purchased from the game didn't appear out of thin air. It could influence reality, making such a service manifest in a reasonable and legitimate way. After all, having Su Ningxue bring him water out of nowhere would be very strange, but if it was a dare, it became reasonable. The fact that Zhao Shuxian easily won the game and made Su Ningxue bring him water was probably related to his game. With a monthly salary of 3,000, you are the world's richest person. Thinking of this, a smile spread across Yi Chen's face. This was even better. The game's items could appear in a reasonable and legitimate way, avoiding any subsequent issues and seeming less abrupt. Although the campus belle water delivery service was something he had paid for, Yi Chun could feel that Zhao Shuxian had his best interests at heart, so he went along with it. Thanks a lot, sis. Yi Chun expressed his gratitude. He had to admit that his cousin was quite good to him. Knowing he was single, she wanted to set him up with Su Ningxue. That's more like it. Hearing his thanks, Zhao Shuxian was in a good mood. She planned to continue her grand scheme of bringing Yi Chun and Su Ningxue together. She truly believed they were a perfect match. Meet up in a bit. Zhao Shuxian added finally. After agreeing on the meeting, she hung up the phone. Soon after, another unfamiliar call came in. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chun? I'm a staff member from the Lingyun Tianshuang Villa area. We noticed that you have purchased Villa No. 8 and made the payment. When the call connected, it was a middle-aged man's voice. May I ask when you'll be available for us to come over and deliver the contract? Hearing this, Yi Chun thought for a moment. So soon his villa was coming too, great. I'm free now? You can come directly. Yi Chun replied. Very well, send it over immediately. The middle-aged man said respectfully. After that, the staff member asked for Yi Chun's specific address before hanging up. After hanging up, Yi Chun went to the place he had agreed upon with Zhao Shuxian. When he arrived, Zhao Shuxian was already there. And she hadn't come alone. She had also brought Su Ningxue along. Seeing Yi Chun arrive, Zhao Shuxian hurriedly greeted him. Although you've met before, let me introduce you properly. As Yi Chun walked over, Zhao Shuxian spoke. Su Ningxue, my classmate and best friend. Ningxue is our school's campus belle, a beauty that topples cities and captivates nations, one whose elegance outshines the moon and shames the flowers. Zhao Shuxian rattled off a string of praises, even making Su Ningxue feel a bit embarrassed. This is my cousin Yi Chun. He has many virtues and is quite handsome. To leave a good impression on Su Ningxue, despite her usual habit of teasing Yi Chun, Zhao Shuxian went out of her way to sing his praises. Yi Chun and Su Ningxue formally got to know each other. In truth, like Yi Chun, Su Ningxue had been coaxed into coming by Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian had told Su Ningxue she had overeaten at lunch and wanted to take a stroll. Being rather aloof by nature, Su Ningxue had few friends at school, so when Zhao Shuxian suggested it, she didn't refuse. She hadn't expected to run into Yi Chun. Recalling the incident of delivering water that morning, a faint blush crept across Su Ningxue's cheeks. Yi Chun just enrolled, so let's show him around campus and introduce him to things, Zhao Shuxian said. Under her lead, the group began to walk forward. Since it was lunchtime, there were quite a few people on the path. Although it wasn't just Yi Chun and Su Ningxue, Zhao Shuxian was there too. The sight of the famously cold campus belle walking alongside a male student still drew considerable attention. As the three strolled along, a tall, slender young man with fair skin approached from the opposite direction. Catching sight of Su Ningxue and Yi Chun, he froze, his eyes widening. In an instant, a surge of anger welled up within him. This young man was Lin Xiang, a devoted admirer of Su Ningxue. Earlier had seen a post on the forum claiming Su Ningxue had voluntarily brought water to a new student. Lin Xiang hadn't believed it, assuming the photo was photoshopped. He couldn't accept that his goddess, the exalted aloof campus belle, would willingly deliver water to some boy. But now witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he finally had to believe it. Though he didn't know the exact relationship between Yi Chun and Su Ningxue, Lin Xiang stared at Yi Chun, his eyes brimming with hostility. Lin Xiang instinctively wanted to step forward and confront Yi Chun, but reason told him that he absolutely couldn't act rashly in front of Su Ningxue. His mind raced, desperately searching for a plan. Then an idea struck him, and a smile spread across his face as he walked over. "Campus Belle Su." Lin Xiang approached, greeting her with utmost courtesy. "And the lovely Zhao, long time no see." Su Ningxue and Zhao Shuxian looked up to see Lin Xiang. "Long time no see. And who might this be?" Pointing at Yi Chun, Lin Xiang asked. "This is my cousin Yi Chun," Zhao Shuxian explained. "So this kid is Zhao Shuxian's cousin." Hearing this, Lin Xiang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet he still harbored hostility toward Yi Chun. After all, that morning the campus belle had personally delivered water to him. Lin Xiang gave Yi Chun a cursory nod before ignoring him entirely and turning his attention to fawning over Su Ningxue. "Were you just coming back from outside?" Looking in the direction Lin Xiang had come from, Zhao Shuxian asked curiously. "You just got back." Lin Xiang nodded. "The dorms aren't comfortable, so I bought an apartment outside," he answered with feigned nonchalance, ready to start showing off. "Bought an apartment?" Hearing this, Zhao Shuxian was taken aback. Forget college students. Even for white-collar workers toiling away in society, buying a house was a monumental event. And Lin Xiang had already managed to buy one. "What kind of apartment?" Zhao Shuxian asked, her curiosity piqued. "Nothing special, not a big place. Just a duplex of a little over 200 square meters. It's average," Lin Xiang said with a show of modesty. "A duplex over 200 square meters." At this, even Su Ningxue showed a flicker of surprise. Property prices in this area were hardly cheap, at least 20,000 per square meter. A 200-plus square meter duplex would cost at least 6 million, or even more. Lin Xiang was only a sophomore, yet he was this wealthy. Seeing even Su Ningxue look somewhat impressed, Lin Xiang felt immensely pleased. His showing off had worked. "A place that big, how much did it cost?" Zhao Shuxian inquired. "Not much, just over 7 million. It's fully furnished." Lin Xiang continued his bragging. "I just bought it, so I'm still getting the furniture sorted out. You're all welcome to come over anytime. The place is quite spacious." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue and Zhao Shuxian politely declined. Although they were somewhat surprised that Lin Xiang had bought a place over 200 square meters, they had no intention of accepting such an invitation. They weren't that close to him. "Don't refuse. He'll be inviting a bunch of people anyway," Lin Xiang hastily explained upon seeing Su Ningxue's rejection. "Oh, and this young brother here can come along too." Lin Xiang deliberately brought up Yi Chun. "Honestly, I think the place is pretty great. It'd make a perfect wedding home. Little brother, you could also buy one nearby in the future. It's not expensive, just over 7 million. Lin Xiang began to belittle Yi Chun to elevate himself, to show off. "Even if you can't pay in full like I did, you can always take out a mortgage. Just stretch it over a few decades. It's no big deal." After all had managed to buy a luxurious duplex over 200 square meters, why wouldn't he flaunt it? He was someone who'd bought property while still in university and paid in full, no less. That was quite an achievement. But this kid, forget during college. Even after graduating and working for a few years, he probably couldn't even scrape together a down payment. That was the gap between them. With such a comparison, who was more outstanding and capable, the campus belle could see at a glance. No need for him to spell it out. Having shown off, Lin Xiang grew even more arrogant, his heart swelling with pride. "Kid, this is reality. Without money, you're nothing. And you think you can compete with me for the campus belle? How do you even deserve it?" Just as Lin Xiang was basking in his triumph, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly walked over. Approaching the group, the suited man asked politely, "Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Yi Chun?" At this, the group's eyes all turned to Yi Chun. "That's me," Yi Chun said. "Mr. Yi, hello. I'm a staff member from the Ningxue Celestial Palace Villa community who previously contacted you." The middle-aged man in the suit stepped forward and introduced himself. "These 2 contracts, please sign them." "All right." Yi Chun nodded. A staff member from the Ningxue Celestial Palace Villa community. Hearing the man's introduction, the others were baffled. The Ningxue Celestial Palace Villa community, they'd heard of it. It was one of the most prestigious villa developments in Jiangzhou. What would a staff member from there want with Yi Chun? For a moment, none of them could figure it out. Could Yi Chun have bought a villa there? That was impossible. As one of Jiangzhou's top villa communities, the properties at Ningxue Celestial Palace cost at least 20 to 30 million. A newly enrolled freshman could afford a villa. Don't be ridiculous. After signing the contracts, Yi Chun kept one copy, and the suited man took another back to the company. "Pleasure doing business, Mr. Yi. Here are the keys, please keep them safe." With that, the suited man respectfully handed Yi Chun the villa keys and related items. "Good." Yi Chun took them. After saying his piece, the suited man departed. At that moment, Zhao Shuxian was the first to approach, asking curiously, "Yi Chun, what's going on?" While pocketing the keys, Yi Chun replied casually, "Nothing much. I just bought a villa." Though had acquired this villa from the game 3,000 salary in the world's richest man for a mere 3 cents. But it was still a purchase, so Yi Chen's statement wasn't wrong. Upon hearing his words, everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape. What had they just heard? Su Ningxue and Zhao Shuxian were fine, but Lin Xiang was the most shocked. As a native of Jiangzhou with an extremely affluent family background, Lin Xiang knew more about the Lingyun Tiancong villas. Any villa there cost over 30 million yuan. This price deterred many wealthy individuals. Not to mention that there were even more expensive villas in the Lingyun Tiancong villa area. This Yi Chun had actually bought a villa there. My God! Lin Xiang was utterly stunned. What? Zhao Shuxian covered her mouth in disbelief. Yi Chun, are you serious? Of course. Not hiding anything from Zhao Shuxian, Yi Chun directly handed her the freshly signed contract. Zhao Shuxian took the contract and opened it. It was indeed the purchase contract for a Lingyun Tiancong villa. Unable to believe it, Lin Xiang also leaned in to look. Instantly, he felt as if struck by lightning, utterly shaken. It was real. Yi Chen had actually bought a Lingyun Tiancong villa. How could this be? How? Lin Xiang was completely dumbfounded. This was one of the most luxurious mansions in Jiangzhou, worth tens of millions. A freshman could casually buy it. He had thought buying a 1,200 square meter duplex was impressive and showed his wealth. But now seeing that Yi Chun had purchased a Lingyun Tiancong villa, he was terrified. A 7 million property seemed utterly insignificant compared to something worth tens of millions. At that moment, the sense of superiority and pride Lin Xiang had felt vanished instantly. He was speechless. He had just mocked Yi Chun, saying it would take decades of loans to afford a house like his. But now Yi Chun had proven with his actions that not only could he easily buy a 1,200 square meter duplex, but even a villa worth tens of millions was a casual purchase. Was this the gap? Had he been the clown all along? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. In an instant, a wave of defeat washed over Lin Xiang. Buying a villa worth tens of millions on a whim. This was perhaps what a true, big shot, someone who could spend money like water, looked like. Compared to Yi Chun, his own efforts were nothing but child's play. Probably his own show of bravado had been nothing but a lowly performance in Yi Chun's eyes. Sigh. Lin Xiang let out a long sigh, deeply crushed. He couldn't stay there any longer and left in a daze. Su Ningxue and Zhao Shuxian, who had never had a high opinion of him, naturally didn't stop him. Since the situation was no longer suitable for a walk, Su Ningxue also chose to leave. However, before leaving at Zhao Shuxian's strong suggestion, Su Ningxue and Yi Chun exchanged WeChat and contact information. After Su Ningxue left, Zhao Shuxian immediately asked Yi Chun what had happened. After all, as Yi Chen's cousin, Zhao Shuxian knew his family background well. How could Yi Chun possibly afford something worth tens of millions? It's nothing. Sis, do you know about cryptocurrency? I got a batch a long time ago. I forgot about it for a long time and only remembered recently. Yi Chun explained. He would eventually tell his family about his sudden wealth anyway, so telling Zhao Shuxian now was fine. This was the excuse he had thought up all morning, slightly more reasonable than winning the lottery. Hearing this, Zhao Shuxian finally relaxed, a little afraid that Yi Chun might have done something wrong. After chatting for a while, Zhao Shuxian left, still in a daze, unable to believe what had just happened. Her younger brother had become a millionaire. It was all too surreal. After parting with Zhao Shuxian, Yi Chun returned to the dormitory and put away the contract. Although he wanted to see what his Lingyun Tiancong villa looked like, he had no time and had to postpone it. Later, he called his parents, telling them that thanks to cryptocurrency, he had become immensely wealthy, bought a villa and a luxury car, a sort of warning shot. In the afternoon, right after military training, his cousin, Zhao Shuxian, messaged him again. Ningxue brought you water this morning. Why don't you treat her to dinner tonight to show your gratitude? His cousin was still determined to set him up with Su Ningxue. Seeing this, Yi Chun was taken aback. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly vibrated with a notification from monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. He quickly opened the game. Upon entering, he saw that the game had issued a quest. Game quest: accept Zhao Shuxian's suggestion and treat Su Ningxue to dinner. Reward full ownership of the top-tier restaurant Shangranju, becoming its owner 5 experience points 2 points. Reject the quest 3 experience points 1 point. Seeing this quest, Yi Chun immediately made up his mind. Was there any doubt? He would definitely agree to his cousin. The reward was too generous. He had no reason to refuse. Moreover, rejecting the quest would deduct points and experience points, which was absurd. He didn't care about the points. He had 10, but his experience points were 0. If it went negative, he might even lose a level, and then how could he buy things in the mall? He had heard of Shangranju before. It was a famous high-end restaurant in Jiangzhou, always bustling with customers, with an average spending of 400 to 500 per person. Its total value was probably in the tens of millions. This quest reward was simply too tempting. With that thought, he agreed to his cousin. That's more like it. Leave Ningxue to me. Seeing Yi Chun agree, Zhao Shuxian was satisfied. At least her efforts hadn't been in vain. Moved by his cousin's enthusiasm, Yi Chun thought that before, when he had no money, it was fine. But now he was different. He planned to give his cousin a small gift. The beginner's gift pack also included a 1,000-fold rebate. When he spent money, he would get back 5 million. With 5 million in hand, buying any gift would be effortless. As for the evening military training he had asked his sister earlier, it was just singing and interacting. He decided to skip it and asked his roommate to cover for him. Was evening military training more important than having dinner with the campus belle? Chen just wanted to thank Su Ningxue for bringing him water in the heat. It definitely wasn't because of the top-tier restaurant experience points or points. Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhao Shuxian slowly walked over to Su Ningxue. Zhao Shuxian sat down beside Su Ningxue and spoke. Ningxue, Chen has been exhausted from military training. I originally planned to take him out for a big meal tonight, but something has come up. Could you go in my stead and have dinner with him first? Once I'm done with my matters, I'll come and join you two right away. Huh. Hearing Zhao Shuxian's words, Su Ningxue was taken aback, hesitating slightly. Just the two of them going out to eat. At that moment, another girl in the dormitory, Zhang Wan, suddenly leaned in. Ningxue, Shuxuan, are you two also going out for dinner tonight? Zhang Wan asked curiously. I've already made plans with a few classmates to go out and eat. Why don't we all go together? Su Ningxue wanted to decline, but unable to resist Zhang Wan's enthusiastic invitation, she finally agreed. Zhao Shuxian didn't object either. Indeed, letting Ningxue dine alone with Chen right now might be a bit too soon. Afterwards, Zhao Shuxian contacted Chen to ask his opinion. Chen had no issues as long as he could eat with Su Ningxue. Having a few more people wasn't a big problem. After all, the most important thing right now was securing the top-tier restaurant Changran residence. As for dining alone with Su Ningxue, there would be plenty of opportunities later. After confirming the meeting point, Chen hung up the phone. He asked his roommate to answer for him at evening roll call, then returned to the dorm, took a shower, and changed out of his military uniform. Glancing at the time, Chen grabbed his Ferrari keys and headed straight for the meeting point Zhao Shuxian had mentioned. When Chen arrived, Su Ningxue happened to arrive as well. Shortly after, Chen and Su Ningxue met. Zhang Wan and a few classmates also showed up. Including Zhang Wan, 2 men and 2 women walked over. One of the fair-skinned male students, upon seeing Chen standing with Su Ningxue, immediately shot a hostile glare at him. This young man was named Feng Buochao, a classmate of theirs, and a well-known rich second generation. Originally, Feng Buochao hadn't arranged to go out with Zhang Wan, but this afternoon had overheard about this outing, especially that Su Ningxue would be there. So Feng Buochao immediately volunteered to join, promising to foot the bill for the meal. Since someone was offering to pay, Zhang Wan naturally had no reason to refuse. Feng Buochao was an admirer of Su Ningxue, had seen the post yesterday, and knew about Su Ningxue giving Chen water. He was already envious and jealous of Chen, and now seeing that Chen was also joining them for dinner, he grew even angrier. Alright, he definitely had to target this kid and embarrass him in front of campus belle Su. Having made up his mind, Feng Buochao and the others walked over. Su Ningxue, who had been calm, subtly changed her expression upon seeing Feng Buochao among the newcomers. Clearly, she had a very poor impression of Feng Buochao. If she hadn't promised someone else, Su Ningxue might have already left. After meeting, they introduced themselves. I know a fantastic top-tier restaurant where I'm a gold member. Let's go there to eat. Feng Buochao suggested, taking on the air of a host. Since everyone's here, let's get going. Okay, let's go. The others had no objections. Wait a moment, I'll go get my car to pick you all up. Oh wait, no. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Buochao suddenly slapped his forehead and said with regret, I forgot, since Chen is here, there are 6 of us total. My car can't fit everyone, it only seats 5. Feng Buochao began his attack. How about this, Chen, you take a taxi yourself? They'll cover the fare. Feng Buochao deliberately tried to ostracize Chen. Hearing this, the others had no objections. Only Su Ningxue frowned slightly, feeling this wasn't right. She was here today mainly to look after Chen in Shuxuan's place. How could she possibly let Chen take a taxi alone? Su Ningxue was about to speak up, wanting to share a taxi with Chen. But before she could say anything, Chen spoke first. It's fine, I have a car. No need for such trouble. Huh. Hearing Chen's words, Zhang Wan and the others were stunned. It was normal for Feng Buochao, a rich second gen, to have a car, but they hadn't expected Chen to have one too. Wasn't he a freshman who just enrolled this year? A freshman already owning a car. Impressive. No matter what car Chen had, even the cheapest one, he was already ahead of most people. After all, not many even in their junior or senior years owned a car of their own. Chen had already surpassed them in his freshman year. Chen's answer stunned Feng Buochao. He really hadn't expected Chen to have a car. Had been hoping to use this opportunity to sideline him, but it seemed had failed. That's even better than go get your car too. A thought crossed his mind, and a smile reappeared on Feng Buochao's face. If Chen had a car, that was even better. He'd drive over his own BMW 7 Series worth over $1 million, and Chen would bring his car too. When they compared the two, Chen would surely feel utterly ashamed. Wouldn't that highlight his own superiority? When it came time to choose whose car to ride in campus belle, Su would naturally understand. Good, very good. With that, Feng Buochao left, eager to fetch his car. Chen also left. The school had more than one parking lot, And since their cars weren't parked in the same one, they headed in different directions. Fong Bokeo's parking spot was nearby, and soon he drove over in his BMW 7 Series. Fong Bochao parked beside the group and slowly rolled down his window. Damn, a BMW 7 Series. Boss Fong is awesome. Looking at Fong Bokeo's car, the guy waiting there was extremely amazed. Fong Bochao used to drive an Audi A4 worth over 300,000. They didn't expect him to have changed cars. Boss Fong, how much did this BMW 7 Series cost you? The guy asked curiously. Not much, just over 1.2 million, not expensive. Fong Bochao said with a nonchalant air. Over 1.2 million. Hearing this, Zhang Wan and her companions were shocked. He was only a sophomore and already driving a luxury car worth over $1 million. That was incredible. They were all awed by Fong Bokeo's formidable wealth. On the scene, only Su Ningxue remained calm, her expression unchanged. Get in the car. Fong Bochao said. Okay, thanks, Boss Fong. Thanks, Boss Fong. A few of them nodded excitedly, then opened the doors and eagerly climbed in. Of course, they were smart enough to leave the passenger seat empty. Soon only Su Ningxue was left outside. Campus belle, Su, come on up too, Fong Bochao invited, seeing her standing there motionless. No thanks. I'll ride in Yi Chen's car later. Su Ningxue shook her head, refusing without hesitation. Being rejected outright by Su Ningxue, Fong Bokeo's expression darkened, but he wasn't willing to give up. Campus belle, Su, why bother riding in that Yi Chen's car? He can't possibly drive anything good. It definitely won't be as comfortable as my BMW 7 Series. Fong Bochao suggested. Ningxue, Boss Fong is right. Yi Chen's car surely can't compare to Boss Fang's. One of the girls in the car also chimed in, trying to persuade Su Ningxue. Seeing Fong Bochao driving a $1 million luxury car, she naturally chose to side with him immediately. Yeah, Campus belle, Su, come on up. Boss Fong even saved the passenger seat for you, another guy added. But unfortunately, Su Ningxue still shook her head. Campus belle, Su, that Yi Chen probably drives a car worth at most 1 or 200,000. How could a car like that be worthy of you? Fong Bochao tried to persuade Su Ningxue once more. However, before he could finish his sentence, a Ferrari slowly drove over from the distance. Holy crap, a Ferrari. A supercar. I can't believe I'm seeing a supercar on campus. Inside Fong Bokeo's car, seeing the Ferrari, everyone freaked out with excitement. Even Fong Bochao was captivated by it. So cool, so flashy. This was the charm of a supercar, the charm of a Ferrari. Fong Bochao was immensely envious. If Fong Bochao was like this, the others in the car were even more so. They stared eyes wide. If only I could ride in a Ferrari once. I wonder who the big shot driving the Ferrari is, eh? They muttered in awe. Under their gaze, the Ferrari came to a stop in front of Fong Bokeo's BMW 7 Series. The next second, the door opened, and a handsome young man slowly stepped out. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, frozen like wooden chickens. What did they see? Stepping out of that Ferrari was Yi Chen. My heavens. Everyone was utterly shocked. They never imagined that Yi Chen's car would be a Ferrari worth millions. This is too terrifying. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing came from the quiet BMW 7 Series. Everyone was deeply amazed. Zhang Wan and the others stared blankly at Yi Chen's Ferrari, their emotions complicated. Especially the two who had spoken up for Fong Bochao were even more ashamed. Too humiliating. As for Fong Bochao, he was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. A freshman was driving a Ferrari. No joke. Seeing Yi Chen's Ferrari and recalling what he had said to Su Ningxue, Fong Bokeo's face immediately flushed red. Su School Beauty, what's so great about riding in Yi Chen's car? He can't possibly drive a good car. It's definitely not as comfortable as my BMW 7 Series. Su School Beauty, Yi Chen at most drives a car worth 1 or 200,000. How could such a car be worthy of you? The words he had just said suddenly echoed in his mind. Embarrassing, too embarrassing. He had just mocked Yi Chen, saying he couldn't drive a good car, at most a car worth 1 or 200,000, definitely inferior to his BMW 7 Series. But now Yi Chen had actually driven a Ferrari. One of Yi Chen's cars could buy several BMW 7 Series. At this moment, he had instead become the laughingstock. Su Ningxue got into Yi Chen's car. Watching Su Ningxue sit in Yi Chen's Ferrari, Zhang Wan and the others in Fong Bokeo's car were extremely envious. They also wanted to ride in a Ferrari to experience what it felt like to sit in one. Fong Bochao, on the other hand, was trembling with anger and grew even more jealous of Yi Chen. No, this matter couldn't end like this. He had to save face. Without a word, Fong Bochao started the car and left first. After more than 20 minutes, they stopped in front of a top-tier restaurant with luxurious decoration. Upon arrival, Fong Bochao, Zhang Wan and the others got out of the car. Yi Chen and Su Ningxue also stepped out of their car. Let me introduce everyone. This is the most famous restaurant in Jiangzhou, Changranju. Pointing at the top restaurant before them, Fong Bochao introduced proudly. He was a gold member here, spending over 6 figures annually. Huh, this is Changranju. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting that the top restaurant Fong Bochao had brought them to was actually Changranju. By the way, now that he and Su Ningxue were here to eat, did that count as completing the game mission? Thinking this, Yi Chen took out his phone and opened the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest. Game mission completed. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 ownership of Changranju and become the new owner of Changranju. Congratulations, you have gained 5 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 2 points. As soon as Yi Chun entered, a series of notifications popped up. His first game mission was successfully completed. From now on, he was the owner of Changranju. Changranju was one of the top restaurants in Jiangzhou, worth at least tens of millions. With the ownership of Changranju and the villa from before, Yi Chun's net worth suddenly exceeded 100 million. From now on, Yi Chun was a billionaire. A small goal of 100 million. Yi Chun had achieved it in 2 days. This game is too awesome. In 2 days, he had gone from a penniless freshman to a genuine billionaire. This transformation was too fast. A faint smile appeared on Yi Chun's face. This feeling was really good. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest, is forever the god. This time not only did he get Changranju, but Yi Chun's experience points and points also increased. Yi Chun looked forward more and more to the day when his player level and mall level would upgrade. It shouldn't be far off. Changranju is usually bustling with customers. Even some of Jiangzhou's wealthy and important figures like to eat here. Changranju has top domestic chefs with exquisite taste. I am a gold member here with various privileges. Standing in front, Fang Buoqiao boasted about being a gold member. As he spoke, Fang Buoqiao led the group toward Changranju. However, before he could step inside, a waiter stopped him. Hello sir, our restaurant is fully booked today. I'm really sorry. If you wish, you can wait in line. The waiter said politely. Huh. Fang Buoqiao was instantly embarrassed. He had been showing off for a long time about being a gold member with privileges. But now not only were there no privileges, they couldn't even enter Changranju. Wasn't this slapping his own face? Zhang Wan and the others also changed expressions. They had come all this way expecting to experience the feeling of being rich, but now they couldn't even get in. How long do we need to wait? Zhang Wan couldn't help asking. About 1 to 1.5 hours, the waiter replied. That long? They would have to wait over an hour. Everyone was helpless. Leave it to me. Fang Buoqiao had calmed down. Fang Buoqiao said confidently to Zhang Wan and the others. I am a gold member of Changranju. I don't need to queue. He took out his gold membership card and handed it to the waiter with a smug look. Sir, I'm sorry, but you still need to queue. The waiter didn't even take Fang Buoqiao's card and said directly. Why? Fang Buoqiao was furious. He was a gold member with privileges, no need to queue. Sir, I'm sorry, but the several people ahead of you are also gold members. The waiter explained. Fang Buoqiao was stunned. Fine, very good. He felt his face burning. I know your manager Chen. Tell him that Fang Buoqiao is here and ask him to come out. Fang Buoqiao said directly. He had connections, he must get in without queuing. Today he had brought everyone to Changranju. If they couldn't even get in, he would be utterly humiliated. Okay, please wait a moment. A waiter went into Changranju to fetch manager Chen. Seeing this, Fang Buoqiao was finally satisfied. Don't worry, I know manager Chen here. As soon as I speak, he will agree. Fang Buoqiao turned around and said confidently to Zhang Wan and the others. After saying that, Fang Buoqiao glanced smugly at Yi Chun. Now he was going to show off his powerful connections. So what if he drove a supercar? In this era, connections were the most important. Without connections, you couldn't accomplish anything. Thinking this, a sense of superiority swelled in Fang Buoqiao's heart. Soon the waiter who had just left hurried back. Seeing this, Fang Buoqiao prepared to lead the group inside. However, after taking a few steps, he was stopped again. Mr. Fang, I'm sorry, but our manager said the restaurant is fully booked today and cannot let you in directly. Please wait patiently. The waiter spoke. Hearing this, Fang Buoqiao was stunned. Rejected, he was rejected again. Manager Chen didn't even come out to see him and dismissed him casually. Thinking of his previous confident demeanor, Fang Buoqiao wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This time he was truly mortified. Hearing the waiter's words, the others were also helpless. There was no way. Even Fang Buoqiao had used his connections and couldn't get in. They could only wait or go somewhere else to eat. Just as they were about to leave for another place, Yi Chun slowly stepped forward. Tell your manager that Yi Chun is here. Have him find a place. Yi Chun said to the waiter. Having just become the new owner of Changranju, Yi Chun was in a good mood. Besides, he was hungry and didn't want to bother finding another restaurant, so he stepped forward. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, turned around, and re-entered the restaurant to find the manager again. Seeing this, Fang Buoqiao let out a cold laugh, mocking Yi Chun for overestimating himself. It seemed that Yi Chun was a first-time visitor to Changranju. Even Fang Buoqiao, a gold member who knew the manager couldn't get in. Could Yi Chun with just one sentence make them enter and dine immediately? What a joke. Not only Fang Buoqiao, but even Zhang Wan and the others were pessimistic about Yi Chun's chances. On the side, Fang Buoqiao folded his arms, wearing an expression of someone ready to watch a show. He wanted to see what Yi Chun's face would look like when he too was rejected. It would surely be splendid. After all, Yi Chun had voluntarily stepped forward after Fang Buoqiao's own failure. If Yi Chun was rejected again, he would definitely be more embarrassed than Fong Buochao, especially in front of the school beauty Sue. Thinking of this, Fong Buochao, who had been feeling extremely frustrated, now felt a sense of delight. Meanwhile, in the manager's office of Shangranju, Qian Yongwen suddenly received a call from the boss. What? Taking the call and hearing the boss words, Qian Yongwen was stunned. The boss told Qian Yongwen that Shangranju had been sold, and from now on he was no longer the owner of Shangranju. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Qian Yongwen couldn't quite accept it for a while. The business at Shangranju was exceptionally booming. Why would the boss sell it? It seemed that the buyer must have offered an irresistible price. Ding dong. Qian Yongwen's phone vibrated. He received a message from his former boss. It contained some information about the new owner of Shangranju. My. Seeing the photo of the new boss, Qian Yongwen was dumbfounded. How could his new boss be so young? He looked at most 20 years old. To be able to easily acquire Shangranju at such a young age, his new boss' financial power was formidable. Yi Chun, President Yi. Qian Yongwen muttered as he looked at the new boss details. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Come in. Click. The office door opened, and the waiter from earlier walked in. Manager, among those who came with Fong Buochao, there is a gentleman named Yi Chun. He. The waiter spoke with great respect. Hearing the name Fong Buochao, Manager Qian was instantly annoyed. He knew Fong Buochao's father. If it were before, out of respect for Fong Buochao's father, he might have agreed. But now the Fong family was in decline, so he no longer had to show Fong Buochao any face. Everything would be handled according to the rules. Didn't I tell you? No privileges. Let Fong Buochao wait in line. Manager Qian waved his hand in irritation. Okay, manager. The waiter nodded and turned to leave. Wait, stop. Catching a glimpse of the new boss name on the documents and suddenly recalling what the waiter had just said, Manager Qian quickly called him back. What did you just say? There's a gentleman named Yi Chun. Manager Qian asked carefully. He hadn't heard clearly earlier. Yes. The waiter nodded. What? Seeing the waiter nod, Manager Qian shot up from his seat, hardly believing his ears. Come over here and see. Does that Mr. Yi Chun look like this? Manager Qian waved his hand, signaling the waiter to look at his phone. On his phone was a photo of Yi Chun. Yes, that's the gentleman. After taking a look, the waiter confirmed without a doubt. With the confirmation, Manager Qian's expression changed completely. Quick. Invite President Yi in at once. Manager Qian urged. Manager, the restaurant is full. If we invite them in, where should they sit? The waiter asked. Aren't there vacant private rooms? Of course, we'll seat President Yi and his party in the private room. Manager Qian replied. Shangranju had 3 private rooms usually reserved for diamond members or VIPs. Okay. Although he didn't know Yi Chen's exact identity, the fact that the manager was having him invited into the private room was enough to prove that this Mr. Yi Chun was no ordinary person. Without any hesitation, Manager Qian also went out to personally welcome Yi Chun. Outside, after waiting for a while without any movement, Fong Buochao sneered, gloating arrogantly. Yi Chun, can you do it or not? If not, let's just go eat somewhere else. Don't waste our time. You're not even an ordinary silver member, and you think you can cut in line to eat. Dream on. Before Fong Buochao's words even faded, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Soon a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked out. It was Manager Qian. Boss, you're here. Please come in. Manager Qian made a respectful gesture of invitation. At this sight, everyone was stunned. What was happening? The manager of the prestigious Shangranju came out personally to welcome them. Did Yi Chun have that much influence? Too powerful. Zhang Wan and the others were deeply shaken. Fong Buochao was completely dumbfounded. How could things turn out like this? He refused to believe it. He, a gold member of Shangranju who even knew Manager Qian, had been casually dismissed by the manager with a single sentence. Yet when Yi Chun stepped forward, the manager came out in person to greet him. Why? The crowd was first startled by Manager Qian's actions and only now began to realize something was off. The important thing didn't seem to be that the manager of Shangranju had come out personally, but rather the way Manager Qian had addressed Yi Chun. Boss. Manager Qian called Yi Chun boss. This. Could it be that Yi Chun was the owner of Shangranju? How could that be? Yi Chun was just an ordinary college student. How could he suddenly become the big boss of a top-tier restaurant? This was too absurd. Yi Chun, are you the owner of Shangranju? Zhang Wan asked with a trembling voice. I just acquired Shangranju. Yi Chun replied casually. Yi Chun's words struck like a thunderbolt in the ears of the others. Just acquired Shangranju. Why did it sound so easy coming from Yi Chun's mouth, as if he had bought a head of cabbage? Was this what a true tycoon was like? Terrifyingly so. Hearing Yi Chun's affirmative answer, Fong Buochao's face turned deathly pale. At that moment, he finally understood why Manager Qian had come out to welcome Yi Chun. So Yi Chun was the owner of Shangranju. Of course. How could he, a mere gold member, compare to the owner himself? He had just been bragging about being a member of Shangranju in front of Yi Chun. Was that like showing off one's skill with an axe before Lu Ban? Fong Buochao's mentality was completely shattered. He had originally thought that during this meal, he would be the center of attention and leave a good impression on the school beauty Sue. But in the end he was nothing but a clown. Sigh. In the end, under manager Chen's guidance, the group entered an exquisitely decorated private room. A few minutes later, Zhao Shushuan, Yi Chen's cousin, arrived. At the table, Fang Buqiao ate in silence, not daring to speak, his body even trembling slightly. Zhang Wan and the others, on the other hand, had completely changed their previous cold attitude and were desperately fawning over Yi Chen. Only Su Ningxue remained relatively calm. But to be honest, when she learned that Yi Chen was actually the owner of Shangranju, she was also extremely shocked. After this incident and the previous one, Su Ningxue's curiosity about Yi Chen grew intense. As time passed, and she got to know Yi Chen better, her curiosity did not diminish but instead grew stronger. What kind of person was Yi Chen really? Su Ningxue wanted to know. Time passed, and the meal came to an end. Zhang Wan and the others left with Fang Buqiao. Yi Chen, Su Ningxue, and Zhao Shuxian went shopping nearby. None of them paid attention to the time, and when they finally did, it was already close to 10 in the evening. If they rushed back to school, it would probably be 10:30. By then the dormitory gates would be locked, and they wouldn't be able to get in. What should we do? Zhao Shuxian fell into thought. Going back tonight is impossible. Maybe we should stay at a hotel. Since there was no other option. Even if they returned, they couldn't get into the dorm. They had to stay at a hotel. Yi Chen had no problem with it, and at worst he could call and ask for leave, then head back to school early tomorrow. As for Su Ningxue, upon hearing Zhao Shuxian's suggestion, she was momentarily taken aback. Initially she was reluctant, but then she thought since Zhao Shuxian would be with her, nothing could go wrong, so she agreed. In the end, Yi Chen found a decent hotel not far from there. A few minutes later, the three of them walked in. However, just before entering the hotel, Zhao Shuxian suddenly spoke. You two go ahead and check in. I want to eat some fruit, so we'll go buy some. See you in a bit. With that, she handed her ID card to Su Ningxue and headed off in the other direction. Yi Chen and Su Ningxue walked toward the hotel together. Arriving at the front desk, Yi Chen said, "Hello, do you have any rooms available?" "Of course we do." The front desk clerk was looking down at his phone. When he heard someone speak, he replied casually, "Great, give us 2 rooms." "No problem." As he spoke, the clerk glanced at the computer to find rooms. But when he looked up and saw that Yi Chen and Su Ningxue were a man and a woman, he paused for a moment and quickly changed his answer. "Sorry, we only have 1 room left." As he said this, the clerk gave Yi Chen a subtle wink, as if to say, "Don't worry, buddy, I've got your back. I won't let you down." For some reason, Yi Chen suddenly understood the meaning behind the front desk clerk's gaze. For a moment, he was caught between laughter and tears. Where had this clerk's imagination wandered off to? He and senior sister Sue had only just met. The clerk's comment cast an awkward silence over the moment. "Miss, at this hour most hotels are definitely fully booked," the front desk clerk continued his well-meaning assistance. "We have 1 room left, which is already quite fortunate. It might be gone soon. You 2 lovebirds sharing a room shouldn't be a problem." Hearing the clerk's words, Su Ningxue's face instantly flushed crimson. Beside her, Yi Chen wasn't sure whether to feel pleased or exasperated. At any other time, encountering such a considerate clerk would have been a stroke of luck. But now, senior sister Sue and I aren't a couple, and besides there are 3 of us tonight. Seeing Su Ningxue blushing, deeply mortified to the point of wanting to leave, Yi Chen quickly spoke up. Off. Startled by Yi Chen's words, the front desk clerk froze, utterly embarrassed. "I see," the clerk said, glancing at his computer again. "Oh, my mistake. My apologies. There are other rooms available." The clerk's acting skills kicked in. "It's fine. Just give us 2. "No, 3 rooms," Yi Chen said. He had initially planned for 2 so his cousin and senior sister Sue could share. But in the end he decided on 3 for greater convenience. "Very well." After handing over their ID cards and checking in, Yi Chen and Su Ningxue waited in the hotel lobby. A few minutes later, Zhao Shuxian returned carrying some fruit. She had initially considered leaving, but had turned back. After all, Ningxue and Yi Chen had just met, leaving them alone at the hotel wasn't an option. If she left, Ningxue might leave too. After all, her home was in Jiangzhou, and she might very well go back. She would find another time to create opportunities for them to be alone. As for why she hadn't left during dinner, well, the food was simply too delicious, and she got a bit carried away. Seeing Zhao Shuxian return, the 3 of them went upstairs, each to their own room. Back in his room, Yi Chen first called to request leave since he wouldn't be in the dormitory tonight. Afterwards, Yi Chen began playing with his phone. Having eaten and wandered around tonight, he felt a bit thirsty. As he reached for the hotel's bottled water, he stopped. He couldn't help but recall how senior sister Sue had brought him water this morning. Senior sister Sue had braved the scorching sun to bring him water. Now that he was tired and thirsty, she was probably thirsty too. Perhaps he should return the kindness and bring her some water as a token of gratitude. Of course, he couldn't just give her plain water again. With that thought, Yi Chen opened his phone and ordered milk tea delivery. Girls generally loved milk tea. About 20 minutes later, the milk tea arrived. Yi Chen had ordered 3 cups. 1 for himself, 1 for senior sister Sue, and 1 for his cousin. He picked up a cup and headed to deliver it to senior sister Su first. Arriving at her door, Chen knocked. Who is it? Inside, Su Ningxue was about to take a shower when she heard the knock and asked nervously. Senior sister Su, it's me, Chen. A voice came from outside the door. Junior Yi. Hearing his voice, Su Ningxue froze. It was almost 11 at night. Why would Junior Yi be knocking on her door at this hour? What did he want? At the thought, her face flushed crimson, and she grew extremely nervous. Senior sister Su, I bought some milk tea and brought you a cup. Fearing she might misunderstand, especially given the late hour, Chen quickly explained. Off. Hearing this, Su Ningxue felt a bit embarrassed. So she had been overthinking. Junior Yi was just bringing her milk tea. With that realization, she hurriedly opened the door and invited him in. Chen stepped inside and handed her the milk tea. Thank you, Su Ningxue said repeatedly, genuinely feeling a bit parched. She hadn't expected Junior Yi to bring her milk tea. It was so timely. Junior Yi, you're so thoughtful. She expressed her gratitude. It's nothing, Chen said, waving his hand as he sat down. After taking a few sips and about to speak, another knock came at the door. Who is it? Su Ningxue asked, puzzled. Why was someone else knocking on her door? Ningxue, it's me, came Zhao Shuxuan's voice. Oh, it was Xu Xian. Setting down her milk tea, Su Ningxue opened the door. I forgot to give you some fruit earlier. As the door swung open, Zhao Shuxian held out several pieces of fruit. But before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly noticed Chen inside the room. Clatter. The next second, the fruit slipped from her hands and tumbled to the floor. Zhao Shuxuan's mouth fell open in utter disbelief. What was she seeing? Her cousin was in Ningxue's room. At this hour, her cousin and Ningxue were in the same room. Oh my god. Zhao Shuxian was utterly shocked. Her cousin and Ningxue were moving way too fast. They had only met this morning, and now they were staying together at night. Zhao Shuxian was completely dumbfounded. Was her cousin really that smooth? Had already won Ningxue over. Sensing Zhao Shuxuan's shock, Su Ningxue quickly explained, Shuxuan, you've misunderstood. Su Ningxue's face was crimson all the way to her ears. Junior Yi just arrived. He came to bring me milk tea. Is that so? Zhao Shuxian remained skeptical. At this hour, the two of them in one room, claiming it was for milk tea. Who would believe that? I really did come to bring senior sister Su some milk tea. See, the milk tea is right here. Chen stepped forward to explain as well. Following his gesture, Zhao Shuxian saw a cup of milk tea on the table. Maybe she had been mistaken. Still, she remained half convinced. Oh, by the way, sis, I have a cup of milk tea for you in my room. I was planning to bring it to you later, Chen said. Since you're here now, I'll take you to get it. With that, he stood up and bid farewell to Su Ningxue. Senior sister Su, they'll be going now. Saying this, Chen led Zhao Shuxian away. Phew. After they left, and the door was shut, Su Ningxue's face was still flushed. That had been incredibly awkward. Arriving at Chen's room, and seeing the milk tea, Zhao Shuxian finally believed him. After exchanging a few words with Chen, Zhao Shuxian also left. Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that a misunderstanding had been narrowly avoided. He was a proper person after all. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11. Midnight was not far off. The mall was about to refresh. He wondered what treasures awaited this time. Chen was filled with anticipation. As soon as the time arrived, he tapped in, and sure enough, the mall had changed, revealing new items. Bentley Continental 2 Yuan Patek Philippe Chronograph Series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch 3 Yuan. Top-tier driving skills, become a seasoned driver in minutes 9 Yuan. Seeing the three new products in the mall, Chen's eyes lit up. This refresh seemed different. The Bentley and Patek Philippe were of course undeniable luxuries. But the third item was truly unique. It was a skill. The mall actually sold skills. This was fantastic. Previously, the Ningxue Heavenly Palace Villa had cost just 3 Yuan. Yet this skill was priced at 9 Yuan, 3 times as much. Even though it was triple the price, it was still only 90 cents, incredibly cheap, but it clearly demonstrated the skill's extraordinary value. Afterwards, Chen looked up information on the other two items. The Bentley Continental had an on-road price of nearly 5 million yuan, perhaps a bit more. He had been thinking earlier that he didn't have a luxury car that could seat multiple people. Now the game had conveniently provided one. The Patek Philippe Chronograph Series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, was priced at nearly 6 million yuan. Both were items worth millions. After deliberating for a moment, Chen decided to first secure the most expensive top-tier driving skills today. After all, this was the first time a skill had appeared. As for the Bentley and Patek Philippe, he certainly wouldn't give them up. He just needed to wait. In just 24 hours he could make another purchase. Soon both the Patek Philippe and the Bentley would be his. With that thought, Chen immediately purchased the top-tier driving skills, becoming a seasoned driver. Congratulations. Purchase of top-tier driving skills successful. You are now a qualified veteran driver. As the purchase completed, a vast surge of knowledge flooded into Chen's mind. Accompanying this influx of knowledge was muscle memory, subtly altering his physical responses, making him a true master behind the wheel. In that instant, Yi Chen's understanding of automobiles surpassed that of ordinary people by countless folds. His driving skill was such that even professional racers would be no match for him. Yi Chen was thoroughly satisfied, and he grew even more eager to see what other skills the mall might offer. Glancing at the 2 remaining items, he exited the game. He didn't need to deliberate over these 3 items. He would simply take them all. Children make choices, adults take everything. The next day, because military training was still ongoing, Yi Chen sent a message to Su Ningxue and Zhao Shuxian before leaving early. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Yi Chen had planned to head to the dormitory, but he suddenly remembered the villa he had just purchased. He was extremely curious about what his villa looked like. Tonight he decided to go and see for himself. And while he was at it, he could experience what it truly felt like to live in a villa. Getting into his car and turning on the navigation, Yi Chen headed straight for the Ningxue Heavenly Palace Villa District. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at his destination. Having proven his identity, Yi Chen smoothly entered the Ningxue Heavenly Palace Villa area. It must be said that the environment here is truly excellent, comparable to some fine scenic spots. Unfortunately, it was nighttime, so visibility was not great. After some searching, Yi Chen found his own Villa No. 8. Villa No. 8 was one of the largest villas in Ningxue Heavenly Palace. Built beside the renowned Ningxue Lake, it offered picturesque scenery, allowing one to enjoy the lake's beauty from home. Parking the car, Yi Chen walked straight to the villa's entrance. As one of the most exclusive villa areas in Jiangzhou, even the villa door was exquisitely designed. It was a double-door, majestic and imposing. Manufactured by the world's top armored door producer Befar, it was equipped with a state-of-the-art security system. In addition to numeric fingerprint and palm print codes, it could even be set to unlock with an iris scan. Moreover, it could withstand 3 tons of impact force and even featured explosion-proof and bulletproof capabilities. It could provide true peace of mind. Entering the villa, one was greeted by a 7-meter-high entrance foyer exuding luxury. The sofas in the villa were all Fendi handcrafted and expensive. In addition, the villa was equipped with a private pool, wine cellar, gym, private cinema, and a series of other amenities. Behind the villa, there was a huge garden designed by a master, meticulously crafted. After touring the villa, Yi Chen was very satisfied. So this is the villa. It seemed pretty good. After finishing his tour, Yi Chen lay on the sofa scrolling through his phone. Meow meow. A few minutes later, he suddenly heard a faint call. It seemed to be coming from just outside the villa. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen opened the villa door. Just then, a bespectacled, stunning beauty was walking toward him. Her black hair was gently tied up, complementing her flawless, delicate features, making her appear perfect. She seemed like a work of art without any flaws, whether in her face or her figure. Hello, I live next door. My cat accidentally ran out just now. It seems to have run into your yard. May I come in and look for it? After a moment of surprise, the stunning beauty came to her senses and explained. She was also a bit helpless. The kitten she had just adopted was exceptionally lively. This was already its 3rd escape. Previously, it had only run into her own yard, which was manageable. Now that it had run into someone else's yard, it was a bit awkward. Sure. Understanding her intention, Yi Chen nodded. So she was a neighbor. Thank you. The stunning beauty thanked Yi Chen and immediately began searching. Since she was a neighbor, Yi Chen helped her look as well. Meow meow. After some searching, Yi Chen finally found it in a corner of the backyard. A small white kitten. He gently picked it up and handed it to the stunning beauty. Thank you so much. Seeing the kitten, the stunning beauty finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been very worried that the kitten might be lost. Afraid the kitten would run off again, she thanked Yi Chen repeatedly, and then carried it back. By the way, my name is Mo Mengfei, and I live in Villa No. 9 next door. Feel free to come over and visit sometime. Before leaving, the stunning beauty specifically said this to express her gratitude. Yi Chen replied. With that matter settled, Yi Chen returned to the villa and started browsing his phone. Yi Chen planned to wait until midnight to purchase that Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch. Time passed slowly, and midnight finally arrived. As soon as the time came, Yi Chen immediately opened the game. Monthly salary 300. I am the world's richest man. Yi Chen spent 0.3 yuan and successfully purchased this Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch worth nearly 6 million yuan. After all, this Patek Philippe was a bit more expensive than the Bentley Continental, which could be bought tomorrow. Congratulations, the purchase of the Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, was successful, and it has been placed on your desk. The game notification indicated that Yi Chen had already obtained this Patek Philippe. Yi Chen immediately got up and went to the study and indeed saw something new on the desk. There was a Patek Philippe watch box along with an appraisal certificate, collection certificate, and so on. Yi Chen didn't bother with the certificates. He directly opened the watch box. Instantly, a stunning Patek Philippe timepiece met his eyes. It was made of 18K rose gold paired with an alligator leather strap and a black dial exuding nobility. This Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, was equipped with the caliber R27Q automatic mechanical movement, featuring a Gyromax balance wheel with 467 parts. It featured date display, day display, month display, annual calendar, perpetual calendar, moon, phase, minute repeater, and other functions. Chen was very satisfied with and fond of this Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. There seems to be some truth to it. However, Chen liked both luxury cars and fine watches. Of course, he also enjoyed collecting luxury cars and collecting fine watches. Previously, this was only a dream. But now with this game that could turn dreams into reality, it was no longer just a dream. After making the purchase, he scrolled through his phone for a while and then went to sleep. Waking up in the new day, it was still early. After washing up, Chen walked out of the villa. Last night it had been too dark, so Chen hadn't clearly seen the surroundings or the scenery of Ningxue Lake. Now coming out to take a look, it was indeed beautiful. Not far away, a slender woman was jogging over. She was none other than the beautiful neighbor Chen had met last night, Mingxue. Today she was wearing sportswear, looking very capable. What a coincidence. Want to run a lap together? Mingxue asked. She liked to run a few laps around Ningxue Lake in the morning, exercising while enjoying the scenery and breathing fresh air. Sure. Chen nodded. He also wanted to admire the views of Ningxue Lake. Chen and Mingxue ran a lap around Ningxue Lake together. Returning to the villa, it was about time, so Chen took his car keys and prepared to go back to school. After staying one night in the villa, Chen felt that the villa was just so-so. Such a large villa with only one person living in it felt a bit empty. Overall, it was barely passable. If Chen's evaluation were known to others, they would probably want to strangle him. You're being a humble brag, aren't you? This is one of the most top-tier luxury residences in Jiangzhou, and you think it's just average. Getting into his Ferrari, Chen drove straight to school. Half an hour later, he arrived at the school. At the school gate, Chen ran into Su Ningxue, who had just returned. Su Ningxue was heading back to the dormitory, and there happened to be a parking lot nearby, so Chen invited her to get in the car, offering to give her a ride part of the way. Su Ningxue didn't refuse and got into Chen's car. 7 or 8 minutes later, Chen parked in the parking lot. Since it was morning, there were unusually many people coming and going. Moreover, Chen's car was a Ferrari, which attracted even more attention. Thus, when they saw Chen parking, many passersby stopped to see who the big shot driving the Ferrari was. Some even took out their phones to take pictures. The Ferrari's door slowly opened and a young man and woman stepped out. When they saw who got out of the Ferrari, the onlookers were stunned. My goodness, what were they seeing? Su Ningxue, the school beauty, actually got out of a car with a boy, and it was morning. Could it be that the two had spent the night together? At this thought, the crowd was not just shocked, but utterly horrified. This was absolutely explosive news that would surely rock the entire campus. This was Su Ningxue, the aloof campus belle, with countless admirers. Throughout her university years, she had turned down countless suitors. No matter how outstanding the suitor, Su Ningxue had never agreed. Among all this, the campus belle had never been linked to any boy with even the slightest hint of rumor. But today the campus belle actually got out of a boy's car. And it was early morning, getting out of a Ferrari. This was beyond explanation. Oh my God, what am I seeing? This is insane, absolutely insane. Many onlookers stared blankly at the scene, their minds reeling. Especially the male students present, whose hearts ached with despair. Their aloof campus belle, the cold goddess who showed no kindness to any man, was now seemingly taken. What a pity. Some sighed in lament, while others secretly took photos. On the other side, getting out of the car and noticing the crowd surrounding them, Su Ningxue was briefly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She didn't need to explain herself to anyone. Thank you. Your military training should be starting soon. I'll head back first. After getting out of the car, Su Ningxue thanked Chen and they parted ways. Chen returned to his dormitory, changed into his training uniform, and headed straight to the track. Fortunately, when Chen arrived, the training was still a few minutes away from starting. Old you, where did you go last night? Yeah, why didn't you come back? Seeing Chen, his roommates gathered around, curious. Last night, during the dorm check, they had barely managed to cover for him. I went home last night. Chen explained. Now Villa No. 8 at Ningxue Heavenly Palace belonged to Chen, which could be considered his home. After that, Chen planned to apply for a day student permit. That way he wouldn't have to worry about dorm checks. As they were about to ask more questions, the instructor arrived, and the training continued. Meanwhile, while Chen was in training, the photo of Su Ningxue getting out of Chen's Ferrari once again became a hot topic on various forums, bulletin boards, and confession walls. Oh my goddess. Campus belle, how can you have a boyfriend? Who is this guy? Tell me, I want to have a friendly chat with him. Watching Su Ningxue get out of Chen's car, countless male students were consumed by envy and jealousy. Some even formed groups planning to find Chen for a friendly interaction. If Chen knew, he would probably be even more determined to go through with his day student application. After this incident, he probably couldn't stay on campus. Time passed, and the morning training session was halfway through when they took a break. Chen and his classmates rested in a shaded area. As Yi Chun rested, a male student happened to notice the Patek Philippe watch on Yi Chun's wrist and was immediately impressed. "Yi Chun, your watch is really cool," the male student said with great admiration. Hearing this, the others nearby looked over curiously. Indeed, they hadn't noticed earlier, but Yi Chun's watch was truly striking. "Old Yi, how much did this watch cost you?" someone asked out of curiosity. "A bit over 500. Yi Chun wiped his sweat and answered casually. "A bit over 500. That wasn't expensive, they could afford it too." At that moment, a lean male student from the neighboring class happened to pass by and overheard their conversation, also looking over. Initially, he assumed Yi Chun's watch was expensive and remained silent. But when he learned that Yi Chun's watch was only worth a bit over 500 yuan, he immediately burst into laughter. He thought it was some prestigious timepiece, but it was just an ordinary watch. "Cool. Is it cooler than my Rolex Yachtmaster Series M268622? Clearing his throat, the lean male student stepped forward, showing off smugly. As he spoke, he shook the Rolex on his wrist. His Rolex had cost over 80,000 yuan when he bought it. That was over 100 times more expensive than Yi Chun's piece of junk. Rolex. Hearing that the lean guy was wearing a legendary Rolex, everyone turned to look. To them, a Rolex was a luxury item. They had only seen them in movies and TV shows, never in real life. So this is a Rolex. It's indeed very cool. The group stared at the lean guy's watch for a while, expressing their admiration. Even if some thought it was average, the brand and the price tag made it undeniably impressive. "Bro, how much did this Rolex cost you?" "I think it must be at least 10 to 20,000. No, I've seen a Rolex worth over 10,000, and it's definitely not as beautiful as this one. I think it's at least 30,000. Someone guessed. 30,000. Hearing this, the lean guy scoffed disdainfully. "Are you kidding me? This watch costs over 80,000, close to 90,000. The lean guy said arrogantly. "What?" Hearing this, the onlookers were stunned. Over 80,000, close to 90,000. Oh my god. That was more expensive than their 4 years of living expenses combined. So this was the life of the rich second generation, the life of the wealthy. Basking in the shocked and envious gazes, the lean guy felt a surge of pride. "Why do I feel like this Rolex isn't as good looking as Yi Chun's watch?" someone muttered quietly. "I think so too," another person chimed in. Hearing this, the lean guy was displeased. How could his prestigious Rolex worth over 80,000 not compare to a piece of junk worth 500? Were these people's aesthetics flawed? "Yi Chun, is your watch a Patek Philippe?" At that moment, a female student asked curiously. Her father was a passionate watch enthusiast, and influenced by him, she had some knowledge of luxury timepieces. Hearing people discussing watches, she had come over out of curiosity. One glance was enough for her to be certain that Yi Chun's watch was no ordinary piece. The craftsmanship was incomparable to any ordinary watch. Even a Rolex couldn't hold a candle to it. Unable to contain her curiosity, the female student stepped forward to ask. She wasn't sure if Yi Chun's watch was a Patek Philippe or a Vacheron Constantin, but she didn't want to ask directly, so she chose Patek Philippe. "Yes." Yi Chun nodded without hiding anything. "Huh." Seeing Yi Chun nod, the female student was stunned. This was something she never expected. Yi Chun's watch really was a top-tier Patek Philippe. Even more unbelievable, Yi Chun actually admitted it. Patek Philippe. Yi Chun's watch was a Patek Philippe. Hearing the conversation between the female student and Yi Chun, the others, especially the lean guy, were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. How was that possible? The watch Yi Chun said was worth over 500 was actually a Patek Philippe. Wasn't Patek Philippe a top-tier luxury brand? How could it be worth only a bit over 500 yuan? Wait, something's wrong. Yi Chun had only said over 500 earlier, seemingly without a unit. They had subconsciously assumed the unit was yuan. Realizing this, they covered their mouths, not daring to believe their conclusion. Could it be that the unit after over 500 wasn't yuan? Was the unit after over 500? 10,000s. Yi Chun's watch was worth over 5 million. They were all startled by their own speculation, their bodies trembling slightly. How could this be? A watch, how could it be this expensive? But then again, if Yi Chun's watch really was a Patek Philippe, perhaps it was possible. After all, there was absolutely no way to buy a Patek Philippe for a bit over 500 yuan. Even a high-quality counterfeit Patek Philippe would cost more than that. Over 5 million seemed to fit the Patek Philippe brand. Yi Chun, your watch is over 500. Over 5 million. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, trembling. "Yeah, why?" Yi Chun asked, puzzled. "Yeah." Yi Chun answered, "Yeah." His watch was really worth over 5 million. Over 5 million could buy 2 apartments in the city center of Jiangzhou. Yi Chun wasn't wearing a watch, he was wearing 2 apartments on his wrist. They stared blankly at Yi Chun's Patek Philippe, their emotions incredibly complex. The most awkward person present was undoubtedly the lean guy who had been showing off his Rolex. He had been flaunting his watch worth over 80,000 in front of a Patek Philippe worth over 5 million. If he wasn't a clown, then what was he? How utterly embarrassing. The lean guy's face flushed bright red. It took him a long while to snap out of it. Wait a minute. This whole thing was based on Yi Chun's word. It was Yi Chun who claimed his watch was a Patek Philippe worth over 5 million. He hadn't provided any proof at all. An ordinary freshman, wearing a multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe. Was that even possible? Chen could just be bragging, there was no evidence needed. With this thought, the lean guy felt relieved. He was certain that Chen was just bragging to save face. Over 5 million, how can you prove it? The lean guy sneered, asking confidently. I can guarantee that Chen's watch is definitely not worth over 5 million. But before he could even finish his sentence, someone nearby exclaimed in shock. Quick, check the confession wall and the forum. Something huge is happening. Check the confession wall. Check the forum. Something huge. What could it be? Filled with curiosity, they opened the confession wall, or the forum. The next second, looking at the photos, they were left utterly speechless. The first thing they saw was a photo of Chen and Su Ningxue getting out of a Ferrari. And the person getting out of the driver's seat was clearly Chen. This meant that Chen's car was a Ferrari. At this thought, they were completely convinced. Chen's Patek Philippe was definitely genuine. After all, how could someone who drove a Ferrari to school be poor? Looking at the photo on the forum of Chen getting out of the Ferrari, the lean guy felt utterly ashamed. He had guessed wrong. Chen was driving a Ferrari. At this moment, he was completely devastated. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone was looking at the confession wall, the lean guy quickly slinked away in disgrace. Scrolling further, they even found a video. Although Chen's face was only visible in profile in the photo. Anyone who had seen Chen before could confirm it was definitely him. Especially remembering that yesterday during military training the campus belle had personally come to give Chen water. Yesterday Chen said he had no relationship with the campus belle. But today he was seen coming out of a Ferrari with her. And it looked like it was this morning. If they said there was nothing between them, not even a ghost would believe it. There was definitely something more between Chen and the campus belle. Perhaps Chen had even won her over. Otherwise, why would she take the initiative to bring him water? With this thought, Chen's classmates looked at him with immense envy. They never imagined that such a wealthy tycoon was right there among them. Some envied Chen's special connection with the campus belle, while others envied the fact that he drove a Ferrari. Oldie, tell us the truth, were you with the campus belle last night? Come on, don't hide it from your brothers, Oldie. Yesterday you said your relationship was just ordinary, and today you're getting out of the same car with her. Men. Chen's roommates gathered around trying to find out from him what his relationship with the campus belle really was. Chen didn't answer them, but instead looked at the comments under the forum post. Especially seeing that some people were organizing groups to have a talk with him, Chen felt helpless. His relationship with the campus belle was completely innocent, okay? At least for now. The future was uncertain. There was nothing going on between him and the campus belle. It seemed applying for the day student permit was the right choice. Even though there was nothing between them now, he had already become the public enemy of every male student on campus. If something did happen between him and the campus belle in the future, he probably wouldn't even dare to step foot on campus. Before Chen could answer their questions, the military training resumed. When the noon session ended, Chen didn't go to the cafeteria with the others. Instead, he got in his car and went out to eat. Chen felt that after this incident, if he showed up in the cafeteria, it probably wouldn't be safe. Had better eat out for the next few days. Conveniently, he still had a 1,000-fold cashback card from his novice gift pack. It was about to expire in 3 days. Now was the time to use it. Chen only needed to spend 5,000 yuan to get a 5 million yuan cashback. If it weren't for the card's limit, Chen was certain that with just this card, he could become the world's richest man by this afternoon. But unfortunately, the game didn't give Chen a chance to exploit it. At noon, Chen first spent the bit over 1,000 yuan he had on him. After all, he didn't even have 5,000 yuan in his hand at the moment. He got a cashback of over 1 million. Then Chen spent another 3,000 plus yuan getting a cashback of over 3 million. Chen successfully used up the 1,000-fold cashback card. At this point, his bank account balance had gone from 7 figures to 8 figures. Chen was very satisfied. The afternoon military training continued, and after it ended, Chen found his counselor and completed the day student permit procedures. After all, how could the dormitory compare to the fragrance of his own villa? Furthermore, as the current public enemy of the entire school, staying in the dorm wasn't even safe. That evening, Chen returned to his villa. At midnight, Chen spent 0.2 yuan to buy that Bentley Continental worth 4 to 5 million yuan. The Bentley Continental is a luxury sports coupe with 2 doors and 4 seats, extremely opulent. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the Bentley Continental. It is now parked in your garage. Please check. Not feeling sleepy, Chen went straight to the villa's garage. In the spacious garage besides Chen's Ferrari, there was now an additional imposing black luxury car. It was the Bentley Continental he had just acquired. Chen was very pleased with the Bentley. Although the Ferrari was great, it could only seat 2 people. If there were more people, it would be very inconvenient. But now with this Bentley Continental, many things would become much easier. The next day, because he had just gotten the Bentley, Chen drove this car to school. On the way, Chen unexpectedly received a phone call. The call was from Chen's cousin, Zhao Shuxian. He hadn't expected her to call at this hour. What's wrong, sis? Chen answered, curiosity in his voice, instinctively assuming something might have happened. Chen, I'm going shopping with Ningxue tonight. You should come along, Zhao Shuxuan's voice came through the phone. She hadn't given up on playing matchmaker between Yi Chun and Su Ningxue. This time she had arranged to go shopping with Ningxue, just the two of them. Even with Yi Chun joining, there would only be three of them. During the shopping trip, she planned to make an excuse to slip away, leaving them alone together. Over time it was bound to have an effect. Sai being this older sister wasn't easy. She was exhausting herself worrying about her younger brother's happiness. Zhao Shuxian mused to herself. If you two are going shopping, wouldn't it be weird if I tagged along? Yi Chun asked quietly. There's nothing weird about it, Zhao Shuxian retorted. The weather's going to get cold soon. You just started university, so you probably didn't bring enough clothes. Consider this a chance to buy you some autumn clothes, she continued. It's settled then. I'll see you tonight. With that not giving Yi Chun a single chance to refuse, Zhao Shuxian hung up the phone. Seeing that she had hung up, Yi Chun couldn't really argue. It was just shopping after all. He'd go. Honestly, he really hadn't brought many autumn clothes. Once the weather turned cold, he wouldn't have enough. He could just treat this as a trip to buy some for himself. His cousin had helped him out a lot, and she was even trying to set him up with Su Ningxue, caring about his future love life even more than he did. But now Yi Chun was different. He was worth over 100 million. He could use this shopping trip to buy her a small gift. He could also go home for a visit when he had time on the weekend. Ding dong. At that moment, Yi Chun's phone vibrated. Salary 3,000. In the world's richest man had a new message. Since he was waiting at a red light, Yi Chun had time to open the game. Selective challenge choice 1. Agree to go shopping tonight with your cousin and Su Ningxue. Quest reward 1. Xintai shopping center choice 2. Refuse to go shopping with your cousin and Su Ningxue and stay alone in the villa for the night. Quest reward 5 million in cash. Looking at this selective challenge the game had issued, Yi Chun didn't hesitate at all. The reward for choice 1 was the Xintai shopping center. Xintai was one of the largest shopping centers in Jiangzhou. Xintai shopping center covered an area of over 100 mu with a total construction area of 100,000 square meters. It already housed world-class brands like Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada, Cartier, Armani, and Tiffany Co. Its total value was at least 100 million. In comparison, the reward for the second choice was only 5 million, which couldn't even hold a candle to the first. Besides, Yi Chun had already promised his cousin, so he wouldn't break his word. It seemed the Xintai shopping center was destined to be his. He hadn't expected to be close to achieving another small goal in just a few days. Yi Chun's net worth was about to break 200 million. Oh, what a bother. It was too easy to hit a small goal in a day or two. The light turned green, and Yi Chun put down his phone, driving off to school. Meanwhile, the matter of Yi Chun and Su Ningxue getting out of a car together yesterday had temporarily subsided. It wasn't that people had accepted that the campus bell was taken. Rather, someone had posted a few photos under the thread. They were photos from yesterday morning at the school gate, showing Su Ningxue getting into Yi Chun's car. So she had gotten in at the school gate. This meant that the night before she hadn't been with Yi Chun. With this realization, countless guys breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday morning, Su Ningxue was probably just tired from walking and had hitched a ride since the parking lot wasn't far from the female dormitory. Given her aloof personality, she wouldn't bother to explain such baseless rumors. Neither the water delivery nor the ride was proof that Yi Chun and Su Ningxue were in a relationship. Maybe they were just ordinary friends or distant relatives. Many guys comforted themselves with this thought. Their goddess was still the same unapproachable campus belle. With this in mind, they felt much better and stopped clamoring to have a friendly chat with Yi Chun. The matter was temporarily put to rest. The fact that Su Ningxue got into Yi Chun's car at the school gate also became known to Yi Chun's classmates. So what Yi Chun had said was true after all. He didn't have any special relationship with the campus belle. With this thought, the guys in the class all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less envious of Yi Chun. Not only that, they even felt a hint of schadenfreude. On the other hand, the girls in the class, especially those who considered themselves attractive, were delighted. Yi Chun was still single. They still had a chance. After all, his Ferrari was real. And his looks were simply too good. He was the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome guy. How could he not make hearts flutter? Since last night, they had been eagerly sending him WeChat friend requests. It wasn't just the girls in his class. Even girls from other classes, and even beautiful senior students from the sophomore and junior years were also proactively adding him. Before, with Su Ningxue around, they thought they didn't stand a chance against her. But now things were different. When Yi Chun arrived at the sports ground, many pretty girls proactively swarmed around him, vying to offer him water and milk tea. Seeing this, the guys who had been feeling a bit smug began to envy him again. Right, so what if he wasn't involved with the campus belle? He was still a top-tier rich handsome guy driving a Ferrari and wearing a Patek Philippe. At this thought, they became sad again. Being suddenly surrounded by so many girls left Yi Chun feeling dazed. He struggled to break free from the crowd and made his way to his roommates. Lao Yi, even without the campus belle, having so many girls openly showing interest is still pretty great. Yeah, Lao Yi, you've got to stay strong. Even without Su, there are still plenty of beautiful senior students and girls. The three of them tried to console him. Their words left Yi Chun utterly bewildered. Before he could even ask, the military instructor arrived, and the training resumed. As time passed, and the afternoon training session ended, Chen got into his car, returned to his villa, showered, and changed his clothes. Then he drove his Bentley to the school to pick up Su Ningxue and Zhao Shuxian. Meanwhile, the two women had also come down from their dormitory and were walking towards the school gate. Zhao Shuxian had arranged to meet Chen at the school gate. She had already told Su Ningxue that he was coming. Since neither of them had a car or could drive, Chen's arrival meant he could act as a free chauffeur. Su Ningxue not only didn't refuse, but she even felt a slight sense of anticipation for his arrival. Su Ningxue could not quite define what this feeling was. Perhaps it was because in the previous few encounters, she had been deeply curious about Chen. The two arrived at the school gate and waited for a while before Chen drove up. Seeing Chen's Bentley Continental, Zhao Shuxian was somewhat stunned. This time it was the three of them, and Zhao Shuxian had specifically reminded Chen not to bring the Ferrari. After all, it couldn't seat three people and was far too ostentatious. Chen said he had just acquired a more low-key car that could comfortably fit all three. But they never expected that the low-key car Chen mentioned would be a Bentley. How was that low-key? Zhao Shuxian grumbled inwardly. Still, compared to a Ferrari, a Bentley was marginally more understated. Su Ningxue, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm at the sight of Chen's Bentley. If one observed closely, they would notice that Su Ningxue had been equally calm when she first saw Chen's Ferrari. Only when she learned that Chen was actually the owner of Shangranju did she show a hint of surprise. But even then it was just a slight surprise, not overwhelming shock. Su Ningxue's family background seemed far from ordinary. The two got into the car, and Chen drove straight to Xintai Shopping Center. After all, the shopping center was about to become his property, so this trip could be considered an inspection of his own business. Over half an hour later, Chen slowly pulled up. The three got out and entered the vast Xintai Shopping Center. Chen was indifferent to shopping. Zhao Shuxian was highly excited, while Su Ningxue remained as cool and aloof as ever, quite similar to Chen in that regard. Led by Zhao Shuxian, the three began to wander through Xintai Shopping Center. After a while, Chen's phone vibrated. He found a corner and took out his phone. It was indeed a notification from the game, monthly salary 300, I am the world's richest man. Chen opened the game, and several notifications popped up. Challenge completed, agreed to go shopping in the evening with cousin, and Su Ningxue, congratulations. You have obtained ownership of Xintai Shopping Center and become its new owner, congratulations. You have gained 8 experience points, congratulations. You have gained 3 points. Chen checked his player level, now LV1 13,100. Mall level 1 star, Mall 1550. Leveling up was not slow. Soon, he would be a distinguished LV2 user. The mall would also upgrade to 2 stars. Not bad, not bad. At the same time, the management of Xintai Shopping Center received a message. The previous owner informed them that the shopping center had been acquired by someone else. They had a new boss. After that, they wandered for another 30 or 40 minutes, and then Zhao Shuxian excused herself to go to the restroom. Before leaving, she made sure to give Chen a meaningful look. While Zhao Shuxian was away, both Chen and Su Ningxue felt a bit tired. They decided to find a place to rest. However, neither of them noticed that not far behind them 3 girls were looking in their direction. Hey, isn't that the school beauty Su? She's actually shopping with a guy. Seeing Chen and Su Ningxue, the 3 were stunned. They attended the same school as Chen and Su Ningxue and had come shopping today. But they had accidentally spotted Su Ningxue, the famously aloof school beauty, now shopping with a guy. This was unbelievable. Who is that guy next to her? Asked a slightly chubby girl curiously. He seems to be that freshman Chen or something. That's him. I've seen photos of the school beauty handing him water and getting out of his car. A girl said with absolute certainty. She had originally thought there was nothing between the school beauty and Chen, but now seeing them shopping together, things were definitely unusual. Come on, let's go check it out. Driven by curiosity, the 3 quickly walked toward Chen and Su Ningxue. As Chen and Su Ningxue turned a corner, Su Ningxue accidentally twisted her ankle and began to fall sideways. Fortunately, Chen reacted swiftly, reaching out and catching her, preventing her from falling. At that moment, the 3 girls happened to walk over. Because of the corner, they hadn't seen Su Ningxue twist her ankle. As they came around, they saw Chen holding Su Ningxue in his arms. Seeing this, the 3 girls were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it was real. Oh my god, what were they seeing? The school beauty Su was being held in someone's arms, and she wasn't refusing. No way. This was huge. Previously, the water delivery and the car exit had proven nothing, but now Chen was actually holding the school beauty Su, and she wasn't rejecting him. That said it all. Oh my god, it was too incredible. A freshman barely into school had already conquered the aloof school beauty. That was amazing. One of the girls, quick as lightning, snapped a photo of the scene. Not wanting to be discovered by Chen and Su Ningxue, they took the picture and immediately turned around, heading in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuxian had come out of the restroom. Originally, she had planned to leave, but then she thought Chen and Ningxue had only just met. Without her around, even if they had time alone together, they probably wouldn't stay long. After thinking it over, Zhao Shuxian returned. She decided to go to the restroom several more times, giving the two more opportunities to be alone. That way they couldn't leave and would have to chat with each other. With repeated interactions, they would naturally become familiar. Lost in thought, Zhao Shuxian walked toward them. When she was not far from Yichun and Su Ningxue, she froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yichun was actually holding Ningxue in his arms. Holy crap, that was way too fast. Even she who had been trying to matchmake them was caught off guard. Were they already at this stage? So quick. Was Yichun really that skilled at picking up girls? It seemed she had worried for nothing. Even without her, Yichun could easily win Ningxue over. Now she absolutely must not be a third wheel and disturb them. Thinking this, Zhao Shuxian quickly slipped into a nearby store, while Yichun and Su Ningxue weren't looking. On the other side, Yichun crouched down to check Su Ningxue's ankle. It was already slightly swollen. Without delay, he picked her up and carried her toward the exit. He intended to take her to the hospital to make sure there was no fracture or other injury. Meanwhile, held in Yichun's arms with such assertiveness, Su Ningxue's face flushed bright red. Her heart began to race. This was the first time she had ever been held by a boy, and she felt very uncomfortable. But she knew Yichun meant well. He wanted to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Since she couldn't walk on her own, she had no choice but to accept. So she played the ostrich, letting Yichun, held in a boy's arms for the first time. Su Ningxue dared not meet the gaze of those around her and instinctively shut her eyes. With her head bowed, her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and the blush crept all the way to the tips of her ears. Never in her life had she been carried by a boy like this, and she felt profoundly out of her element. All she could do was silently pray for the car to come sooner, to arrive faster. Yet fate seemed to conspire against her. A journey that usually took but a few minutes stretched into an eternity for Su Ningxue, feeling as though it spanned a century. Despite her naturally aloof demeanor earning her the title of the Ice Queen campus belle, she now felt as shy as a young girl. The sheer embarrassment was overwhelming, and in her fluster, she momentarily forgot the pain throbbing in her ankle. Meanwhile, watching Yichun carry Su Ningxue away, Zhao Shuxian was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Zhao Shuxian couldn't believe her eyes. Had what she just witnessed truly occurred, or was she hallucinating? Just moments ago, Yichun and Su Ningxue's relationship seemed lukewarm at best, yet in such a short span of time, they had already progressed to this point, truly resembling a couple. Could it be that their coolness towards each other in front of her was all an act of pretense? In reality, had Yichun been courting Ningxue all along, and even already won her over? A torrent of wild speculations flooded Zhao Shuxian's mind. She never expected her cousin to be so adept at wooing women. He had effortlessly captured the heart of an icy beauty like Ningxue. Tsk. Men. Regardless, she deserved immense credit for Ningxue and Yichun getting together. Whether or not Yichun had truly struck it rich, she was determined to make him splurge. She had been craving a lavish seafood feast for ages, especially king crab and giant lobster. After all, she had helped him win over the prestigious Cold School belle, hadn't she? Making him fork out for a grand meal wasn't too much to ask, was it? Zhao Shuxian remained rooted to the spot, choosing not to follow. On the other side, as Yichun carried Su Ningxue outside, many passersby stopped to stare. Men, women, and even couples couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. The men were intensely envious of Yichun for having such a beautiful girlfriend, while the women envied Su Ningxue. They assumed she was just tired from shopping, and her boyfriend had lovingly scooped her up. They too yearned for such a handsome, attentive, and warm-hearted boyfriend. As for the couples witnessing this, the women equally envied Su Ningxue and demanded their boyfriends carry them as well. In an instant, the men who had just been envying Yichun were now groaning in despair. This was especially true for one slender young man who, upon hearing his plump, nearly 200-pound girlfriend demand the same, felt his vision darken and nearly fainted. After what felt like an interminable wait, Yichun finally carried Su Ningxue to the car. Phew! Su Ningxue let out a long, relieved breath, her body relaxing slightly. She felt her face was hotter than a raging fever. Yichun closed the door, walked around to the driver's side, started the engine, and headed straight for the nearest hospital. He drove with meticulous focus, employing his seasoned driving skills and the powerful performance of the Bentley Continental to speed down the road. Beside him, observing Yichun's earnest profile, Su Ningxue's long-dormant heart gave a sudden flutter. At this moment, the focused Yichun was incredibly handsome. Was this the feeling of being cared for by a boyfriend? It was a warm sensation, and the pain in her ankle seemed to subside. If only one day Yichun could be her boy. At that thought, Su Ningxue was startled by her own mind. What had she just been thinking? She dared not even recall. Could that strange, wonderful feeling she just experienced be what they called a heartthrob? Su Ningxue wasn't certain. Having never been in a relationship or harbored feelings for any boy before, she didn't know what it felt like to have one's heart skip a beat. But just now she was certain a sensation she had never known had stirred within her. This feeling was peculiar, impossible to articulate. It seemed that in that moment, with Yichun present, nothing else mattered. Su Ningxue had never contemplated what it would be like to have a boyfriend. Yet if she had one who cared for her when she was ill, listened and comforted her in her sorrow, and stood up for her when trouble arose, it might not be so bad. In that instant a subtle shift occurred within Su Ningxuang's heart, a change so slight she didn't even notice it herself. Thanks to Yi Chen's driving, the 20-minute trip to the hospital was completed in just 12 or 13 minutes. If he had been driving a Ferrari instead of the Bentley today, it might have been even faster. Upon reaching the hospital, Yi Chen lifted Su Ningxuang into his arms once more and carried her inside. This time, although she was still shy, her resistance had softened. Carried by Yi Chen through the necessary procedures, they finally stood before a doctor. After inquiring about her condition, the doctor began his examination. Upon finishing, he said to Su Ningxuang, "Young lady, you've found a good boyfriend. If he hadn't brought you here so promptly, things might have taken a turn for the worse." Boyfriend? Upon hearing the doctor's address, Su Ningxuang's face, which had just calmed, flushed scarlet again. We're not in that kind of relationship," she murmured in reply. "Oh, is that so? Then you should be even more grateful to him. A young man so caring and responsible is a rare find these days," the doctor remarked casually before explaining the details of Su Ningxuang's ankle injury. Thanks to their timely arrival, the issue was minor. The doctor prescribed some medication and advised her to rest for 3 or 4 days. "All right, thank you, doctor." "Thank you, doctor." After thanking him, Yi Chen carried Su Ningxuang outside and set her down on a nearby seat before going to pay the fees and collect the medicine. Since she needed to rest and returning to school would be inconvenient, Su Ningxuang called her mother to come pick her up for a few days at home. Still feeling too embarrassed from the earlier events, she was reluctant to have Yi Chen drive her home. Moreover, if Yi Chen took her home, her father would surely bombard her with questions which would be troublesome. Having made up her mind, she called her mother. 20 minutes later, Su Ningxuang's mother arrived hastily. When she got there, Yi Chen was still in line for the medicine. Despite the late hour, the hospital was quite busy. "Ningxuang, are you alright?" her mother asked anxiously, her voice filled with concern. "Mom, I'm fine, I just twisted my ankle," Su Ningxuang explained, then recounted the entire sequence of events to her mother. "I see. And where is that young man?" After listening, Su Ningxuang's mother looked around, but only her daughter was there. There was no sign of any boy. "Yi Chen went to get the medicine," Su Ningxuang explained. "Let's wait for him then." "Yes, let's wait, and be sure to thank him properly," her mother agreed with a nod. If not for this young man, her daughter would have been in danger today. 4 or 5 minutes later, Yi Chen walked over with the medicine. From a distance, he could see a gentle-looking middle-aged woman beside Su Ningxuang. Without a doubt, this was Su Ningxuang's mother. At that moment, she too was scrutinizing him carefully. Under her watchful gaze, Yi Chen, who had been perfectly at ease, began to feel a bit nervous. He couldn't explain why, but he felt as if Su Ningxuang's mother was looking at him like a mother-in-law sizing up her future son-in-law. Su Ningxuang spotted Yi Chen approaching and turned to her mother saying, "Mom, Yi Chen is here." Having already heard Su Ningxuang's account, her mother had formed a general impression of Yi Chen. As a mother, she knew her daughter's temperament well. From her daughter's tone, just now, Su Ningxuang's mother deduced that there seemed to be a hint of something unusual between her daughter and this Yi Chen. Moreover, her daughter had deliberately omitted how she had left the mall and reached the hospital after spraining her ankle. Her daughter couldn't possibly have walked out of the mall on her own with a sprained ankle. The conclusion was that Yi Chen must have supported her or carried her out. Either way, the fact that her daughter didn't object indicated something was off, decidedly off. Su Ningxuang's mother knew her daughter very well. If her daughter had accidentally sprained her ankle, even if a male classmate offered to help, her daughter would never have agreed given her personality. Unless she didn't dislike the young man, or even harbored a slight fondness for him. Since her daughter was already grown, Su Ningxuang's mother didn't call attention to it. So when she heard her daughter say Yi Chen was back, her gaze toward him shifted subtly, with a hint of a mother-in-law sizing up a prospective son-in-law. Yi Chen's instincts weren't wrong. She had no objection to her daughter dating. But if her daughter was choosing a boyfriend, she would scrutinize him carefully. If he fell short in even one aspect, he could forget about being with her daughter. Being watched by Su Ningxuang's mother, Yi Chen felt an indescribable unease. Yi Chen walked over and greeted her politely. "Hello, Annie." "Hello." Su Ningxuang's mother nodded. Her first impression of Yi Chen was decent. This young man was courteous and good-looking. "Senior Su, these are the medicines I picked up. This one." Yi Chen handed the medicines to Su Ningxuang and explained how to take each one. Beside them, Su Ningxuang's mother watched with growing satisfaction. This young man treated her daughter while showing genuine care and a sense of responsibility. Watching Yi Chen, Su Ningxuang's mother nodded. Yi Chen had passed the initial assessment. But to become her future son-in-law, he would need further observation and trials. "I've noted it all." Yi Chen explained only once, and Su Ningxuang remembered everything. At school, Su Ningxuang was not only renowned as the aloof campus belle, but also a celebrated top student with exceptional academic achievements, the type who won awards effortlessly. Yi Chen had also heard that although she was a top student, she wasn't the bookish type who did nothing else. Su Ningxuang was multi-talented with impressive skills in singing, piano, and classical dance. With the medicines obtained, there was no need to linger at the hospital. Su Ningxuang's mother and Yi Chen each took one side supporting Su Ningxuang as they walked out, though Yi Chen wouldn't have minded taking her out the same way they had arrived. Of course Yi Chen had no other intentions. He just felt it would be more convenient and time-saving. Yes, that was it. Yi Chen was a proper man. Although Yi Chen had no objections, Su Ningxuang's mother likely wouldn't approve. So Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang's mother each supported one side, carefully guiding her out. After more than 10 minutes, they helped Su Ningxuang out of the hospital. Her mother's car was parked just outside. Yi Chen glanced at it from a distance. It appeared to be a black Mercedes with a standing emblem worth over $1 million. The license plate was impressive too, ending with SJ888. As they reached the car, Yi Chen helped Su Ningxuang get in. You've worked hard today, Xiao Chen. Why not come over to our place for a visit? Not today, auntie. It's getting a bit late. Yi Chen declined with a shake of his head. He found it hard to bear the way Su Ningxuang's mother looked at him like a prospective son-in-law. Next time then. He'll make sure to visit you, auntie, Yi Chen said dismissively. All right, then it's settled. Ningxuang can discuss the details with you later. Yet his perfunctory words were taken seriously by Su Ningxuang's mother. Okay. Since she had insisted, Yi Chen could only nod in agreement. Goodbye then, Xiao Chen. Su Ningxuang's mother bid him farewell and got into the car. Su Ningxuang also said her goodbyes. As the Mercedes slowly drove away, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something and looked again. SJ888. SJ888. Isn't this the Su family's 888? Yi Chen realized with surprise. Watching the receding license plate, it suddenly clicked. At first he had assumed the SJ prefix held no special meaning. But just now thinking of Su Ningxuang's surname, it all became clear. This license plate was far from ordinary. 3/8 alone would have been nice, but not particularly special. Now, however, Yi Chen realized that this plate, meaning Su family 888, was truly remarkable. It seems Su Ningxuang's family background was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. Initially, Yi Chen had assumed she was simply a wealthy, beautiful girl from a comfortable family. But now seeing this license plate, he realized her family's status was far more formidable than he had thought. Such a license plate would be extremely difficult to obtain. After all, while plates like 88888 were flashy and prestigious, many wealthy and influential figures deliberately avoided them. Being too ostentatious was frowned upon. The more powerful one's background, the more one preferred to keep a low profile. Hence, license plates with meaningful letters followed by a few auspicious digits became the preferred choice for these influential figures and tycoons. Take Su Ningxuang's family plate for instance. It represented Su family 888. Securing such a plate would require exceptionally powerful connections. After a brief pause, Yi Chen found his Bentley and drove away. Back home, he messaged his cousin Zhao Shuxuan telling her what had happened. After hearing the full story, Zhao Shuxian felt a bit disappointed, though the explanation made sense. After all, in such a short time, how could Yi Chen have won Ningxuang over? Still, this incident would surely bring Yi Chen and Ningxuang closer together. Zhao Shuxian was reasonably satisfied. Her only regret was the seafood feast she had been so close to enjoying, now gone. No matter. Sooner or later she would have that seafood feast. After chatting with Zhao Shuxuan, Yi Chen lounged on the sofa scrolling through his phone waiting for midnight when the game store would refresh. Just then he suddenly received a WeChat message. It was from Su Ningxuang herself. Thank you. Su Ningxuang expressed her gratitude to Yi Chen for all his help that evening. Without Yi Chen things would have been troublesome. You're welcome, Yi Chen replied. Good night, heart. Su Ningxuang responded, and after some deliberation added a heart symbol at the end. After sending the message, Su Ningxuang immediately turned off her phone, a faint blush creeping across her face once more. This was the first time she had ever said goodnight to a boy and sent a heart symbol. For her it was already a significant breakthrough. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and Su Ningxuang's mother slowly walked in. Ningxuang, you're not feeling well. Get some rest early. Her mother advised her to sleep early and not stay up too long on her phone. Okay, good night, Mom. Su Ningxuang spoke. Just as her mother turned to leave, she suddenly asked, Oh, Mom, has Dad not come back yet? Not yet. He has a business dinner tonight. He needs to meet some important clients, so he'll be home quite late. Su Ningxuang's mother explained. Because of company matters, her father often came home very late. Over the years, both Su Ningxuang and her mother had grown accustomed to it. Mom, about today's matter with Yi Chen, can you not tell Dad for now? After hesitating for a moment, Su Ningxuang asked weakly. Her father was a very stern and meticulous man. If he found out about today's events involving Yi Chen, he would surely interrogate her endlessly and might even send people to investigate Yi Chen's background. It would be very troublesome. All right. Su Ningxuang's mother thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. She knew her husband's temperament well. It would be terrible if her husband ruined her daughter's first flicker of interest in a boy. That would be bad. Thank you, Mom. Seeing her mother agree, Su Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Yi Chen's villa, after replying goodnight to Su Ningxuang, Yi Chen exited WeChat and didn't continue the conversation. Su Ningxuang wasn't feeling well today and probably needed to rest early. Yi Chen resumed his own activities. Time flowed by like water, and finally, Chen waited until midnight. Chen opened the game, monthly salary 3,000, I am the world's richest man. As soon as he entered, Chen headed straight for the mall. Sure enough, the mall had refreshed as usual. Master level piano performance skill price 0. 8 yuan tenfold rebate card limit 30 million price 1. 5 yuan Centurion black card price 2. 5 yuan. This time, there were 3 brand new items. The first master level piano skill needed no introduction. It granted the same piano proficiency as a top-tier master, a valuable ability. Chen was quite interested in skills right now. Previously, Chen had been very satisfied with the top-tier driving skill he obtained. It had played a crucial role on many occasions. Take today for instance, when he drove Su Ningxue to the hospital. Without the top-tier driving skill, having just gotten his license, the 20-minute journey might have taken him half an hour. But with the top-tier driving skill, even driving a Bentley, Chen arrived in just 13 or 14 minutes. If he had been driving a sports car, he might have made it in 10. This highlighted the importance of skills. The master-level piano skill was also excellent and could prove vital in many situations. The second item was the tenfold rebate card. At first glance, it seemed inferior to the 1,000-fold rebate card Chen had received from the novice gift pack. After all, one only multiplied by 10, while the other multiplied by 1,000. However, note that this tenfold rebate card had a limit of 30 million. In other words, Chen only needed to spend 3 million to receive 30 million. This meant a net profit of 27 million. In contrast, the previous 1,000-fold rebate card had a limit of only 5 million, yielding a profit of just over 4.9 million. The difference between the two was 20 million. 20 million was an astronomical figure that an ordinary person wouldn't dare dream of in a lifetime. An average person couldn't save 20 million even if they worked for 10 lifetimes. This tenfold rebate card was excellent. Once Chen acquired it, the few million in his bank account would quickly turn into tens of millions. As for the third item, the Centurion black card, it was the most significant item in this mall refresh. When people talk about black cards, many know they're prestigious, but few understand the specifics. Internationally, the most famous black card is the Centurion black card. Its full name is the American Express Centurion black card, widely recognized as the king of cards. To own such a card, one's total assets must be at least in the 9 digits. The activation fee alone costs tens of thousands of yuan, with an annual fee of 10 to 20,000 yuan. The Centurion black card is positioned for the high-end demographic, including dignitaries, billionaires, and social elites, all key holders of this card. Owning this Centurion black card grants access to a variety of top-tier services. This includes VIP seating at major global events, exclusive privileges at premier private clubs in major cities worldwide, and premium treatment in travel activities and entertainment across the globe. It also offers experiences like F1 racing, expedited airport services, 24-hour private banking, and complimentary one-night stays at top 5-star hotels such as Hilton, Banyan Tree, and Intercontinental. In short, it is a symbol of status, prestige, and connections. Beyond that, the most critical point is the condition for obtaining the Centurion black card. Unlike other types of bank cards, the Centurion black card cannot be acquired through personal application. To obtain one, you must be invited by existing cardholders or the bank itself. This condition is extremely stringent, barring many billionaires and high-ranking officials. If you randomly gathered a dozen or even dozens of billionaires, you might not find a single Centurion black card holder among them. To obtain it, you must possess exceptionally powerful connections. Now, this very Centurion black card, coveted by countless billionaires and dignitaries, had appeared in the game's one-star mall priced at just 2 yuan and 50 cents. If those billionaires ever found out, they would surely be envious of Chen. The Centurion black card, which they struggled to obtain through countless connections and efforts, could be acquired by Chen for just 2 yuan and 50 cents. That was the difference. After pondering for a moment, Chen made his decision. The first item he would buy was naturally the Centurion black card, the most significant item in this one-star mall. Tomorrow he would purchase the tenfold rebate card, and finally the master-level piano skill. Having made his decision, Chen unhesitatingly spent 2.5 yuan to purchase the Centurion black card. Congratulations. You have successfully purchased the Centurion black card. It has been placed on your desk. Please check it. The game notification confirmed his successful purchase. Chen turned his head and saw a black bank card on the desk. Along with it were the card activation documents and other paperwork. The game had thought of everything for him. Chen picked up his first black card, examined it for a moment, nodded in satisfaction, and then put it into his wallet. Chen was ready to rest, as he had military training the next day. However, as he prepared to sleep, the school's various forums, bulletin boards, confession walls, and chat groups were unusually abuzz. They had been discussing for hours already, from 8 or 9 in the evening all the way to midnight. Even after several hours had passed, the heated debate continued with no sign of stopping. Why were these people so agitated? Simply because of a photograph. A photo secretly taken by those girls in the mall earlier, capturing Chen holding Su Ning's silhouette from behind. Because of this photo, everything exploded. Previously, whether it was him delivering water or the two of them getting out of a car together, none of it mattered. That was nothing. But now Yi Chun had actually embraced Su Ning. Things suddenly became serious. Yi Chun had actually held the school beauty in his arms, and she hadn't refused or struggled. That was very suspicious. Could the rumors from before be true? Were the two of them already in a relationship? How was that possible? One was a freshman who had just enrolled, the other was the famously aloof school beauty. In just a few days, this Yi Chun had successfully won her over. That was utterly absurd. Looking at the photo, everyone was deeply shocked. Before this, most still believed that Yi Chun and the school beauty had no connection. After all, someone had clarified that she had gotten into his Ferrari at the school gate, and they hadn't spent the night together. At that time, Su Chuking's pursuers had breathed a sigh of relief, even gloating over Yi Chun's misfortune. They thought he wasn't worthy of their aloof goddess. But now, looking at the photo of Yi Chun holding Su Ning, those who had been gloating were on the verge of tears. What was going on here? Were Yi Chun and the school beauty really together? All the boys envied Yi Chun immensely. Of course, even more people admired him greatly. He had captured the school bowtie's heart shortly after enrolling. He was an idol. Yet even so, some still refused to believe it. After all, it was just a back view. Neither Yi Chun's nor Su Ning's faces were fully visible. Those who doubted the photo's authenticity speculated that the couple in it merely resembled Yi Chun and the school beauty from behind. Or perhaps someone had deliberately photoshopped the image to defame the school beauty. The argument grew so heated that even the girls who took the photo dared not step forward to confirm its authenticity. At that moment, they were frightened and deeply regretted posting it. But now it was too late. Countless people were arguing over the photo's authenticity. Yet whether they believed it was real or a fake, everyone envied Yi Chun. To be embroiled in a rumor with the school beauty was a stroke of incredible fortune. If it were them, they'd probably be laughing in their sleep. They envied Yi Chun so much. Eventually, several groups had already planned to pay a friendly visit to Yi Chun's dormitory the next night. The next morning, as Yi Chun woke up and went outside, he once again encountered his stunning mature neighbor Ningxue out for her morning run. They jogged a lap around Ningxue Lake together, chatted for a while, and then Yi Chun returned to his villa. After getting ready, he hopped into his Bentley Continental and headed straight for the school. When he arrived at the sports field, everyone looked over at him instantly. This time, Yi Chun's arrival drew more attention than before. Delivering water earlier was nothing. Holding the aloof school beauty in his arms, that was the ultimate feat. Whether real or not, it was impressive. Even if it were fake, being the subject of such a photoshopped image and envied by everyone must feel pretty great. Yi Chun walked over to his class spot. This time, because of the photo, the girls who had surrounded him yesterday remained quiet. They were still observing, unsure of the relationship between Yi Chun and Su Ning. The boys, on the other hand, looked at him with immense admiration. Yesterday they had mocked him, today they genuinely respected him. This was a true master. While they were worrying about finding a girlfriend, he had already captured the school bowtie's heart. Old you, we were wrong yesterday. What pretty girl? Is there anyone prettier than Su? You always do the unexpected, man. That's incredible. Holding the school beauty in your arms, so envious. His three roommates surrounded him. My. Only after asking did Yi Chun learn what had happened. He casually opened a forum, and sure enough, the hottest post was the photo of him accidentally embracing Su Ning. Seeing this, Yi Chun felt a headache coming on. Yesterday, he thought his status as the school's public enemy might finally fade away. But today, he had become the school's public enemy again, and even more intensely. All he wanted was to play games quietly and become the world's richest man. Why had he become the aloof school bowtie's rumored boyfriend? It was so annoying. As time passed in the afternoon, Yi Chun received a message from his friend Fatty. Fatty, whose real name was Zhao Guan, was Yi Chun's high school classmate and good friend. He had also gotten into a university in Jiangzhou, not too far from Yi Chun's school. Fatty invited Yi Chun to hang out that evening. Having not seen him for a while, Yi Chun agreed. After the afternoon military training ended, Yi Chun returned to his villa. Around 8 in the evening, Yi Chun grabbed his wallet with the black card, got into his Ferrari, and headed straight for the bar they had agreed upon. When Yi Chun arrived, Fatty was already waiting there. Besides Fatty, there were also several of his classmates, both male and female. Seeing Yi Chun arrive, Fatty quickly walked over and gave him a big hug. The boys looked at Yi Chun with indifferent expressions while the girls' eyes lit up. What a handsome guy. Fatty pulled Yi Chun over and introduced everyone briefly. They were all young people, so there weren't many formalities. They just sat down and started playing games. After a round of the game, Yi Chun and another guy wearing Gucci unfortunately lost. The winner was a very pretty girl. Since they were playing a game, there had to be a penalty, as they had agreed earlier. The penalty was that the winner could assign one task to each loser. Glancing at Yi Chun and the guy in Gucci, the pretty girl began to think of a punishment. Alright, how about this? Take out your wallets and let us see what's inside. Since they had just met, she casually suggested a simple penalty, not something too difficult. No problem. The guy in Gucci said nonchalantly. The next second, he pulled out a wallet with the LV logo and placed it on the table, acting as if he didn't mind anyone checking it. Yi Chun said nothing and simply took out his own wallet as well. This wallet was one Yi Chun had bought in high school, costing around 100 or 200 yuan, and he had been using it ever since. The two wallets placed side by side created a stark contrast. Seeing the two wallets most people ignored, Yi Chun's entirely and focused all their attention on the other guys. The young man in Gucci attire was named Zheng Anning, rumored to come from a wealthy family. The LV wallet he produced immediately drew everyone's attention. If they weren't mistaken, it was a limited edition LV wallet worth tens of thousands of yuan. A wallet worth tens of thousands of yuan was equivalent to several years' living expenses for most of them. They were filled with envy. As for the wallet Yi Chun had just taken out, it was clearly an ordinary one from a street store. What was there to see in that? The only one present who was interested in Yi Chun's wallet was the pretty girl who had won the game earlier. She was strikingly beautiful, several notches above the other girls there. This time her reason for asking the losers to show their wallets was mainly out of curiosity about what Yi Chun kept inside. The contents of a wallet could sometimes reveal a person's circumstances. Looking at phones would have been better, as WeChat held more secrets, but since it was their first meeting, checking phones seemed inappropriate. After some thought, the pretty girl opted for the wallet. As for the chubby guy, he was familiar with Yi Chun and had seen his wallet countless times, so he wasn't interested. Zheng Anning was the first to move, opening his wallet. Instantly, it captured everyone's gaze. Zheng Anning first pulled out a stack of cash looking like a few thousand yuan. This was expected and no one was surprised. But then what he brought out next left them all stunned. Zheng Anning produced a large pile of cards from his wallet, including premium bank cards and high-tier membership cards. These immediately caught everyone's attention. Wow, how many cards is that? Impressive, truly worthy of young Master Zheng. They marveled, quickly estimating. Among the cards there were 4 or 5 bank cards and 5 or 6 membership cards. A Marriott Hotel Group Platinum card. A Beijing Golf Club Gold card. They began examining each card, starting with the membership ones. These were all for high-end venues, each with a substantial tier, and obtaining such cards required significant annual spending. The annual expenditure was considerable, possibly reaching 6 figures for some. Amazing. A gold card for Beijing Golf Club. They were deeply impressed. The most prestigious among these was the Beijing Golf Club Gold card. Beijing Golf Club was the premier golf club in Jiangzhou, without equal. Its patrons were billionaires and high-ranking officials. Membership requirements were extremely stringent. No one expected Zheng Anning to possess a gold card from there. Truly impressive. After examining the membership cards, they turned to the bank cards. These two were nothing ordinary, mostly gold or platinum cards. Hey, what kind of CCB card is this? I've never seen it before. A young man pointed at an unfamiliar card among the bank cards, asking curiously. The others followed his gaze and frowned. What card was that? They hadn't seen it either. That card. It's a CCB diamond card. Zheng Anning glanced at it and replied casually. A CCB diamond card. Did CCB even have diamond cards? They had only heard of gold and platinum cards, never diamond. They were all astonished, as this was beyond their experience. Young Master Zheng, what are the requirements for getting a CCB diamond card? The same young man continued. Requirements. Zheng Anning thought for a moment and answered calmly. I recall it's not too difficult. Just personal assets of over 10 million and annual spending of no less than 300,000. Personal assets over 10 million. The moment Zheng Anning said this, everyone present was shaken. Oh my God. To own a CCB diamond card required assets exceeding 10 million. They were all terrified. If Zheng Anning had such a diamond card, didn't that mean his personal assets exceeded 10 million? At this thought, they were even more shocked. Especially recalling Zheng Anning's casual remark that getting such a card wasn't hard. In other words, wasn't he implying that having 10 million in assets wasn't difficult? Was this what they called being lavishly wealthy? Gulp, gulp. Impressive, truly worthy of young Master Zheng. Even having such a formidable CCB diamond card, young Master Zheng is mighty. After a moment of shock, both the boys and girls began to fawn over Zheng Anning. Basking in their flattery, Zheng Anning felt elated. Truth be told, the diamond card wasn't his, it was his father's. And there wasn't much money left on it. Zheng Anning had secretly taken the card from his father to show off. He had used this CCB diamond card to impress others several times, and it had worked every time. Apart from cash bank cards and membership cards, there was nothing else in his wallet. As for Yi Chun, he was practically ignored. What use was being handsome? Could it pay the bills? By the way, would you like to show yours too? While everyone was fawning over Zheng Anning, the prettiest girl suddenly spoke to Yi Chun. She was the only one still interested in Yi Chun's wallet after seeing Zheng Anning's. Hearing her speak, the others reluctantly turned their attention. All right. Yi Chun nodded and opened his wallet. Yi Chun's wallet contained even less. Just his ID card and 2 bank cards. One was the most ordinary kind. The other was a black bank card. Everyone noticed the black card and felt curious. They had never seen one like it. But because it was alongside a regular card, they didn't ask further, assuming it was a newly issued card. They speculated silently. After examining Yi Chun's wallet, the group resumed praising Zheng Anning. Just then a young man dressed like a rich playboy passed by. Seeing him, Zheng Anning's eyes lit up. Young Master Huang. Zhang Anning quickly rose and greeted him with utmost respect. Hearing someone call out, the young man turned in surprise. Little Zhang, it's you. Upon recognizing Zhang Anning, he nodded slightly, looking extremely arrogant. Little Zhang. Young Master Huang. Hearing the exchange between them, everyone was bewildered. In their eyes, Zhang Anning, the formidable young Master Zhang, had become Little Zhang in front of this young man, young Master Huang. So what was young Master Huang's status? They dared not imagine. Let me introduce everyone. This is Huang Hai, young Master Huang. Zhang Anning introduced the young man to everyone. Hello, young Master Huang. Young Master Huang. They hurriedly greeted him, hoping to make a good impression. Huang Hai responded perfunctorily and turned to leave, not intending to say another word. These people weren't worthy. However, just as Huang Hai was about to turn, he suddenly noticed the black card in front of Yi Chun and was instantly shocked. This? Huang Hai stared blankly at the black card before Yi Chun, his eyes wide with astonishment. Seeing the strange expression on young Master Huang's face, the others were utterly bewildered. What was going on? What had happened to young Master Huang? Young Master Huang, is something the matter? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Anning stepped forward and asked respectfully. Huang Hai seemed not to hear Zhang Anning's words. Instead, he stepped forward, his right hand trembling as he picked up the black card in front of Yi Chun and examined it closely. This action left everyone present even more puzzled. Why was young Master Huang looking at Yi Chun's bank card like that? None of them could comprehend what was happening. After a careful inspection, Huang Hai swallowed enviously, then looked at Yi Chun with great respect. May I ask, is this Centurion black card yours? A Centurion black card. The mention of the Centurion black card by Huang Hai instantly terrified everyone present. Although they had never seen one, they had certainly heard of its legendary reputation. It was said to be the most formidable bank card in existence, and those who possessed it were invariably billionaires. Could it be? Could it be that Yi Chun's bank card was the legendary Centurion black card? How could that be possible? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their speculation. After all, in their minds, Yi Chun was just an ordinary college student like themselves, perhaps only slightly better looking. But no matter how they looked at it, Yi Chun didn't seem like a wealthy man. In their impression, a rich man was someone like Zhang Anning, adorned in designer clothes from head to toe. Even his rarely used wallet was a Louis Vuitton. Although they had been surprised that Yi Chun's bank card was black, none of them had dared to speculate it was a Centurion black card. But now, everyone was deeply shocked. It's mine, Yi Chun nodded. Seeing Yi Chun's nod, everyone finally believed it. Could Yi Chun's bank card truly be the legendary Centurion black card? Yi Chun was actually a holder of a black card. This was terrifying. Huang Hai respectfully returned the Centurion black card to Yi Chun. Big shot, may I ask how I should address you? Young Master Huang asked excitedly. Yi Chun. Brother Chen, it's an honor. Huang Hai, just call me Xiao Huang. Young Master Huang said with extreme politeness. Xiao Huang. The others stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. The young master they all looked up to was now asking Yi Chun to call him Xiao Huang. Didn't this mean Yi Chun was far more formidable than he was? Brother Chen, may I sit here for a moment? Huang Hai asked tentatively. Yi Chun nodded. Seeing this, Huang Hai quickly sat down beside Yi Chun and began showering him with flattery. Zhang Anning and the others remained rooted to the spot like wooden statues. Among them, Zhang Anning was the most shocked. He knew well how powerful young Master Huang was. Young Master Huang came from a powerful family, a true scion who could strut through Jiangzhou unchallenged. Compared to him, Zhang Anning was nothing. Yet now this very Jiangzhou big shot was acting like a lackey, desperately trying to please Yi Chun. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. So this unassuming Yi Chun was actually a hidden big shot all along. Brother Chen, let me toast. No, allow me to toast you. Zhang Anning reacted swiftly, immediately raising a glass of wine and toasting Yi Chun with utmost respect. I drove here, I don't drink, Yi Chun said, waving his hand in refusal. I see. Zhang Anning thought for a moment, then quickly replaced his wine with juice and toasted Yi Chun again. Soon Zhang Anning also joined the ranks of those trying to curry favor with Yi Chun. As for the others who had previously ignored him, they completely changed their cold attitude and began desperately trying to win his approval. The pretty girl looked at Yi Chun with a strange glint in her eyes. Her judgment had been right all along. This handsome guy was clearly not ordinary, and now it was proven. After hanging around for a while, Yi Chun found it boring and stood up to leave. By the way, Brother Chen, where do you live? I'd love to visit you sometime. Seeing Yi Chun about to leave, Huang Hai quickly spoke up. I just moved into Villa No. 8 in Ningxue Heavenly Palace, Yi Chun replied casually. Moved into Villa No. 8 in Ningxue Heavenly Palace. What the hell? Yi Chun's words stunned everyone once again, including Huang Hai. Ningxue Heavenly Palace. That was one of the most prestigious villa areas in Jiangzhou. Yi Chun actually lived there. He was a true hidden tycoon. The group sighed in admiration. Such an impressive figure, yet so low-key. Zhang Anning was equally moved, resolving to learn from Brother Chen and adopt a more modest lifestyle, abandoning all his luxury goods. Huang Hai knowing more than the others found his heart racing. He knew that Villa No. 8 in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace area was one of the largest villas there, and naturally, it was also one of the most luxurious residences in all of Jiangzhou. He never expected Brother Chen to live there. The security in such an exclusive villa area was extremely tight. Even he couldn't get in to visit. Brother Chen, how about we exchange WeChat contacts? Huang Hai, unwilling to give up the chance to connect with Yi Chen, spoke again. Eventually, under Huang Hai's earnest plea, Yi Chen agreed. The pretty girl also came over and added Yi Chen on WeChat. As for the others, recalling how they had ignored him earlier, they naturally didn't dare to ask for his contact. The chubby guy also wanted to leave, so Yi Chen offered him a ride back to school. As Yi Chen walked out of the bar, and they saw his car was a Ferrari worth over 5 million, everyone grew even more envious. Huang Hai personally opened the car door for Yi Chen and watched as he and the chubby guy drove off. Only after Yi Chen had disappeared into the distance did Huang Hai revert to his aloof and arrogant demeanor and depart as well. Only Zheng Anning and the others remained frozen in place, lost in thought. In the car, the chubby guy couldn't snap out of it for a long time. He still couldn't accept that his old classmate and friend had suddenly transformed into a second-generation rich kid, or maybe even a self-made one, driving a Ferrari, living in a villa, and holding a legendary black card. Was this all an illusion? The chubby guy touched the Ferrari to convince himself it was all real. Old Yi, you've made it big. Old Yi, how did you change so much in such a short time? The chubby guy couldn't help but ask. Did you win the lottery? No way, even winning the lottery wouldn't get you this much money. Fatty'll drop the act and come clean. The truth is, I've been noticed by a wealthy woman, Yi Chen said with a perfectly straight face. Noticed by a wealthy woman? You? Actually, that does seem possible. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the chubby guy blurted out. But before he could finish, catching sight of Yi Chen's handsome face, he suddenly felt it wasn't impossible for Yi Chen to be favored by a wealthy woman. Have you really been targeted by a sugar mama? The chubby guy still found it hard to believe. What sugar mama? Call her darling. Yi Chen wanted to tease him further, so he corrected. The chubby guy fell into thought, but when he noticed the faint smile at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, he suddenly understood. You jerk, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. The chubby guy muttered and decided not to ask anymore. Yi Chen dropped him off near his school and returned to his own villa. Time passed, and a few days later the military training came to a smooth end. In the evening, to welcome the new students like Yi Chen, the school held a welcome party. Su Ningxue also came along with some classmates. She had returned to school the day before, having mostly recovered from her illness. The party featured many performances, but what the new students enjoyed most were undoubtedly the dances by the beautiful senior girls. The party proceeded as usual. Backstage, Su Tyran, the head of the publicity department, was discussing with several members of the department. Tonight there was an important program. To increase interaction and liven up the entire freshman welcome party, they had added a special program with the approval of the leadership. It was to randomly select a lucky audience member and have them perform a temporary act on stage. Anything from singing, dancing, magic to crosstalk. In a moment, our lucky audience member will be him. Su Tyran took out his phone, found a photo, and said to his companions. Was the lucky audience member rigged? Filled with curiosity, they looked over. On Su Tyran's phone was a photo of Yi Chen and Su Ningxue. It was the very photo taken secretly when Su Ningxue had brought Yi Chen water on the first day of military training. At that moment, the person Su Tyran was pointing to was Yi Chen. Just one glance at the photo, and these people understood why Su Tyran was doing this. Su Tyran's motive was absolutely not for Yi Chen's benefit. Having been in the publicity department for a considerable time, they all knew that the minister Su Tyran was a suitor of Su Ningxue. He had even confessed to the campus belle, Su, only to be rejected without hesitation. Now Su Tyran was arranging for Yi Chen to be chosen as the lucky audience member. He definitely wanted to make Yi Chen lose face. What's wrong? Any problem? Su Tyran asked. Understood. They'll find out where this Yi Chen is right away. Since Su Tyran had spoken, the others naturally had no objections. Hey Yi Chen, just wait and see. A cold sneer appeared on Su Tyran's face. Originally, selecting a lucky audience member was indeed meant to increase interaction and boost the atmosphere. But when Su Tyran saw the photo of Yi Chen holding Su Ningxue, he immediately exploded. His goddess! How could she be held by a man? That was absolutely unacceptable. So Su Tyran came up with this scheme. As long as he and his companions kept their mouths shut, who would know that the lucky audience member had been prearranged? Once Yi Chen was selected, the show would begin. He had secretly inquired earlier and learned that Yi Chen seemed to have no talents whatsoever. Therefore, when Yi Chen was chosen, he would most likely refuse. Refusing in front of so many people would surely make him lose all face. Moreover, he had noticed that the campus belle, Su, had also arrived. That way Yi Chen would be humiliated right in front of her. That would certainly be quite spectacular. Of course, apart from refusal, Yi Chen might also agree. After all, under the gaze of so many, and especially in front of the campus belle, Yi Chen might steel himself and agree. That would be even better. Since Yi Chun had no talents, even if he went on stage he would surely make a fool of himself. Equally spectacular. No matter which option Yi Chun chose, the outcome would not be good. That was exactly what Su Tairan wanted to see. He didn't care whether the photo of Yi Chun holding the campus bell, Su, was real or not. Even if it was fake, anyone daring to spread rumors with the campus bell, Su would have to pay the price. This was the first time the campus bell Su had been involved in a rumor. The crosstalk performance on stage ended and the selection of the lucky audience member began. Below the stage, some were excited, hoping to be chosen, so they could show off in front of the entire school. Others were praying that they wouldn't be picked. They had no talents and being chosen would be a huge embarrassment. Soon all the lights in the venue went out, leaving only a single white spotlight. The white light began to spin around the venue without stopping. Finally, the white spotlight landed on Yi Chun without any suspense. Su Tairan's scheme had officially begun. Alright, the lucky audience member has been selected. This classmate right here. The host announced excitedly on stage. Instantly, everyone below the stage turned to look at Yi Chun. Especially those who knew him or had heard of him were utterly astonished. They never expected the lucky audience member to be him. Yi Chun was also somewhat surprised. Was it really such a coincidence? Ding dong. Suddenly, Yi Chun's phone rang. He had been looking at it just a moment ago. Yi Chun saw a new message which came from the game, monthly salary 3,000, I am the world's richest man. He immediately opened it. Challenge released, stop being modest, go on stage and showcase your talent, let everyone know your strength. Challenge reward, become the president of Yilin Agency, acquire 30 ownership of Yilin Agency worth 300 million. Seeing this, Yi Chun was taken aback. He hadn't expected the reward for this challenge to be so generous. Not only would he become the president of Yilin Agency, but he would also receive 30 ownership of the agency worth 300 million. This challenge had to be completed. It was the biggest reward Yi Chun had ever encountered. He put away his phone, having made his choice. Soon a staff member came over and invited Yi Chun onto the stage. Another staff member handed Yi Chun a microphone. What's your name, classmate? The host asked politely. Yi Chun. Classmate Yi, do you have any talents? The host inquired. If you do, please feel free to show them. If not, that's fine too. You can decline. I can play the piano. Yi Chun thought for a moment and replied. Earlier he had purchased a master-level piano performance skill from the in-game shop. He hadn't expected to use it so soon, just a few days later. Hearing Yi Chun's answer, the host was startled. This was different from what Su Tairan had told him. Wasn't Yi Chun supposed to be talentless? How could he play the piano? Backstage, Su Tairan was equally bewildered. This didn't match his investigation. When had Yi Chun learned to play the piano? Judging by your relaxed demeanor, classmate, you must be quite skilled at the piano. The host, being seasoned and having hosted many large galas, quickly recovered. Just so-so. Yi Chun answered casually. He felt that his current piano skills were still average, just a bit short of the world's top masters. Just so-so. Hearing this, the host nodded. That made things easier. Backstage, Su Tairan also breathed a sigh of relief, a cold sneer spreading across his face. Since he played just so-so, that was perfect. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Su Tairan's mind. So Yi Chun could play the piano, could he? Very well, excellent. Su Tairan quickly whispered his plan to the host through the earpiece. After listening, the host nodded in understanding. Student Yi, we've already heard an ordinary piano performance, the host began. Indeed, a piano piece had just been performed. I wonder if you know how to play a four-hand piano piece. Four-hand piano, in simple terms, involves two people sitting together and playing on a single piano. It was a considerable challenge. Four-hand piano. The audience, who had previously lost all interest, suddenly perked up at the mention of it. They had only seen such impressive performances on television and were deeply moved by them. They wondered if they would have the chance to witness it live today. That's acceptable, Yi Chun nodded. That's wonderful, the host said. How about this? You'll find another audience member to join you for a four-hand piece. With that, the host stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Does anyone here know how to play the piano? Please don't hesitate to volunteer. Upon hearing this, the audience, who had just been revitalized, fell silent. Few people knew how to play the piano, let alone the more demanding four-hand repertoire. A profound silence fell over the venue, and not a single hand was raised. Meanwhile, Su Tairan had quietly slipped out from the backstage and taken a seat in the audience. This plan had just occurred to him. As luck would have it, Su Tairan had played the piano since childhood and was quite skilled. He had even spent a year learning four-hand pieces specifically to impress girls and show off. So when Yi Chun mentioned he could play, Su Tairan quickly devised a new scheme. Su Tairan believed he was the only person present who could play the piano, let alone perform four-hand pieces. He decided he wanted to go on stage. Today, the school's beauty, Su, was in attendance. He planned to raise his hand and play alongside Yi Chun. That way, with Yi Chun's mediocre piano skills as a contrast, his own proficiency would shine even brighter. He could showcase his impressive talents. School beauty Su would surely be impressed. Upon reaching the audience area, Su Tairan didn't rush to raise his hand. Instead, he scanned the room. No one in the entire venue had raised a hand. Just as he had expected. His chance to show off, trample on Yi Chun, and win Su's heart was almost here. Lost in his thoughts, a victorious smile already spread across Su Tairan's face. I am willing to perform with Yi Chun. However, just as Su Tairan was feeling pleased with himself, an unexpected voice came from behind. Everyone turned around in an instant. When the audience saw who had stepped forward, they were all stunned into silence, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? This voice also snapped Su Tairan out of his fantasy. He turned his head and saw the person standing up. He was equally dumbfounded. School beauty Su. Why was she standing up? Indeed, the one who had volunteered to perform with Yi Chun was none other than Su Ningxue. Seeing her, Su Tairan was completely taken aback. The situation had developed far beyond his expectations. He never imagined Su would step forward. At this moment, Su Tairan's mind was a blank. Su Ningxue then walked out on her own. To be honest, Su Ningxue did know how to play the piano, and she played quite well. However, she had little experience with forehand pieces. Originally, given her personality, she wouldn't have volunteered. But seeing no one willing to play with Yi Chun, leaving him in an awkward position, and remembering how he had helped her when she sprained her ankle, Su Ningxue decided to step forward after a moment's thought. On stage, the host was also stunned to see Su Ningxue stand up. How had things turned out this way? Shouldn't Su Tairan have been the one to volunteer? While the host was still in a daze, Su Ningxue had already walked onto the stage. By the time the host reacted, it was too late. There was no way to help Su Tairan now. The host had no choice but to announce that Yi Chun and Su Ningxue would perform together. Some staff members brought out a piano. Yi Chun and Su Ningxue conferred briefly before sitting down at the piano together. Seeing this, all the boys in the audience were filled with envy. They too wished they could sit so closely beside the school beauty. Now let's welcome Yi Chun and school beauty Su as they perform the famous piano piece Butterfly Lovers. Everyone please give them a warm welcome. The host announced loudly. Butterfly Lovers was a very renowned forehand piano piece. I'd like to see how you handle it when you hold Su back, Su Tairan muttered, glaring viciously at Yi Chun. At this moment, he was insanely jealous of Yi Chun for getting to play the piano with Su. He should have raised his hand first. If he had, Yi Chun wouldn't have had the chance to play with her. But it was too late now. All Su Tairan could do was envy Yi Chun and secretly curse him to make a mistake and ruin the performance. After all, Yi Chun had just said his playing was mediocre. Soon Yi Chun and Su Ningxue began to play. A beautiful melody filled the air, and in an instant the entire audience was captivated by the piano music. At that moment, everyone felt a strange illusion. It was as if Yi Chun and Su Ningxue on stage had become a pair of lovers, just like Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai from the story. They truly were a perfect match. Their playing was incredibly in sync, so much so that one could say they were linked in heart and mind. After listening for a while, everyone watching Yi Chun and Su Ningxue on stage began to feel something was amiss. Wasn't this supposed to be a welcome party for new students? How had it suddenly turned into a display of public affection? Especially the single people who found the scene particularly unwelcoming. They had come to watch a show, not to be force-fed a love story. They felt as if they had been struck with a devastating blow. As for Su Tairan, he was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. Was this what Yi Chun called mediocre playing? This is mediocre. This was already comparable to the skills of a master pianist in the country. It surpassed his own abilities by countless times. Su Tairan's mind was racing with complaints. At this moment, he was consumed by regret. He had wanted to embarrass Yi Chun, but how had it turned into helping Yi Chun showcase his talent and win over the school beauty? If Su Tairan had known that it was his forehand piano idea that had prompted Su Ningxue to step forward, he would probably have spat blood. He had wanted Yi Chun to lose face in front of everyone, including Su Ningxue, but it had instead helped to foster a connection between them. Su Tairan felt utterly defeated. Meanwhile, as the music faded away, Yi Chun and Su Ningxue finished their performance. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although the audience felt they had been fed a hefty serving of public affection, inwardly a bit displeased, in all honesty, the two played beautifully, especially Yi Chun. All the spectators applauded from their hearts. At that moment, even Su Ningxue's admirers couldn't help but clap for Yi Chun. Despite being rivals and love him, at least in their own minds, they had to admit that Yi Chun's performance was truly outstanding. Watching Yi Chun and Su Ningxue sitting together, everyone felt they were a perfect match. The only one present who did not clap was Su Tairan. Su Tairan sat there, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. He simply couldn't accept that what he just heard was played by Yi Chun. That was already at a master's level. This was what Yi Chun called average. Su Tairan felt the bitter taste of his own folly, having shot himself in the foot. He had chosen Yi Chun as the lucky audience member to humiliate him. Instead, he ended up helping Yi Chun, allowing him and Su Ningxue to understand each other more deeply. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Slap. In the end, he couldn't help but slap himself. The people next to Su Tairan were dumbfounded as they watched him slap himself for no reason. After a moment of hesitation, they moved far away. They never thought there would be a lunatic at the university. Yi Chun and Su Ningxue finished their performance and slowly rose to their feet. That was truly magnificent. Let's give another round of applause to student Yi Chun and our school belle Sue. The host walked onto the stage speaking with deep emotion. Another wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. After leaving the stage, Yi Chun and Su Ningxue parted ways. Watching Yi Chun walk back to his class, Su Ningxue felt even more curious about him. She had initiated the duet to ease his embarrassment. A four-hand piano piece requires immense skill. Initially, she thought Yi Chun's piano proficiency was on par with hers. Yet during the performance, Su Ningxue was genuinely astounded. Yi Chun's level was incredibly high, truly masterful. Several times, she nearly made mistakes, but fortunately, Yi Chun covered for her. Yi Chun was indeed a hidden treasure. In Su Ningxue's heart, her perception of Yi Chun began to subtly shift. These changes were minutes so subtle that she didn't even notice them herself. Lao Yi, I never knew you were so talented. Impressive, Lao Yi. Your skill stunned the entire room. And playing the piano with our school belle, you're so lucky, Lao Yi. As Yi Chun returned to his class area, some familiar classmates quickly gathered around, saying with great emotion, "It was nothing, just average," Yi Chun replied modestly. Then he found a quiet corner and sat down. Once he was sure no one was watching, Yi Chun eagerly took out his phone. The rewards from this challenge were what he valued most. It was something worth 300 million. How could that not be exciting? Once he received these rewards, Yi Chun's net worth would surpass 500 million. Excitedly, he opened the game. Monthly salary 3,000, in the world's richest. Challenge complete. Congratulations. You have obtained 30 ownership of Yilin Entertainment Company and become its president. The acquisition contract is on your villa's office desk. Please check it. Obtain 7 experience points. Obtain 3 points. As soon as he opened his phone, a pop-up notification appeared. The challenge was successfully completed. Yi Chun not only gained ownership of the 3 billion yuan Yilin Entertainment Company and became its president, but also received 7 experience points and 3 points. This was an unexpected bonus. Yi Chun also checked his level. Player level LV1 20,100. Shop level 1-star shop, 1850. At this point, Yi Chun had accumulated 20 experience points and 18 points. He was getting closer to leveling up. Yi Chun was very satisfied. View specific information about Yilin Entertainment Company. Suddenly another prompt appeared. The game was thoughtful, even preparing the company's details for Yi Chun. View. Yi Chun didn't know much about Yilin Entertainment, so why wouldn't he check the information now? After all, he was the president and part of the company belonged to him. Soon the company's details appeared on the game screen. Yi Chun skimmed through it and got the gist. Yilin Entertainment was founded 3 years ago by several owners. Its main business was cultivating online influencers and streamers, primarily on platforms like Douyin and Shark. To date, the company's total value had reached an impressive 1 billion. The company had successfully nurtured several influencers with millions of followers on Douyin and had also developed multiple promising streamers on Shark. With the explosive growth of short videos and the live streaming industry, Yilin Entertainment was thriving. This meant that while Yi Chun's current 30 ownership was worth 300 million, it could potentially be worth even more in a year. More importantly, Yilin Entertainment was located right in Jiangzhou. After reading this, Yi Chun was extremely pleased. He decided to go for a visit. As the new president, an inspection was crucial. With the 30 ownership in Yilin Entertainment, Yi Chun's net worth successfully surpassed 500 million. He was deeply impressed. This game truly lived up to its name. Monthly salary 3,000, in the world's richest. He had only recharged a few yuan in total, and now his worth had skyrocketed countless times, making him a billionaire. Who would have imagined that just a while ago Yi Chun was an ordinary student just entering university? Now he was the owner of a top-tier restaurant, a shopping center, and a large entertainment agency. The game, monthly salary 3,000, in the world's richest, was eternally divine. Military training was over, and tomorrow happened to be Saturday, a day of rest. Yi Chun looked up the address of Yilin Entertainment and decided to visit the next day. At the same time, Yi Chun became the owner of Yilin Entertainment. In the meeting room of Yilin Entertainment, all the company's senior executives were summoned. The company's president announced to everyone that a mysterious wealthy tycoon had acquired his ownership stake. From now on, the company would have a new president. Hearing this, all the executives were in an uproar. It was too sudden. However, in this industry, such changes were not uncommon. "I don't know much about your new boss either, just that his name is Yi Chun," the former president said briefly before leaving. This left the executives in intense discussion. "I wonder what kind of person this President Yi is, eh? As the saying goes, new dynasty, new officials. With a new boss, we must work even harder and be more diligent." Everyone harbored their own private thoughts, all pondering how to please their new boss Yi Chun. Ahem, everyone quiet down. At that moment, a man in his 30s or 40s stepped forward. He was Yang Xuemin, the general manager of Yilin Entertainment, second in command only to the president. "Now that President Yi has taken over, I think we should contact him as soon as possible," Yang Xuemin suggested. The former president had left Yi Chun's contact information. "I agree. Sounds good." Others nodded in agreement. Picking up his phone, Yang Xuemin nervously dialed Yi Chun's number. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, is this President Yi?" This is Yang Xuemin, the general manager of Yilin Entertainment. I'm manager Yang. Yi Chen's voice came through the phone. We just learned that you've acquired the company. Do you have any instructions? He'll come by the company tomorrow morning to have a look. Nothing else for now, Yi Chen replied. Very well, I will make sure everything is prepared for your arrival, Yang Xuemin said obsequiously. After hanging up, he informed the others of Yi Chen's visit the next morning. Instantly, everyone became nervous. Meeting the new boss was bound to be stressful. Everyone, we must be on top of our game tomorrow. We absolutely have to make a good impression on President Yi, Yang Xuemin emphasized again. After all, first impressions were crucial. Time passed, and a new day dawned. Finally finished with military training, Yi Chen slept in. In the morning, he got into his Ferrari and headed straight for Yilin Entertainment. At Yilin Entertainment, all the senior executives had already begun to wait anxiously. Following the navigation, half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived in front of the company. After parking the car, he stepped out, slowly glancing around with a hint of curiosity. The company occupied a small office building. Part of the building housed the offices for various departments, while the rest was renovated into independent live streaming rooms for the company's streamers. The surroundings of Yilin Entertainment were quite pleasant. Just as Yi Chen was about to head towards the entrance, a roar echoed from not far away. A rare pink Lamborghini drove up and came to a stop directly in front of the company. A tall woman with sunglasses stepped out gracefully. She was rather attractive, with the quintessential look of an internet celebrity. After getting out, she glanced around with an air of arrogance. Her gaze eventually landed on Yi Chen. Are you with Yilin Entertainment? She asked condescendingly. Sort of, I just joined yesterday, Yi Chen said, nodding after a moment's thought. Seeing Yi Chen nod, the woman tossed him the keys to the Lamborghini. Park my car somewhere, she commanded, treating him as if he were a valet. Yi Chen stared at her, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't he here to inspect the company? How had he become a valet? Do it yourself, he said, tossing the keys back to her. Though the woman was attractive and likely had many sycophants, Yi Chen wasn't going to indulge her. Given his current status, he wouldn't tolerate it even if he weren't the boss or a wealthy man. Huh. She caught the keys, stunned. This was a first for her. Usually wherever she went, countless men would fight for the privilege of parking her car, considering it an honor. But now a man had rejected her, and a new employee at that. She couldn't believe it. You're just a rookie, and you're sure about refusing me, she challenged. Do you know who I am? I'm Ningxue, she declared, trying to intimidate him. Ningxue? Never heard of her, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. He genuinely didn't recognize the name. Ningxue was furious. She was one of Yilin's top stars, a major influencer with millions of followers. She threatened him. One word from me, and you're fired. Is that so? Yi Chen chuckled, amused. In this entire company, no one but him had that power. His skepticism infuriated Ningxue even more. Just you wait, she said, pulling out her phone to make a call. Sister Xie, please don't be upset. A girl with long legs wearing a white t-shirt rushed over to intervene. The newcomer's striking beauty instantly overshadowed Ningxue's. She was campus beauty material. He's just a new employee fresh out of college and doesn't know any better, the girl said, speaking up on his behalf. The girl by Hanyan had come out of the building and overheard the argument. She instinctively assumed Yi Chen was a green newcomer to the workforce. She thought of her own struggles when she had just graduated. She remembered being clueless and getting into trouble. If someone had helped her back, then she wouldn't have been fired from her previous job without a single paycheck. Seeing Yi Chen, she felt compelled to step in. Fresh out of college and clueless. Ningxue sneered. Sister Xie, Bai Hanyan tried again. Shut up. Ningxue snapped, losing patience. Bai Hanyan felt a pang of hurt, but didn't back down. She was determined to help this young man. Just as she was about to speak again, Yi Chen gently stopped her. Thank you for your kindness, he said to her. He appreciated the gesture, but didn't need her to appease Ningxue on his behalf. But you're new here, you'll suffer a lot of losses like this, she explained. She had been just like him once, and it had cost her. Just you wait, Ningxue said, confidently dialing a number. Uncle Lu, I was just insulted by a new employee at the company entrance. Once the call connected, Ningxue twisted the truth without hesitation. This Uncle Lu was a senior manager at Yilin, a close friend of her father and her personal patron within the company. It was this connection, along with her fame, that allowed her to run rampant. All right, I'll come out and see, Manager Lu said, hanging up in the meeting room. Old Lu, what's wrong? Yang Xuemin asked, noticing his change in expression. At that moment, Yang Xuemin and the other executives were anxiously waiting for President Yi's arrival. It's nothing, just a small issue with Ningxue outside, Manager Lu explained. Yang Xuemin's face also darkened. He was well aware of Ningxue's domineering nature, but he turned a blind eye because she was one of the company's top streamers and had Liu's backing. But now, with President Yi about to arrive, she was causing trouble again. What if President Yi saw this and was displeased? Could Ningxue bear that responsibility? Let's all go out and tell her to calm down, Yang Xuemin decided. It's about time to welcome President Yi anyway. The others in the meeting room agreed, and soon a procession of executives made their way to the entrance under Yang's. Outside, Ningxue gloated to Yi Chen. Just wait, you'll be crying soon. Sister Xie. Bai Hanyin began knowing the weight of Ningxue's words within the company. She knew that if Ningxue followed through, the young man would almost certainly be fired. Jobs were hard to come by and Yilin's benefits were relatively good. It was incredibly difficult for a fresh graduate to land such a position. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A group of company executives emerged. Spotting manager Lu in the crowd, Ningxue's confidence soared. Upon exiting, the executives of Yilin Entertainment Agency immediately spotted Ningxue, Chen, and Bai Hanyin. Unfortunately, they only recognized Ningxue and Bai Hanyin, not Chen. The dossier the former president had provided on Chen contained only his phone number, no photograph. The executives stood at the company's entrance preparing to welcome President Ye's imminent arrival. Manager Yang will go handle this. Supervisor Lu glanced at Ningxue, then spoke to Yang Xuemin. Go ahead. And from now on, keep Ningxue in line. Yang Xuemin nodded, adding the last remark as a pointed reminder. Understood. Supervisor Lu nodded and strode towards Ningxue and the other two. Seeing Supervisor Lu approach, Ningxue's smugness swelled. Get ready to be fired. Ningxue crossed her arms, radiating arrogance. What's going on here? Supervisor Lu walked over, his tone laced with impatience. President Yi will be here any moment. Causing a scene at the company entrance is just asking for trouble. Supervisor Lu, they were insulting me, Ningxue said preemptively, playing the victim as she pointed at Chen and Bai Hanyin. I worked so hard for this company, she continued, feigning innocence. And now my own colleagues are trying to push me out. You have to stand up for me. Supervisor Lu nodded after hearing Ningxue's account. He had a general sense of the situation, and knowing Ningxue's character, he suspected the actual events differed from her version. But right now the truth didn't concern him. The priority was to smooth things over, get Ningxue to stop her antics, and ensure a proper welcome for President Yi. Today's summons for Ningxue was in fact Supervisor Liu's own arrangement. He had called her in specifically to give her a chance to be seen by President Yi, hoping she might make a favorable impression. Supervisor Lu, that's not what happened. Bai Hanyin interjected hastily, trying to clarify things for Chen. Ningxue started causing trouble for him the moment she arrived. He was just defending me, and then Ningxue. But before Bai Hanyin could finish, Supervisor Lu cut her off. That's enough. Do you think I don't know what really happened? Supervisor Lu scolded. His reprimand infuriated Bai Hanyin. Ningxue was the one being insolent, yet Supervisor Lu not only failed to correct her, but was now scolding Bai Hanyin instead. Seeing Bai Hanyin get berated, a triumphant smile spread across Ningxue's face. Supervisor Lu, people like this shouldn't be allowed to stay, Ningxue pressed. Fire them both. They'll take that into consideration. If things are as you say, they won't be staying with Yilin Entertainment. Supervisor Lu declared, putting on a show of impartiality. Even a fool could see where this was heading. He had already sided with Ningxue and was prepared to dismiss Chen and Bai Hanyin. Thank you, Supervisor Lu. Ningxue quickly added, you're the leader who cares most about the employees, the most fair and just. She fawned over Supervisor Lu while casting a mocking glance at Chen and Bai Hanyin. Her arrogance was practically etched onto her face. Bai Hanyin trembled with rage, watching Supervisor Lu collude with Ningxue. People who blatantly played favorites while pretending to be fair were the most despicable. With a leader like you, Yilin Entertainment is doomed to fail. This company isn't worth staying in anyway. Bai Hanyin was thoroughly disappointed. Though she had been willing to plead with Ningxue for Chen's sake, she had her own principles. In a situation like this, she would never bow her head or beg. If it came to it, she would simply quit. You? Supervisor Lu was livid at being called out directly. Before he could say another word, Bai Hanyin turned to leave and pack her things. But just as she began to move, Chen blocked her path. Chen was determined to see this through. Bai Hanyin was under his protection. Having a leader like you makes me embarrassed for Yilin Entertainment, Chen said coldly, stepping forward to face Supervisor Lu directly after stopping Bai Hanyin. Previously, he might have ignored the misconduct of such an employee and leader. But now that he was the president of Yilin Entertainment, he was going to get to the bottom of this. The others present were startled by Chen's sudden boldness. What's your position here? Chen asked. In the HR, Supervisor Lu replied coldly. I was going to investigate this properly, but seeing your blatant disrespect towards a superior, there's nothing more to discuss. Pack your things and get out. You're both fired. Supervisor Lu, enraged, immediately terminated Chen and Bai Hanyin. The one who should be leaving Yilin is you. Chen stated calmly, his words shocking everyone. His statement left everyone around him dumbfounded. What? Did they hear that right? This young man just said Supervisor Lu should be the one to leave. They must be hearing things. Bai Hanyin was stunned, never expecting Chen to be so audacious. Even Ningxue's face was etched with disbelief. Supervisor Lu, on the other hand, was utterly enraged. Fine. Very well, he bellowed at Chen. Not far away, Yang Xuemin and the others still waiting for President Yi were startled by the commotion. What was happening over there? Yang Xuemin's expression darkened. He had told Lu to handle things quickly, but it seemed the situation was escalating instead. With that thought, Yang Xiumin moved towards them. Seeing Yang Xiumin on the move, the other executives followed suit. Bai Hanyan and you. Supervisor Lu pointed at both Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan, continuing his tirade. But he trailed off after naming Bai Hanyan, struggling to name the other. It was only then that Supervisor Lu realized he didn't know this young man's name. You there, what's your name? He demanded. Yi Chun. Yi Chun. Fine. From this moment on, you Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan are. As he heard the name, Supervisor Lu continued speaking, but his words died in his throat. Wait. What? What did this kid say his name was? Yi Chun. Why did that name sound so familiar? Supervisor Lu couldn't believe his ears. His voice trembling, he asked, WH. What did you say your name was? Yi Chun, Yi of the leaf, Chun of the hour, did you hear that? Yi Chun replied calmly. Yi Chun. A thunderclap roared in Manager Liu's ears at those two simple words. Manager Liu's mouth fell open, utterly stunned. On the other side, Yang Xiumin approached with a group of senior company executives, overhearing Yi Chun's words. In an instant, Yang Xiumin and the executives stood frozen like wooden chickens. What? This young man's name is Yi Chun. Staring at Yi Chun, Yang Xiumin and the executives were all bewildered. Looking at the shocked expressions of Manager Lu, Yang Xiumin and the executives Ningxue and Bai Hanyan were equally confused. They had no idea what was happening. Bai Hanyan, an ordinary employee of the company, naturally didn't know the name of their new boss. As for Ningxue, when Manager Lu contacted her, he only told her the company had a new boss, President Yi, without revealing his full name. Therefore, Ningxue didn't know President Yi's name either. Watching Manager Lu, whose face had turned pale and whose body was trembling uncontrollably, Ningxue was filled with confusion. What's wrong with Uncle Lu? He was fine just a moment ago. Why has he become like this now? Ningxue thought carefully, and it seemed that it was only after learning that the young man who had confronted her was named Yi Chun that Uncle Lu had changed. So what if his name is Yi Chun? Isn't it just an ordinary name? There's nothing special about it. Ningxue couldn't figure it out and couldn't help asking Manager Lu. Uncle Lu, what's the matter with him being called Yi Chun? However, Manager Lu seemed not to hear her and didn't answer. Seeing that Uncle Lu didn't respond, Ningxue stepped forward and shook his arm. Only after that shake did Manager Lu snap back to reality. Uncle Lu, what's the matter with him being called Yi Chun? Ningxue asked again. Gulp, gulp. Manager Lu swallowed hard several times and answered with a trembling voice. The new president of our Yilin agency company is also named Yi Chun. What? Hearing Manager Liu's answer, Ningxue was taken aback, unable to believe what she had heard. The new president Yi is also named Yi Chun. Ningxue suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Chun, her eyes filled with shock. Beside her, Bai Hanyan was also stunned. What? She had heard yesterday that the company had a new president, but she didn't know his name. Could it be that this young man she instinctively assumed was a fresh graduate is actually the company's new president Yi? No way is it such a coincidence. Excuse me. Are you? Manager Lu asked Yi Chun cautiously, his face ashen. Yes, I am that Yi Chun, the new president of Yilin agency company. Yi Chun replied calmly. Upon receiving Yi Chun's affirmative answer, Manager Lu nearly had a heart attack. Really? He's really the new president? He's the President Yi he was supposed to welcome. Manager Lu was completely dumbfounded. As for Ningxue, her vision went dark and she nearly fainted from fright. This young man is actually her new boss, the company's new president, President Yi. Ningxue was terrified. She had initially mistaken her own boss for a valet parking attendant and even spoke arrogantly in front of him. The more she thought about it, the more frightened Ningxue became, her legs trembling incessantly. She was doomed, truly doomed. She was dead for sure. After the scene she had just caused, even the most forgiving person wouldn't let her off easily. Nearby, Yang Xiumin and the executives, having confirmed Yi Chun's identity, hurried over. Hello, President Yi. Welcome, President Yi. Good day, President Yi. As they approached, Yang Xiumin and the executives quickly greeted Yi Chun. At this moment, their feelings mirrored Manager Liu's. Their hearts were pounding wildly. After all this time, the President Yi they had been waiting for had already arrived. They had been watching a show only to find the main character was their own president. Although they weren't entirely sure what had happened here, it wasn't hard to imagine that Manager Lu, as Ningxue's elder, must have clashed with President Yi because of her. At the thought of this, even they felt a wave of lingering fear. They had prepared so much to please President Yi, but it was all wasted. They had originally wanted to make a good first impression. Now it seemed they had made things worse. Looking at Yi Chun, Yang Xiumin and the executives couldn't calm down for a long time. They still couldn't fully accept it. This young man is their new president. President Yi is so young. They knew he was young and had guessed he might be around 26 or 27. But now seeing President Yi with their own eyes, they were all stunned. He looked only 18 or 19, at most 20. At 20, he's already the president of the company, their superior. It's unbelievable. President Yi, Yang Xiumin, the general manager of the company. I've contacted you before. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xiumin stepped forward. As the general manager, he couldn't avoid this. We'll deal with your matters later. I need to handle them first. Yi Chen replied to Yang Shuamin, then looked at Manager Liu and Ningxue. President Yi, I was wrong. I was wrong. Manager Liu repeatedly apologized to Yi Chen, filled with fear. Slap. Slap. Finally, Manager Liu even started slapping himself. Yi Chen, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I was blind. Manager Liu continued to apologize profusely, hoping for forgiveness. This was too serious a matter. President Yi, I was wrong too. Please don't hold it against me. On the other side, Ningxue also acted, grabbing Yi Chen's arm and begging for mercy. I don't want to say much. They'll give you 5 minutes to pack your things and get out of Yilan. Yi Chen said with no room for doubt. They'll return the words you just said to you. Yilan Agency Company doesn't need employees like you. Now, no matter how Manager Liu and Ningxue begged, it was useless. President Yi, I was wrong. President Yi, please forgive me. Manager Liu and Ningxue pleaded repeatedly, not wanting to leave. Manager Yang, where are the company's security guards? Yi Chen turned his head and asked. Understood, understood. Yang Shuamin nodded hastily, then immediately sent someone to fetch the security guards. Soon a few security guards ran over and directly hoisted Manager Liu and Ningxue up, carrying them away. After Manager Liu and Ningxue left, the scene quieted down considerably. Yi Chen bid farewell to Bai Hanyan. Then Yi Chen, along with Yang Shuamin and other senior company executives, headed toward the Yilan Entertainment Company. Only a stunned Bai Hanyan remained standing in place. Watching Yi Chen walk away, Bai Hanyan was still dazed. Yi Chen, the new president of the company. She couldn't calm her heart. She had just mistaken the new president of the company for a recent college graduate who had just joined the company. How embarrassing. Moreover, she had pleaded with Ningxue on his behalf. Now thinking back, without her intervention, Yi Chen could have handled it easily, and even the subsequent events might not have occurred. How could she be so foolish? Meanwhile, in the conference room of Yilan Entertainment Company, Yi Chen sat in the front seat, his expression cold as he looked at the crowd. The senior executives lowered their heads in silence, the atmosphere eerily tense. Their hearts were in their throats, extremely nervous. President Yi had arrived, but the process had turned out far different from what they had planned. Things often developed beyond expectation. They had never imagined they would come to know President Yi in such a manner. How terribly awkward. Ahem. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Below, the senior executives nervously raised their heads. I do not wish for what happened today to ever repeat in our Yilan company, Yi Chen said coldly. Now, as the president of a company, naturally, he could not face them with the attitude of a former student. Moreover, he was genuinely dissatisfied with what had just happened, so his face remained cold. By now, Yi Chen had already adapted to the role of president. President Yi, I assure you such a thing will never happen again. Yang Shuamin quickly spoke, giving his guarantee. I don't care about the past, but now that I've taken over the company, I don't want leaders like Manager Liu. Yi Chen continued scanning the room. If any of you are like that, I hope you will restrain yourselves from now on, or resign voluntarily. If I find out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the executives nodded repeatedly. Conduct a thorough investigation of the company to dismiss anyone with improper ties to Manager Liu, Yi Chen added. I will give the order immediately and ensure a thorough check. Yang Shuamin took the lead in replying. Yi Chen spoke a few more things, and then left the conference room. Afterwards, under Yang Zumin's guidance, Yi Chen arrived at the president's office. The president's office of Yilan Entertainment Company was naturally the largest, best located, and most luxuriously decorated room in the entire company. Yi Chen sat in the office listening to Yang Shuamin report on some work. After the report, Yang Shuamin left to handle the matters Yi Chen had just instructed in the conference room. The vast office was left with only Yi Chen. He slowly rose and walked around the office, finally stopping before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling scenery in the distance. At that moment, an indescribable feeling arose in Yi Chen's heart. This was perhaps the feeling that power brought. Once you experienced it, it was hard to forget, as if under a spell. Now beneath his feet was an entertainment company worth $1 billion. He hoped that in a few years the company beneath him would become $100 billion, or even $1 trillion yuan company. At present, Yi Chen's personal worth was only $500 million. However, he believed that with the game, monthly salary of 3,000 I am the world's richest man, and his own efforts, it was not impossible for his worth to break 10 billion, 100 billion, and become the richest man in Jiangzhou, the richest man in the country, or even the richest man in the world. If one day he could become the world's richest man and stand in the president's office of the world's top corporation, what would that feeling be like? Would invincibility be so lonely? Yi Chen could not imagine it. Since he couldn't imagine it, he decided to experience it himself. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Yi Chen called Bai Hanyan and headed straight to Shangranju. He treated her to a meal as a small gesture of thanks. Shangranju was his own restaurant, so it was naturally his first choice for dining, and the food there was indeed delicious. After more than 20 minutes, Yi Chen and Bai Hanyan arrived at Shangranju. Yi Chen had simply come for a meal with no intention of seeking out the manager of Changren Pavilion. Instead, he and Bai Hanyan settled into seats by a window. The waitress naturally recognized Yi Chen as the owner. She also knew the boss disliked being disturbed, so she didn't overdo the pleasantries, simply treating him like any other guest. After ordering Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan chatted while they waited. You like singing and dream of becoming a star. During their conversation, Yi Chun inadvertently learned of Bai Hanyan's passion and aspiration. Before he could respond, his phone suddenly rang. The game monthly salary 3,000 I and the world's richest man had a notification. Curious, Yi Chun opened it. As soon as he did, a pop-up appeared. Long-term challenge issued, training challenge, trained by Hanyan to become a top-tier singer. Challenge duration 1 year. Reward 51 stake in Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. Note, Shanghai Entertainment Group has a market value of nearly 30 billion. Reward 1,500 experience points. Reward 800 points. Penalty for failure 3,000 yuan. Yi Chun was stunned by this challenge. This was simply unbelievable. The reward for this challenge was terrifyingly generous. Acquiring 51 of Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies, would grant Yi Chun absolute control over it. From that point on, Yi Chun would be the master of Shanghai Entertainment Group. Most importantly, its market value was a staggering 30 billion. With a market value of 30 billion, a 51 stake was roughly equivalent to 3 billion. A reward of over 15 billion. Truly terrifying. With that kind of money, Yi Chun would become a billionaire, solidly entering the ranks of the ultra-wealthy. Beyond the capital, this challenge also offered substantial experience and points. 1,500 experience points. 800 points. With these, Yi Chun's player level and shop level in the game could probably jump up by 2 or 3 levels instantly. At that point, he'd be able to purchase multiple items from the shop at once. Moreover, the value of items in the shop would likely be dozens of times higher than what they were now. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. For a moment, Yi Chun was lost in his imagination. Long-term challenge quest: do you accept? Accept, decline. Another pop-up appeared in the game. The choice was obvious. Yi Chun would definitely accept. If he succeeded, the rewards would be immense. And even if he failed, the penalty was a mere 3,000 yuan, which was practically negligible compared to his current net worth of 500 million. Yi Chun had already been thinking it over. With the existing Yilan Talent Agency as a foundation, training by Hanyan into a singer wasn't impossible. Of course, sending her directly into the cutthroat entertainment industry wouldn't be realistic. The entertainment industry was treacherous. For a newcomer, becoming a singer was incredibly difficult. Within its vastness, the Yilan Talent Agency, valued at 1 billion, was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Yi Chun decided on a different approach. Previously, some female streamers or online celebrities with massive followings had entered the entertainment industry. Their results were mediocre, but it was still better than venturing in unprepared. Now, with the backing of Yilan Talent Agency by Hanyan, could start as a singing streamer and build her way up step by step. After accumulating a large fan base, she could then transition into the broader entertainment scene. This strategy was definitely better than blindly charging into the industry. Since he had just fired Ningxue, the resources that once belonged to her were now available. With a single word from Yi Chun, Yilan Talent Agency could allocate these resources to Bai Hanyan. With these resources and the company's full support, Bai Hanyan becoming a top streamer wouldn't be a problem. Yi Chun had a general plan forming in his mind. Do you really love singing and want to become a star? Yi Chun asked Bai Hanyan seriously. Yes. Although she knew it might not be appropriate to tell her boss, she had another dream. Bai Hanyan was unwilling and unable to lie. Alright, then I'm willing to give you a chance and have the company fully support your development. I can start you off as a singing streamer to build a fan base, and then we can think about the entertainment industry. Are you willing? Yi Chun sought Bai Hanyan's opinion. Bai Hanyan was taken aback by Yi Chun's sudden proposal. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. She was willing to fight for her dream. Opportunities in life were rare, and missing one could lead to lifelong regret. Now that a chance to fulfill her dream had finally arrived, Bai Hanyan naturally didn't want to let it slip away. Good. With Bai Hanyan's confirmation, Yi Chun immediately clicked the accept option in the game. Long-term training challenge started. Train Bai Hanyan to become a top-tier singer. Challenge duration 1 year. Yi Chun successfully initiated the challenge. For now, just continue with your normal work. When you have free time, practice your singing. He'll discuss things with the company to create a detailed plan. Yi Chun advised Bai Hanyan. Although the challenge was only for 1 year, they couldn't afford to rush. It was crucial to make a plan, first be fully prepared, and then begin. Thank you. Bai Hanyan expressed her sincere gratitude to Yi Chun. This opportunity he gave her filled her with immense thankfulness. Soon the dishes arrived, and the two began their meal. Halfway through their meal, a strange man walking past their table suddenly stopped. Bai Hanyan. The man called out in surprise. Hearing her name, Bai Hanyan looked up. Bai Hanyan found the man familiar, but couldn't recall his name at the moment. The stranger seemed to notice her awkwardness and felt a bit helpless. It's me, Wei Ruiyuan from university. The man introduced himself. After a year had passed, it was natural Bai Hanyan couldn't immediately remember the name of an unfamiliar classmate. She hadn't been close to Wei Ruiyuan during university, despite being in the same class, they had rarely spoken. On the other hand, Bai Hanyan being campus belle material was naturally more memorable to others. "Oh, it's you, Wei." Bai Hanyan's expression lit up with recognition upon his introduction. After introducing himself, Wei Ruiyuan acted as if they were old friends, pulling up a chair and sitting down between Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan. "Is this your boyfriend?" Wei Ruiyuan asked, looking curiously at Yi Chun. "No, he's my." Bai Hanyan started to introduce Yi Chun, but he spoke up first. "A friend." Yi Chun replied, briefly, his mind still occupied with how to quickly turn Bai Hanyan into a singer. "Oh, a friend." Wei Ruiyuan felt a slight sense of relief knowing their relationship. It was good that he wasn't her boyfriend. Wei Ruiyuan harbored other thoughts. During his university days, he had been utterly unremarkable. But half a year ago, everything changed. Several old houses in his family were demolished for redevelopment, and they received a substantial fortune. At this moment, he was what one might call a demolition-rich second generation. Now seeing the former campus belle, Wei Ruiyuan's mind stirred with new ambitions. Wealth naturally brought confidence. Upon learning the identities of Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan, Wei Ruiyuan blatantly ignored Yi Chun and took the initiative to engage Bai Hanyan in conversation. "Classmate, Bai, what do you do for work now?" "I work at an agency company," Bai Hanyan replied politely, her voice carrying a clear note of detachment. Though Wei Ruiyuan sensed it, he pretended not to notice and continued trying to cozy up to her. "An agency job, that's decent," Wei Ruiyuan nodded. "And you?" Bai Hanyan asked courteously. "Me? I run a shop. Business is pretty good. Pull in about 200,000 to 300,000 a month barely." Hearing Bai Hanyan's question, Wei Ruiyuan perked up, instantly feigning nonchalance in his reply. His earlier inquiry about her job was precisely to prompt her to ask this. This way he could seize the chance to show off and flaunt his wealth. 200,000 to 300,000. That much? Bai Hanyan was taken aback. That was more than her annual salary. Were shops really that profitable now? "Not much, just a little. Sometimes it goes up to 500,000 on a good month," Wei Ruiyuan said, inflating the numbers for the sake of bragging. He had indeed used his family's money to open a shop, but the actual net profit was only around 10,000 a month. Yet to impress Bai Hanyan and display his prowess, Wei Ruiyuan grossly exaggerated. After all, it didn't matter what he claimed. No one could debunk his lies. "My shop is in the city center, quite nice," Wei Ruiyuan said, puffing up with pride at Bai Hanyan's astonished expression, and continued his tall tales. "Austin spots in the city center are scarce. I've recently set my sights on the Xintai shopping mall. As one of Jianghao's busiest shopping centers, Xintai Mall is excellent with immense growth potential. I'm planning to lease 8 or 9 units there to try some new ventures." His current shop was underperforming, so Wei Ruiyuan was indeed considering opening another, and he did have his eye on Xintai Mall. However, it wasn't as he claimed. Leasing 8 or 9 units was a fantasy. Even getting one would be a feat. With Xintai Mall's massive foot traffic, rents were exorbitant, likely costing tens of thousands per unit monthly. 8 or 9 units would mean hundreds of thousands a month and millions a year. Wei Ruiyuan simply didn't have that kind of financial muscle. Even with his family's demolition windfall, they only had a few tens of millions. Such steep rents were beyond his means. Xintai Shopping Mall. Yi Chun, who had been lost in thought, perked up at the mention of it. That was his shopping center, acquired through a mission long ago. To this day, he had only visited it once. "You're going to lease 8 or 9 units at Xintai Mall?" Bai Hanyan was utterly astonished. She knew the mall, while having often shopped there with her best friend. The rents there are sky high and spaces are incredibly hard to secure. Without insider connections, even money might not be enough. So many people are vying for those spots. Bai Hanyan sighed. "One of my close friends from a well-off family wanted to rent a unit there to sell clothes. She had the money ready, but to this day, she hasn't managed to secure one." She spoke with deep regret. If getting one unit was this tough, Wei Ruiyuan's claim of 8 or 9 seemed virtually impossible. Undeterred, Wei Ruiyuan continued his bravado. "No problem. It's hard for others, but for me it's a piece of cake." Wei Ruiyuan figured that since no one could expose his lies, he could spin his fabrications with reckless abandon. "To be honest, I know the owner of Xintai Mall personally. We're friends. If I want to lease a unit, it's just one phone call away. Easy as pie." "Really?" Bai Hanyan was amazed. "Of course," Wei Ruiyuan declared, thumping his chest with feigned confidence. The thrill of showing off was undeniable. "Huh, he's friends with the owner of Xintai Mall." Hearing Wei Ruiyuan's claim, Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Since when did he have such a friend? He wasn't aware of this himself. "Could you ask your friend, the owner of Xintai Mall, to rent a unit for my best friend too? We can pay extra rent." Bai Hanyan asked Wei Ruiyuan. Her friend had been agonizing over this for 2 months, growing haggard from worry. Bai Hanyan felt terrible for her. Now that an opportunity had arisen, she wanted to help. "Huh." Caught off guard, Wei Ruiyuan was stunned. He had been bragging, spinning lies. He did have the phone number of the Xintai Mall owner, but it was merely for his own future leasing inquiries. He hadn't even contacted the owner yet. His claim of friendship was pure fabrication, meant to show off in front of Bai Hanyan. Who was that owner? A big shot, a magnate, a VIP. Wei Ruiyuan was just a minor demolition-rich kid. How could he possibly have a connection or be friends with such a person? What's wrong? Is it too troublesome? Then forget it, Bai Hanyan said regretfully. No wait. Wei Ruin gritted his teeth. If he backed down now, all his earlier posturing and bragging would be for naught. He still hoped to leave a good impression on Bai Hanyan and pursue her. Alright, tell you what, Wei Ruin said, steeling himself for the sake of his ego and his pursuit. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll try calling the Xintai Mall owner to ask. Hearing this, Bai Hanyan said excitedly, really. Thank you so much on behalf of my friend. No problem, it's a piece of cake. Wei Ruin continued to bluff. As he spoke, he nervously pulled out his phone and located the number of the Xintai Mall owner. Huff. He took a deep breath. For the sake of showing off and pursuing Bai Hanyan, he was going all in. It was just a phone call, right? He refused to believe the owner would reject him if he doubled the rent offer. Who would turn down money? Bleeding cash to win over Bai Hanyan, Wei Ruin accepted the cost. With a final surge of determination, he dialed the number of the Xintai Mall owner. At that very moment, the phone on the table beside Chen began to ring. Hearing Chen's phone ring, Wei Ruin immediately looked over. Can't you see him calling an important person? Hang up or take the call somewhere else, Wei Ruin said irritably to Chen. At that moment, Wei Ruin was nervous, his heart pounding rapidly. This was his first time calling the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, and he hoped nothing would go wrong. Wei Ruin prayed silently. Chen, however, ignored Wei Ruin and simply answered the call. Seeing this, Wei Ruin grew angry and wanted to scold Chen. Hello, Chen spoke into the phone. Hello. Suddenly, hello also came from Wei Ruin's phone. Hearing this, Wei Ruin was bewildered. What was going on? Why was there also a hello coming from his own phone? Could it be that he was standing too close to Chen and had misheard? That the hello just now hadn't come from the phone? Wei Ruin speculated inwardly. Since the owner of Xintai Shopping Center had answered, he didn't want to argue with a nobody like Chen. If he angered the big shot, the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, things would turn bad. He needed to discuss matters with the important person. Wei Ruin stood up and walked towards a quiet spot in the distance. Wei Ruin. At that moment, another voice came from Wei Ruin's phone. This time, Wei Ruin was certain the voice was indeed coming from his phone. Moreover, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be? Could it be? A bold speculation arose in Wei Ruin's mind. Could it be? Could it be that Chen was the big shot he spoke of, the owner of Xintai Shopping Center? How could that be? Wei Ruin's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He turned his head, staring nervously at Chen in the distance. Not far away, he saw Chen hang up the phone. At the same moment, Wei Ruin's call with the owner of Xintai Shopping Center was also disconnected. Really? His speculation was actually true. Wei Ruin couldn't believe it. But no matter how much he refused to believe it, the facts were right there. Trembling, he returned to his seat and asked nervously, Chen, are you the owner of Xintai Shopping Center? He still held onto a sliver of hope. If Chen didn't say it himself, he wouldn't accept his own speculation. He refused to accept this cruel reality. Yes, Chen nodded. Seeing this, Wei Ruin couldn't sit still. Really, it's true. The owner of Xintai Shopping Center is the extraordinarily young man sitting before him. Unbelievable. Wei Ruin's face turned pale, especially when he recalled how he had bragged earlier, claiming the owner of Xintai Shopping Center was his friend. Yet the owner of Xintai Shopping Center had been sitting right beside him all along, and he hadn't even recognized him. Wasn't he just slapping his own face? Wei Ruin was on the verge of a breakdown. It was too embarrassing. Beside him, Bai Hanyan was also astounded. She truly hadn't expected that Chen was the legendary owner of Xintai Shopping Center. Bai Hanyan was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to terms with it. After all, Chen was the CEO of her own company. As the president of a billion-dollar corporation, it was only natural for him to also own a large shopping center, right? It made perfect sense. Bai Hanyan suddenly recalled what Wei Ruin had said earlier, and it all became clear. So after all this time, Wei Ruin had been completely full of it. He wasn't friends with the owner of Xintai Shopping Center at all. He didn't even know him. If they were friends, how could Wei Ruin not have recognized Chen from the start? You want to lease 8 or 9 shops in Xintai Shopping Center? Chen asked. No, I don't want to lease them anymore. Wei Ruin shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, refusing repeatedly. How could he possibly dare to lease shops in Xintai Shopping Center now? Besides, renting 8 or 9 at once would cost millions a year, and he simply didn't have that much money. Most of his demolition compensation was with his parents. Seeing Wei Ruin shaking his head repeatedly, Chen didn't press further and instead looked at Bai Hanyan. Your best friend wants to lease a shop. Yes, Bai Hanyan nodded with certainty. That's simple. He'll make a call in a bit. You can have your friend go directly to Xintai Shopping Center and sign a contract with the staff. No need to pay extra, just the standard rent. Chen stated. Thank you so much, Bai Hanyan said gratefully. She hadn't expected the boss to not only help her, but also assist her best friend. For a moment, she didn't know how to express her gratitude. It's nothing. Chen waved his hand dismissively. They had almost finished eating, and Chen and Bai Hanyan got up to leave. Goodbye. Wei Ruin, who was utterly stunned, also jumped up, muttered a farewell, and quickly scurried away. Afterwards, Yi Chun escorted by Han Yin back to the company, briefed Yang Xuemin, and then departed. After all, Yi Chun couldn't stay there forever. Most matters were left to Yang Xuemin to handle. If any problems arose, Yang Xuemin could contact him. Of course, Yi Chun also informed Yang Xuemin of his intention to groom by Han Yin transferring the resources that previously belonged to Ningxue to her. Yang Xuemin quickly assured him that he would take care of it immediately. He would hold a meeting shortly to formulate a specific plan for developing by Han Yin, which he would then submit to Yi Chun. He would strive to complete the entire plan within a day and present it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun was quite satisfied. One day was acceptable. Yi Chun had already added by Han Yin's contact information on WeChat. Once the plan was ready, he would get in touch with her. Afterward, Yi Chun returned to his villa. The next evening, in a private room of an upscale restaurant, Ningxue and manager Lu were waiting anxiously. A few minutes later, a plump woman wearing a pearl necklace walked in. President Yan. Hello, President Yan. Upon seeing the plump woman, Ningxue and manager Lu immediately stood up and greeted her courteously. You're too polite, please have a seat. The plump woman, President Yan, nodded and took the seat of honor directly. My secretary has already briefed you on the specifics, I assume. President Yan cut to the chase after sitting down. President Yan Baimei was the owner of Yuan Yan Agency. Yuan Yan Agency, also located in Jiangzhou, specialized in cultivating influencers and streamers. It was the archrival of Yilan Agency. The competition between the two companies was fierce. Unfortunately, Yilan Agency had always managed to stay one step ahead of Yuan Yan Agency. This infuriated Yan Baimei, who was constantly looking for an opportunity to strike back and bring down Yilan Agency. Last night, she heard that the new owner of Yilan Agency had fired both Ningxue and manager Lu. She realized this was an opportunity. A golden opportunity for Yuan Yan Agency to turn the tables and trample Yilan underfoot. After making the decision, Yan Baimei immediately sent her secretary to contact Ningxue and manager Lu, expressing her intention to cooperate. Secretary Li has conveyed President Yan's intentions to us, said Ningxue. Secretary Li made it very clear, added manager Lu. Yan Baimei nodded with satisfaction and added, as long as you are willing to come to Yuan Yan, I am willing to offer 3 times the price to sign you. Ningxue was previously a major influencer on Douyin with millions of followers and had signed a contract worth 10 million with Yilan Brokerage Company. Now Yan Baimei offered 3 times the price, directly adding 3 million to Ningxue's contract. As for manager Lu, also 3 times the price. What do you think? Yan Baimei had offered a high price to crush Yilan Brokerage Company. Okay. Manager Lu nodded repeatedly. I am also willing, thank you, President Yan. Ningxue was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. She had originally thought that Yan Baimei's offer would be similar to Yilan's, but unexpectedly Yan Baimei directly added 3 million on top of the original amount. With more money on the table, only a fool would refuse. President Yan, when can we sign the contract? Ningxue asked eagerly. There's no rush for the contract. You need to agree to a few conditions first, Yan Baimei said meaningfully. First, Ningxue, you need to help us film a few videos as a former employee of Yilan Brokerage, exposing the various misdeeds of the new president of Yilan Brokerage, such as forcing you to drink with clients, etc. Do you understand? Hearing this, Ningxue and manager Lu were both stunned. Forcing Ningxue to drink with clients. How could they not know about this? President Yan, I don't know. Ningxue asked in confusion. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Just show up and leave the rest to us. Yan Baimei continued with a meaningful tone. Hearing this, Ningxue and manager Lu suddenly understood Yan Baimei's true intention. Wasn't it just to smear Yilan Brokerage and its new president Yi Chun by fabricating false accusations? With Ningxue's previous fan base, if she spoke out, it would certainly have some influence. President Yan, but won't this cause trouble? Ningxue was still worried. After all, this was slander. What if something went wrong? And the effect might not be great. It's fine, Yan Baimei said nonchalantly. I recently got to know a big shot in Jiangzhou with a net worth of several billion. I will ask him for help using his connections to expand the impact of this matter in Jiangzhou. Yan Baimei explained. As long as there are no accidents, driving Yilan out of Jiangzhou will be no problem. Although Yan Baimei hoped to completely crush Yilan Brokerage in one go, that was unrealistic. After all, Yilan now had total assets of 1 billion. If they really wanted to crush Yilan Brokerage in one blow, Yuan Yan Brokerage would also pay a heavy price. Moreover, it would require powerful connections. With Yan Baimei's status, she certainly couldn't do it. Even the big shot she knew worth several billion might not succeed. Unless a tycoon worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions spoke up, only then could Yilan Brokerage be completely destroyed. Unfortunately, she didn't have the qualifications to know such a billionaire. Although the goal of this operation was to crush Yilan, driving Yilan out of Jiangzhou would still be a huge victory. Second, Yan Baimei listed several more conditions, all targeting Yilan Brokerage and its new president Yi Chun. Ningxue and manager Lu agreed. Finally, the three reached a cooperation intention. By the way, Ningxue, since you can't use your Douyin account, go try your luck on Shark Live first. Yin Baimei ordered. Previously, Ningxue's account belonged to Yilin Brokerage, and now that she had been fired, she couldn't use it anymore. Tomorrow start your live stream. Douyin is too competitive now, it's hard to build a new account. Try Shark Live first, and if it doesn't work, come back to Douyin. Yin Baimei explained. Okay, President Yin. Facing orders from her new boss Ningxue, naturally dared not raise any objections. On the other side, while Ningxue and Yin Baimei were plotting against Chen, Chen was at his villa pondering what to eat for dinner. What to eat? A choice everyone must face. Dong dong dong. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of Chen's villa. Curious, Chen opened the door. Before Chen stood his stunningly beautiful neighbor, Mo Mengfei. Mo Mengfei invited Chen to her home for dinner. It turned out that because of the incident with the kitten last time, Mo Mengfei had wanted to thank Chen and repay the favor, but she had been too busy with work recently to find the time. Finally this afternoon, Mo Mengfei finished most of her tasks and had a bit of free time. She had always remembered to thank Chen. After some thought, she decided to invite him to her home for dinner. This seemed more sincere than eating at a restaurant. Sure, Chen nodded. He was just worrying about what to eat tonight, and now someone had invited him, and she was his neighbor, he couldn't refuse. He went back to his villa to get his phone, then went with Mo Mengfei to her home. Before inviting Chen, Mo Mengfei had already prepared the ingredients. All that was left was cooking. Mo Mengfei asked Chen to rest in the living room while she went to the kitchen. Bored in the living room, Chen played with Mo Mengfei's kitten. Because of the previous incident, Mo Mengfei's kitten already knew Chen and didn't mind playing with him. Half an hour later, Mo Mengfei, with her hair tied up and wearing an apron, came out carrying dishes. Since only Chen and Mo Mengfei were eating, she didn't cook too much. The standard 4 dishes and 1 soup. Chen helped bring out the dishes. Mo Mengfei opened a bottle of red wine to treat her guest. Earlier, Chen and Mo Mengfei had gone jogging around Lingyun Lake a few times, so they were already acquainted. The two chatted as they ate. Mo Mengfei ladled soup for Chen, and Chen stood up to take it, but Mo Mengfei accidentally spilled the soup on him. Luckily, the soup had cooled down, so only Chen's clothes got wet. I'm so sorry. Mo Mengfei quickly apologized, then grabbed a napkin to wipe Chen's clothes. Click. Just then the door to Mo Mengfei's villa was suddenly opened from the outside. Immediately, Mo Mengfei's parents walked in. After entering, Mo Mengfei's parents happened to see Mo Mengfei wiping Chen's clothes. The atmosphere became awkward. Mo Mengfei's parents stared wide-eyed at Chen, their faces full of astonishment. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Seeing her parents suddenly enter, Mo Mengfei was extremely surprised. Who is he? Mo Mengfei's mother looked at Chen and asked curiously. This is Chen, my neighbor. Mo Mengfei quickly explained to her parents. We were just having dinner, and I accidentally spilled some soup on Chen, so I was helping him clean it up. Hearing Mo Mengfei's explanation, her parents didn't say much more. They were skeptical. Could things really be that simple? Hello, uncle and aunt. Chen also spoke up in greeting. Hello. Mo Mengfei's mother nodded, but didn't continue to inquire. Hello, Xiaoyi. Compared to his wife's coldness, Mo Mengfei's father seemed a bit warmer. Mengfei, come upstairs and have a chat with me. After saying this to her daughter, Mo Mengfei's mother took the lead and headed upstairs. Today she had important matters to discuss with her daughter. Okay. Mo Mengfei followed her mother upstairs. In the living room, only Chen and Mo Mengfei's father remained. Have a seat, Xiaoyi, don't be so formal. Mo Mengfei's father warmly invited Chen to sit. Although Chen felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, he couldn't refuse since the father had already spoken. Do you smoke? Seeing Chen sit down, Mo Mengfei's father took out a cigarette and asked. No, thank you. Chen politely declined. Mo Mengfei's father lit one for himself and began chatting with Chen. Xiaoyi, what kind of work do you do? Mo Mengfei's father asked curiously. I'm still in university. Chen replied. Oh. Mo Mengfei's father nodded. He had guessed as much since Chen looked quite young. Xiaoyi, do you really live here? I live in Villa No. 8 next door. Chen answered. Villa No. 8. Hearing this, Mo Mengfei's father was taken aback. The Villa No. 8 next door was one of the largest villas in the Lingyun Tiangong Villa district, and its price was extremely high. Moreover, many people had their eyes on it. Buying it would require strong connections. He never expected Chen to live in Villa No. 8. Mo Mengfei's father explained. Don't mind Mengfei's mother's attitude. She's a strong woman who runs a company, and sometimes she can be a bit overbearing. In the Mo family, it was Mo Mengfei's mother who held the reins. But don't worry, Mengfei isn't like that. Finally, Mo Mengfei's father added specifically. Chen chatted with Mo Mengfei's father, who was quite impressed when he learned that Chen had already started a business while in university and was the president of a billion-yuan company. This young man is quite something accomplished at such a young age. Mo Mengfei's father took a liking to Chen and said specifically, if you ever need anything, Xiaoyi, feel free to contact me. I may not be able to do much else, but I know quite a few billionaires in Jiangzhou. As a new entrepreneur, Chen might encounter various problems. Although he didn't hold much power at home, he could still easily help Chen resolve issues concerning a small billion-yuan company. He believed what Chen said. Indeed, Chen was his daughter's neighbor. "You're too kind, Uncle Mo." After chatting with Mo Mengfei's father for a while, Chen took his leave. Back in his own villa around 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen received a message from Yang Xuemin, the deputy general manager of Yilin Brokerage Company. The plan for nurturing by Han Yin was ready. Chen opened the file. Indeed, it was from a company specializing in cultivating internet celebrities and streamers, and the plan was very thorough. Alright, let Bai Hanyan start her live stream on the Shark platform tomorrow. We'll try it out tomorrow first. After reviewing it, Chen nodded with satisfaction. Recently, Yilin Brokerage Company's focus was on Shark Live. The competition on Douyin was too fierce. If Bai Hanyan streamed on the Shark platform, she could better leverage Yilin Brokerage Company's various resources. Okay, I'll have Bai Hanyan go live on the Shark platform tomorrow. Yang Xuemin nodded. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Under Yin Baimei's orders, Ningxue filmed several videos, all accusing Chen and slandering his name. In Ningxue's narrative, Chen was portrayed as a despotic boss who forced female employees to drink with clients, withheld wages, and did whatever he pleased within the company. Although she knew it was all false, Ningxue felt no guilt. The more she spoke, the more agitated, arrogant, and triumphant she became. Chen, just you wait. Didn't you fire me? Humph. Once these videos are out, combined with General Manager Yin Baimei's connections, you and your Yilin Brokerage Company won't be able to stay in Jiangzhou. Chen, get ready to leave Jiangzhou for good. For a moment, Ningxue was immersed in the thrill of revenge and defaming Chen. In the evening, Ningxue started her live stream on the Shark platform. Thanks to her existing fan base and Yin Baimei's promotion, her stream became lively as soon as it began. User Beta Tian sent a plane in Ningxue's live stream. User Buawizi Josher was sent a super rocket in Ningxue's live stream. User Wabushi Weilai opened a Duke in Ningxue's live stream. Various gifts flashed across the entire platform. In less than 10 minutes, the popularity of Ningxue's live stream surged past 500,000. With the resources from Yuanyin Brokerage Company and several recommended slots, the popularity of Ningxue's live stream directly broke through 1 million. Besides old fans, many new fans came out of curiosity. Ningxue's live stream became incredibly lively. On the other side, Bai Hanyan also started her live stream on the Shark platform. As a newcomer, her stream's popularity was very low, only around 1 or 2,000 shortly after starting. Moreover, since this was Bai Hanyan's first stream, to avoid making her too nervous or pressured, Yilin Brokerage Company didn't allocate too many resources. Only a few minor recommendations were arranged. In the end, Bai Hanyan's popularity settled at around 10 to 20,000. Bai Hanyan gradually adapted and began singing earnestly. Following the instructions of the supervisor at Yuanyin Brokerage Company, Ningxue initiated a PK. After 3 or 4 consecutive PKs, Ningxue easily crushed her opponents. The fans in Ningxue's live stream were also proud. After the 4th PK ended, Ningxue clicked the random PK option again, starting the 5th PK. Meanwhile, as it was her first stream, Bai Hanyan was also experimenting with various features. PK was naturally one of them. Out of curiosity, Bai Hanyan also clicked the random PK option. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 6 or 7 seconds, the random PK began. However, when the PK started, Bai Hanyan looked at the streamer on the opposite side and was stunned. Coincidentally, Bai Hanyan's random PK opponent this time was none other than Ningxue. Not only was Bai Hanyan stunned, but across from her, Ningxue was equally taken aback. How was this possible? What were the odds? Bai Hanyan. In a random PK battle, she actually ran into this wretched woman. In Ningxue's heart, she had long harbored hatred for both Bai Hanyan and Chen. Last time, if it hadn't been for this Bai Hanyan, she wouldn't have been so humiliated. Ningxue blamed Bai Hanyan entirely for her own downfall, absolving herself of any responsibility. My dear viewers, that female streamer on the other side is no good. Let's take her down. Before Bai Hanyan could react, Ningxue had already begun rallying her audience. Although she longed to unleash a torrent of abuse at Bai Hanyan, this was her first time streaming on the Shark platform. If she revealed her arrogant nature, her carefully crafted persona would crumble. Therefore, Ningxue could only resort to veiled attacks. What? That streamer over there isn't a good person. Well, if Sierra says so, there must be a reason. Brothers, let's go boost her score. User I only like Maserati's Trident sent a plane in Ningxue's live stream. User My Tomorrow and Day, after a missing, sent a rocket in Ningxue's live stream. User Lalala sent a super rocket in Ningxue's live stream. Instantly, gifts began pouring in frantically on Ningxue's side. A plane was worth 100 yuan, a rocket 500 yuan, and a super rocket 2,000 yuan. The PK score between Ningxue and Bai Hanyan was instantly widened. 26000. The PK score was 10 times the value of the gifts. Ningxue had received gifts worth 2,600 yuan, translating to 26,000 points. Bai Hanyan, on the other hand, had 0 points. Ningxue continued to play the victim, vehemently criticizing Bai Hanyan. Her fans, moved by her acts, started sending gifts frantically. Before long, the PK score changed to 10-28660. Ningxue's popularity also surged past 1.5 million. Bai Hanyan, however, only had a viewership of 20,000. Moreover, due to Ningxue's tearful accusations, her audience had already branded Bai Hanyan as a scheming green tea bitch. Some viewers even flocked to Bai Hanyan's stream to stir up trouble and hurl sarcastic insults. Tisk tisk tisk, these green tea bitches these days are truly disgusting. How dare someone like you even open a stream on Shark platform? Get out of Shark Live. Being her first time streaming, Bai Hanyan was already nervous. Now with the trolling and false accusations, she felt utterly wronged. After playing the victim for a while and seeing her score climbing, a hint of smug satisfaction appeared on Ningxue's face. What a joke, Ningxue thought to herself, seeing her own score nearing 200,000 while Bai Hanyan remained at 0. Who does this Bai Hanyan think she is? Watching her own viewer count steadily rise, Ningxue was delighted. It seemed her first stream on Shark platform was going to be a huge success. In just the few minutes of this PK with Bai Hanyan, not counting earlier, she had received gifts worth over 20,000 yuan. Today she would use Bai Hanyan as a stepping stone to establish herself and become one of the top streamers on Shark platform. Meanwhile, in Bai Hanyan's stream, her few loyal fans were trying their best to defend her. But with the overwhelming number of viewers from Ningxue's side, they were vastly outnumbered and couldn't get a word in. Bai Hanyan's chat was quickly flooded with chaos and negativity. With a score of 0, why are you even doing a PK? Exactly who do you think you are to disrespect our Sierra? You don't even have a single viewer sending you gifts. Oh my 2576390, you better get out of Shark platform while you still can. Seeing the PK score, Ningxue's fans were emboldened, mercilessly taunting Bai Hanyan. Just then, Bai Hanyan's PK score underwent a dramatic change. User am really not interested in money sent a super rocket in Bai Hanyan's livestream. User am really not interested in money sent super rocket x2 in Bai Hanyan's livestream. User am really not interested in money sent super rocket x3 in Bai Hanyan's livestream. Finally, the count settled at 100 super rockets. Gifts totaling 200,000 yuan in value. The PK score also experienced a seismic shift. 2678990, 200,000 versus 2 million. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden change in the score. Ningxue in particular and her fans were utterly stupefied, frozen like wooden chickens. Just moments before, they were mocking Bai Hanyan's 0 score and lack of gifters. Now in the blink of an eye, the PK score had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The other side now had 2 million points, easily crushing theirs. Ningxue was equally dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. 2 million points meant gifts worth 200,000 yuan. How had Bai Hanyan suddenly received gifts worth that much? The sense of superiority Ningxue had felt was instantly obliterated. Because super rockets triggered a platform-wide announcement, viewers from all over Shark Live soon flocked to see what was happening. Wow, this girl is gorgeous. Is this level of beauty even allowed on Earth? She must be a celestial fairy descended from heaven. Such a beautiful streamer, am following. When these viewers entered Bai Hanyan's stream, many were awestruck by her beauty and flooded the chat with amazed comments. Of course, a large portion of the incoming viewers were there to worship the mysterious big spender. Another tycoon has appeared on Shark Live. I'm really not interested in money, what a boss name. Oh great benefactor, please accept my kneecaps. As soon as these viewers entered, they began fawning over him, really not interested in money. As for who this mysterious tycoon was there any doubt? It was naturally Chen. Upon seeing Bai Hanyan encounter Ningxue in the PK, the game monthly salary 3,000, in the world's richest man presented a new challenge. Help your employee Bai Hanyan win this PK and crush Ningxue's arrogance. Challenge: reward world's top-tier supercar Koenigsegg Agera accept challenge. The Koenigsegg Agera, a world-class hypercar worth over 26 million yuan. Upon seeing this challenge, Chen naturally accepted without hesitation. This was the top-tier supercar Koenigsegg. Normally, even if you had the money, you couldn't just buy a Koenigsegg off the shelf. Such world-class hypercars require advance ordering, sometimes taking months, half a year, or even longer. Moreover, even without this challenge, Chen wouldn't have just stood by. After all, Bai Hanyan was his employee. Chen also remembered the long-term quest the game had issued. If he could train Bai Hanyan to become a singing star, there was a reward worth over 15 billion waiting for him. And Chen had another trump card up his sleeve. Earlier, he had exchanged for a 10x cashback card from the game shop. The upper limit of this card was 30 million. This meant that Chen only needed to spend 3 million to receive a 30 million reward. This card was about to expire, so using it now was perfect timing. Bai Hanyan's popularity in her stream began to skyrocket thanks to those 100 super rockets, quickly surpassing 1.5 million and still climbing rapidly. After a while, seeing that Bai Hanyan's PK score had stopped changing, Ningxue and her viewers all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Gifts worth 200,000 yuan were a target that could still be surpassed with some effort. My dear family, let's push. We must win. Ningxue once again played the pitiful card begging for gifts. However, before she could even finish her sentence, the PK score underwent another massive upheaval. 278690100, 200,000 versus 10 million. Ningxue and everyone in her live stream were dumbfounded by the sudden shift in the score. 10 million points. That was $1,000,000 worth of gifts. Just moments ago, the opposing side had only 2 million points. How did it suddenly jump to 10 million? It was as if 800,000 yuan in gifts had been dropped in an instant. While Ningxue and her viewers were stunned by Hanyan's live stream, erupted in frenzy. User am not interested in money sent super rockets 100 in by Hanyan's live stream. 200. And finally stopped at 400 super rockets in total. Awesome. I'm not interested in money is a legend. A true tycoon. I've finally seen a real one. The boss is absolutely epic. The countless viewers in by Hanyan's stream were stunned by the sheer extravagance of I'm not interested in money. Usually gifts worth 2,000 yuan each were sent one by one. Today they witnessed something extraordinary. I'm not interested in money sent them in batches of 100. It was incredible. Because of these 400 super rockets, a flood of viewers from the Shark platform rushed into by Hanyan's live stream. They came to pay homage to the Tycoon. In the world of Shark live streaming, a top-tier Tycoon's influence rivals that of the biggest streamers. The streamer on the other side is the real fake. She only has over 200,000 points and still dares to mock our streamer. Look, we've already hit 10 million. I know that Ningxue from the other side. Isn't she that Douyin influencer exposed in a scandal? The viewers who flooded into by Hanyan's stream immediately sided with her and fought back. The tide of battle began to turn. Ningxue's once arrogant fans were now speechless, rebutted into silence. Some viewers even recognized Ningxue. Back when she was at Yilan Agency, she had been exposed for having a questionable character. However, Yilan Agency had stepped in at the time to suppress the news. But many people still knew the truth, and now someone recognized her. Supervisor, I'm in trouble here. Can I request the company to spend some money to save face? On the other side, crushed mercilessly by Hanyan, Ningxue finally couldn't hold on any longer. She began to plead for help from her superior, a manager at Yuanyan Agency. Alright, I'll arrange it immediately. The manager from Yuanyan Agency opened Ningxue's live stream, assessed the situation, and quickly contacted someone. He planned to use company funds to send gifts to Ningxue to bolster her image. This was also a common method used to cultivate streamers. Soon gifts began to flood Ningxue's live stream as well. User Yuanyan Invincible sent super rockets 100 in Ningxue's live stream. 200. 300. Soon the official account of Yuanyan Agency started showering Ningxue with gifts. Yuanyan Agency had several high-level accounts specifically for sending gifts to their streamers to create hype and support them. Quickly, Ningxue received gifts worth 1 million yuan from the company. 102,98797, 10 million. Ningxue's PK score also soared past 10 million, overtaking by Hanyan. Whoa, Yuanyan Invincible is amazing. Guys, we're back on top. Ningxue is the best. Seeing the PK score overtake the opponents again, viewers in Ningxue's livestream erupted in excitement. A smile returned to Ningxue's face, her dignity was preserved. Because of this million yuan gift, many viewers also flocked to her stream, boosting her popularity to over 4 million. By Hanyan's stream had similar numbers. By Hanyan's viewers felt a bit disappointed after being overtaken. However, Ningxue didn't stop there, she pressed her advantage. In the end, she spent another 500,000 yuan on gifts. Ningxue's PK score broke through 15 million. It was only after spending 1.5 million yuan in total that the people at Yuanyan Agency stopped. They felt that 1.5 million was sufficient. Their available cash flow was limited, and being able to produce 1.5 million in such a short time was already quite an achievement. Although they weren't a small company, their liquid assets were restricted. Furthermore, Yuanyan Agency also had other major streamers who needed financial support. They couldn't pour all their money into Ningxue. 1.5 million was nearly their limit. Seeing the company send her another 500,000, Ningxue became insufferably arrogant. Who are these people on the opposing streamer and viewers alike? Are the viewers all paupers? Ningxue taunted mercilessly, emboldened by the 1.5 million yuan in gifts. By Hanyan's viewers were furious at the mockery, but felt helpless. They simply didn't have that kind of money. They could only endure Ningxue's sarcasm silently. The other side. Just as Ningxue was about to continue her taunts, the PK score changed once again. 152987666, 20 million. Ningxue was crushed once more. User am not interested in money sent super rockets 100 in by Hanyan's live stream. 300. 500. By Hanyan's stream received another million yuan worth of gifts from Chen. With 2 million in gifts by Hanyan's side, crushed Ningxue's 1.5 million. Am not interested in money is invincible. The boss is supreme. All hail the Tycoon. Countless viewers groveled in admiration, convinced they had encountered a true Tycoon. Seeing the PK score overtaken again, Ningxue was completely stunned. There were only 2 or 3 minutes left until the PK ended. Was she really going to be crushed by that wretch by Han Yan? No, she had to win, she must win. Ningxue contacted her supervisor again. Supervisor Zhao, trust me, 2 million is definitely their limit. If we can just put up another 500,000, we'll surely win this PK. This battle isn't just between me and that wretch by Han Yan, it's about the prestige of our Yuanyan agency versus their Yilan agency. If we win this PK, the promotional value will be immense. Ningxue analyzed the situation for her superior. Yilan agency was in a similar position to theirs. 2 million was definitely their ceiling. There was no way they could exceed 2 million. Persuaded by Ningxue's words, supervisor Zhao was also swept up in the heat of the moment. Right, this wasn't just Ningxue versus by Han Yan, it was a showdown between Yuanyan agency and Yilan agency. This was a matter of company honor, they had to win. In the end, after scrounging around supervisor, Zhao secretly scraped together 500,000 yuan for Ningxue. He was already going against company policy. If they won, everything would be fine, but if they lost, both he and Ningxue would face consequences. Are you sure their limit is 2 million? Supervisor Zhao asked one last time, feeling uneasy. I'm sure. Ningxue was blinded by jealousy and hatred. All she cared about was beating by Han Yan, consequences be damned. So without a second thought, she confirmed it to him. All right. Gritting his teeth, supervisor Zhao sent the final 500,000 yuan to Ningxue. 2002-9998, 20 million. Ningxue took the lead once more. A smile reappeared on Ningxue's face. The viewers in her live stream also straightened their backs with pride. However, before their joy could settle, the score changed once again. 2002-9998, 30 million user. I'm really not interested in money. Activated the Supreme Emperor Nobility in by Han Yan's live room user. I'm really not interested in money. Renewed the Supreme Emperor Nobility for 1 month user. I'm really not interested in money. Renewed the Supreme Emperor Nobility for 2 months. The Supreme Emperor was the highest nobility on Sharp platform, costing 1800 to activate. Subsequent renewals cost 1200 per month. Finding the process of sending gifts too troublesome, Chen directly activated the Supreme Emperor Nobility. After renewing for several months, he sent a few other gifts to exhaust the limit of the 10x cashback card. By Han Yan's PK score also broke through to 30 million. 2002-9998, 30 million. Seeing the PK score shift again, Ningxue was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? How did by Han Yan's side just send another million in gifts? She was completely crushed. It was over, truly over. Ningxue's face turned ashen as she gave up entirely. PK ended. Congratulations to streamer by Han Yan for winning this PK. At that moment, the PK concluded. By Han Yan had triumphed over Ningxue with a massive advantage of 10 million. Not only Ningxue, but her viewers were also deeply disappointed. It was too humiliating. One by one, they fled her live room. The popularity that once numbered in the millions plummeted to just 500,000 or 600,000. Ningxue. Supervisor Zhao roared at the PK result on his phone. He had taken a risk and sent another 500 for her, yet they were still crushed by the opponent. Hadn't Ningxue said 2 million was the opponent's limit? How could the other side send another million? Now this was a massive loss of face. Not only had Ningxue lost, but their Yuanyan agency had also lost. The agency's reputation was tarnished. With such a defeat, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the company. Ningxue wasn't in a much better position. After losing the PK, she received a call from Supervisor Zhao. He immediately launched into a scathing tirade. Being berated so harshly snapped her out of her agitated state. Now she was terrified too. It was over. She had deceived Supervisor Zhao into sending another 500, and she would definitely be punished. Sure enough, not long after she received a call from the company's top management. Ningxue immediately ended her live stream. This was Ningxue's first public defeat on Sharp platform, and it was a spectacularly humiliating one. The reputation of Yuanyan agency was also dragged through the mud. Watching Ningxue abruptly shut down her stream, by Han Yan's viewers erupted in fervent excitement. Money King is incredible. He spent 3 million in 1 PK. Money King is the true tycoon. Money King, do you need a leg to hang on to? Money King was the respectful title they had given Chen. After all, he had just activated the Supreme Emperor Nobility, so he was naturally a king. From that moment on, Chen had acquired the nickname Money King. Countless viewers flocked to fawn over him. At this point, by Han Yan's live room popularity had also soared past 10 million. This made it the most popular stream on Shark Live for that time slot. Capitalizing on the momentum, by Han Yan began to sing. Many viewers were captivated by her voice and followed her. Within just over 10 minutes, her follower count skyrocketed from 0 to hundreds of thousands. Of course, some followed because of Bai Hanyan, while others did so to show support for the super tycoon Money King. While Bai Hanyan sang, Chen began to check his earnings. Your bank account has received a deposit of 3,000 yuan. Current balance 3387700 yuan. Yi Chen had just received a bank notification of a 30 million yuan deposit. After deducting the 3 million he had spent today, he had profited 27 million. Yi Chen opened the game, monthly salary 3,000, in the world's richest man. Challenge complete. Congratulations on obtaining a world-class hypercar. A Koenigsegg Agera now parked in your villa's garage. Please check it. The challenge was successfully completed. Yi Chen looked it up. The Koenigsegg Agera had a domestic price of 26.5 million yuan. And that wasn't even including the various optional extras. To actually get one on the road with all the add-ons, it would likely cost over 30 million. A hypercar worth over 30 million plus 27 million in liquid capital. Yi Chen conservatively estimated his total earnings this time at 60 million. He had only spent 3 million to make 60. A 20-fold profit margin. It felt absolutely incredible. Yi Chen wouldn't mind having such opportunities more often. Ideally once a day. In a few months, he'd be a billionaire. The game said his Koenigsegg Agera was already parked in the garage, so Yi Chen naturally wanted to go and see it. This was after all his first top-tier hypercar. Koenigsegg, universally recognized as a world-class hypercar. While cars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis were rare, you could still spot them in the most affluent areas. But hypercars like Koenigsegg's or Bugattis were on a whole other level. Many people would never see one in their entire lives, let alone own one. Now Yi Chen, a freshman in college, owned a Koenigsegg himself. These cars, often costing tens of millions, were unattainable even for many wealthy individuals. Rich people might easily invest tens of millions, but spending tens of millions on a single car was a different story. After all, a hypercar was just a toy, a luxury for entertainment. Ordinary millionaires wouldn't dare to casually blow tens of millions on such a thing unless they were exceptionally wealthy. Soon Yi Chen arrived at his garage. The moment he entered, he saw his brand new Koenigsegg Agera. It was black, exuding an incredible sense of sleek lines and raw power. It was mind-blowingly cool. Compared to it, his old Ferrari seemed rather ordinary. It truly lived up to its reputation as a world-class hypercar. A machine worth 20 or 30 million couldn't possibly be average. Yi Chen was extremely satisfied with his new Koenigsegg Agera. After admiring the car, Yi Chen returned to the villa. By then, Bai Hanyan's live room had quieted down. It wasn't that the viewers had left, they were just listening to her sing in peaceful silence. It had to be said that Bai Hanyan's singing ability was quite impressive. She genuinely had the potential to be a singer. The popularity in Bai Hanyan's room had stabilized at around 3 to 4 million. Given the absence of large gifts, flooding and maintaining that level of heat was quite an achievement. Even though it was her first stream, her capability was evident. After this event, Bai Hanyan had successfully established herself as one of Shark Platform's major streamers. Her debut stream was a resounding success. Even the top brass at Yilan Agency hadn't anticipated this outcome. Sometimes, even with them throwing massive resources at a streamer, such results weren't guaranteed. The influence of a super tycoon was truly powerful. Without Yi Chen, this level of success would have been impossible. Originally, Yilan's plan for today was just to let Bai Hanyan get a feel for streaming with a target of 1,000 followers and a few tens of thousands of viewers. They intended to let her adapt for a few days before allocating more resources. No one expected things to spiral into this spectacular situation. After a brief discussion, the executives at Yilan unanimously decided to grant Bai Hanyan various promotional resources starting tomorrow. They began to cultivate her with all their might, hoping to turn her into one of Shark Live's premier streamers. The Yilan team held a late-night meeting to discuss their plans. Yi Chen, watching Bai Hanyan's stream, was also very pleased. Today's outcome had exceeded his expectations. If things continued to go this smoothly, Bai Hanyan could become a top-tier singer within a year. Yi Chen could almost see the 15 billion yuan waving at him. Excellent, excellent. After listening to a few songs, Yi Chen exited Bai Hanyan's live room. Just then he received an unexpected phone call. Is this Brother Chen? Yi Chen picked up the phone, and a young man's voice came from the other end. I am Yi Chen. Brother Chen, it's Xiao Huang Hai. We met at the bar a while back. The young man introduced himself. Yi Chen recalled Huang Hai after hearing the introduction. A few days ago, Fatty had invited Yi Chen to hang out, and at the bar Huang Hai was utterly stunned by Yi Chen's black card. That was how Yi Chen came to know Huang Hai, a prominent young master of Jiangzhou. What's up? It's like this, Brother Chen. There's a gathering tomorrow evening, and I'd like to invite you to join us. Huang Hai stated his purpose. Tomorrow evening. Yi Chen thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have anything planned for tomorrow night. Brother Chen, please don't refuse. I told a few of my friends about you, and they're eager to see the charm of Brother Chen. Huang Hai pleaded. All right. Yi Chen agreed since he had nothing else to do tomorrow evening. Anyway, he could go and have some fun. Thank you, Brother Chen. Huang Hai breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly thanked Yi Chen. He was afraid that Yi Chen would refuse. After setting the time and place with Yi Chen, Huang Hai continued, Brother Chen, I won't disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow evening. After hanging up, Yi Chen went to freshen up and prepare for rest. The next evening, Yi Chen drove his Koenigsegg Agera straight to the appointed meeting place with Huang Hai. Meanwhile, at a private estate on the outskirts of Jiangzhou, many young masters and heiresses of Jiangzhou had gathered. Inside the estate, Huang Hai was chatting with a few friends. Old Huang, is that brother Chen you mentioned definitely coming tonight? After what you've said, I'm really curious about this brother Chen. Of course, I just contacted brother Chen, and he's already on his way. Huang Hai answered with certainty. Are you sure this brother Chen is that impressive? I've been in Jiangzhou for so long and never heard of him. Another friend of Huang Hai asked curiously. Of course, brother Chen lives in Villa No. 8 of Ningxue Heavenly Palace. What do you think? Huang Hai said proudly. Knowing a big shot like brother Chen was something he could brag about for a long time. What? Brother Chen lives in Villa No. 8 of Ningxue Heavenly Palace. No way. Hearing this, his friends were all astonished. As young masters of Jiangzhou, they naturally knew about the top luxury residences in the city. Villa No. 8 in the Ningxue Heavenly Palace estate was one of them. Together with Villas No. 1, 6, 11, and 18, Villa No. 8 was among the most famous mansions in Jiangzhou. They knew the owners of Villa No. 6 and Villa No. 18. Both were prominent figures in Jiangzhou. Now the brother Chen that old Huang spoke of actually lived in Villa No. 8 of Ningxue Heavenly Palace, which meant he was undoubtedly a heavyweight. Brother Huang, when we meet brother Chen later, can you introduce us? Yeah, brother Huang, give us a chance to get to know a big shot. Huang Hai's friends pleaded. Sure, it's a small matter. Brother Chen is very nice. Huang Hai nodded. As the group was chatting in the estate, the distinctive roar of a sports car rang out. Then under everyone's gaze, a white supercar sped toward them. Finally, the white sports car slowly came to a stop in front of Huang Hai and his friends. No way, a Lamborghini Aventador. That's the legendary Big Bull. Looking at the white supercar, the young masters exclaimed in amazement. The car before them was no ordinary sports car. It was a Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as the Big Bull. The Lamborghini Aventador was extremely expensive, typically priced between 7 to 8 million or even 9 million. It was a dream car for many young men. Even these young masters were no exception. They looked at the Lamborghini Aventador with great envy. At that moment, they were all burning with curiosity, wondering who the owner of the Lamborghini Aventador was. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the door of the Lamborghini Aventador slowly opened, and a slender young man stepped out. Zheng Yuanliang. Young Master Zheng. Seeing the slender young man, the group of young masters exclaimed in surprise. They all recognized him. His name was Zheng Yuanliang, also a young master of Jiangzhou from a family worth several billion. However, Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai were known to be at odds. To put it bluntly, they were practically rivals. Watching Zheng Yuanliang step out of the Lamborghini Aventador, Huang Hai was the most shocked. When had this guy bought a Lamborghini Aventador? Huang Hai was extremely puzzled. Previously, Huang Hai and Zheng Yuanliang had similar cars, both sports cars worth around 4 to 5 million. He never expected Zheng Yuanliang to buy a Lamborghini Aventador worth several million. In comparison, Huang Hai was instantly overshadowed. How do you like my Big Bull? After getting out, Zheng Yuanliang leaned against his Lamborghini Aventador and said with a smile, Awesome. Brother Liang is amazing. Truly the legendary Big Bull, so flashy. The surrounding young masters said enviously. Hearing these praises, Zheng Yuanliang's smile grew even brighter. This car was worth every penny he paid. Why buy a supercar? Besides passion, it was to show off and earn admiration. Now his Lamborghini Aventador had caused a sensation, proving it was worth the price. Brother Liang, how much did this Big Bull cost? Not much, just over 9 million. Zheng Yuanliang said casually. Over 9 million. Zheng Yuanliang's Lamborghini Aventador cost over 9 million. That was incredible. The onlooking young masters were once again stunned. Brother Liang is mighty. Brother Liang, please take care of us when you're free. Some young masters began flattering Zheng Yuanliang unreservedly. As for the heiresses, watching, their eyes sparkled at the sight of Zheng Yuanliang. Wealth was a huge advantage. Old Huang, what do you think of my car? Zheng Yuanliang, looking at his Lamborghini Aventador, asked Huang Hai smugly. Not bad. Huang Hai forced himself to say. Oh, just not bad. If I remember correctly, your car is a sports car worth about 4 million, right? Zheng Yuanliang said pointedly. Hearing this, Huang Hai's face flushed red. Huang Hai's friends also lowered their heads. Oh, and I recall you've been boasting these days about knowing some big shot named Brother Chen, haven't you? Suddenly remembering something, Zheng Yuanliang added. Yes, so what? Huang Hai retorted. If I remember correctly, that Brother Chen you mentioned drives a 5 million yuan Ferrari. Zheng Yuanliang said with a sarcastic tone. If you can call someone driving a 5 million yuan Ferrari, brother, then what would you call me driving a 9 million yuan Lamborghini Aventador? What would you call me? Daddy? Or Grandpa? Zheng Yuanliang mocked with a smug smile. You? Huang Hai was instantly furious. Zheng, watch your words. Huang Hai said to Zheng Yuanliang with a stern expression. Zheng Yuanliang could say whatever he wanted about him, Huang Hai would accept it. After all, his car couldn't compare to Zheng Yuanliang's. But Brother Chen was his idol, and he couldn't let Zheng Yuanliang look down on him. Heh. Zheng Yuanliang, however, didn't take it seriously, merely letting out a cold laugh. Treating someone who drives a 5 million yuan Ferrari as some big shot TSK. Is that naivety or just stupidity? Zheng Yuanliang held neither Huang Hai nor this so-called brother Chen he spoke of in any regard. Someone driving a 5 million yuan Ferrari. What was that? Not even in his league. How could such a person be a big shot? And calling him brother Chen. Huh, what a joke. You? Huang Hai trembled with rage. Huang Hai's friends also lowered their heads angry, but unable to refute Zheng Yuanliang. They didn't know this brother Chen. Liang Gu is right. Someone driving a 5 million yuan Ferrari is just like us, not even a tenth of Liang Gu's worth. Calling him brother Chen. He's not worthy. Let's just call him little Chen. Several onlookers trying to curry favor with Zheng Yuanliang chimed in. Since this brother Chen wasn't around, what harm was there in a little mockery? If it pleased Zheng Yuanliang, they'd even curse their own ancestors. Huang Hai, your judgment is really poor. Zheng Yuanliang spoke again, critiquing Huang Hai. Let me introduce you to what a real big shot looks like. Zheng Yuanliang said mysteriously. He had recently made the acquaintance of a very important person, young Master Fong. In front of young Master Fong, Huang Hai's brother Chen was nothing but an ant. HM. Hearing Zheng Yuanliang's words, everyone was bewildered. Just then another roar was heard. In the distance, a yellow supercar was heading towards the estate. My God, what is that? One of the young scions recognized the supercar, first exclaiming in awe. Everyone followed his gaze and spotted the yellow supercar. What kind of car is that? Looks so flashy. Yet looks so cool. I want one too. Me too. Driving that on the road would definitely turn everyone's heads. Some remarked. You buy one. What are you thinking? Do you even know what that car is? Can you even afford it? The first young scion said with a sneer. What is it? Yeah, what car is that? The crowd asked, puzzled. That's a McLaren P1. It costs 13 million yuan, and probably 15 million to get on the road. What? Hearing this, everyone swallowed hard. Although many hadn't heard of the McLaren P1, the price tag of 15 million was truly intimidating. A 15 million yuan supercar. Oh my God. Today they finally saw a legendary 10 million yuan supercar. Under everyone's gaze, the McLaren P1, worth over 10 million, slowly came to a stop beside the Lamborghini. Seeing the McLaren P1 stop, Zheng Yuanliang immediately scurried over. The McLaren P1's door opened, and a cocky young man stepped out slowly. Young Master Fong, you've arrived. Seeing the arrogant man emerge, Zheng Yuanliang immediately flattered him. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is the young heir of the Fong Group, Fong Hongxiu, young Master Fong. Zheng Yuanliang announced the arrogant man's identity to everyone. The heir of the Fong Group. Knowing his identity, everyone was shaken. The Fong Group was one of Jianghao's major corporations with a market value of over 10 billion. They never expected this arrogant young man to be the son of the Fong Group's chairman, the future heir. This is the big shot I wanted to introduce to you. Zheng Yuanliang said with immense pride. Hearing this, everyone was filled with awe. Now this was a real big shot. Huang Hai and his friends were stunned. They truly hadn't expected the big shot Zheng Yuanliang mentioned to be the heir of the Fong Group. This was indeed someone they could only look up to. Hello, young Master Fong. Young Master Fong, you're so handsome. The surrounding young scions and wealthy heiresses swarmed around, fawning over Fong Hongxiu. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuanliang walked over to Huang Hai with an air of arrogance. Old Huang, see that? That's a real big shot. Zheng Yuanliang said with sarcastic superiority. Young Master Fong drives a 15 million yuan McLaren P1, countless times more impressive than your precious brother Chen. From now on, don't just go around calling people brother. Emboldened by young Master Fang's presence, Zheng Yuanliang mocked Huang Hai without restraint. Mocked so harshly, Huang Hai's friends were extremely angry, but dared not speak up. After all, the heir of the Fong Group was right there. Zheng Yuanliang, don't be too arrogant. Brother Chen is very capable too. Huang Hai took a deep breath and retorted. Oh, is that so? Is this brother Chen really that capable? Zheng Yuanliang was completely dismissive of Huang Hai's words. Alright, enough talk. Since your brother Chen is so capable, why not have him drive a car even more impressive than young Master Fang's McLaren P1? Zheng Yuanliang retorted confidently. If your brother Chen can show up in a car better than young Master Fang's McLaren P1, I'll kneel and call him brother myself. And I'll hand over my newly bought 9 million yuan Lamborghini to him too. Knowing full well that Huang Hai's brother Chen couldn't possibly do it, Zheng Yuanliang made this bold declaration without a care. Provoked by Zheng Yuanliang, Huang Hai was so angry his entire body trembled. Although he wanted to defend brother Chen, he was helpless. Brother Chen was indeed strong, but he was too low-key, driving only a few million yuan Ferrari. There was no way it could compare to young Master Fang's 15 million yuan McLaren P1. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Ha ha ha. Zheng Yuanliang grew even more arrogant. Just as he was laughing triumphantly, an incredibly sleek black supercar slowly drove into the estate. What the hell am I seeing things? A young rich kid was the first to notice the black hypercar, his voice filled with shock. Hearing this, the others turned their heads curiously. One look and everyone was dumbfounded. Is this the legendary Koenigsegg? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Yes, this is the legendary Koenigsegg. And it looks like a Koenigsegg Adra worth over 20 million, nearly 30 million. A young rich kid who knew hypercars well answered with certainty. Koenigsegg Adra. Over 20 million, nearly 30 million. At this moment, everyone's hearts were not just shocked, but utterly astounded. They had thought a hypercar worth over 10 million was already impressive. But now a hypercar worth 20 to 30 million had appeared. That amount could buy a very nice villa in Jiangsu. Everyone was deeply intimidated by the price of this Koenigsegg Adra. Staring at the sudden arrival, Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai were also stunned. There was no denying it, this Koenigsegg Adra was incredibly cool. Even Feng Xiao's dazzling McLaren P1 from earlier fell slightly short compared to this Koenigsegg Adra. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the price made it clear. One Koenigsegg Adra could almost buy two McLaren P1s. That was the gap. Gulp, gulp. Staring obsessively at the Koenigsegg Adra, Zheng Yuanliang's eyes were wide with envy. This hypercar was too cool, like a black phantom, extremely stylish. Not just Zheng Yuanliang, even the arrogant Feng Hongxiu, who looked down on everyone, had unconcealable envy in his eyes as he gazed at the Koenigsegg Adra. Who is the big shot who owns this Koenigsegg Adra? No idea, but definitely a super big shot. Otherwise, how could they drive a legendary Koenigsegg Adra? Everyone present was extremely curious about who the owner of this Koenigsegg Adra could be. Finally, the black Koenigsegg Adra slowly came to a stop beside the McLaren P1. The Koenigsegg's door rose slowly under the unblinking gaze of everyone. A stunningly handsome guy slowly stepped out. Seeing the owner of the Koenigsegg Adra, the young rich kids and wealthy young ladies present were all astonished. None of them recognized this big shot driving the Koenigsegg. Huh. Seeing the handsome guy step out, Huang Hai covered his mouth, looking utterly incredulous. Is this Brother Chen? Brother Chen came driving a Koenigsegg Adra this time. Oh my god. After a moment of shock, Huang Hai quickly ran over. Brother Chen, you're here. Huang Hai said with great respect. Huh. Hearing Huang Hai's address to the Koenigsegg owner, everyone was stunned. Brother Chen. This Koenigsegg owner is the Brother Chen Huang Hai always talks about. Most people present had heard Huang Hai talk about this Brother Chen, but most didn't believe that this so-called Brother Chen was anyone important. Now they realized they were wrong, terribly wrong. How could someone driving a Koenigsegg Adra worth 20 or 30 million not be a big deal? They finally believed Huang Hai's words. As for Huang Hai's friends who had been hanging their heads earlier, joy now spread across their faces. So the Brother Chen that old Huang talked about really was a big shot. They felt just as proud as Huang Hai did. They had endured Zheng Yuanliang's mockery earlier, and now that Brother Chen had arrived in his Koenigsegg, their moment of vindication had come. On the scene, no one was more shocked than Zheng Yuanliang. He never dreamed that this so-called Brother Chen that Huang Hai mentioned would show up in a Koenigsegg worth tens of millions. Zheng Yuanliang's face turned pale, clearly terrified. Especially when he remembered the bold claim he had made earlier. Zheng Yuanliang was even more afraid. If your so-called Brother Chen can drive a car more impressive than young Master Fang's McLaren P1, I'll kneel and call him brother. And I'll give him my Lamborghini Aventador I just bought for over 9 million. Kneeling and calling him brother was one thing. But giving away his Lamborghini Aventador to this Brother Chen would break his heart for a lifetime. The more Zheng Yuanliang thought about it, the more worried he became. As he thought, he backed away, trying to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps back when Huang Hai spotted him. Come here, old Zheng, what were you saying earlier? What were you going to do if Brother Chen showed up in a car better than the McLaren P1? Huang Hai asked Zheng Yuanliang. Brother Huang, I was wrong. Zheng Yuanliang apologized profusely to Huang Hai. He really couldn't bear to part with his Lamborghini Aventador. Looking at Zheng Yuanliang's pathetic state, Huang Hai sneered. This is the price. You were so arrogant and cocky just now, and now karma has caught up. How about this? Forget the Lamborghini, but you should at least fulfill your other promise. Giving the car worth over 9 million to Brother Chen was definitely unrealistic. Even if Zheng Yuanliang agreed, his family would have something to say. If that caused any trouble later, it wouldn't be good. But the other promise Zheng Yuanliang definitely had to fulfill. Ah, Brother Huang, can I? Zheng Yuanliang tried to negotiate, but Huang Hai's face darkened. Fine. Helpless Zheng Yuanliang had no choice but to agree. Embarrassment was better than losing the car. Finally, Zheng Yuanliang steeled himself and walked over to Yi Chen. Gulp. He knelt down directly in front of Yi Chen and said, "Hello, Brother Chen." Everyone was shocked by Zheng Yuanliang's action. Yi Chen was also taken aback. You're kowtowing to me for New Year, but I didn't bring a red envelope. Yi Chen shrugged helplessly. It's okay, Brother Chen, I have one. Huang Hai suddenly spoke up, walked over, and from somewhere produced a 1 yuan coin, directly handing it to Zheng Yuanliang. Here you go, Xiao Liangzi, keep the change, Huang Hai said magnanimously. Zheng Yuanliang had no choice but to take the money helplessly. Hello, Brother Chen. Brother Chen, your Koenigsegg is absolutely stunning. The people who had been surrounding Feng Hongxiu just moments ago now abandoned him and flocked over to fawn over Yi Chen. The next second something unexpected happened. The young master of the Fang group, Fang Hongxiu, walked straight towards Yi Chen. Stopping just 2 or 3 meters away, Fang Hongxiu stood his ground, defiantly facing off against Yi Chen. The air was thick with tension. "I challenge you." Fang Hongxiu suddenly issued a challenge to Yi Chen. Fang Hongxiu's words instantly startled the crowd around him. "Challenge Yi Chen? Challenge what? I admit that your Koenigsegg Agera is more powerful than my McLaren P1, but that doesn't mean my driving skills are inferior to yours." Fang Hongxiu said slowly. "Let's pick 2 comparable cars and race. If you win, I'll acknowledge you as my superior. You'll be my big brother, and whatever you ask, I'll do it." Fang Hongxiu said with great reluctance. His car truly couldn't match Yi Chen's, but he had immense confidence in his driving skills. If it weren't for family obligations, he might have become a professional racing driver. After hearing Fang Hongxiu's words, the crowd grew excited. They eagerly anticipated a race between Yi Chen and Fang Hongxiu to see who had superior driving skills. The car comparison was already decided. Yi Chen had won. But driving skills? That was uncertain. They had heard rumors that this young master of the Fang group was obsessed with racing and possessed formidable driving skills. Zheng Yuanliang, who had just stood up, was stunned, then grew excited. Young Master Fang was the big shot he had invited. If Fang could beat this Chen Gu, he would have regained some face. "Yi Chen, you must agree." Zheng Yuanliang prayed silently. Beside Yi Chen, Huang Hai became nervous upon hearing Fang Hongxiu's challenge. Chen Gu Fang Hongxiu is very skilled. Among the young elites of Jiangzhou, his driving is definitely top tier. Huang Hai whispered into Yi Chen's ear. Initially, Yi Chen had no interest in racing Fang Hongxiu, but hearing Huang Hai's words, he found it intriguing. He had acquired top-tier driving skills from a game, but had never truly tested his full potential. Now, with Fang Hongxiu, one of Jiangzhou's best drivers, as a benchmark, he could finally test himself. "All right, let's race." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing Yi Chen accept the challenge, the scene erupted in excitement. "Chen Gu is awesome. Race! Race!" The crowd cheered. Zheng Yuanliang also smiled. He knew young Master Fang's skills while having once seen him dominate a professional racer. Now, using Fang's strongest ability against Yi Chen, could Fang lose? He was finally going to win back some face. If Fang won, he wouldn't have to fear meeting Huang Hai again. Otherwise, he'd be too ashamed to look him in the eye. As young elites of Jiangzhou, racing was a common pastime. They had a dedicated racing spot. Many of the young men and women had arrived in their supercars. Yi Chen and Fang Hongxiu each chose a car. Yi Chen picked a Ferrari while Fang Hongxiu chose a Lamborghini. The 2 cars were similar in price and specs, making the race fair. Half an hour later, they arrived at a remote, rugged road. This was the regular racing spot for these young elites. To closely monitor the race, they had prepared several drones to film from above, capturing every detail of the event. Yi Chen drove the Ferrari and Fang Hongxiu drove the Lamborghini to the starting line. The race began swiftly. Both cars shot forward like arrows. Who do you think will win this time? Watching them speed off, the remaining young elites and heiresses discussed curiously. "I think it'll be young Master Fang. I think young Master Yi. Yi is impressive with his Koenigsegg, but his driving skills are unknown to us. I think Fang might have the edge." Most present believed Fang Hongxiu would win, as his skills were widely recognized. They didn't know Yi Chen well. Only a few thought Yi Chen would prevail, and naturally Huang Hai was among them. "Old Huang, what do you think?" Zheng Yuanliang approached Huang Hai with a smile. "Chen Gu will surely win," Huang Hai said firmly. "I'm not so sure about that." Zheng Yuanliang shook his head. "What, you doubt Chen Gu's abilities?" Huang Hai retorted. Zheng Yuanliang quickly shook his head and explained, No, Chen Gu's strength is evident to all." Although Zheng Yuanliang wanted to save face in front of Huang Hai, he dared not show any disrespect towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen drove a Koenigsegg, implying a formidable background that he couldn't afford to offend. Chen Gu's wealth is impressive, but his driving skills are uncertain. "Fang is a renowned expert," Zheng Yuanliang said with a hint of implication. "Chen Gu will definitely win," Huang Hai replied with resolve. "We'll see," Zheng Yuanliang said confidently, trusting Fang's skills. At that moment, the drone feed showed the race between Yi Chen and Fang Hongxiu. On the initial straight stretch, the gap between them was minimal. But as they approached a turn, the difference appeared. Fang Hongxiu's skill was indeed impressive. His drift was nearly perfect, drawing admiration from the onlookers. Yet compared to Yi Chen's, Fang's near-perfect drift seemed ordinary. If Fang was close to perfect, Yi Chen was truly flawless. The spectators were stunned. Because of that turn, Yi Chen left Fang Hongxiu behind. How is this possible? Zheng Yuanliang couldn't believe his eyes, his face a mask of shock. Others who had predicted Fang's victory were equally astonished. Those who had believed in Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. Chen Gu is amazing. After that turn, Yi Chen had pulled ahead. Fang Hongxiu refused to give up, attempting multiple times to catch up, but without success. As they approached the next turn, the gap widened even further. Fang Hongxiu was left far behind. The race course wasn't long, When Yi Chun reached the finish line, Fang Hongxiu arrived only 20 or 30 seconds later. Seeing both drivers arrive, the young elites who had waited at the finish line immediately swarmed around. Seeing Yi Chun get out of his car, they eagerly praised him. Chen Gu is mighty. Chen Gu is too strong. On the other side, Fang Hongxiu also got out. They had expected him to be deeply disappointed or enraged. But Fang Hongxiu's reaction far exceeded their expectations. After getting out, he showed neither disappointment nor anger, but instead wore a look of joy and excitement. What's wrong with young Master Fang? Could he be so shocked that he's lost his mind? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. When everyone was puzzled, Fang Hongxiu with an excited expression approached Yi Chun. Brother Chen, you are my idol. That drift was absolutely perfect. Fang Hongxiu grabbed Yi Chun's arm, looking like a devoted fan. Indeed, at first when Yi Chun overtook him, Fang Hongxiu was furious and angry. On the road, he kept trying to catch up with Yi Chun, even surpass him. But in the end, Fang Hongxiu completely gave up. He realized that his driving skills were simply not on the same level as Yi Chun's. Fang Hongxiu was completely convinced. Especially when he recalled Yi Chun's virtually perfect drift, he worshipped Yi Chun immensely, regarding him as his idol. Thus the scene unfolded. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was best that young Master Fang's mind was unaffected. If something had happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Earlier they had discussed what to do if young Master Fang lost his temper. The race was just for fun, just a game. But if he got carried away and a conflict broke out, it would be bad. What they feared most was young Master Fang losing and flying into a rage. This outcome was naturally the best. Brother Chen, from now on you are my big brother. Whatever you need, just tell me. Fang Hongxiu said to Yi Chun with an adoring look. Just whenever you have time, you can teach me some driving skills. After the race, everyone returned to the manor and began dinner. Since they all drove, no one drank alcohol. At the dinner table, Fang Hongxiu used tea as a substitute for wine repeatedly, trying to curry favor with Yi Chun. In the end, Fang Hongxiu finally got what he wanted and added Yi Chun's contact information. After dinner, they stayed in the manor for a while, then Yi Chun took his leave. Fang Hongxiu led the others to see him off. A new day. Yi Chun drove to school. Since he only had one class at noon, after class at 10 o'clock he planned to return to his villa. Just then he suddenly received a WeChat call from his cousin, Zhao Shuxian. Yi Chun, are you at school? Zhao Shuxian asked anxiously. I am. What happened? Yi Chun asked. It's like this Ningxue's USB drive is missing. Zhao Shuxian explained. The drive has an article she wrote, and it needs to be submitted to the school for a competition in an hour. But now the drive can't be found. We searched the dormitory, but didn't see it. Ningxue thinks she might have left it at home when she went back last time, and wants to go home to look for it. If you have time, could you take Ningxue home to look? Zhao Shuxian told Yi Chun the whole story. Originally, Su Ningxue wanted to take a taxi, but Zhao Shuxian stopped her. Yi Chun had a car, so why go through the trouble of taking a taxi? Moreover, in a hurry, taking a taxi would definitely waste time. Yi Chun's car was a Ferrari fast, and able to save a lot of time. Besides, it could also help improve the relationship between Yi Chun and Ningxue. With this in mind, Zhao Shuxian quickly called Yi Chun. Okay, they'll drive the car to the girls' dormitory right away. Yi Chun understood the urgency and immediately agreed. He left the classroom, got into his Koenigsegg, and drove straight to the girls' dormitory building. At that moment, Su Ningxue was already waiting there. Seeing an unfamiliar sports car stop beside her, Su Ningxue instinctively thought someone was trying to hit on her, so she stepped back a few steps. Senior sister Su, get in. Yi Chun lowered the window and called out to Su Ningxue. Yi Chun. Seeing that the driver was actually Yi Chun, Su Ningxue was stunned. Had he changed cars again? How many cars did he have? Despite her curiosity, Su Ningxue didn't ask, and sat in Yi Chun's car. Thank you, junior brother Yi. Su Ningxue said gratefully. Having to trouble Yi Chun again made her feel a bit embarrassed. We're friends, no need to be polite. Yi Chun casually said, then headed straight for the school gate. With Su Ningxue guiding the way, Yi Chun didn't need navigation. Under her guidance, they arrived at another famous villa district in Jiangzhou, the Shiji Shanhe Villa District. The prices of villas here were no less than those in the Lingyun Tiangong Villa District where Yi Chun lived. Yi Chun parked the car in front of Villa No. 3. Today Su Ningxue's mother seemed to be out. Su Ningxue opened the villa door and led Yi Chun inside. Junior brother, Yi, take a rest for a moment. I'll go to my room and look. Yi Chun stayed in the living room, while Su Ningxue quickly went to her boudoir. It was already 10:50. The deadline was 11 o'clock. Su Ningxue had only 10 minutes. She needed to find the USB drive within those 10 minutes, open the computer, and send the article from the drive to the school authorities. Time was extremely tight. Su Ningxue had to race against the clock. If she was late, the efforts of the past few months would be wasted. Yi Chun sat on the sofa looking around. Then a voice came. Junior brother Yi, come in too. Su Ningxue invited Yi Chun into her boudoir. Huh. Yi Chun was stunned. Was that really appropriate? He himself had no problem, but after all it was Su Ningxue's private room. For a guy like him to go in wasn't that a bit. Junior brother Yi, come in and help, look, time is urgent. Su Ningxue called out again. She searched the room, but couldn't find it. Now there were only 4 or 5 minutes left until 11. If she couldn't find it within these few minutes, it would be trouble. Her own strength was limited, so she asked Chen to come in and search together. After the previous incidents, Su Ningxue believed Chen was a decent person, which was why she made the request. If it were not Chen, but some other guy in the living room, even if she couldn't find it herself, she would never have invited him to come in and search together. But now it was Chen outside. Su Ningxue trusted him. Since she had said so, Chen naturally couldn't refuse. He quickly went upstairs and entered Su Ningxue's room. So pink. That was Chen's first impression upon entering. The curtains, bed sheets, and everything else were pink, full of girlish heart. A person's bedroom best reflects their inner self. It seemed that senior sister Su, despite her cold exterior, still had a girlish heart. After a moment of surprise, Chen also began to help Su Ningxue search the room. He looked around the desk, nothing. Then he opened Su Ningxue's wardrobe. Saying, "Avoid impropriety," to himself, he searched carefully. Finally, Chen found the USB drive in one of Su Ningxue's clothes. "Is this it?" Chen held the USB drive and asked. "Yes, that's it." Su Ningxue nodded quickly. "Great, thank you so much." In her excitement, she instinctively hugged Chen. Caught in the hug, Chen was stunned. Su Ningxue immediately realized her mistake, and her face flushed red. In her joy, she had forgotten that it was Chen who entered her room, not her best friend. Previously, only her best friend had ever been in her room. Chen was the first boy ever to enter her room. Overjoyed, Su Ningxue had forgotten about that. She quickly let go of Chen, her face crimson, her mind dizzy. "Senior sister Su, it's almost time." Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly 10:59. Huh. Su Ningxue snapped back to reality and quickly inserted the USB drive into her computer. Fortunately, she had turned on the computer as soon as she entered the room earlier. Working against the clock, Su Ningxue managed to send the file to the school's leadership at 10:5950 something. Phew, she let out a sigh of relief. She had been so close to losing months of hard work. If it weren't for Chen's help in finding it, she would have been too late, even if she had located it herself. "Take a seat and rest for a bit." Su Ningxue wiped the glistening sweat from her forehead and said to Chen. Her rush had left her perspiring. Chen sat down on a nearby chair. "I'm truly grateful to you today, Junior Yi." Su Ningxue said, sincerely at a loss for how she could ever repay him. "You're too kind, senior sister Su." Chen felt he hadn't done much, just helped her look for something. Huh. Suddenly, Su Ningxue noticed the open wardrobe, and her face flushed once again after just calming down. All of her clothes were in there. How embarrassing. She quickly got up and quietly closed the wardrobe door. Just as Su Ningxue was about to say something, the sound of the villa's front door opening reached her ears. She froze, then stealthily stepped out to take a look. It turned out to be her mother returning home. Su Ningxue rushed back into the room and said nervously to Chen, "This is bad, Junior Yi. My mother is back." She hastily instructed him, "Junior Yi, stay in my room for a while and don't come out no matter what. Let me go check things out first." "All right." Chen nodded. Su Ningxue's heart raced. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, then opened the door. After stepping out, she quickly shut it behind her. Seeing the door close, Chen suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. This wasn't right at all. He had only come to help find something. He and senior sister Su were completely innocent. They hadn't done anything wrong. Why was he hiding in her private room, as if he had committed a transgression? There was nothing wrong to begin with, but hiding like this made it seem suspicious. As if both he and senior sister Su had guilty consciences. If he had simply walked out and greeted Su Ningxue's mother earlier, none of this hassle would have been necessary. But now that he had hidden away, if Su Ningxue's mother discovered him in her daughter's private room, the situation would blow up beyond explanation. Chen's head throbbed with worry. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue also realized, wasn't she acting like a thief with a guilty conscience? It was her first time having a boy in her room, and her nerves and shyness had clouded her judgment. She should have let Chen walk out with her. Alas, it was too late now. Regretfully, she had no choice but to brace herself and greet her mother. "Mom." Su Ningxue walked downstairs to greet her mother. "Ningxue, you're back? What's wrong?" Noticing the sweat on her daughter's forehead, Su Ningxue's mother asked with curiosity. "It's nothing at all." Su Ningxue quickly wiped her brow and explained to her mother. "Oh." Her mother nodded, half convinced, and didn't press further. "By the way, Mom, I noticed one of the koi in the backyard looks sick. You should go check on it." Su Ningxue spoke up. She wanted to send her mother away so Chen could slip out of the bedroom and leave immediately. If he didn't leave now, there would be no chance until her mother went out again the next day. Would that mean Chen would have to stay in her room all night? That was absolutely out of the question. Huh. Hearing her daughter's words, Su Ningxue's mother grew anxious at once. She kept a small group of koi in the backyard garden which she adored. At her daughter's words, Su Ningxue's mother immediately got up and headed to the backyard. Su Ningxue hurried back to the bedroom to let Chen out. "Junior Yi, my mother's gone to the backyard. Hurry up and leave now. Thanks so much for your hard work today." Su Ningxue said to Yi Chun, her voice tense. He had helped her, so she definitely owed him a proper thank you. But today wasn't the right time. So she wanted him to leave first, and she would figure out a way to repay him later. Okay. Yi Chun understood her meaning and didn't want to cause any misunderstanding with her mother. So he followed Su Ningxue, and the two crept cautiously toward the first floor like a pair of thieves. Watching themselves tiptoe around, Yi Chun couldn't help but find it absurd. The more they tried to cover things up, the harder they became to explain. Soon Su Ningxue led Yi Chun downstairs and carefully made her way toward the villa's front door. Just as Yi Chun was about to step out, she let out a breath of relief. Creak. At that moment, the door leading to the backyard inside the villa swung open. Yi Chun reacted instantly, turning around, so his back faced the villa's front door. Ningxue, I checked, and the koi are all fine, Su Ningxue's mother said as she walked back in from the backyard. Seeing her mother, Su Ningxue's heart leapt into her throat, her expression betraying a guilty conscience. Huh. Her mother, stepping into the villa, immediately spotted Yi Chun and said in astonishment, Isn't this Xiao Chun? What are you doing here? Hearing her mother's question, Su Ningxue grew even more anxious. Damn it. Despite all her caution, her mother had still caught them. Just as she was about to explain, Yi Chun spoke up. Auntie, I came to see senior sister Su about something. I knocked, and she opened the door for me. With his back to the front door, Yi Chun looked exactly like he had just walked in. Is that so? Su Ningxue's mother showed no sign of suspicion and warmly invited Yi Chun to sit down. Please have a seat. Thank you, Auntie, Yi Chun said. Phew. Su Ningxue let out a sigh of relief and shot Yi Chun a grateful look. At that moment, she deeply admired his quick thinking. Her own reaction speed was nowhere near his. If he hadn't been so fast, everything would have been exposed. Su Ningxue cast a thankful glance at Yi Chun. He sat down beside her. Her mother offered him some fruit. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Chun took a banana and ate it with composure. You two go ahead and chat. Her mother didn't disturb them, picked up some fish food, and headed to the backyard to feed the koi. In the living room, only Yi Chun and Su Ningxue remained. Seeing her mother leave, Su Ningxue collapsed onto the sofa. Junior Yi, if it weren't for your quick reaction, would be in trouble, she said with deep emotion. It was nothing, Yi Chun replied. He sat for a while longer, finished his banana, then rose to take his leave. Su Ningxue didn't try to stop him. Today was indeed not the right occasion. She resolved to invite him over again another time. As Yi Chun stood up to leave, Su Ningxue's mother returned. Oh, is Junior Chen leaving already? Su Ningxue's mother remarked in surprise. Why not stay a while? It's almost noon. Stay for a meal, she warmly insisted. No thank you. Perhaps next time, Yi Chun declined with a shake of his head. He'll be sure to visit you properly, Auntie, another time. Seeing his refusal, Su Ningxue's mother didn't press further. Ningxue, see Junior Chen out. All right. Su Ningxue escorted Yi Chun out of the villa. After the two left, Su Ningxue's mother cast a meaningful glance toward her daughter's room. These two little ones, she murmured, a smile playing on her lips. Did they think she was easily fooled? In truth, she had seen through it from the very beginning. From the first glance at her daughter, her behavior had been off. As a mother, she naturally noticed. Of course, that wasn't concrete evidence. What truly confirmed her suspicions was the sleek supercar parked outside the villa's entrance. Clearly they had a guest. Combined with her daughter's insistence on her going to the backyard, Su Ningxue's mother began to suspect. So she deliberately played along, acting out the scene and heading to the backyard. When she felt enough time had passed, she returned. And there she saw Yi Chun. At that moment, as someone with life experience, everything became clear to her. However, she did not expose her daughter's lie. It wasn't something she could easily call out after all. Her daughter was grown now. Still, weren't they moving a bit too fast? These young people nowadays. Su Ningxue's mother felt a headache coming on, wondering if she should find time for a proper talk with her daughter. Even if she and Yi Chun were together, at the very least, Yi Chun should formally visit and meet her and her husband as her boyfriend. Su Ningxue's mother fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Yi Chun bid farewell to Su Ningxue, got into his car, and drove off towards his own home. On his way back, several videos began to circulate. Though the content of the videos varied, the theme was the same: Ningxue accusing Yilin Entertainment Agency and its new president Yi Chun, with the intent to tarnish Yilin's reputation and drive it out of Jiangzhou. Yuanyan Agency deliberately spread these videos throughout Jiangzhou's business circles. Upon seeing these videos, the Jiangzhou circle was rocked to its core. Yilin Entertainment was one of the largest agencies in the city. Word was they had just appointed a new president. Now this new president, Yi Chun, was being exposed as a man of poor character, allegedly forcing female employees to accompany clients for drinks. Suddenly, the reputation of both Yilin Entertainment and Yi Chun began to sour within the circle. Although some from Yilin came forward to defend Yi Chun and the company because Yuan Yin was pulling strings behind the scenes and manipulating the narrative, these defenders were dismissed as shills trying to whitewash their own company. No one believed the people from Yilin. Moreover, because Yuan Yin's boss Yin Baimei had sought the intervention of a Jiangzhou tycoon worth billions, she knew rumors and slander about Yilin Entertainment spread like wildfire. Yilin Entertainment became a pariah condemned by all. Faced with this torrent of rumors, the company's top executives were like ants on a hot pan. They scrambled to find a solution. One senior executive suggested informing President Yi and letting him handle it. However, Vice President Yang Xiaomin vetoed this for the time being. They couldn't bother President Yi with every little thing, it would make them look incompetent. They continued to brainstorm, trying to resolve the issue themselves. Only if they were completely out of options would they seek Yi Chen's help. The next day, Yi Chen received a call from Yang Xiaomin, who informed him that there was a banquet that evening attended by many presidents and wealthy magnates of Jiangzhou companies. As the president of Yilin Entertainment, Yi Chen was also invited. Since the host didn't know Yi Chen personally, the invitation had been sent directly to Yilin Entertainment. Yi Chen agreed to attend. That evening, he drove to the company to pick up the invitation. As Yang Xiaomin was also invited, they went to the banquet venue together. En route, Yang Xiaomin told Yi Chen about the rumors spread by Ningxue against both him and the company. He and the other Yilin executives had tried every conceivable method to no avail. Left with no choice, Yang Xiaomin had to turn to Yi Chen for help. I see, Yi Chen said, falling into thought. Ningxue has signed with Yuanyan Agency. It's highly likely this whole thing is their doing, Yang Xiaomin stated with certainty. Yuanyan Agency. Yi Chen murmured, committing the name to memory. He planned to deal with it after the banquet. Over 20 minutes later, they arrived at the villa hosting the event. Their arrival immediately drew attention. After all, the matter concerning Yi Chen and Yilin Entertainment was the talk of Jiang's house circles. Consequently, few came forward to greet them. The atmosphere was cold. However, this wasn't because they believed the rumors were true. For them, the veracity of the rumors was irrelevant. Even if every word were true, it wouldn't matter. What mattered was profit. They understood this was ultimately a power struggle between Yilin Entertainment and Yuanyan Agency. They would side with whoever held the advantage. Yuanyan Agency seemed to have a powerful backer, giving them a solid edge. Yilin Entertainment was struggling to cope and might even be forced to leave Jiangzhou altogether in the future. A company on the verge of collapse was best kept at a distance. At the venue, only one middle-aged man stepped forward to greet Yi Chen and Yang Xiaomin. So you're President Yi. Young and promising indeed. The man extended his hand for a handshake. President Yi, this is President Li. He's been a long-time partner of our Yilin Entertainment, Yang Xiaomin introduced. Due to their long-standing cooperation, President Li had a good relationship with the company. Also, if Yilin were to collapse, President Li's own interests would suffer. That's why at this critical juncture he chose to stand with them. Nice to meet you. Just as Yi Chen was shaking hands with President Li, two unexpected figures entered the banquet hall. Upon seeing these two, the previously indifferent guests surged forward with enthusiastic greetings. The newcomers were none other than Yin Baimei, the owner of Yuanyan Agency, and Ningxue. President Yin, how are you? You look even more beautiful, President Yin. Wishing you prosperity, President Yin. The guests greeted Yin Baimei with great enthusiasm, their voices tinged with a hint of flattery. After all, they had all heard that she had formed a connection with a powerful figure. To show their allegiance, they naturally had to act this way. For a moment, the liveliness around Yin Baimei stood in stark contrast to the coldness surrounding Yi Chen. Originally, she had planned to attend tonight's banquet alone, but she had unexpectedly learned a piece of news. It was said that tonight the young master of a prominent Jiangzhou figure would also be in attendance. To forge a connection with that young gentleman, Yin Baimei immediately thought of Ningxue. When she explained the matter to Ningxue, the latter naturally agreed without hesitation. She also wanted to meet some influential people. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests for a while, Yin Baimei happened to spot Yi Chen and Yang Xiaomin standing not far away. A trace of mockery flickered across her face. Rumors about the Yilin Agency and its new president Yi Chen were spreading like wildfire. Yin Baimei felt quite pleased with herself. Taking the initiative, she pulled Ningxue and walked towards Yi Chen. The guests who saw her do this didn't follow. They remained in place, ready to watch the show. They knew a confrontation was sure to be explosive. Oh, isn't this Vice President Yang? She said with a smile as she walked over. President Yin. Yang Xiaomin replied, forcing himself to be polite in public despite the strong aversion and even disgust he felt towards her. And this is a... Yin Baimei pretended not to know Yi Chen. This is our new president, President Yi, Yang Xiaomin introduced. Oh, so this is President Yi. Yin Baimei continued her act, feigning sudden realization. President Yi, I really must thank you for sending such an excellent employee like Sierra to me. Without you, our Yuanyan Agency wouldn't be where it is today. Yin Baimei said, her tone brimming with gratitude. And she meant every word. If it weren't for Yi Chen firing Ningxue, she wouldn't have found this perfect opportunity to suppress the Yilin Agency. She was truly grateful to President Yi. Ha! Come now, Sierra, why don't you thank President Yi? Yin Baimei said, then turned to Ningxue with a sarcastic tone. Thank you, President Yi. Ningxue said, also feeling quite triumphant. At this moment, she felt immense satisfaction. You fired me, now you must regret it. You and the Yilin Agency are doomed. Ha! Yin Baimei laughed loudly a few times, then led Ningxue away to chat with the other guests. Meanwhile, President Li thought of a solution and wanted to share it with Yi Chen. Since the other man was being so polite, Yi Chen couldn't very well refuse. So Yi Chen and President Li found a place to sit down. Suddenly, a prominent figure from Jiangzhou appeared, causing an immediate stir. Upon seeing him, Yin Baimei and Ningxue rushed over, greeting him with fawning respect. This Jiangzhou big shot was named Ma Jiangwen, the same influential man worth billions that Yin Baimei had previously mentioned. This time, the Yuanyan Agency's easy suppression of the Yilan Agency was all thanks to Ma Jiangwen's help from behind the scenes. Yin Baimei and Ningxue expressed their gratitude to him. That matter is trivial. How are the preparations for the thing I mentioned to you coming along? Ma Jiangwen asked. In his eyes, the Yilan Agency was just a small company. Its president Yi Chen was an insignificant nobody, not worth his attention. Don't worry, President Ma. I brought Sierra here specifically to get close to that young master. Yin Baimei explained. Ma Jiangwen gave Ningxue a careful once-over and nodded in satisfaction. The young master arriving tonight was of no ordinary status, and they absolutely had to find a way to win his favor. President Ma, who exactly is this young master? Yin Baimei asked curiously. Just as Ma Jiangwen was about to answer, the sound of footsteps suddenly approached. A defiant-looking young man walked in. Seeing him, Ma Jiangwen immediately shot Yin Baimei a meaningful glance. Ma Jiangwen took the lead and walked towards the young man, with Yin Baimei and Ningxue following closely behind. Young Master Fong, Ma Jiangwen greeted him very respectfully as he approached. Oh, if it isn't President Ma, young Master Fong responded. Come, let me introduce you. This is young Master Fong. Ma Jiangwen introduced him to Yin Baimei and Ningxue. Young Master Fong. Hello, young Master Fong. Yin Baimei and Ningxue greeted him with nervous deference. After exchanging a few words with Fong, Ma Jiangwen and Yin Baimei took the initiative to leave, stepping aside. They left the space to Fong and Ningxue. They were both young, so they were bound to have common topics, especially since Ningxue was also quite beautiful. President Ma, this young Master Fong. He isn't Fong Hongye's son, is he? Yin Baimei suddenly asked, her voice tense once they were off to the side. Exactly, Ma Jiangwen nodded. What? Yin Baimei was astounded, never expecting her guess to be right. So this young Master Fong was indeed Fong Hongye's son. Fong Hongye was the chairman of the Fong Group, a tycoon worth over 10 billion, nearly 20 billion. This young master was actually Fong Hongye's son. Now Yin Baimei understood why Ma Jiangwen placed such importance on a young man's arrival. I hope Sierra can satisfy young Master Fong, she prayed. Even from a distance, Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen kept a close watch on Fong and Ningxue. Young Master Fong, what do you like? Ningxue tried her best to please him. Car racing. Fong replied absent-mindedly, looking quite bored. Car racing. That's great, I love car racing too. Could you take me with you sometime, young Master Fong? Ningxue asked. But after waiting for a while, she got no response from Fong and felt deeply disappointed. This young Master Fong was so cold, she couldn't even find a common topic to talk about. Just as she was fretting, Fang's eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of joy spread across his face. Seeing the sudden change in Fang's expression, Ningxue was baffled. What was wrong with him? The next second, Fong completely ignored the elaborately dressed Ningxue and strode forward quickly. What was he going to do? Young Master Fong, wait for me. Ningxue quickly chased after him. Not far away, Ma Jiangwen and Yin Baimei also hurriedly followed, wondering what was going on. Soon Fong stopped right in front of Yi Chen. Why is young Master Fong looking for Yi Chen? Following behind Fong, Ningxue was very puzzled. Could it be that he also saw the news about Yi Chen hates him and has come to scold him, she guessed. But the next second, Fong said something startling. Brother Chen, I didn't expect to see you here. Approaching Yi Chen, young Master Fong greeted him with unparalleled warmth, like a loyal underling. Witnessing this scene, Ningxue, along with Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen, who had just arrived, stood dumbfounded. The words young Master Fong had just spoken echoing in their minds. What had they just heard? Brother Chen, I didn't expect to find you here. Had young Master Fong just addressed Yi Chen as Brother Chen? Were their ears deceiving them? Ningxue's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Ningxue had been speculating that young Master Fong, having seen the videos she had fabricated to frame the Yilan Agency, and Yi Chen was furious and had come to teach Yi Chen a lesson. But now the situation had taken an astonishing 180-degree turn. Young Master Fong had not come to reprimand Yi Chen. Instead, he approached him with ingratiating flattery. Good heavens! Had the world gone mad? Who was young Master Fong? He was a young master whom even President Ma, a man worth billions, held in high regard. He was an absolute giant that she and countless others could only look up to. Yet at this very moment, this formidable figure stood beside Yi Chen, fawning like a mere subordinate. At that instant, Ningxue felt her entire worldview crumbling. It was utterly inconceivable. Not just Ningxue, an ordinary internet celebrity, but even Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen, CEOs of their own companies, were stunned into silence. Ningxue might not know young Master Fang's exact identity, but they did. Young Master Fong was the son of Fong Hongye, a magnate in Jiangzhou, and the crown prince of the Fong Group, a man of extraordinary status. Even Ma Jiangwen groveled before him. Yet now young Master Fong was calling Yi Chen brother Chen. Why was this happening? Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for what to do. Standing beside, Yi Chen young Master Fong was ecstatic. He hadn't expected to run into brother Chen again so soon. What a coincidence. This young Master Fong was none other than Fong Hongxiu, who had idolized Yi Chen ever since witnessing his driving skills. Although he had wanted to contact Yi Chen after they parted that night, inviting him out to show his friends what a true driving god looked like, and perhaps even learn a few tricks from brother Chen, Fong Hongxiu had held back. It hadn't been long since they met, and he didn't want to intrude. Now that he had encountered him again, he had to seize the opportunity to get on brother Chen's good side. So it's young Master Fong. What a coincidence, Yi Chen said, turning his head as he heard someone call out while he was discussing business with President Li. He spotted Fong Hongxiu. Don't call me young Master Fong, brother Chen. Just call me Hongxiu, Fong Hongxiu said, with deferential nervousness, not daring to let Yi Chen address him so formally. Just call me Hongxiu. Fong Hongxiu's words struck Ningxue, Yin Baimei, and the others like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, startling them. Now they were not just shocked, they were terrified. Although they didn't know why Fong Hongxiu called Yi Chen brother Chen. The fact that the son of the Jiangzhou magnate addressed him so meant Yi Chen was far from ordinary. Even if Yi Chen were merely the owner of a small agency, his acquaintance and close relationship with Fong Hongxiu were already terrifying. Fong Hongxiu himself might not be much, but his father Fong Hongye was a figure even Ma Jiangwen dared not provoke. Yi Chen's network was incredibly vast. At this thought, Yin Baimei gasped, fear gripping her. She truly regretted her actions. She should not have taken advantage of Yi Chen's dismissal of Ningxue to hype up the scandal and suppress Yi Chen and the Yilin agency. She should have investigated Yi Chen thoroughly first. If she had known his connections were so formidable, she would never have dared to act, even with 100 times the courage. It was over. Truly over. Yin Baimei was completely panicked, feeling like a cat on a hot tin roof. Beside her, Ma Jiangwen was not much better. In his eyes, Yi Chen had been just the owner of a small company, an insignificant ant he could ignore. But now reality had proven him arrogant. Yi Chen had a close relationship with the crown prince of the Fong group. This meant his decision to use his connections to help Yin Baimei suppress the Yilin agency had been a grave mistake. A colossal mistake. What should he do? What should he do? Ma Jiangwen's mind raced, searching for a countermeasure. As for Ningxue, watching the young master whom even President Ma had to flatter now grovel before Yi Chen, the very man she had just mocked. Ningxue's vision went dark and she nearly fainted from fright. Especially when she recalled the videos she had recorded to frame Yi Chen and the Yilin agency at Yin Baimei's behest, and out of her own vengeful desire, she was scared half to death. Previously, with Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen backing her, Ningxue had felt secure. But now Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen seemed like clay idols fording a river, barely able to save themselves. If they couldn't even look after themselves, how could they protect her? Without a doubt, she would be abandoned. The more she thought about it, the paler Ningxue became, trembling uncontrollably. Yin Baimei at a loss cast a pleading glance at Ma Jiangwen. Compared to Yin Baimei, Ma Jiangwen, a billionaire, had already devised a plan. He had only been stunned for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Ma Jiangwen pulled Yin Baimei aside and began to arrange, hey Race, what you do immediately, have those videos taken down. Then quickly stop the campaign against the Yilin agency. Ma Jiangwen instructed Yin Baimei to halt all actions, and he would also order his men to cease their attacks on the Yilin agency. Find a time to apologize to that Yi Chen. That should be enough. Ma Jiangwen figured that Yi Chen might only know Fong Hongxiu and have a good relationship with him. Even if Yi Chen asked Fong Hongxiu for help, Fong Hongxiu was just a wealthy scion. He wouldn't be able to retaliate on his own. Fong Hongxiu would have to go to his father Fong Hongye. Fong Hongye wouldn't personally intervene in such a trivial matter given his status. At most, he would send someone to remind them. Therefore, the best way to handle this was to minimize the issue. Make a big deal into a small one and a small one into nothing. Let Yin Baimei apologize to Yi Chen and offer a small portion of benefits as compensation. As for himself, even if he was acquainted with the young master, Yi Chen was just the owner of a small company, not worth his personal apology. Yin Baimei would suffice. Ma Jiangwen shared his analysis with Yin Baimei. All right, Yin Baimei said, letting out a long sigh of relief. After hearing President Ma's analysis, she wasn't so scared anymore. She had thought she had offended a big shot and would lose her company or even be implicated for defamation. Now with President Ma's reassurance, she believed that a simple apology would clear things up. Just as Ma Jiangwen was about to give further instructions to Yin Baimei, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, glanced at the caller ID, and his expression instantly changed. It was a call from a figure worth tens of billions. Ma Jiangwen didn't dare hesitate, immediately answering the phone. Midway through the call, his face turned ashen, and as he looked at Yi Chen, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Witnessing Ma Jiangwen's peculiar behavior, Yin Baimei was bewildered. What was the matter with President Ma? After hanging up, Ma Jiangwen took several deep breaths to calm himself. President Ma, what's wrong? Yin Baimei asked in astonishment. I received a call from President Zheng. He berated me for targeting the Yilin agency and ordered me to personally apologize to Yi Chen, Ma Jiangwen said, his voice trembling. Huh. Yin Baimei, who had just relaxed a little, immediately tensed up. President Zheng. That was a renowned billionaire from Jiangzhou. Why would he personally call President Ma to demand an explanation about the Yilin agency? Yin Baimei could not fathom it. Compared to her, Ma Jiangwen was truly beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. He had misjudged earlier. Yi Chen likely possessed a dreadfully formidable identity, far beyond merely knowing Fang Hongxiu. President Zheng had a close relationship with Ma Jiangwen, almost serving as his patron. In all the years of their acquaintance, Ma Jiangwen had never seen President Zheng so enraged. Ma Jiangwen knew he had stirred up a major catastrophe. Soon after President Zheng's call ended, Ma Jiangwen's phone rang again. He glanced at the screen, and his expression stiffened once more. The caller ID showed President Wang, another billionaire from Jiangzhou. However, Ma Jiangwen only had a casual acquaintance with President Wang and had never initiated contact. They had never proactively reached out to each other. What was happening today? Did President Wang need something from him? Ma Jiangwen dared not delay and answered immediately. President Wang, is there something you need? He asked, his tone exceedingly polite. The next moment, upon hearing President Wang's words, Ma Jiangwen was dumbfounded once again. President Wang was also calling about Yi Chen. Although President Wang did not shout at him like President Zheng had, his tone carried a heavy threat and warning. After hanging up, Ma Jiangwen's face turned deathly pale. He was genuinely terrified. Unlike President Zheng, who had scolded him but still urged him to apologize quickly, President Wang, with whom he had only a distant relationship, issued a stark threat. If he did not provide a satisfactory response, he would pay a heavy price. What kind of identity did Yi Chen have to make two billionaires personally confront him? While Ma Jiangwen was still reeling, his phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. Could it be about Yi Chen again? That can't be a coincidence, he muttered, then answered. Hello, may I ask who this is? Ma Jiangwen inquired politely. Is this Xiaoma? Tangyu. An aged voice came through the line. Tangyu. At the name, Ma Jiangwen nearly dropped his phone. My heavens, it was Elder Tang. Elder Tang himself was calling him. Ma Jiangwen was petrified. Elder Tang's status was so extraordinary that even President Zheng and President Wang combined could not compare to him. Elder Tang, hello. Ma Jiangwen replied, his voice quivering. Elder Tang spoke only a few brief sentences before hanging up. Yet those few words made Ma Jiangwen break out in a cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. Elder Tang too had called to question him about Yi Chen. Just how enormous a hornet's nest had he stirred up? First President Zheng, then President Wang, and now even Elder Tang had personally intervened. He had never even been worthy of Elder Tang's phone number before. Yi Chen was truly a supreme figure. Even Elder Tang had stepped in because of him. President Ma, what's the matter now? Yin Baimei asked, puzzled, seeing Ma Jiangwen receive 2 consecutive calls and now drenched in sweat. Ma Jiangwen briefly recounted the gist of the 2 calls to Yin Baimei. Learning about President Wang's call shocked her, but she could still manage. However, when she heard that the last call was from Elder Tang, Yin Baimei's legs gave way, and she could no longer stand. Had Ma Jiangwen not caught her, she would have collapsed to the floor in terror. What do we do? Yin Baimei asked, trembling. What do we do? What else can we do? Go beg President Yi for forgiveness. Ma Jiangwen roared. At that moment, he loathed Yin Baimei. If not for this woman, he would never have targeted the Yilin agency or Yi Chen. Huh. The surrounding guests, startled by Ma Jiangwen's outburst, turned to look curiously. What was going on? Everyone was utterly baffled. At this point, even under the scrutiny of all eyes, Ma Jiangwen dared not delay a single second. He led Yin Baimei directly to Yi Chen. Thud. The next moment, Yin Baimei knelt before Yi Chen. Ma Jiangwen also bowed deeply to Yi Chen. President Yi, we were wrong. The two of them apologized in unison. This scene stunned every guest present. Why were President Ma and Yin Baimei acting like this? One bowing in apology, the other kneeling. What had happened? Yang Xuemin and President Li were bewildered, watching Ma Jiangwen and Yin Baimei suddenly come to apologize. Yin Baimei might be one thing, but in their eyes, Ma Jiangwen was a big shot. And now such a big shot was humbly bowing to President Yi. President Yi, I was blind and deliberately slandered you. Please forgive me. Yin Baimei hastily apologized to Yi Chen. With that, she began slapping herself fiercely. In no time, her face was swollen and red. Seeing this, Ningxue naturally dared not remain standing. She imitated Yin Baimei, kneeling down and slapping herself while apologizing. Is an apology enough? Yi Chen countered. I will have my lawyers sue you for defamation. You can expect the court summons. Faced with people like Yin Baimei and Ningxue, Yi Chen naturally would not let them off easily. Hearing this, Yin Baimei and Ningxue froze. Yin Baimei collapsed to the floor as if her soul had been drained. If taken to court, defamation could lead to the most severe punishment, imprisonment. Her case was certainly serious. It was too late, truly too late. As for Ningxue, she fainted from sheer terror. Slap. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Jiangwen gritted his teeth and gave himself several hard slaps as a gesture of apology. President Yi, I understand that merely apologizing cannot make up for this. Please rest assured I will personally visit you to offer my sincerest apologies and give you a satisfactory answer, Ma Jiangwen said with utmost humility. Ma Jiangwen was also filled with fear. My lawyer will discuss the details with you. Yi Chen, unwilling to prolong the entanglement, rose and left the banquet hall. After stepping out, he took out his phone. Why had Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen humbled themselves so? Someone must have secretly helped him, calling upon the big shots that Ma and Yin feared. Otherwise they would not have acted like this. As for the identity of this mysterious helper, Yi Chen had already guessed. After finishing the phone call, Yi Chen drove away. Meanwhile, at the banquet, the atmosphere had shifted. Initially, when Yi Chen and Yang Xuemin had arrived aside from Boss Li, all the guests had kept their distance from them, treating them with open disdain. Yet after what had just transpired, the guests' attitudes underwent a dramatic reversal. With Yi Chen gone, they swarmed around Yang Xuemin, showering him with flattery, hoping he would convey their goodwill to Yi Chen. They had initially believed that in this clash between Yilin Entertainment and Yuanyan Entertainment, the former was doomed to fail because of Ma Jiangwen. But to their astonishment, in the end, even Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen himself had humbly apologized to Yi Chen. So they promptly abandoned Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen. Facing these fair-weather friends, Yang Xuemin sneered inwardly, paying no heed to their words and merely offering perfunctory replies. On the other side, Yi Chen returned to his villa and immediately called Yang Xuemin. He had been thinking the entire way back and saw this as an opportunity. With Yuanyan Entertainment in trouble, they could seize this chance to take over their market share. This would allow Yilin Entertainment to grow and expand, potentially becoming the largest agency in Jiangzhou. Understood, President Yi. Yang Xuemin nodded, having considered this himself. Yin Baimei had intended to use this opportunity to crush Yilin, but in the end she had shot herself in the foot, inadvertently benefiting them instead. All thanks to President Yi's brilliance. Yang Xuemin was filled with admiration. Without President Yi, Yilin would have been finished. At midnight, Yi Chen watched the game clock strike 0. As soon as the time hit, he opened the in-game shop. Among the 3 items available, 2 were fairly ordinary. But a new product caught his eye. Skill mystery box priced at 0.9 yuan. Note the box contains 99 different skills. The opening it grants 1 to 2 skills, the type and number being entirely up to luck. This skill mystery box piqued his interest. 1 box could yield up to 2 different skills. That was excellent. Yi Chen purchased it without hesitation. Congratulations. You have successfully purchased the advanced skill mystery box for 0.9 yuan. A pop-up appeared in the game. Open the mystery box. Yes, no. Yi Chen immediately clicked yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained advanced archery, making every shot a bullseye. Congratulations. You have obtained advanced fishing ability. The box yielded 2 skills, advanced archery and advanced fishing. Overall, it was a great outcome. After all, he had gotten 2 skills from a single box. Yi Chen was very satisfied. Skills like these couldn't be bought with money. A new day dawned, and Yi Chen drove his Koenigsegg straight to school. When Yi Chen arrived at the classroom, most of his classmates were already there. Since it was the start of freshman year, few dared to be late or skip class. With some time before the lecture began, Yi Chen chatted with a few classmates. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a knock echoed through the room. Everyone looked up, and their eyes fell upon a face of breathtaking beauty. The visitor was none other than the aloof campus belle, Su Ningxue. Surprise flickered across everyone's faces at her unexpected arrival. Hello, Senior Su. Hi, Campus Belle Su. Some in the class took the initiative to greet her, while many others whispered among themselves. Su Ningxue nodded in acknowledgement to those who greeted her, then scanned the room, her gaze finally settling on Yi Chen. Junior Yi, could you step outside for a moment? Su Ningxue said to Yi Chen. With that, she walked out of the classroom and waited for him. Instantly, everyone turned to look at Yi Chen. Just as they had suspected, the campus belle was indeed here for him. At that moment, every male student in the class was immensely envious of Yi Chen. This was the gap between them. They didn't even have a girlfriend, yet he had the aloof campus belle coming to him on her own initiative. Especially when they recalled his Ferrari, they felt like crying. Indeed, not all people are created equal. Old Yi, what are you standing there for? Campus belle Su is calling you, go on. Go, Old Yi, she's waiting to whisper sweet nothings to you. Yi Chen's friends urged him on. Yi Chen got up and walked out. As he stepped outside, the once buzzing classroom fell into a dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and strained their ears, eager to hear why the campus belle had come for Yi Chen and what secrets she had to share. Junior Yi, you left your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. I came specially to return it to you. Outside the classroom, Su Ningxue handed Yi Chen his jacket. The day before, feeling warm, while looking for something, Yi Chen had taken off his jacket and casually left it in Su Ningxue's room. But Su Ningxue's mother had suddenly returned, throwing everything into chaos. They hadn't been doing anything wrong, but Su Ningxue's panic had complicated the situation. In the ensuing confusion, Yi Chen forgot all about his jacket. Last night he had gone to the banquet, and the matter had slipped his mind completely. If Su Ningxue hadn't come to return it, he probably would have forgotten entirely. Junior Yi, you left your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. I came specially to return it to you. Inside the classroom, Su Ningxue's words were heard loud and clear by everyone. In an instant, the classroom erupted. Pandemonium broke loose. Oh my god. Yi Chen went into the campus belle's bedroom yesterday and left his jacket there. My god is taken so soon by a pig wah. Those two are moving way too fast. A cacophony of voices filled the air. As for why Yi Chen had been in her room and taken off his jacket, was there even any need to ask? At first they had thought nothing was going on between them, that they were just good friends. But after that picture of Yi Chen holding the campus belle had surfaced, they suspected the two might be dating. Now hearing the campus belle say those words herself, they were utterly convinced. Not only were they dating, but they were deeply in love. Arc. At this moment, every male student in the class was burning with jealousy, some even entertaining the thought of ganging up on Yi Chen. If you're going to be in love, fine, but don't flaunt it like this. They couldn't take it. Everyone present, even those with girlfriends, was intensely envious of Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's girlfriend was the campus belle. And she was an upperclassman too. That made it even more even Yi Chen's few friends harbored the urge to gang up on him. For daring to flaunt his romance with the campus belle Su before a crowd of single dogs, he deserved to pay a price. Because of the clamor in the classroom, no one caught the words exchanged between Yi Chen and Su Ningxue next. Thank you, senior sister. Taking the coat from Su Ningxue's hands, Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. By the way, Junior, Yi, do you have time tomorrow? After a moment of hesitation, Su Ningxue suddenly asked. Tomorrow is Saturday, no classes. At that moment, although Su Ningxue appeared perfectly calm on the surface, her heart was racing with nervous tension. I'm free. What's the matter, senior sister Su? Yi Chen thought for a moment and found he had no plans for the next day. That's wonderful. Knowing Yi Chen was available, Su Ningxue breathed a subtle sigh of relief. Let's go to Baiyun Resort Villa tomorrow for some fun. She mustered her courage to extend the invitation. Baiyun Resort Villa was one of Jianghao's famed getaway destinations. Though it had only been open for 2 or 3 years, it had already gained considerable renown. Not only locals from Jiangzhou, but even people from the surrounding cities loved to visit. Su Ningxue, recalling how Yi Chen had helped her find her USB drive yesterday and had taken her to the hospital when she sprained her ankle before, wanted to express her gratitude to him. Initially, she had thought of treating him to a meal. But after reflection, she dismissed that idea. Treating someone to dinner was too ordinary and lacked sincerity, especially given how much Yi Chen had done for her. After much deliberation, Su Ningxue decided to invite Yi Chen out for an outing. Oh, I've already told Xu Xuan, and she's willing to come along too. Su Ningxue had also invited Yi Chen's cousin Zhao Shuxian. Would you like to come, as she asked? With that, Su Ningxue fixed her big eyes on Yi Chen, watching him with utmost tension. At this moment, her heart was filled with anxiety. This was the first time she had ever invited a boy to go out together, and she feared Yi Chen might refuse. No problem. Yi Chen nodded, since he had nothing to do the next day anyway. That's really great. Seeing Yi Chen agree, Su Ningxue finally relaxed and spoke with a hint of excitement. Goodbye, Junior Yi. See you tomorrow. As class time approached, she didn't want to disturb him further. After bidding farewell to Yi Chen, she departed. Parting ways with Su Ningxue, Yi Chen walked into the classroom holding the coat. The moment he stepped through the door, all eyes turned to him, more precisely to the coat in his hand. Seeing the coat in Yi Chen's hand, everyone was certain they hadn't misheard earlier. When Yi Chen had first gone out, he hadn't been carrying a coat. This coat must have been delivered by the campus belle Su. Under the scrutiny of everyone, especially the hostile glares from the boys in the class, Yi Chen shuddered. What's wrong with these people? Isn't it just senior sister Su coming to bring me a coat? What's the big deal? It's not like she came to confess her love to me. Why are they so envious? Yi Chen couldn't fathom them and returned to his seat. After Yi Chen sat down, even his usually close friends looked at him strangely. Yi Chen shrugged, helplessly puzzled by their behavior. Bored, he took out his phone. As soon as he did, he noticed a new notification from the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. Yi Chen tapped in and immediately saw the game alert. Game challenge released. Visit Baiyun Resort Villa with Su Ningxue. Challenge reward 100 ownership of Roman International Hotel. Roman International Hotel. The game challenge itself didn't surprise Yi Chen much, or rather he was more curious about this Roman International Hotel. Out of curiosity, he looked it up. Roman International Hotel was one of Jianghao's top 5-star hotels. It was said that even the cheapest room cost over 1,000 yuan per night. The most luxurious presidential suite went for as much as 888 yuan. Most importantly, the total value of Roman International Hotel was a staggering 270 million yuan. Upon seeing the hotel's total value, Yi Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected this challenge's reward to be over 200 million, close to 300 million. Excellent. It seemed his net worth was about to soar once again. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man, forever the GOAT. Soon the teacher arrived, and class began. That evening, a skill blind box appeared in the games shop, and Yi Chen purchased it. This time Yi Chen unlocked top-tier culinary skill. Although he only got a single skill, it was far more practical. The next morning after waking up and quickly washing up, Chen began packing his things, preparing for the outing. After packing, Chen didn't take his Ferrari or Koenigsegg. Today there would be 3 people in total. Supercars were great, but they only seated 2. Quite the hassle. So Chen opted for the understated Bentley Continental to drive to school and pick up Su Ningxue and his cousin Zhao Xuxian. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Su Ningxue was rummaging through her belongings. "Ningxue, what are you looking for? I've seen you searching for ages," a curious roommate asked. "In picking out some clothes," Su Ningxue replied as she continued searching. After selecting her outfit, Su Ningxue sat down and began carefully applying light makeup. Watching all this, her 2 roommates exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise and curiosity in each other's eyes. Why did this scene feel so familiar? The first time they had gone out on a date with their boyfriends, they had been in exactly the same state as Ningxue was now. Could Ningxue have something going on? At that thought, the 2 roommates, who had just been groggy with sleep, perked up instantly. They jumped out of bed and gathered around Su Ningxue. "Ningxue, have you found a boyfriend?" one roommate couldn't help asking. "No, I haven't." Su Ningxue shook her head. "Are you going out today?" the other roommate asked. "Yes," she said. "Xuxian and I are heading to Baiyun Resort Villa," Su Ningxue explained. Zhao Xuxian had gone out to buy breakfast earlier and wasn't in the dorm. "Just you and Xuxian? That doesn't seem right. Is there a guy involved?" the other roommate pressed on. If it were just Xuxian, Ningxue wouldn't have been this meticulous about choosing clothes, let alone applying light makeup. "Well, there is one, but it's Xuxian's cousin Chen," Su Ningxue explained. Chen. Both roommates were taken aback. They had heard before that Ningxue and Xuxian's cousin Chen had been the subject of rumors. But having been roommates for over a year, they knew Ningxue's personality well. Given her character, she wouldn't fall into a relationship so quickly. So they had instinctively assumed it was just gossip. Yet now, seeing Ningxue's behavior, they no longer thought it was merely rumors. There seemed to be something between Ningxue and that Chen. Could Ningxue actually have fallen for him? Su Ningxue's 2 roommates exchanged glances, both harboring the same unspoken question. Even if Ningxue wasn't yet in love with that Chen, she undoubtedly felt a flicker of fondness for him. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to go out with him. With this thought, the 2 roommates tactfully refrained from asking further. The situation was delicate. Ningxue herself might not even realize it. Such matters were not for them to point out or hint at. She needed to discover it on her own. Soon Zhao Xuxian returned with the breakfast she had bought. "Xuxian, did you prepare breakfast for your cousin and his wife? What about us?" Seeing Zhao Xuxian back, the 2 roommates teased. "Sister-in-law." Hearing this address, Zhao Xuxian was momentarily stunned. But she quickly caught on. They were clearly referring to Ningxue. I did. A radiant smile spread across Zhao Xuxian's face. She liked this title very much. Her best friend becoming her sister-in-law. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through her. With that, Zhao Xuxian handed a portion of the breakfast to the 2. Then she set aside a single serving for herself and began eating with Su Ningxue. More than 20 minutes later, Zhao Xuxian and Su Ningxue emerged with their luggage. The Baiyun Resort was vast and impossible to explore in a single day. Barring any surprises, they would likely stay at the resort's hotel tonight. The 2 arrived at the school gate and waited a few minutes before Chen slowly pulled up in a Bentley Continental. Zhao Xuxian handed him the breakfast she had prepared. After stowing the luggage, they prepared to get in. Before Su Ningxue could react, Zhao Xuxian had already opened the passenger door for her. Zhao Xuxian gestured for Su Ningxue to take the front seat. "I want to hog the back seat, all to myself. Ningxue, you'll have to bear with it and sit up front with Chen," Zhao Xuxian declared bossily. Su Ningxue was taken aback, but didn't refuse. After that, Zhao Xuxian settled into the back seat. Once Chen finished his breakfast, the 3 set off. Over an hour later, they finally arrived at the renowned Baiyun Resort. After parking, they joined the queue to buy tickets. As they waited in line, a commotion arose. Not far away, a group of young men and women around 17 or 18 were walking toward them. The noise drew the attention of those in line, including Chen and Su Ningxue. "Linger." Spotting the most beautiful girl among the youngsters, Su Ningxue exclaimed in surprise. "Linger." On the other side, hearing her name called, the beautiful girl looked forward in surprise. She quickly spotted Su Ningxue. "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Seeing Su Ningxue, the girl rushed over excitedly to greet her. So this beautiful girl Linger was Su Ningxue's cousin Su Linger. "I'm here for a weekend getaway," Su Ningxue explained. "Me too. We finally got a break this weekend, so I came out with some classmates," Su Linger said. This year, Su Linger was in her sophomore year of high school, and her schedule was getting tight with few weekend breaks. Seizing this rare opportunity, she had arranged a trip here with several classmates. "Cousin, it's been a while. Let's hang out together," Su Linger spoke. This year, she was in her sophomore year of high school, and time was becoming tight with few weekend breaks. Seizing this rare opportunity, she had arranged a trip here with several classmates. "Cousin, long time no see. Let's go together." Having not seen her cousin for a while, Su Linger took the initiative to invite her to join them. Su Ningxue checked with Zhao Xuxian and Chen, and since neither objected, she agreed. Linger, let me introduce you. This is my roommate Zhao Shuxian. Su Ningxue first introduced Zhao Shuxian. Hello Sister Shuxuan, Su Linger greeted politely. Before Su Ningxue could introduce Chen, Su Linger spoke up on her own. Cousin, is this my brother-in-law? As Su Ningxue's cousin, she naturally knew well her aloof personality. Growing up, she had never seen her cousin go out with a boy, and now here she was with a guy at Baiyin Resort. The identity of this guy needed no further explanation. He must be her brother-in-law. Su Linger took a closer look at Chen. Not bad, her brother-in-law was quite handsome. Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Su Linger. You'll have to look out for me from now on. Su Linger took the initiative to greet Chen. Hearing this, Su Ningxue's face flushed crimson with shyness. Linger, don't talk nonsense. This is my friend Chen. Su Ningxue corrected, her cheeks red. It's fine. He's a friend now, but who knows, he might be my brother-in-law in the future. They'll just call him that now, no harm done, Su Linger said nonchalantly. She was certain that the relationship between her cousin and this Chen was anything but ordinary. Otherwise her cousin would never go out with him even if it was a group of three. Hello, Chen was taken aback by Su Linger's address. Out of politeness he returned the greeting. Meanwhile Su Linger's classmates had also walked over. 2 boys and 2 girls, all fairly good-looking, but still pale in comparison to the sisters Su Linger and Su Ningxue. Let me introduce you all. This is my cousin Su Ningxue. Now it was Su Linger's turn to make introductions. Hearing this, her classmates were momentarily stunned. The genes in Linger's family were truly formidable. Linger herself was already stunning, the center of attention at their school. But her cousin was even more beautiful, breathtakingly, devastatingly so. And this is my future brother-in-law. Su Linger was about to introduce Chen as her brother-in-law, but a glance from Su Ningxue made her change it to future brother-in-law. Hearing Su Linger introduce Chen like that, the 2 male classmates were immensely envious. This guy was incredible. He had actually won over Linger's breathtakingly beautiful cousin. The more they thought about it, the more they envied and resented Chen. After introductions, the group got to know each other. Most were fine, but one tall, burly male classmate of Su Linger's maintained a wary look when shaking hands with Chen. After buying tickets, everyone entered Baiyin Resort smoothly. The resort offered a wide range of activities: horseback riding, golf, bungee jumping, archery, and more. The group wasn't particularly interested in golf. They headed first to the horseback riding area. After playing for over an hour, they decided to move on to the next activity. What should we do next? Su Linger was in high spirits after riding. Anything's fine with me except bungee jumping. Same here, anything but bungee jumping. Most were indifferent, happy to go along with anything. How about archery? Suggested Su Linger's tall male classmate. His name was Sun Siyuan, and he had been trying to win Su Linger's heart. Archery was his forte. In front of the girls, especially the Su sisters, Sun Siyuan naturally wanted to show off to impress Su Linger. Archery. Upon hearing Sun Siyuan's suggestion, everyone was taken aback, but no one objected. As long as it wasn't bungee jumping, they were fine with anything. Chen didn't mind either. Seeing no opposition, Sun Siyuan took the lead and guided everyone to the archery range within the resort. Among the group, only 1 or 2 had tried archery before, the rest were first-timers. At the range, a dedicated instructor taught them the basics. After the lesson, the instructor stepped aside, allowing Chen, Su Ningxue, and the others to practice on their own. Let me go first. Su Linger excitedly volunteered. She drew the bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh. In the end, her arrow fell far short of the target. My turn, let me try. One of Su Linger's female classmates, eager to try, stepped up. She drew the bow and loosed an arrow with a result similar to Su Linger's. Others then took their turns. Among them, Su Linger's male classmate performed the best. But even he only managed to graze the target, failing to score any points. Zhao Shuxian also missed, much to her regret. Finally, only Chen, Su Ningxue, and Sun Siyuan had yet to shoot. Let me go. Sun Siyuan decided it was time and stepped forward. This was his moment to shine. The way he drew the bow and knocked the arrow showed he had professional training. Whoosh. The arrow flew forward. It hit the 6-point ring. Wow, 6 points. Siyuan is amazing. Su Linger's classmates gasped in awe, utterly impressed. None of them had succeeded, but Sun Siyuan hit the 6-point ring on his first try. How impressive. All eyes turned to him with envy and admiration. What's the big deal? It's only 6 points. Though inwardly pleased by the praise, Sun Siyuan feigned a look of indifference, as if the score was unimpressive. Let me try again. Sun Siyuan then made 4 or 5 more attempts, mostly scoring around 6 or 7 points. His best shot came close to the 8-point ring. Awesome. Siyuan is too good. He's leagues ahead of us. Su Linger's classmates were again amazed by Sun Siyuan's skill. I must not have listened carefully to the instructor earlier. That's why I missed, Su Linger said, unwilling to concede. Let me call the instructor back to teach us again. With that, she turned to fetch the instructor, but Sun Siyuan stopped her. No need for that. I can teach you all. It's no problem. He looked supremely confident. Given his earlier performance, everyone agreed. They trusted his skill. He was undoubtedly the best archer among them. Sun Siyuan carefully taught them again, and indeed on their second attempt everyone showed slight improvement. Brother-in-law, why don't you give it a try, eh? Su Linger noticed Yi Chun and spoke up. She couldn't recall ever seeing him shoot. Me? I'd better not. I've never done this before, Yi Chun said, wanting to keep a low profile, even though it was his first time too. But unlike the others, he had received the advanced archery skill. Come on, brother-in-law. Su Linger pulled him over. It's fine if you miss on your first try, Sun Siyuan, now feeling buoyed by the group's praise, chimed in. He'll teach you in a bit. I guarantee you'll hit the target. Sun Siyuan puffed out his chest full of confidence, looking down on Yi Chun. Since it had come to this, Yi Chun didn't refuse. He was curious to see just how powerful the advanced archery skill from the game was. Seeing Yi Chun prepare to shoot, Su Ningxue watched with curiosity. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh. The next second his arrow hit the target dead center. 9 points. Everyone stared at the target dumbfounded. What the hell? They were all shocked. Hadn't Yi Chun said it was his first time? How did he hit 9 points on his first shot? Was it luck? Everyone was bewildered. Brother-in-law is amazing. Su Linger was momentarily stunned, then jumped up and cheered. She was ecstatic, even happier than when she had hit the target herself. Her brother-in-law was truly incredible. Su Ningxue and Zhao Shuxian both smiled, feeling a swell of pride. As for Sun Siyuan, he looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an apple. How is this possible? This is insane, he thought. Hitting 9 points on his first try? This has to be a joke. His own best shot had only been close to 8 points, officially counting as 7. Yet this Yi Chun, who claimed it was his first time, had just nailed 9 points, easily surpassing him. This is ridiculous. No. It's definitely not that I'm less skilled. It must be pure luck on Yi Chun's part. After all, archery involves a bit of luck. Yes, it's all luck. Sun Siyuan consoled himself. Yi Chun, why don't you try again? Sun Siyuan invited Yi Chun for another round, refusing to believe he could be so lucky twice. Yi Chun nodded. It had indeed been his first shot, and he hadn't performed at his full potential due to inexperience. With the first shot under his belt, Yi Chun felt much more comfortable. Whoosh. He loosed his second arrow. It struck the bullseye. 10 points. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the arrow embedded in the center, their faces a mask of astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. Yi Chun's second arrow, a perfect bullseye, 10 points. Am I seeing things? Oh, brother-in-law is so awesome. Su Linger shrieked with excitement. Her brother-in-law was too strong. First arrow 9 points, second arrow 10 points. Just getting better and better. Su Linger's two female classmates looked at Yi Chun with sparkling eyes, wondering if he was always this formidable. Sun Siyuan remained in a state of utter disbelief. 10 points. 10 points. Yi Chun scored 10 points on his second arrow. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He truly couldn't believe Yi Chun was this skilled enough to completely outclass him. It must be luck, just luck again. Sun Siyuan once again attributed Yi Chun's success to chance. How about a few more tries? Sun Siyuan suggested. Without a word, Yi Chun picked up another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He shot his third, fourth, and fifth arrows. 10 points, 10 points, and 10 points again. At that moment, everyone was petrified with shock. Everyone stood as still as statues, their eyes wide with astonishment. All 10 rings. This was too incredible. Brother Chun is amazing. Brother Chun is mighty. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Linger's classmates burst into exclamations of admiration, looking at Yi Chun like adoring fans. Earlier, when they saw Sun Siyuan hit the 6th ring on his first shot, and then score either 6 or 7 rings on his subsequent attempts, they were utterly amazed. They instinctively assumed that Sun Siyuan was the most skilled and formidable archer among them. But now, after witnessing Yi Chun's archery, everyone suddenly understood. The true master, the most powerful one, was the remarkably low-key Yi Chun. Brother-in-law is incredible. Su Linger shouted with immense excitement and pride. Despite his modest demeanor, when he did act, he made a stunning impression. He truly lived up to being her future brother-in-law. Zhao Shuxian nodded in agreement, equally proud. Standing nearby, Su Ningxue was also deeply astonished, never having imagined Yi Chun's archery skills were so formidable. Yi Chun was like a treasure trove, constantly revealing new strengths. Everyone at the scene was overjoyed except for Sun Siyuan, who stood there dumbfounded, unmoving. What on earth was happening? If Yi Chun's first arrow at 9 rings and second at 10 rings could be chalked up to luck, his next 3 consecutive arrows, all hitting the bullseye, could hardly be dismissed as mere fortune. At this point, Sun Siyuan could no longer attribute Yi Chun's perfect score to luck. This performance even surpassed that of many professionals. After a long stunned silence, Sun Siyuan had an epiphany. He understood now. Yi Chun's claim of being a first-time archer was definitely a lie. He was undoubtedly a master archer, simply choosing to stay under the radar. The thought made Sun Siyuan's face flush with embarrassment. He had actually been showing off in front of an archery expert. The sheer humiliation was unbearable. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He quickly retreated a few steps, trying to fade into the background. There was no way he was picking up a bow again today. He hoped to be completely overlooked here. His wish came true once everyone saw Yi Chen's incredible skill. They automatically forgot about Sun Siyuan. Brother-in-law, teach me. Su Linger approached, batting her big sparkling eyes pleadingly at Yi Chen. Brother Chen, count me in too. Brother Chen, can you teach us as well? Su Linger's two female classmates also crowded around, asking in unison for archery lessons. Unable to refuse Su Linger, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Of course, Yi Chen also made sure to give some pointers to Su Ningxue and his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Time flew by, and as noon arrived, everyone reluctantly left the archery range. Brother-in-law, you have to teach me again sometime. Archery is just so cool. The vivacious Su Linger loved the feeling of heroic grace that archery provided. Even though her stance was impressive, her results were poor, barely managing to hit the target at all. All right, Yi Chen nodded. At noon, the group headed to the resort's restaurant for lunch. During the meal, they overheard that the resort had a large lake where many people liked to fish. The caught fish could be given to the resort staff for cleaning for a fee. Once prepared, the staff would return the fish to them. Finally, they could grill the fish and shrimp themselves. Su Linger was immediately intrigued by this prospect, and she wasn't the only one. Everyone else found the activity appealing. Grilling the fish you caught yourself was sure to be a special experience. Sis, brother-in-law, how about we go fishing this afternoon and then have a barbecue tonight? Su Linger had already planned out the afternoon and evening for everyone. What does everyone think? She asked the others. Sounds great to me. I think so too. The others voiced their agreement, all in favor of Su Linger's suggestion. Seeing this, Yi Chen and Su Ningxue also nodded in approval, thinking it was a good idea. After lunch and a short rest, the group headed straight for the lake. They rented fishing gear from a designated area and listened to a staff member's instructions before moving to the lakeside. Finding a shady spot, they spread out slightly. Yi Chen and Su Ningxue stood close together. Among them, only Sun Siyuan and Su Linger's other male classmate had any fishing experience. Despite his experience after the morning's archery incident, Sun Siyuan, though eager to show off and grab Su Linger's attention, dared not. He feared Yi Chen might also be a hidden fishing expert, so he refrained from boasting. I hope I catch the first fish today, Sun Siyuan muttered under his breath after sitting down, glancing at Yi Chen. While skill was important in fishing, luck played an equally significant role. Sun Siyuan considered himself fairly lucky. Still reeling from the morning's blow, Sun Siyuan didn't dare hope to catch the most fish. He only wished to be the first to land one. That way he could show off a little and regain some face. His expectations were modest this time. Surely he could manage that. He consoled himself that even if Yi Chen was a hidden fishing master, there was no guarantee he'd catch the first fish. He still had a fighting chance. With this in mind, Sun Siyuan focused on his line. Time passed, and suddenly he saw the float bob. A fish was biting. Excited, he watched intently, ready to reel it in. Finally, he successfully landed the fish, a small one about the size of a palm. Staring at his catch, Sun Siyuan was thrilled. Well, it looks like the first person to catch a fish today is. He began glancing around smugly, but his words trailed off as he looked over at Yi Chen and froze. There he saw Yi Chen already unhooking a fish from his line. It was a hefty one, roughly 2 or 3 jin. Sun Siyuan was dumbfounded. He let out a soft sigh, beginning to question his very existence. It seemed he wasn't the first to catch a fish after all. Even if they had hooked their fish at the same moment, Yi Chen's catch was a solid 2 or 3 jin, while his own was barely palm-sized, likely not even half a jin. How could he compete? He had lost to Yi Chen once again. Though disappointed, Sun Siyuan felt a pang of relief. He was glad he hadn't loudly boasted after his catch. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. He wanted to hide his fish, not wanting anyone to see his tiny catch compared to Yi Chen's. It was simply too embarrassing. Quickly. Sun Siyuan hurried, determined to stay low-key this time. But just as he was removing the hook, preparing to quietly stow his fish, a surprised voice rang out. Wow, Brother Chen and Siyuan both caught fish. Sun Siyuan's face fell. Arg. Sun Siyuan's heart was screaming and raging. This time he had clearly wanted to keep a low profile, not wanting anyone to see that he had caught a fish. But why did it have to turn out like this? At this moment, Sun Siyuan felt so wronged he could cry. Sob. His life was just too hard. He just wanted to be a good person, to be a low-key person. Why was it so difficult? This time he really didn't want to show off or be flashy. With that one comment, everything was ruined. He had been crushed by Yi Chen again. At this moment, Sun Siyuan felt like strangling the person who had just spoken. He turned his head, a murderous glare in his eyes, and looked at the male classmate who had opened his mouth. Siyuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing the strange expression on Sun Siyuan's face, the male classmate asked in confusion. Nothing. Sun Siyuan suppressed the urge to kick this male classmate into the lake and shook his head. On the other side, everyone else hadn't noticed that Yi Chen and Sun Siyuan had caught fish. But with the male classmate's shout, everyone looked over. They looked at Yi Chen first. Wow, Brother Chen is awesome. That's a huge fish. Brother Chen is a man of many talents. Amazing. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Brother-in-law, you're my idol. Brother-in-law, you're mighty. Su Linger also shouted with immense pride. Her cousin had such good taste, and her brother-in-law was skilled at everything. He was too strong. Not bad, I guess. Chen said, truthfully not entirely satisfied. After all, he had only recently acquired the advanced fishing skill. On his first day fishing, he had only caught a fish weighing 2 or 3 g. It was just average. However, Chen's words struck the others like a thunderclap. He caught a fish this big and called it average. If they had caught a fish that size, they'd probably be laughing in their dreams. Brother Chen's standards for himself were too high. Brother Chen was just too strong. After admiring and marveling at Chen's big catch, they turned to look at Sun Siyuan. Upon seeing that the fish Sun Siyuan had caught was only the size of a palm, everyone fell silent and deliberately ignored him, continuing to heap praise on Chen. At this moment, ignored by everyone, Sun Siyuan truly didn't know whether he should be happy or disappointed. Sigh. Sun Siyuan put his fish away. Time passed slowly. Though they had all started fishing together, gradually everyone lost patience. Aside from Chen and Sun Siyuan, at the very beginning, only Zhao Shuxian was lucky enough to catch a half-gene fish. No one else had any success. Around 4 in the afternoon, they gave up. They thought they could buy some fish if they didn't have enough, but when they saw Chen's catch, they all changed their minds. What were they going to do with all these fish they couldn't finish? Brother Chen was truly amazing. How many fish had he caught? Feeling that it was enough, Chen stopped fishing. He paid some money and handed the fish over to the staff for processing. They then headed to the designated barbecue area. Afterwards, they also bought some raw lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings, and the like. They would grill them all together later. Half an hour later, the staff brought over the processed fish. Since there were too many people, they split into 2 groups. If they grilled everything together, it would be too slow. With exactly 8 people, they split into teams of 4 for the barbecue. Chen, Zhao Shuxuan, and Su Ningxue had come together, so they naturally formed one team. Su Linger volunteered to join Chen's side. Su Linger's classmates had no objections. After all, Su Linger's cousin and brother-in-law were both there. Neither Su Linger nor Su Ningxue knew how to cook. Although Zhao Shuxian knew a little, she didn't know how to barbecue either. The task of grilling fell onto the only male Chen. The 3 of them helped Chen, acting as his assistants while Chen was in charge of the grilling. Soon the aroma of the barbecue wafted through the air. Brother-in-law's cooking is amazing. Su Linger couldn't help but exclaim as she smelled the fragrance. Her brother-in-law was truly a versatile talent. At this moment, she finally understood how her brother-in-law managed to win over her aloof cousin. Beside her, Su Ningxue watched Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen was so amazing. He could do anything, and not just superficially, but with true mastery. She wondered what it would be like to have Chen as a boyfriend. It would surely be warm and reassuring. For a moment, Su Ningxue couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Sis, what's wrong? Seeing her cousin lost in thought, Su Linger couldn't resist poking her. Huh. Snapped back to reality by Su Linger's call, Su Ningxue regained her senses. Oh my god. What was she just thinking about? A blush spread across Su Ningxue's face, and she felt shy just looking at Chen. These are ready, come and have a taste. Chen handed the grilled food to Su Ningxue, Zhao Shuxuan, and Su Linger. The 3 took it and took a bite. Wow, this is heavenly. Brother-in-law, your cooking is fantastic. My sister is in for a treat. Su Linger took a bite and exclaimed this was simply the most delicious barbecue she had ever tasted. Su Ningxue, who was already feeling incredibly shy from her earlier fantasy, lowered her head even further upon hearing Su Linger's words, becoming even more embarrassed. Oh my god, what was Linger even saying? Unlike Chen's side, the smell of burning food wafted from Sun Siyuan's group. 3 of the 4 in their group knew a bit about cooking, but even so, it was still a complete mess. Smelling the delicious barbecue aroma coming from Chen's side, the 2 girls from Sun Siyuan's group couldn't take it anymore. They directly abandoned Sun Siyuan and the other male classmates, scurrying over to join Chen. Brother Chen, that smells so good. Can we have some? The 2 girls came over and pleaded. Since they were Su Linger's classmates, Chen naturally wasn't stingy and shared some with them. Seeing this, the male classmate from Su Linger's group also wanted to come over, but Sun Siyuan stopped him. It was this guy who had caused the trouble this afternoon during fishing. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but this guy had sold him out. He had held back not kicking this guy into the water. But tonight there was no escape from the burnt barbecue. In the end, the male classmate was threatened by Sun Siyuan, and the 2 of them ate the burnt barbecue together. After dinner, it was time to prepare for the night's rest. Initially, they had planned to stay at the resort's hotel, but Su Linger had her own ideas. I think with so many of us, it would be way cooler to rent a vacation villa instead, Su Linger suggested. Baiyan Holiday Resort not only had a hotel, but also vacation villas with many rooms. The villas at Baiyan Holiday Resort were high-end, and the surrounding scenery was incomparable to the hotels. The vacation villas even had a swimming pool, a private cinema, a gym, and so on. It was extremely comfortable. The only downside was that it was a bit pricey, but with so many people, splitting the cost would make it cheaper. No need to split it. He'll pay for the vacation villa. At that moment, Sun Siyuan suddenly stepped forward. Having been effortlessly crushed by Chen all day, Sun Siyuan was deeply hit. Hearing Su Linger's suggestion, now he got excited. So he immediately stepped forward and volunteered. When it came to skills and abilities, he couldn't compete with Chen, but when it came to financial resources, he could definitely win. His father was a CEO owning a large factory with substantial wealth. Renting a vacation villa, how much could it possibly cost? To showcase his capabilities in front of Su Linger and the others, he would foot this bill. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Sun Siyun directly called Baiyun Holiday Resort and successfully rented a villa. Soon led by the staff, everyone headed towards the resort's villa area. But just as they arrived, an unexpected incident occurred. To their surprise, someone was already staying in the villa that Sun Siyun had just rented. When Yi Chun and the others arrived, the people inside the villa also saw them. A young man in the villa directly pointed at Yi Chun and the others, shouting arrogantly, "Who let you in here? Get the hell out. Get the hell away from here." Yi Chun and the others stood before the villa, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't this the villa Sun Siyun had just rented? How could they be cursed at by a young man who came out of the villa before they even entered? "What did you say, punk?" Sun Siyun couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward and confronted the young man. This was the villa he had just rented. For now at least, he was its master. How could he be cursed in his own villa and told to get lost? Wasn't this absurd? Even an ordinary person wouldn't endure such humiliation, let alone a fiery young man like Sun Siyun. Heh. The young man sneered coldly, not even deigning to regard Sun Siyun. "I said get lost. Didn't you hear me?" The arrogant young man repeated himself. Sun Siyun, enraged, clenched his fists. "We're looking for a fight. Everyone come out." The arrogant young man saw Sun Siyun's clenched fists, sneered, and shouted toward the villa. Soon men and women streamed out of the villa, about 11 or 12 in total, more than half of them men. "Young Master Ding, who are these people?" A short-haired woman among the arrogant young man's friends asked curiously. "I don't know. A bunch of idiots barged into my villa and wanted to throw a punch at me." The arrogant young man, "Young Master Ding," said disdainfully. "What? Throwing a punch? Who dares throw a punch at our young Master Ding? Come on, we're ready for you." Hearing this, 6 or 7 young men who had come out of the villa immediately stepped forward. They flanked young Master Ding, locking eyes with Sun Siyun and Yi Chun. "Was it you, punk?" A tall, muscular young man, nearly 2 meters in height, demanded of Sun Siyun. "Wait, what did you just say?" Sun Siyun asked, confused. "What did I say? I said get lost." The arrogant young man sneered. "You said this is your villa?" "Yes, so what?" The arrogant young man nodded. Sun Siyun was utterly baffled. What was going on? Hadn't he just rented this villa? When he had rented it, the staff had even congratulated him, saying it was the last available villa for the day. If Sun Siyun had been even a little later, he would have missed out. Had he come to the wrong place? He turned to the staff member who had led them there. "Did you take the wrong route? Is this the villa I rented?" The staff member was also bewildered. This was indeed the villa. He had worked here for years, and there were only 20-some villas in the resort. How could he mistake them? Yet this situation made him doubt himself. "Please wait a moment," the staff member said, pulling out his phone to check the reservation information. "Villa No. 16. He confirmed that Sun Siyun had indeed booked Villa No. 16. And the villa before them was indeed Villa No. 16. There was no mistake. "I've checked the information. This is definitely the place," the staff member replied to Sun Siyun. "See, I rented this villa. How did it become yours?" Bolstered by the staff's confirmation, Sun Siyun confronted the arrogant young man. The staff member also approached and asked, "Sir, did you also book Villa No. 16? Faced with the questions, the arrogant young man replied impatiently, "Manager Yang told me to stay in this villa. Go ask him if you have any problems. And don't waste our time. They'll say it one last time, get out." Manager Yang. Upon hearing that name, the staff member tensed up. Manager Yang was the manager of Baiyun Resort. Had he really told them to stay here? "Please wait, I'll go ask Manager Yang." The staff member stepped aside and called Manager Yang. "That villa. I told young Master Ding to stay there directly," Manager Yang replied. "Refund the customers' money and tell them to leave. Don't bother young Master Ding." "All right." The staff member nodded, understanding the situation. Sun Siyun had booked the villa first, so it was reserved. But when young Master Ding arrived, Manager Yang, to curry favor with him, had let him stay there. Thus the current predicament was created. Now the staff member had to deal with the disgruntled customer. "I'm sorry, sir. How about this? I'll refund your money, and you can stay at the resort hotel," he suggested to Sun Siyun. The other villas in the resort were all rented out. "What's going on?" Sun Siyun asked angrily. Not wanting to take the blame for Manager Yang, the staff member quietly explained the situation. "What?" Sun Siyun was furious. That Manager Yang, to ingratiate himself with this so-called young Master Ding, had given away the villa he had booked. Instead, he was told to stay at a hotel. Even though the villa's cost would be refunded, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. "Siyun, maybe it's better to let it go. Yeah, their background seems complicated. Why don't we just stay at the hotel?" Su Linger's classmates urged Sun Siyun. The arrogant young man and his friends clearly had a formidable background, and it would be unwise to provoke them. They should just back down. Sun Siyun began to waver. "Daring to barge into our young Master Ding's villa. I think you people have a death wish. Get lost now." Don't disturb our party. A bunch of clueless idiots. Young Master Ding's friends berated Sun Siyuan and Yi Chun their arrogance unrestrained. Now you know who this villa belongs to. Get out of here fast. The arrogant young Master Ding ordered Sun Siyuan and Yi Chun to leave. You're polluting my sight. Damn it. What kind of young Master Ding are you? Just wait. Sun Siyuan, who had been hesitating, was now boiling with rage. He had been considering backing down, but now he was determined to fight this young Master Ding to the end. This young Master Ding might have a powerful background, but so did he. Beside him, Yi Chun frowned, his mood souring. This young Master Ding's words were too harsh. Today I'll make sure you're the ones who get out of this villa. With that, Sun Siyuan pulled out his phone and called his father. He explained the situation. I understand. He'll make a call and find out. Sun Siyuan's father nodded, grasping the situation. His father had agreed to intervene. After hanging up, a smile spread across Sun Siyuan's face. Don't worry, everyone. My father is handling it. The ones who will be thrown out of this villa are them. He pointed at young Master Ding and his group, speaking confidently to Su Linger and the others. Upon hearing Sun Siyuan's words, Su Linger's classmates all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Sun Siyuan's family also had significant backing. Now that Sun Siyuan's father had stepped in, everything should be resolved smoothly. Humph. Ding Xiao and his group sneered at Sun Siyuan with disdain. Oh, so impressive, we're so scared. Go ahead, have your dad kick us out if you can. We'll be right here waiting. Ding Xiao and his companions continued their taunts, showing complete disregard for Sun Siyuan and Yi Chen alike. We'll see about that. Sun Siyuan retorted angrily. With his father's involvement, he refused to believe he couldn't reclaim this villa. They were the ones who should leave. A minute later, Sun Siyuan received a call from his father. See, my dad's calling. Get ready to pack up and leave. Sun Siyuan boasted with confidence. Just you wait. Siyuan's dad is on it. You're the ones who need to go. Su Linger's classmates stepped forward, scolding Ding Xiao and his group. With Sun Siyuan's father backing them, they felt emboldened, no longer fearing this so-called Ding Xiao. They trusted Sun Siyuan. Meanwhile, Sun Siyuan answered the phone. However, the moment he heard his father's first words, the smile on his face froze instantly. You Brad, do you know who that Ding Xiao is? He's the son of the chairman of Yuanli Corporation. Sun Siyuan's father launched into a tirade. Yuanli Corporation was a massive company with total assets exceeding 3 billion. It was not something they could afford to offend. Although Sun Siyuan's father owned his own factory, it was nothing compared to Yuanli Corporation. Now go apologize to that Ding Xiao immediately. Now. Sun Siyuan's father commanded sternly, then hung up. After hearing his father's words, Sun Siyuan was stunned, frozen in place. Although he didn't know much about Yuanli Corporation, his father's tone made it clear it was a formidable entity they couldn't afford to provoke. In an instant, Sun Siyuan seemed to age a decade, utterly dejected. Sigh. Sun Siyuan let out a light sigh, utterly hopeless. He walked forward. Seeing him approach, his classmates who had assumed his father had resolved everything gathered around him, their faces filled with excitement. Ding Xiao, I'm sorry. That was my fault earlier. However, the next second, Sun Siyuan's words shocked everyone. Hearing this, Su Linger's classmates were dumbfounded. What? Why was Siyuan apologizing? Could Ding Xiao's identity be that terrifying? Even Sun Siyuan's father couldn't handle it. This was bad. Weren't you telling us to wait? Where's your arrogance now? Who do you think you are? Ding Xiao and his men were at the peak of their arrogance. Get lost. Ding Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Sun Siyuan turned around and said helplessly to the group, let's go. With that, Sun Siyuan led the way, preparing to leave. Hold on. Suddenly, one of Ding Xiao's lean henchmen blocked Sun Siyuan's path. The men can leave, but the ladies stay. The lean henchman turned to Ding Xiao and said, Ding Xiao, for our party we're short on girls. These guys can go, but these girls, especially those two, should stay. As he spoke, he deliberately pointed at the sisters, Su Ningxue and Su Linger. Makes sense. Ding Xiao was taken aback for a second, then gave the lean henchman an approving look. Men can leave. The girls stay. Ding Xiao commanded. On the other side, the group preparing to leave was stunned by this. Su Linger's two female classmates turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. Su Ningxue and Su Linger also changed their expressions. What did you say? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, stepped forward, and asked in a cold voice. Yi Chen didn't care about the villa. But this Ding Xiao daring to demand that Su Ningxue and the others stay was going too far. This time Yi Chen was truly angry. Oh, now we have another hero trying to show off. Kid, didn't you hear me? Let me say it again, the girls stay. Got it. Ding Xiao's companion sneered, looking down on Yi Chen. That guy already backed down. Do you really want to play the hero? Ding Xiao threatened Yi Chen. Be smart and get lost, or else he'll make you pay. Hearing Ding Xiao's words, his henchmen immediately surrounded Yi Chen. The atmosphere tensed up instantly. Seeing this, Su Ningxue immediately took out her phone, ready to call her father. What's going on here? At that moment, a stern, commanding voice rang out. Not far away, a serious-faced, middle-aged man accompanied by a secretary in professional attire walked over. Upon seeing this serious-looking man, the staff member nearby turned pale, then immediately rushed over to him. Mr. Tian, you're here. The staff member approached the man and said respectfully. The middle-aged man named Tian Wu was the owner of Baiyun Resort Villa. Hey, Uncle Tian. Ding Xiao, who had been arrogant, immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Tian Wu and proactively walked over to greet him. Oh, it's Qingji. Tian Wu recognized Ding Xiao. Ding Qingji. Tian Wu knew Ding Xiao's father quite well. What's happening here? Tian Wu asked. Coincidentally, he was staying in the villa today and had come out for an evening stroll, noticing a crowd gathered, as if a conflict was brewing. As the owner of Baiyun Resort Villa, he naturally had to come and check. Uncle Tian, this kid dared to warn me earlier. Ding Qingji pointed at Chen, complaining to Tian Wu. Seeing this, Su Ningxue was about to dial her father's number. Su Linger's classmates also guessed that this middle-aged man had a terrifyingly powerful identity, a true big shot. Now with such a big shot appearing, and one who knew Ding Xiao, they were doomed. Thinking this, Su Linger's two female classmates turned deathly pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Ding Chengxi's henchman, on the other hand, became even more arrogant and overbearing. Just as they expected, Mr. Tian to side with Ding Qingji and reprimand Chen. The next scene left everyone present utterly astounded. Tian Wu followed Ding Chengxi's pointing gesture, but before Ding Qingji could even finish his sentence, Tian Wu brushed him off and hurried straight towards Chen. Mr. Yu, what brings you here? Tian Wu approached Chen, speaking with extreme humility and deference. Seeing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. This. Oh my god. Everyone was shocked by Tian Wu's actions and words. Why was this big shot Mr. Tian standing beside Chen so humbly and respectfully? Everyone present stared at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. In that moment, their worldview seemed on the verge of collapse. A figure of such high standing was showing such deference, even servility, to a young man. It felt like a dream. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Su Linger's classmates were equally stunned. Sun Siyuan, who had been crestfallen moments before, now stared with wide, incredulous eyes. Su Ningxue and Su Linger, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ningxue put away her phone, realizing she wouldn't need to call her father after all. Indeed, with Chen present, he could handle any situation with ease. He exuded a sense of security. Watching him, a strange new feeling began to stir within Su Ningxue's heart. On the scene, the most unsettled were Ding Qingji and his lackeys. They stood there as if they had seen a ghost, frozen stiff. How could this have happened? Wasn't this manager Tian Ding Chengxi's uncle? How in the blink of an eye had he gone to grovel at the feet of Chen, the very person they had looked down upon? They simply couldn't wrap their heads around it. Not just them, even Ding Qingji himself was in a state of utter shock. What the hell? Why would Uncle Tian be trying to curry favor with that Chen? No matter how hard he racked his brain, Ding Qingji couldn't find a plausible answer. Do you know me? Chen asked, puzzled, as he looked at Tian Wu, who had suddenly approached and greeted him with great courtesy. He didn't recognize this Tian Wu. Of course, Tian Wu replied with utmost respect. I had the fortune to witness your brilliance at the banquet a few days ago. Tian Wu spoke with immense reverence. He had attended that banquet as well. At the time, he had been among those fence-sitting guests. Back then, he and the other executives hadn't thought much of Chen or his Yilan Entertainment Agency. But they never expected that Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen would end up kneeling before Chen, begging for forgiveness. That sight had shocked Tian Wu and all the other guests. Although Tian Wu was a billionaire of considerable status, he was still a notch below Ma Jiangwen. Seeing Ma Jiangwen bow his head to Chen, they had immediately switched sides, hoping to get into Chen's good graces. Unfortunately, Chen had already left, and they never got a chance to speak with him. If it had just been that, Tian Wu might not have been so deferential, even servile towards Chen. But the day before yesterday, Tian Wu came across some inside information. It was said that Ma Jiangwen had bowed his head and begged for forgiveness because a major power player in Jiangzhou had stepped in and pressured him. A big shot that even Ma Jiangwen dared not offend was not someone Tian Wu could trifle with. For such a figure to intervene, Tian Wu speculated that this Chen, this President either had an incredibly powerful background himself or possessed terrifyingly formidable connections. Either way, it was something he could only look up to. Recently, his business had hit a crisis, and he had finally learned of this big shot President Yi. Tian Wu began to scheme, wanting to forge a connection with Chen. For the past 2 days, he had been pondering how to get a meeting with President Yi. To his surprise, while strolling in his own resort tonight, he ran into him. Having encountered such a golden opportunity, Tian Wu naturally wasn't about to let it slip away, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. President Yi, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tian Wu, the owner of Baiyun Resort. Tian Wu introduced himself respectfully. So you're manager Tian? Chen replied, reciprocating the courtesy since the other man was being so polite. Please, President Yi, just call me Tian Wu, he said. The owner of Baiyun Resort. This middle-aged man was actually the owner of this resort. Hearing Tian Wu's introduction, everyone finally understood. Baiyun Resort was a well-known establishment not just in Jiangzhou City, but across the entire province. This middle-aged man was truly a big shot. And yet even such a big shot was so deferential to Yi Chen. It was terrifying. Uncle Tian, who is he? Ding Qingji sensed something was wrong. This Yi Chen guy seemed to be a big deal. He had kicked a steel plate. This is Yi Chen, President Yi. Tian Wu introduced, then asked curiously, by the way, what were you all doing with President Yi just now? At this question, Ding Qingji's vision went dark and he nearly fainted from fright. He didn't know how to answer. He certainly couldn't say they had almost resorted to beating up President Yi. Seeing Ding Qingji's strange behavior, Tian Wu's expression changed instantly. Thinking back carefully, it seemed Ding Qingji and his group had surrounded President Yi earlier. Could it be? Tian Wu knew Ding Qingji's temperament well, and his heart immediately tightened. You? Tell me what happened here. Tian Wu pointed at a nearby staff member and commanded. Facing his boss, the staff member naturally dared not hide anything and recounted the entire incident faithfully. After hearing it, Tian Wu's face turned ashen. That such a thing had happened within his own resort. Bastard. Tian Wu was livid. He couldn't help but deliver a vicious kick to Ding Qingji. Thud. Ding Qingji was sent sprawling to the ground. Uncle Tian, I'm sorry. Ding Qingji, realizing he had messed up badly, began to beg for mercy repeatedly. What use is apologizing to me? Go apologize to President Yi. Tian Wu barked sternly. Ding Qingji scrambled over to Yi Chen, knelt down directly, and began pleading for forgiveness. Although he didn't know Yi Chen's exact identity, the fact that he commanded such respect from Tian Wu meant his background was certainly terrifying. He was someone Ding Qingji couldn't afford to offend. Strictly speaking, Ding Qingji's father was even slightly inferior to Tian Wu. Seeing Ding Qingji kneeling, his lackeys also rushed over, knelt before Yi Chen, and offered their own profuse apologies. Apologize? If apologies were useful, what would the police be for? Yi Chen asked coolly. In an instant, Ding Qingji and his lackeys became even more terrified. Tian Wu knew that President Yi was genuinely angry this time. A simple apology would not suffice. Tian Wu whispered something to his secretary, who quickly went into the villa and brought out an iron rod. Tian Wu gave his secretary a look, signaling her to toss the rod to Ding Qingji. Your father said last time that if you caused trouble again, you'd have one of your legs broken. Tian Wu spoke. Although he wanted to stay out of it, since it happened in his own resort, he bore a significant responsibility. Tian Wu also wanted to do his best to quell Yi Chen's anger. Today you've angered President Yi. You should do it yourself. Tian Wu stated. What? All the color drained from Ding Qingji's face, and his body trembled uncontrollably with fear. Was Uncle Tian suggesting he break his own leg? No, Ding Qingji shook his head instinctively. You don't want to? Should I call your father to do it then? Tian Wu demanded. No, don't. Ding Qingji quickly shook his head. If his father came, he'd probably break both his legs. Ding Qingji looked at Yi Chen. President Yi, I'm so sorry. I was blind and failed to see who I was dealing with. It was my fault. I am willing to break my own leg to apologize to you. With that, Ding Qingji gritted his teeth and brought the iron rod down brutally on his own leg. Ah! A scream of agony rang out as Ding Qingji's right leg was broken. As for the rest of you, Tian Wu commanded, pointing at Ding Qingji's lackeys. Seeing Ding Qingji in such a state, they dared not refuse and followed suit, breaking their own legs. As for the skinny man who had previously suggested that the women in Yi Chen's group stay behind, he was so terrified that he messed up his swing, resulting in a total failure. Oh, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. The gaunt man screamed, his cries utterly miserable. From this moment on, he would likely remain single for life. Girlfriends and a wife were now forever out of his reach. Don't ever let me see you again. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the security guards of the White Cloud Resort had arrived. They immediately carried Ding Qingji and his men away, rushing them to the hospital. Ding Qingji and his lackeys would probably be unable to leave their hospital beds for months. Only after they were gone did the scene finally quiet down. Watching Ding Qingji and his men being carried away, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Su Linger's two female classmates looked at Yi Chen with admiration and gratitude. Sun Siyuan was also extremely grateful to Yi Chen. President Yi, this whole villa incident was all because of that manager Yang under my command. They'll have him pack his things and get lost immediately. An employee like that doesn't deserve to be at the White Cloud Resort. Tian Wu stepped forward, explaining himself to Yi Chen repeatedly. This villa should rightfully be for your companions to stay in tonight. As compensation, all expenses for you and your companions at the White Cloud Resort this time are completely waived. Tian Wu made a grand gesture, waiving all consumption costs for everyone present at the resort. This was his way of making amends to President Yi's companions. Of course, that alone wouldn't suffice. After all this incident had occurred on his turf, he naturally needed to ensure President Yi was completely satisfied. President Yi's visit to my White Cloud Resort truly brings honor to the establishment. How about this, President Yi? I have a private villa here that isn't for sale, and I'd like to gift it to you. In the future, whenever you come to the resort for a vacation, you can stay there directly. To express his apology and curry favor with Yi Chen, Tian Wu decided to gift Yi Chen a vacation villa. Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, Tian Wu pulled him towards the villa he had mentioned. The villa Tian Wu spoke of wasn't located in the main cluster of villas. Instead, it was situated on the hill behind the villa area. There the scenery was more picturesque, the air fresher, and it was a private zone not open to the public. As Tian Wu led Yi Chen and the others there, they all realized there was actually another small cluster of villas here, about 5 or 6 in total. These villas were specially built by Tian Wu, reserved for VIPs and big shots coming for vacations. In terms of land area, construction materials, and more, these villas were in a completely different league compared to the previous ones. Tian Wu had already given away 4 of these villas, leaving only 2. He specifically chose the largest of the remaining 2 to gift to Yi Chen. Tian Wu led Yi Chen and the others inside this villa. Everyone present was awestruck by the sheer size of the residence. It was incredibly luxurious. This villa's floor area was 2 to 3 times larger than the one Sun Siyuan had rented earlier. It boasted a massive private pool, a professionally equipped gym, a private cinema, a private wine cellar, and more. Ultimately, only after Tian Wu's earnest insistence did Yi Chen finally accept it. Seeing Yi Chen accept the gift, Tian Wu breathed a sigh of relief. President Yi, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now and not disturb your rest. Tian Wu wisely bid farewell to Yi Chen and left with his secretary. Only Yi Chen and his group remained. Chen Ge, thank you so much. Thank you. Su Linger's 2 female classmates quickly expressed their gratitude to Yi Chen. Chen Ge, thanks. Sun Siyuan also spoke up, thanking Yi Chen. It's nothing. Yi Chen waved his hand. After staying for a while, Sun Siyuan bid farewell to Yi Chen, as he had rented his own villa and couldn't stay here. In the end, Sun Siyuan and Su Linger's classmates left, agreeing to meet again tomorrow morning. Inside the villa, besides Yi Chen, only Su Ningxue, the Su sisters, and Zhao Shuxian remained. Everyone was tempted by the sight of the huge private pool, but unfortunately none of them had brought swimwear, so they could only regretfully postpone that for next time. The 3 women went to the private cinema inside the villa to watch a movie. Not interested in the movie, they chose. Yi Chen stayed alone in the living room. With no one around, Yi Chen took out his phone and opened the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. What movie could compare to the allure of this game? Especially a game that could influence reality and help him become a tycoon. As soon as Yi Chen entered the game, a notification popped up. Ding! Challenge complete. Visit the White Cloud Resort with Su Ningxue. Congratulations! You have obtained 100 ownership of the Roman International Hotel and are now its new boss. The challenge previously issued by the game was complete, and Yi Chen had successfully acquired ownership of the Roman International Hotel, becoming the new owner of this 5-star establishment. This Roman International Hotel was worth 270 million. After just one day, Yi Chen's net worth had dramatically increased by over 200 million. The game monthly salary 3,000. I am the richest man was incredibly powerful. A smile spread across Yi Chen's face. This challenge had almost no difficulty. It was just a trip out with Su Ningxue. And for that he received a reward worth over 200 million, close to 300 million. Sigh, it's lonely at the top. Couldn't the game throw some truly difficult challenges his way? Making money this easily was almost embarrassing. Ding! Players' thoughts detected. A challenging mission is now available. New challenge issued. Participate in a couple's bungee jump with Su Ningxue. Reward 20 shares of Longting Group, becoming its 3rd largest shareholder. Suddenly new content appeared in the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. Staring at the new challenge, Yi Chen was stunned. A truly difficult challenge had actually appeared. The game was surprisingly responsive. Looking at the new challenge, Yi Chen's expression stiffened. He had only gotten a little cocky for a moment. Why did the game have to issue a new challenge right away? And it had to be a difficult one. Bungee jumping. This challenge was indeed very hard. Bungee jumping comes in 2 forms, solo and tandem. A couple's bungee jump is a type of tandem jump. It's an activity strictly for couples, designed to build trust and strengthen their bond. A couple's bungee jump was significantly more challenging than simply jumping solo. Longting Group. Yi Chen muttered, having never heard of this company. Filled with curiosity, he looked up some information. A single glance at the data made Yi Chen's eyes widen in shock. The Longting Group was one of the major conglomerates in Jiangzhou with a market value of 10 billion. 20 of the Longting Group's shares equated to a reward worth 2 billion. 2 billion. This was undoubtedly the greatest reward Yi Chen had ever received from the game, bar none. If he could secure this, his net worth would skyrocket. For a moment, Yi Chen was lost in thought. It's just bungee jumping. Challenge accepted. Those 2 billion are mine. Yi Chen had made up his mind. Compared to 2 billion, bungee jumping was nothing. This was the most rewarding challenge Yi Chen had ever received since acquiring the game. Monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest man. Once he succeeded, his net worth would skyrocket. A challenge like this was a rare opportunity not to be missed. After all, his player level in the game was still only LV1, and the rewards for ordinary challenges were usually just 2 or 300 million. A challenge offering a reward of 2 billion like this one might only appear once while his player level remained at LV1. Therefore Chen had to seize this opportunity. It was just bungee jumping, right? He accepted this challenge. Once he completed it and obtained 20 of the Dragon Tongue Group's shares, it would not only significantly boost his net worth, but also expand his network. After obtaining that 20 stake, Chen would also rise to become the third largest shareholder of the Dragon Tongue Group. Being the third largest shareholder of a $10 billion conglomerate was a formidable status. Chen's connections would inevitably broaden as well. How can I get senior sister Sue to agree to go bungee jumping with me? Chen muttered to himself. He had already made up his mind. For the sake of the 20 stake in the Dragon Tongue Group worth 2 billion, he was willing to try couples bungee jumping. But how could he get Su Ningxue to agree? Compared to men, women might be more afraid of challenges like bungee jumping. Chen fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue, Su Linger, and the others had also finished watching the movie. They each chose their rooms and went to rest as they were too tired. The next day around 10 in the morning, they gradually woke up. Half an hour later, the four of them left Chen's villa, met up with Sun Siyuan's group, and headed out for lunch. During lunch, as they waited for the dishes to be served, they chatted. They had already tried most of the entertainment facilities in the resort yesterday. Today, only a few remained. Does anyone dare to go bungee jumping? Someone suddenly asked. When it came to the most popular attractions at Baiyun Resort, bungee jumping was definitely in the top 3, perhaps even the number 1. Especially since Baiyun Resort was one of the few places in the province that offered couples bungee jumping, attracting many young couples. Su Linger's heart began to stir as well. Bungee jumping was such a thrilling activity, as she both wanted to try it, and was afraid. Bungee jumping. Everyone present changed their expressions. I'm not too daring. One of Su Linger's female classmates shook her head, looking scared. Since we're here, it would be a pity not to challenge ourselves with bungee jumping, someone suggested. How about this? We play a little game, and the losers have to go bungee jumping. What do you think? Sure, no problem. Sun Siyuan spoke nonchalantly, looking as if he couldn't possibly lose. Soon the game began. This time 2 people lost. One was Su Linger's female classmate, and the other was Su Ningxue. Seeing that the losers were both girls, including her own cousin, Su Linger immediately spoke up. How about we play another round? Let's not count this one. Originally, Su Linger had intended to set a trap for Sun Siyuan and the other male classmate. Unexpectedly, neither of them lost. I'm scared, I really don't dare to bungee jump. The girl who lost the game said, her voice trembling and her face pale with fright. The girl begged for mercy repeatedly. Su Ningxue also felt hesitant. To be honest, she was still a bit afraid of bungee jumping. But Su Ningxue had always been a person of her word. She was unwilling to go against her own principles. Gradually, her heart leaned towards going, determined to keep her promise. Finally, Su Ningxue nodded, indicating her willingness to go bungee jumping. However, it was evident that she was still somewhat scared. How about this? He'll go with senior sister Su. Chen spoke up. This was a good opportunity. He could help senior sister Su by keeping her company, which would put her at ease, and he could also complete his game challenge at the same time. It was a win-win situation. Everyone was startled by Chen's words, looking at him with great surprise. Brother-in-law is truly one of a kind, always willing to accompany my sister. Su Linger looked at Chen with great admiration. By the way, isn't there couples bungee jumping here at Baiyun Resort? My brother-in-law and sister could try it. It could even help nurture their relationship. Su Linger suggested. Su Ningxue, who was initially nervous, suddenly looked up upon hearing Chen's words. She cast a grateful glance at him. For some reason, her anxious and uneasy heart suddenly became incredibly calm. With Chen around, she felt like she wasn't afraid of anything anymore. An inexplicable sense of security surged within her. Therefore, when Su Linger suggested that Chen and Su Ningxue try couples bungee jumping, Su Ningxue didn't refuse. You 2 guys see that? That's my brother-in-law. He's responsible and a real man. Su Linger said to the other 2 boys. Exactly. You 2 are nowhere near Brother Chen's level. Another girl who wasn't chosen also spoke up, looking down on Sun Siyuan and the other guy. Being young and hot-blooded and now provoked, Sun Siyuan suddenly stood up to prove he was a real man. Damn, it's just bungee jumping, right? Xiaoyuan, you don't have to go. He'll do it. Sun Siyuan stepped forward, heroically proclaiming to the other chosen female classmate. Old Zhang, you're coming too. Sun Siyuan suggested to the other guy beside him. What's wrong? Are you scared? Fine, I'll do it. Provoked by Sun Siyuan's taunts, the guy who was initially hesitant agreed to go bungee jumping to save face. Finally, the results were decided. Chen and Su Ningxue would go for couples bungee jumping. Sun Siyuan and the other guy, Old Zhang, would go for tandem bungee jumping. Soon the food was served. Chen acted normally and ate his meal. Su Ningxue, reassured by Chen's presence, also stopped worrying and acted normally. The others who weren't jumping also ate as usual. Sun Siyuan and Old Zhang, despite their earlier bravado, now had no appetite. They only managed to eat a little, and Old Zhang couldn't eat another bite after just one mouthful. He regretted it. After the meal and a short rest, they headed straight to the bungee jumping spot at Baiyun Resort. Arriving at the mountaintop and looking at the jumping platform, old Zhang's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. No, I give up, I can't, I'm scared. Even before stepping onto the platform, old Zhang chickened out, collapsing to the ground and pleading endlessly. He conceded defeat. As long as he didn't have to jump, he didn't care about being called a man anymore. Damn, what a coward. Sun Siyuan scoffed with confidence. He'll go first. With that, Sun Siyuan walked straight towards the jumping platform. He started with large strides, but the closer he got, the smaller his steps became. Unable to resist, Sun Siyuan glanced downwards. Seeing the jump platform hundreds of meters high, his vision went black and he nearly fainted. At that moment, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Sun Siyuan, a staff member started to walk over. However, before the staff member could reach him, Sun Siyuan turned around and like a rabbit fled from the bungee jumping area. No, no, no. Sun Siyuan's face was ashen. I don't want to be a man either. I'm scared, I don't dare. Sun Siyuan said to the others, his voice trembling. He had been nervous all along, and when he saw old Zhang give up, his resolve had already started to crumble. Looking down from the platform had completely shattered the last of his defenses. Sun Siyuan also conceded, too afraid to go bungee jumping. And you had the nerve to call others cowards, a girl said disdainfully to Sun Siyuan. Both Sun Siyuan and old Zhang had given up, preferring to forfeit their manhood rather than jump. The eyes of everyone present fell upon Yi Chen. Facing the gaze of the others, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. Having made his decision, he was absolutely not one to back down. I have no problem. Senior Sister Su, what about you? Yi Chen deliberately inquired about Su Ningxue's condition. If Su Ningxue was unwilling or if she harbored great fear, Yi Chen would absolutely not force her. I'm fine. Su Ningxue replied calmly as well. Witnessing this, everyone present was filled with profound admiration for Yi Chen and Su Ningxue. Did you all see how brave Brother Chen is? Even Sister Ningxue, a girl, is willing to try. You two men aren't even a tenth. No, not even 100th of her courage. A girl said to Sun Siyuan and old Zhang with utter disdain. Hearing this, the two lowered their heads in shame. They truly were no match for Brother Chen and Senior Sister Su Ningxue. Sis, brother-in-law, go for it. You're the best. Su Linger said with immense pride. Good luck and be careful. Zhao Shuxian also spoke, reminding them to prioritize safety. Yi Chen and Su Ningxue stepped forward, arriving at the bungee jumping platform. A staff member briefed them on the procedure. Soon another staff member came to secure their safety harnesses. After securing the harnesses and double-checking their safety, the staff member departed. The previous visitor left, and Yi Chen and Su Ningxue moved forward. The staff member responsible for pushing visitors off the platform checked their safety harnesses once more, ensuring everything was secure. Handsome guy and beautiful lady, you should hold each other first, the staff member said to Su Ningxue and Yi Chen. For a couple's jump, it was natural for them to leap while embracing. The staff member intended to guide them on the proper embracing posture to guarantee safety. Off. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue's face instantly flushed, her heart racing. But this was not the time for shyness or hesitation. She opened her arms. Yi Chen, even less prone to shyness, opened his arms and naturally pulled Su Ningxue into an embrace. They held each other tightly, feeling the thumping of each other's hearts. For a moment, the very air seemed to solidify. It was the first time Su Ningxue had been held so openly by a man, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she closed her eyes. The staff member seemed to realize that Yi Chen and Su Ningxue weren't like other couples, perhaps they weren't officially together yet. Hold on tighter, the staff member instructed, prompting them to embrace more closely for both safety and perhaps to help bring them together. Yi Chen and Su Ningxue held each other even tighter. Su Ningxue stole a glance downwards, her heartbeat quickening with nervousness. Finally, she rested her head against Yi Chen's solid chest, and her nervousness quickly dissipated. Holding Su Ningxue, Yi Chen could even detect a faint, delicate fragrance. Not far away, Su Linger and the others watched the scene with exasperated expressions. They had come to see bungee jumping, so why had it turned into watching a public display of affection? They had had their fill of this bitter dog food. Arg, the sour stench of love. In broad daylight out in the open, how could they flaunt their affection so brazenly, leaving single people like them in the lurch? We've suffered 10,000 points of damage. Will you take responsibility? Our heart's ache. Su Linger, Zhao Shuxuan, and the other singles clutched their chests in unison. They'd had enough of this canine cuisine. Could you two hurry up? Are you ready? After a final check, the staff member asked. Ready, Yi Chen and Su Ningxue replied, both prepared. All right, then off you go. The staff member gave Yi Chen and Su Ningxue a firm push. With a whoosh, they flew off the platform. With that push, Su Ningxue clung to Yi Chen even tighter, wishing she could meld her entire body into his for a greater sense of security. Together they plummeted at high speed. Though a sliver of nervousness had lingered in Yi Chen's heart, holding Su Ningxue during the actual jump, he felt an unexpected serenity. After the bungee jump, there were two ways to conclude it. In technical terms, one is upper recovery, where a device pulls the person back up to the jumping platform. The second is lower recovery, where a device lowers the visitor to the bottom where staff are stationed to assist. The bungee jump at Baiyun Holiday Resort used the upper recovery method, pulling visitors back up with a device. Soon the jump concluded, and the staff pulled Yichun and Su Ningxue back up. Phew! Back on the platform, Su Ningxue let out a long, relieved sigh. The staff unclipped their safety harnesses, and Yichun and Su Ningxue successfully completed the bungee jump. They walked off the platform together. Brother Chen is mighty, a real man. Sister Ningxue is amazing too. So impressive. Seeing Yichun and Su Ningxue return, the others spoke with immense admiration. Sun Siyuan and old Zhang, looking at Yichun, hung their heads in embarrassment. They had to admit that Brother Chen was truly formidable. Compared to him, they were lacking by more than just a little. After this incident, any fleeting thought Sun Siyuan had of pursuing Su Linger was completely abandoned. With Yichun as her brother-in-law to compare against, he wasn't worthy. Impressive, yes, but we're not too happy about being force-fed this dog food. From the side, cousin Zhao Shuxian couldn't help but complain. Although she longed for the day Su Ningxue would call her sis, being fed dog food was truly unpleasant. Exactly. Su Linger pouted and complained as well. Sis, brother-in-law, we know you two are deeply in love, but could you please not flaunt your affection so easily in the future? Or maybe do it somewhere else. You should be mindful of the impact. We single people are quite fragile. At this, Su Ningxue became even more bashful. What on earth were they talking about? After the jump, the group found a place to rest. When no one was watching, Yichun took out his phone and opened the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. As soon as he tapped the game, a notification appeared. Ding, challenge complete. Play a couple's bungee jump with Su Ningxue. Congratulations. You have obtained 20 of Longting Group's shares, becoming its third largest shareholder. The equity transfer contract will be delivered to you within 24 hours. Please be sure to check. For your courageous completion of this high-difficulty challenge, a special reward 3 has been triggered. 1 experience boost card, granting 30 experience points. 1 mall points card, granting 15 points. Seeing this, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Yichen's face. He hadn't expected that completing this high-difficulty challenge would also trigger a special reward. Fantastic. The first 2 rewards were for boosting his player level and mall level, and both were substantial increases. Just as Yichun was feeling quite satisfied with the first 2 rewards, he glanced at what the third special reward was. In an instant, Yichun was stunned, frozen like a wooden chicken. How could this be? Reward 1, Indestructible Body Pill. Indestructible Body Pill. What in the world is this? Yichun stared at the third reward with a peculiar expression. Driven by curiosity, he tapped on the description of the Indestructible Body Pill. Indestructible Body Pill, as the name suggests, once taken it can enhance one's vitality threefold. It is crafted from pure natural herbs and has no side effects. Reading the description, Yichen's face darkened. Damn it. With my robust physique and exceptionally powerful kidneys, how could I possibly need such a thing? This must be the game deliberately messing with me. When a man is handsome, even the game targets him. As Yichun grumbled, a small porcelain bottle materialized in his pocket. The sudden change in weight in his pocket immediately caught Yichen's attention. He swiftly retrieved it. It was a delicately crafted blue and white porcelain bottle about the size of a thumb, exuding an antique charm. Yichun opened it curiously, revealing a pill the size of a soybean inside. As soon as he opened it, a faint, subtle fragrance wafted to his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, Yichun, who had been fatigued from bungee jumping, felt a surge of alertness. Indeed, the Indestructible Body Pill had some effect. Brother-in-law, what are you holding? Su Linger noticed the exquisite little porcelain bottle in Yichen's hand and asked curiously. Nothing, just a trivial little trinket. Yichun replied with a straight face. Really? Can I take a look? Su Linger was very curious and pressed further. What's there to see? Go play in the mud, kid. Yichun retorted, then carefully tucked the Indestructible Body Pill into his pocket. What if it had side effects? For the sake of others' safety, he couldn't let anyone see it. He'd keep it himself. Whatever side effects it might have, he would bear them. After all, wasn't he a self-sacrificing person? Once back, he would lock it in the villa's safe. Whom fear the kid? Your whole family are kids. Su Linger retorted immediately upon hearing this, but she didn't press further. Let's leave that absurd pill aside. This couple's bungee jump challenge had indeed yielded incredibly generous rewards from the game. This was probably the most bountiful harvest Yichun had ever received since obtaining the game. First, there was the 20 stake in Longting Group, worth 2 billion. Yichun smoothly became the third largest shareholder of Longting Group. With this 2 billion added to his previous assets, Yichen's net worth directly shot up to 3 billion. In a second or third tier city like Jiangzhou, he was now a true tycoon. Besides that, there were 2 cards. An experience boost card granting 30 experience points. A mall points card providing 15 points. 30 experience points and 15 points combined with his previous accumulations. His level up should be not far off. Right now, both his player level and mall level were at 1. Quite ordinary. Yichen had been eagerly awaiting an upgrade. Over the past few nights, he had constantly monitored the game mall, but unfortunately with his current wealth the items there no longer enticed him much. However, once the mall in the game upgraded to 2 stars, the value of its contents would increase tenfold. And when his player level rose to LV2, he could purchase 2 items from the mall at once. Far beyond what he could do now. Let's go, Su Linger suggested. Having rested enough, the others had no objections. They packed up briefly and headed down the mountain. A few hours later they had dinner at the resort and then parted ways. Su Linger's several classmates took a taxi and left. Su Linger on the other hand planned to hitch a ride, with Yi Chen asking him to take her home. Su Linger's home was not far from Yi Chen's Lingyun Tianfu Villa area. Yi Chen first drove Su Ningxue and his cousin Zhao Shuxian back to school, bid them farewell. Then Yi Chen took Su Linger and headed straight for her home. Brother-in-law, how did you and my sister meet? With Su Ningxue gone, Su Linger felt free to speak. She had been holding back for a long time, eager to ask Yi Chen many questions. But because her cousin Su Ningxue was present, Su Linger feared she might get a beating and didn't dare ask. Now that her cousin was gone, and only Yi Chen was around, Su Linger naturally had no fear. How we met? I guess it was through my cousin. Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied. I see. Su Linger nodded. Having spent these 2 days together, she naturally knew the relationship between Yi Chen and Zhao Shuxian. Brother-in-law, so last night did you and my sister sleep in the same room, or separately? Su Linger stared with curious wide eyes and asked in a mysterious tone. Last night she had been quite tired and went to rest early. Before she went to sleep, Su Ningxue and Yi Chen were still chatting in the living room, so Su Linger didn't know the specifics afterwards. This morning she slept in, and when she woke up, Yi Chen and Su Ningxue were already washed and dressed. This question had bothered Su Linger all day. Earlier, because her cousin was there, Su Linger didn't dare ask for fear of her life. Now that only her brother-in-law was around, she was fearless. Hearing Su Linger's question, Yi Chen turned his head to glance at her. She looked like a curious little girl, and was instantly speechless. What was this little girl thinking? Last night Su and I slept in separate rooms, of course. Yi Chen told the truth. He originally thought that by saying this, Su Linger's curiosity would subside. But to his surprise, upon hearing his answer, Su Linger dropped a bombshell. You're a useless brother-in-law. Su Linger wore a look of disdain. You don't believe me, brother-in-law? Hearing Su Linger's words, Yi Chen almost stumbled and slammed on the brakes. What did this little girl mean? Last night you and my sister were under the same roof, and you didn't make a move. Brother-in-law, you're a beast. No worse than a beast. Su Linger looked at Yi Chen with full contempt and continued to ridicule. Fortunately, there was a red light ahead, and Yi Chen was just parking. Otherwise, he feared he might have pulled over on the roadside and given Su Linger a good thrashing. After stopping, Yi Chen gave Su Linger a big flick on the forehead. Ouch! Su Linger clutched her head and cried out, What are you doing, brother-in-law? Is it because I told the truth that you're lashing out in anger? Clearly you're the one who's useless, worse than a beast, and yet you hit me. I'm so wronged. Yi Chen explained seriously. First, I'm not useless, I'm a decent person. Second, you're the one who's worse than a beast. Third, Su and I are just friends now, so of course I can't do anything. Upon hearing this, Su Linger couldn't help but sigh. Brother-in-law, I was just joking before, but now I see you really are useless. You haven't even managed to win over my sister yet. Su Linger looked at Yi Chen with a pitying expression. Brother-in-law, if I were you, my sister would probably be starting prenatal care by now. Su Linger continued to speak startlingly. Go to hell, I've only known senior sister Su for a week or 2. Oh, then it's indeed not enough time to conceive. Su Linger pondered seriously for a moment. Brother-in-law, if I were you, I would have moved in with my sister long ago. Su Linger reorganized her words. Brother-in-law, the road is long and arduous, you need to persevere. Patting Yi Chen on the shoulder, she spoke with profound meaning. Along the way, Su Linger thoroughly sold out her cousin, Su Ningxue. She told Yi Chen everything about her cousin's likes and dislikes. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen dropped Su Linger off at her home. Before getting out of the car, Su Linger didn't forget to remind Yi Chen, brother-in-law, go for it, win my sister over as soon as possible. I'm rooting for you. After the events of the past 2 days, Su Linger truly recognized Yi Chen as her brother-in-law. If she hadn't accepted him, she wouldn't have joked with him so casually, nor told him all of her cousin's preferences. Fine. Yi Chen didn't want to keep arguing with Su Linger, so he nodded perfunctorily. By the way, brother-in-law, I'll plan carefully over the next few days and come up with some good ideas to help you win my sister over. Just as Su Linger was about to close the car door, she suddenly said to Yi Chen, Brother-in-law, see you next weekend, I'll tell you the ideas I've thought of. Su Linger specifically said to Yi Chen, I've done you such a big favor, don't forget to treat me to a feast. No problem. Yi Chen was quite helpless, casually agreeing to Su Linger, then proactively closed the car door for her and drove off. After returning home, Su Linger's mind began to race, thinking about how to help her brother-in-law win over her cousin. If Su Ningxue ever found out about Su Linger's thoughts, Su Linger would definitely get a beating from Su Ningxue. Are you my cousin, or Yi Chen's cousin? Why are you always trying to sell me out? On the other side, Yi Chen also returned to his villa in Lingyun Heavenly Palace. Although he had only moved into this villa not long ago, it already felt like home. After returning, Chen first went to the study, carefully placing the indestructible body pill given by the game into the safe. He didn't need this thing at all. After putting it away, he changed clothes and went to take a bath. After the bath, Chen was eating fruit in the living room when he suddenly received an unfamiliar call. He answered, and a somewhat familiar voice came through. "Is this President Yi?" "I'm Tian Wu from Baiyun Resort." The caller introduced himself immediately. He was Tian Wu, the owner of Baiyun Resort. "Oh, President Tian, what can I do for you?" Knowing the caller's identity, Chen asked. "It's like this, President Yi, I'm sorry about last night. Do you have time tomorrow evening? I'd like to invite you to dinner." Tian Wu asked, nervously, afraid that Chen would refuse. Although he hadn't asked for Chen's contact information last night, as the owner of Baiyun Resort, it was easy for him to find Chen's phone number from the visitor ticket purchase records. Having finally met such an important figure as President Yi, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to build a good relationship. Tomorrow evening. Sure, Chen thought for a moment, and having no other plans, agreed to Tian Wu. After all, he had just received a vacation villa from the other party, so it wasn't easy to refuse, and it was just a meal. "Great, President Yi, see you tomorrow evening." Seeing Chen's agreement, Tian Wu said excitedly. After setting the time and place for tomorrow evening, Tian Wu politely hung up, not disturbing Chen further. A new day. Chen went to school normally. While Chen was in class, the Longting Group was holding a small high-level meeting. Longting Group's president Jiang Taiyuan was chatting with several senior executives in the president's office. "You should know by now that our Longting Group's third-largest shareholder has changed," Jiang Taiyuan said to the executives. "Yes, I just heard. I only found out recently, too." The executives nodded, having just learned of this news. "This mysterious wealthy man, Mr. Chen, has acquired 20 of our group's shares in one go, a formidable force," Jiang Taiyuan said with emotion. "Don't think that just because Jiang Taiyuan is the president of Longting Group, he is the largest shareholder. That's not the case. Jiang Taiyuan doesn't even rank in the top 5. He only holds 6 of Longting Group's shares. This is normal. For example, as everyone knows, little brother Ma is not the largest shareholder of Alibaba, either, holding only a single-digit percentage, and Ma Teng of Tencent is not the largest shareholder of Tencent. The largest shareholder of Longting Group is a major conglomerate in Hangzhou. However, this conglomerate generally does not participate in the decision-making of Longting Group. The second-largest shareholder is a billionaire from Jiangzhou, holding 23 of Longting Group's shares. The difference in shares between him and Chen, the third-largest shareholder, is only 3. In Longting Group, the status of the second and third-largest shareholders is not significantly different. Now, with the extremely important third-largest shareholder changing, Jiang Taiyuan, as the president of Longting Group, naturally had to pay close attention. If he angered President Yi, Chen was not without the means to remove him from his position as president. Jiang Taiyuan decided to personally deliver the company's equity transfer contract to President Yi. This way he could leave a good impression on President Yi and also show how much he valued him. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was afternoon. After class, Chen got into his car and headed straight for the place he had agreed upon with Tian Wu the day before. It was a top-tier restaurant in Jiangzhou, one Chen had never visited. Meanwhile, in the restaurant's private room, Tian Wu and several men dressed like business executives sat waiting in silence. "Old Tian, who exactly are we waiting for this time?" "Yeah, who's this big shot that we all have to wait for?" Someone in the private room spoke up, curious about the identity of Tian Wu's guest. The previous evening, Tian Wu had told them he was hosting an important figure for dinner and invited them to come and make connections. Today they had rushed over. But to their surprise, even after they had all arrived, the big shot still hadn't shown up. Besides Tian Wu, the others in the room were also presidents of various companies in Jiangzhou with similar net worths to Tian Wu. Even the least wealthy among them had assets of 1 or 2 billion. Usually it was others who waited for them, but now they were the ones waiting. This piqued their curiosity about the identity of the big shot Tian Wu had invited. Who was this big shot? A strange smile appeared on Tian Wu's face. "Since you're all so curious, I'll tell you. The big shot I've invited today is Chen, President Yi," Tian Wu introduced. "Chen, President Yi." The faces of everyone present showed confusion and surprise. They had never heard of this Chen, President Yi. "Chen, President Yi, who is that?" Tian Wu said. "You've probably heard about Ma Jiangwen kneeling and apologizing publicly a few days ago, right? The President Yi I've invited today is the one Ma Jiangwen knelt and apologized to." Tian Wu didn't hide anything and told them directly. "What? The President Yi coming today is the one Ma Jiangwen knelt and apologized to?" 2 people present had heard about that incident. Upon learning that the person Tian Wu had invited was the one Ma Jiangwen knelt to, they were all astonished. But the other 2 hadn't heard about the matter at all, so they didn't react much. "Uncle Tian, just tell us directly what this Chen's identity is." One of the 2 who hadn't heard of Chen, a young man of about 28 or 29, cut to the chase. His name was Yin Hanlin, the youngest among those present. He had taken over his father's company a few months ago and was currently riding a wave of success. The others present were close with Yin Hamlin's father, so they had brought him along today. President Yi is the boss of Yilin Agency Company, Tian Wu explained. Yilin Agency Company. I think I've heard of it. Yin Hamlin fell into thought. A few seconds later, a look of realization dawned on his face. Isn't that just a small company with total assets just reaching $1 billion? How can the boss of such a small company be a big shot? Yin Hamlin's face was full of disdain. He simply couldn't believe that this Yi Chen could make the prestigious Ma Jiangwen kneel and apologize. Who was Ma Jiangwen? He was a wealthy man with assets in the billions. Even he, Yin Hamlin, would have to respectfully call him Uncle Ma. It must be a rumor. When President Yi arrives, be a bit more respectful. Got it. Yin Hamlin nodded. Although he agreed verbally, he was still unconvinced inside. He planned to see for himself what was so special about this so-called President Yi. Just as they were discussing, the door to the private room opened. Yi Chen walked in. President Yi. Seeing Yi Chen, Tian Wu quickly came forward, greeting him with a smile. President Yi. Hearing Tian Wu address the others in the room, also guessed Yi Chen's identity. So this was the famous Yi Chen, President Yi. He's so young. President Yi. President Yi. The others also stood up, taking the initiative to shake hands with Yi Chen, being very polite. Everyone took their seats. President Yi, where do you currently work? Yin Hamlin went straight to the point. Although the others felt Yin Hamlin was a bit impolite, none of them stopped him. To be honest, they were all curious about Yi Chen's specific identity. I'm still in university, and I currently manage the Yilin Agency Company, Yi Chen replied casually. Although Yi Chen had just become the third largest shareholder of Longting Group, he didn't hold any specific position there. Strictly speaking, the only thing Yi Chen managed now was the Yilin Agency Company. As for the hotels and restaurants under Yi Chen's name, they were just small assets not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Yin Hamlin's respect for Yi Chen diminished. He's just the boss of a small agency company, nothing much. His company is 3 or 4 billion more valuable than that. Welcome, President Yi. I propose we all toast to President Yi. Tian Wu stood up, speaking with great enthusiasm. All right, good idea. The others raised their glasses and stood up as well. In the room, except for Yi Chen, only Yin Hamlin remained completely still, sitting there leisurely. Xiao Yan, Tian Wu reminded. Uncle Tian, he's just the boss of a small agency company, not a big shot, and has no special background. Why should I toast to him? Yin Hamlin retorted. Suddenly a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Tian Wu assumed it was a waiter and called out. The next second the door opened, and a person no one expected walked in. Seeing the man who entered, everyone in the room was stunned, their faces filled with extreme shock. Even Yin Hamlin, who had been sitting there with a cynical air, jolted upon seeing the man. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Hamlin immediately stood up with utmost respect. He was utterly astounded. Not just him, but everyone else was extremely puzzled too. What's going on today? Why is this big shot here? Was he also invited by Tian Wu? Connecting the dots, several guests looked at Tian Wu with great admiration. Old Tian has really leveled up lately if he can invite guests like this. Facing their gazes, Tian Wu shrugged, equally baffled. How could he possibly have invited such a big shot? Just as Tian Wu was about to speak and greet the big shot, a scene no one could have ever anticipated unfolded. The big shot they held in awe walked straight up to Yi Chen and greeted him with utmost respect. Hello, President Yi, I am Jiang Taiyuan. The man was none other than the president of Longting Group, Jiang Taiyuan. Oh, so it's President Jiang, Yi Chen said, acknowledging the man's identity. Earlier that morning, Jiang Taiyuan had called Yi Chen, but since Yi Chen was in class, he didn't answer. In the afternoon, Jiang Taiyuan called again. Answering the call, Jiang Taiyuan introduced himself and said he wanted to deliver the equity transfer contract for Longting Group to Yi Chen. He asked where Yi Chen was and when he would be available. It was already quite late, and Yi Chen had also made plans with Tian Wu, so Yi Chen simply told him to come and find him here. Watching this scene, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. What was happening? President Jiang was here for Yi Chen. Although Jiang Taiyuan wasn't a major shareholder of Longting Group, being the president of a conglomerate worth tens of billions, his status was enough to make Tian Wu, Yin Hamlin, and the others look up to him. Yet now a big shot like him was coming to see Yi Chen. President Yi, this is your equity transfer contract. Please keep it safe, Jiang Taiyuan said, handing Yi Chen the contract for 20 of Longting Group shares. Seeing this, the others were even more confused. President Jiang, what is this? Finally, Yin Hamlin couldn't hold back and asked. President Yi acquired 20 of Longting Group shares and is now one of our major shareholders. Jiang Taiyuan didn't hide anything and said it directly. His words exploded in their ears like thunder. What did they just hear? Jiang Taiyuan said Yi Chen acquired 20 of Longting Group shares and is now one of the major shareholders. 20 of Longting Group's shares is roughly equivalent to 2 billion. Everyone was deeply shaken. Someone who can casually pull out 2 billion to acquire shares must have an absolutely terrifying net worth and background. So they had been wrong earlier. This President Yi was indeed a big shot. Tian Wu was beaming with pride. His judgment was good. President Yi's status was indeed formidable. The others breathed a sigh of relief. They were immensely grateful that they had toasted President Yi earlier. Only Yin Hanlin was trembling uncontrollably, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Oh no, he was in big trouble. This Yi Chen was clearly not just the simple boss of an agency company, who could casually acquire 20 of Longting Group's shares. Could he be an ordinary man? President Yi, I was blind and disrespectful earlier. Please don't take it to heart. How about this, President Yi? I'll punish myself with 100 cups to show my apology, hoping you can forgive me. With that, Yin Hanlin started pouring drinks. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. After drinking about 30 cups, Yin Hanlin couldn't take it anymore and rushed out to the restroom to vomit violently. But he didn't dare stop drinking. To appease President Yi, he couldn't give up. After vomiting, Yin Hanlin returned. He went back and forth countless times until he finally finished all 100 cups. After finishing, Yin Hanlin was carried away by an ambulance and taken to the hospital. While Yin Hanlin was drinking, Yi Chun and Jiang Taiyuan were chatting. From Jiang Taiyuan, Yi Chun learned some general information about Longting Group. Tomorrow morning, Yi Chun happened to have no classes, so he made an appointment with Jiang Taiyuan to visit Longting Group. After all, as one of the major shareholders of this billion-dollar conglomerate, he felt it was necessary to have a look. After chatting with Yi Chun for a while, Jiang Taiyuan left to arrange things for the next day. Yi Chun finished his meal and left, seeing off by Tian Wu and the others. Meanwhile, in a vast ancient-style luxury mansion, 2 middle-aged men were chatting. One of them, slightly stout, suddenly received a phone call. What? Only around 20 years old. Okay, I see, understood. After hanging up, the stout man let out a sigh of emotion. The slightly plump man, named Wan Xiangyang, was a billionaire in Jiangzhou. Besides being a billionaire, he held another significant identity, the second largest shareholder of the Dragon Sword Group. Old one, what's wrong? Another stern middle-aged man asked in surprise. Well, as the second largest shareholder of Dragon Sword Group, I learned that yesterday someone acquired 20 of the company's shares, becoming its third largest shareholder, Wan Xiangyang explained. What? The stern middle-aged man was utterly astonished. Dragon Sword Group's market value hovered around 10 billion. Acquiring 20 of its shares meant an investment of roughly 2 billion. Shelling out 2 billion at once was something even many billionaires might not manage instantly. Did Jiangzhou really have someone with such a bold financial stroke? That's not the most startling part. What truly shocked me is that the person who bought that 20 stake is reportedly a young man around 20 years old. Wan Xiangyang revealed the source of his astonishment. What? Hearing this, even the usually composed middle-aged man could no longer sit still. A young man in his 20s? A youth who pulled out 2 billion to acquire 20 of Dragon Sword Group. Was that some kind of joke? Was there really a young man in Jiangzhou with such immense wealth? If he could effortlessly spend 2 billion on shares, what was his total net worth? 10 billion, 20 billion, or even more? The stern middle-aged man dared not speculate further. Just now, Jiang Taiyuan went to meet this young man who bought the 20 stake. He's scheduled to visit Dragon Sword Group tomorrow, Wan Xiangyang mused. At that moment, intense curiosity about this affluent youth stirred within him. If he could forge a connection with such a person, that would be ideal. Soon Wan Xiangyang made up his mind. It had been a long while since he last visited Dragon Sword Group anyway. He would go tomorrow as well, and take the chance to meet this young investor. A young man like that was worth actively befriending. Having made his decision, Wan Xiangyang called Jiang Taiyuan to inform him of his plan to visit. As soon as he hung up, the stern-looking middle-aged man beside him couldn't help but speak. Old one, if you get the chance, let me meet this young man too. He was deeply curious about this youth of formidable wealth and strength. When had Jiangzhou produced such a figure? Don't worry, old Su, leave it to me, Wan Xiangyang assured him, patting his chest. It wasn't a difficult matter at all. Then, in much obliged, the stern middle-aged man, old Su, expressed his thanks. Don't be so formal, old Su. Between us, is that necessary? Wan Xiangyang laughed heartily, always one to brush aside trivialities. A new day dawned, and Yi Chun, preferring to keep a low profile, drove his Ferrari straight to Dragon Sword Group. When he arrived, Jiang Taiyuan and a host of company executives were already waiting. Standing beside Jiang Taiyuan was a slightly plump middle-aged man. As Yi Chun stepped out of the car, everyone except that plump man walked over proactively. Good day, President Yi. President Yi. President Yi. The executives of Dragon Sword Group stood before the company entrance, greeting Yi Chun with utmost courtesy. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement. President Yi, allow me to introduce you. Approaching Yi Chun, Jiang Taiyuan gestured toward the plump middle-aged man. This is Mr. Wan, our second largest shareholder. The second largest shareholder of Dragon Sword Group. Upon learning the man's identity, Yi Chun wasn't particularly surprised. He had roughly guessed it. When even Jiang Taiyuan had stepped forward, only this plump man remained unmoved, a clear sign of his special status. After Jiang Taiyuan finished, Wan Xiangyang stepped forward and extended his hand. Yi Chun shook it. President Yi is indeed young and promising with an impressive bearing, Wan Xiangyang said sincerely. Though he had known Yi Chun was young and had braced himself, seeing him in person still stirred an unavoidable shock within him. This President Yi probably wasn't even 20 yet. Under 20, and he had effortlessly acquired 20 of Dragon Sword Group. Absolutely terrifying. You flatter me, President Wan Yichen replied. I feel an instant kinship with you, President Yi. I'm a few years older, so we'll take the liberty of calling you Brother Yi. As fellow shareholders of Dragon Sword Group, they were practically on the same side. To build a closer bond with Yi Chun, Wan Xianyang deliberately adjusted the address to sound more familiar. If his words ever got out, they would likely send shockwaves through Jiangzhou. A top-tier figure in Jiangzhou, a billionaire like Wan Xianyang actively courting a young man's favor. It was simply unimaginable. Brother Yi, don't stand on ceremony, he added. Since the other party was so gracious, Yi Chun found it hard to decline. Then I'll call you Brother Wan, Yi Chun said. Afterwards, surrounded by the executives of Dragon Sword Group, Yi Chun and Wan Xianyang walked into the building together. With Wan Xianyang and Jiang Taiyuan serving as guides, they toured the premises and eventually arrived at the conference room. Jiang Taiyuan presided over the meeting, with Wan Xianyang, the second largest shareholder, speaking first. Wan Xianyang said only a few words, mostly welcoming Yi Chun. Then it was Yi Chun's turn. He offered a brief perfunctory remark. After the meeting, Wan Xianyang and Yi Chun chatted in the office. During their conversation, Wan Xianyang warmly invited Yi Chun to his home for tea that afternoon. His enthusiasm was so great that Yi Chun found it hard to refuse and agreed. After setting a time, they parted ways. The moment Wan Xianyang returned to his villa, he immediately called Old Su. Old Su, do you have time this afternoon? That matter you asked me to handle, I've done it. I've invited Brother Yi to my place for tea today, he said. On the other end of the line, Old Su pondered for a moment. They'll push back my afternoon schedule. They'll be there. Old Su was intensely curious about this President Yi, so he immediately confirmed he would come. That afternoon, Old Su arrived at Wan Xianyang's villa early and waited. After about 10 minutes, a knock came at the door. Wan Xianyang went to open it himself. As the villa door swung open, there stood Yi Chun. Brother Yi, you've arrived. Please come in, Wan Xianyang invited him warmly. Hearing this, Old Su also rose to his feet. Old Su, let me introduce you. This is President Yi, the one I mentioned, Brother Yi. Wan Xianyang introduced Yi Chun to Old Su. Brother Yi, this is my friend Old Su. President Yi. Old Su began, but Wan Xianyang cut him off with a gesture. Calling you President Yi is too formal. Wan Xianyang spoke up. President Yi is young and accomplished, truly impressive. Old Su said very politely. How about this? If President Yi doesn't mind, let's be friends of the same generation. Right, that would be best. Beside him, Wan Xianyang agreed. Yi Chun was hesitant at first, but this President Su was so courteous that it was hard to refuse. Brother Yi. Old Su warmly shook Yi Chun's hand. Brother Su. Wan Xianyang invited the two guests to sit down. This is an extremely rare De Hong Pao tea that I had great difficulty obtaining. If it weren't for your visit today, Brother Yi, I wouldn't be willing to bring it out. Wan Xianyang proactively poured tea for Yi Chun. Indeed, today, I am also indebted to Brother Yi for the opportunity to taste Old Wan's treasured tea leaves. Old Su said with deep feeling. Sipping the tea, the three chatted for a while, and their relationship drew a little closer. Brother Yi is young and successful. My daughter should be around the same age, but her achievements pale in comparison to yours. As they talked, Brother Su let out a heartfelt sigh. Your daughter is also very outstanding. Someone like Brother Yi is an unseen-a-century talent. Wan Xianyang said with immense emotion. Back when he was around Brother Yi's age, it was only with his family's financial support and connections that he managed to barely start a small company with 5 or 6 people. But now Brother Yi can easily acquire shares of the Longting Group. That is the difference. Brother Wan flatters me. Being praised this way by Wan Xianyang, even Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, Brother Yi is truly outstanding. Brother Su also spoke, showering Yi Chun with praise. By the way, Old Su, your daughter's birthday should be coming up soon, right? Suddenly remembering something, Wan Xianyang asked curiously. Soon. Brother Su nodded. I was out of town for your daughter's last birthday. This time I must make up for it with a grand gift. Wan Xianyang said. Wan Xianyang and Old Su were old friends. If it weren't for the fact that both of their children were daughters, they would probably have arranged a childhood engagement long ago. You said it. Old Su said. Of course. How could I, her uncle, not attend my niece's birthday? Wan Xianyang said with conviction. By the way, Brother Yi, you should come along too. Brother Su invited Yi Chun. When we're there, I'll introduce you to each other. As her uncle Yi, you'll need to look after your niece in the future. Brother Su emphasized. Hoping to broaden his daughter's network, Brother Su wanted her to meet this Uncle Yi. As Brother Su spoke of his daughter at Jiangzhou University, Su Ningxue couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Ningxue, what's wrong? Zhao Shuxian beside her asked with surprise. Are you sick? Caught a cold? I'm fine, I don't know why either. Su Ningxue shrugged, not understanding why she suddenly sneezed. At Wan Xianyang's villa with Brother Su having said so much, Yi Chun found it hard to refuse. Alright, I as her uncle will definitely come for my niece's birthday. Then on behalf of my daughter, I thank Brother Yi. Brother Su, using tea as a substitute for wine, toasted Yi Chun. Realizing it was getting late, Yi Chun stood up to take his leave from Wan Xianyang and Brother Su. They insisted on seeing him out. By the way, Brother Yi, what's your WeChat? Let me add you. Just as Yi Chun was about to leave, Wan Xiangyang suddenly asked. Yi Chun took out his phone and exchanged WeChat contacts with Wan Xiangyang. Beside them, Brother Su, seeing that Wan Xiangyang had added him, didn't proactively add Yi Chun himself, planning to have old Wan share the contact later. After adding Wan Xiangyang on WeChat, Yi Chun drove away. Wan Xiangyang and Brother Su walked back into the villa. Old Wan, don't forget to share Brother Yes WeChat with me, Brother Su casually said. What? What did you say? Wan Xiangyang pretended not to hear. I said share Brother Yes WeChat with me in a bit. Brother Su repeated carefully. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Maybe there's a problem with my ears. Wan Xiangyang maintained the act of not hearing, as if his ears were failing. Seeing this, Brother Su's expression changed slightly. This old Wan is acting strange. Was he just pretending not to hear? What is he up to? Old Wan, what are you planning? Brother Su, knowing Wan Xiangyang well, asked directly. Haha. Wan Xiangyang smiled mysteriously, not hiding anything. I plan to send the WeChat to my daughter and have her proactively add Brother Yi. Huh? Brother Su said, half laughing, half crying. Brother Yi treats you as an older brother, but you want to become his father-in-law. Alas, I have no choice. My daughter never had a boyfriend in her 4 years of university. She's about to graduate now, how can I not be anxious? Wan Xiangyang said helplessly. Even as a billionaire, he felt helpless in such matters. Old Su, you better not compete with me. The next second, Wan Xiangyang looked at Old Su warily. My niece is only a sophomore, still young. My daughter is about to graduate. I think Brother Yi is exceptionally outstanding and a perfect match for my daughter. Wan Xiangyang asked, by the way, when you invited Brother Yi to your daughter's birthday party, did you have the same idea? Tisk, who thinks as much as you do? Old Su shrugged helplessly. I genuinely see Brother Yi as a friend across generations. I simply want my daughter to meet this Uncle Yi. Turning Brother Yi into a son-in-law. How could that be possible? I'm not that kind of person. Old Su declared confidently. Good. In that case, I want share Brother Yes WeChat with you. If anything comes up, you can contact me, and I'll get in touch with him. Wan Xiangyang said very warily. Seeing Wan Xiangyang's stance, Old Su didn't press the issue. He truly regarded Brother Yi as a younger brother without a hint of wanting him as a son-in-law. This old Wan. Meanwhile, Yi Chun returned to school in the afternoon. Around 4 o'clock, he had a class. He made it back just in time. Over the weekend, besides Longting Group, Yi Chun had also acquired another property, a 5-star hotel, the Roman International Hotel. Tonight he could go check it out and have dinner there. According to his research, the restaurant at the Roman International Hotel was quite good. Don't think 5-star hotels are just for sleeping. Many famous 5-star hotels in the country have renowned restaurants like the Peninsula Hotel in Shanghai or the Four Seasons in Beijing. The restaurant at the Roman International Hotel was indeed excellent. Yes, that was settled. Dinner tonight would be at the Roman International Hotel. After class, Yi Chun prepared to leave. By chance, he ran into Su Ningxue, who was walking over. What should I eat tonight? Su Ningxue muttered softly, seemingly troubled by this daily dilemma. Senior sister Su is worried about dinner. Want to join me? Happening to meet her, Yi Chun casually asked. Off. Only then did Su Ningxue notice Yi Chun not far ahead. Sure. Su Ningxue nodded. She was just wondering what to eat, and since Junior Yi offered, she didn't have to worry anymore. Junior Yi, where are we going tonight? Su Ningxue asked curiously. We're going to the Roman International Hotel tonight, Yi Chun said. Just then, a few of Yi Chun's classmates, having packed up, walked out of the classroom. They happened to overhear Yi Chun's words. When they realized who Yi Chun was talking to, they were stunned. What? What did they just hear? Yi Chun was taking the school beauty, Su, to a hotel. The classmates stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. They were all deeply shaken. It was said that Yi Chun's relationship with school beauty, Su, was not simple, and they might well become a couple. They never imagined it had already developed to such a stage. Was Yi Chun this straightforward? They had thought his words were just talk. But to their utter astonishment, Su Ningxue's next words left them even more dumbfounded. Roman International Hotel. Hearing Yi Chun's suggestion, Su Ningxue replied, that place is quite nice. We could go there a few more times. As a wealthy heiress, Su Ningxue had naturally visited the Roman International Hotel's restaurant several times with her friends. It was said that the chefs there were specially invited from the Magic City with exceptional culinary skills. Su Ningxue found the taste quite delightful. That was why she told Yi Chun that they could visit again. However, her words took on a different meaning when heard by the bystanders. Oh my God! The perception of Yi Chun's classmates was further shattered. What had they just heard? The aloof and prestigious school beauty senior Su actually told Yi Chun that a hotel was nice, even suggesting they could visit multiple times. Gasping for air, they felt as if their worldview had crumbled. Was this something the high and mighty school beauty should say? Why did the icy school beauty in front of them turn into a love-struck girl when facing Yi Chun? Could this be the essence of love, capable of transforming a cold school beauty into someone incredibly passionate, though only for one person? Admirable, truly admirable. At this moment, they were in total awe of Yi Chun. They were all freshmen who had just started college. They hadn't even learned all the girls' names in their own classes, yet he had already won over the school beauty. Why was there such a huge gap between people? Sigh. Yi Chun was truly formidable. Ignoring these onlookers, Yi Chun and Su Ningxuang walked and chatted. Junior Yi, wait for me. They'll go to the dormitory to change clothes first. Su Ningxuang said to Yi Chun. All right. Yi Chun nodded. Watching Yi Chun and Su Ningxuang walk away, his classmates were immensely envious. Master, I bow to you. Please teach me your secret to winning over a school beauty. Meanwhile, after parting with Yi Chun, Su Ningxuang returned to her dormitory. She opened the door, hurried inside, and began rummaging through her clothes. Zhao Shuxian had just returned and was putting things away. Seeing Su Ningxuang's flustered state, she grew curious. Wasn't Ningxuang fine during class? What happened in such a short time? Ningxuang, what's wrong? Zhao Shuxian asked with concern. It's nothing. I'm just looking for that outfit I bought. He'll wear it when I go out later. Su Ningxuang explained. Not long ago she had bought a beautiful outfit, but hadn't worn it yet. On the way back to the dorm, she deliberated for a long time about what to wear, finally choosing it. Going out later with whom? Zhao Shuxian was a bit curious. I'm going out with Yi Chun later. Su Ningxuang replied while searching. With Yi Chun. Zhao Shuxian suddenly perked up, a flame of gossip burning intensely. Those two used to be shy around each other, requiring her to act as a mediator. Now they had cast her aside and started dating on their own. Simon. Indeed, once they have a partner, they forget their family, forget their own cousin. She had worked so hard to introduce Ningxuang to him. He had promised to treat her to a big feast back then. Now that he was with Ningxuang, he had completely forgotten his promise to his cousin. It seems men are truly lost once they fall in love. Where are you two going? Although she was a bit annoyed at Yi Chun for forgetting to take her for a big meal, knowing they were going out alone, Zhao Shuxian was still happy. She eagerly anticipated the day Ningxuang would call her cousin. We're going to the Roman International Hotel. Su Ningxuang answered casually while searching. Zhao Shuxian, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out. What did she just hear? That boy Yi Chun was taking Ningxuang to the Roman International Hotel. Their relationship was progressing way too fast. Ningxuang, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Zhao Shuxian spit out the water, Su Ningxuang asked worriedly, fearing she was sick. It's nothing. Zhao Shuxian quickly shook her head, afraid of ruining their plans. Ningxuang, you should be careful. That kid Yi Chun can be quite mischievous. Zhao Shuxian hinted. Although Yi Chun was her cousin, Ningxuang was also her good friend. Wasn't it too soon for Yi Chun to have won Ningxuang over? Even though she wanted them to be together, they had only known each other for half a month. Su Ningxuang looked baffled by Zhao Shuxian's words. Is Junior Yi bad? I think he's a great person. Su Ningxuang retorted. Having known him for a while, she felt he had good character, was responsible, and showed strong determination. All right. Zhao Shuxian shrugged. Since Ningxuang said that, she didn't press further. Oh, Shuxian, do you want to come along? Su Ningxuang suddenly invited her. Shuxian was Yi Chun's cousin, and she probably hadn't eaten, so they could all go together. What? Zhao Shuxian nearly jumped upon hearing the invitation. What the heck? Yi Chun and Ningxuang were going to a hotel, why would she tag along? To be a third wheel and eat dog food. She had already had enough of that on the weekend, and it would be inappropriate for her to go anyway. No. Zhao Shuxian shook her head quickly. All right. Su Ningxuang said with a hint of regret. After changing, she bid Zhao Shuxian goodbye and left. Watching Ningxuang leave, Zhao Shuxian hesitated for a moment before calling Yi Chun. What's up, sis? Yi Chun's voice came through. You little rascal, I'm warning you, don't you dare bully Ningxuang later. Zhao Shuxian specifically instructed. How could I? I'm a gentleman. Yi Chun retorted. A gentleman? Zhao Shuxian scoffed, not believing his nonsense. If Yi Chun was a gentleman, then no one in the world wasn't. Finally, with a firm heart, Zhao Shuxian specifically told Yi Chun, be safe. Don't worry, sis, my driving skills are top-notch. He had acquired expert-level driving skills from the game, so there was no chance of problems. Safety was not a concern. And you still call yourself a gentleman? Goodbye. After that jab, Zhao Shuxian hung up. On the other end, Yi Chun was left with a puzzled look, wondering what was wrong with his sister. He had simply waited obediently for senior sister Su to go eat. How was that not being a proper person? Could it be that she was upset because he didn't invite her along? Yi Chun was baffled. He'll make it up to her next time. He'll invite her out for a big meal as compensation. Yi Chun muttered to himself. It was already too late to invite his sister now, he would have to do it another time. Soon Su Ningxuang arrived. With Su Ningxuang in tow, Yi Chun headed straight for the Ramen International Hotel. Upon arrival, Yi Chun, the hotel's owner, acted like a complete stranger. It was only under Su Ningxuang's guidance that he found the hotel's restaurant. After the meal, Yi Chun and Su Ningxuang left without seeing the hotel manager. He wasn't here for an inspection, he had just acquired this 5-star hotel and was curious to see it. He also wanted to have a meal and taste the food. It wasn't bad. Yi Chun was quite satisfied. After seeing Su Ningxuang back to school, Yi Chun returned to his villa. The next day, with no afternoon classes, Yi Chun left school and headed straight for Yilin Entertainment. He hadn't been there in a while. He wondered how Yilin was doing now. Having absorbed part of the interests of the rival Yuanyan agency, Yilin should be thriving. Moreover, there was another reason for his visit. He wanted to check on his employee Bai Hanyan. He still remembered that long-term challenge worth 15 billion. If he could train Bai Hanyin into a top-tier singer, he would acquire 51 of Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. This 51 stake was roughly equivalent to 15 billion. If Yi Chen could secure those 15 billion, even if he couldn't become Jiangzhou's richest man, becoming one of its most elite tycoons, a top-tier magnate, would be absolutely no problem. Arriving at the company, Yi Chen went straight to the general manager's office. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Seeing Yi Chen, Yang Xuemin, who was working, immediately stood up. Nothing special, just checking on the company's recent progress, Yi Chen asked. Mr. Yi, the company has been developing well recently. Because of Yuanyan Agency, our Yilin. Yang Xuemin reported to Yi Chen. He spoke at length, but the most important point was that Yilin Entertainment's total assets had increased to nearly 1 billion. That was what Yi Chen cared about. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. By the way, how is Bai Hanyin doing lately? Yi Chen asked curiously. Bai Hanyin is developing well. She has successfully become one of Shark Live's top streamers. We are currently preparing to manage her Douyin account, Yang Xuemin said. The company's people were more professional in such matters, so Yi Chen didn't ask for further details. After the conversation, Yi Chen left. On his way out, he went to see Bai Hanyin. It wasn't her streaming time, she was in a lesson. Yilin Entertainment had specially hired professionals to teach Bai Hanyin singing. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, Bai Hanyin immediately greeted him excitedly. Mr. Yi. Bai Hanyin had always been grateful to Yi Chen. If he hadn't given her this opportunity, she would never have been able to realize her dream. After chatting with Bai Hanyin for a few moments, she invited him for coffee the next day. Yi Chen agreed. As Bai Hanyin still had a lesson, Yi Chen didn't continue the conversation. Parting ways with Bai Hanyin, Yi Chen left Yilin Entertainment and returned to his villa. He had previously completed many challenges, from the monthly salary 3,000 I and the world's richest man game, both big and small. After completing them, besides those rewards, Yi Chen had also gained various experience points and points rewards. He had never paid much attention to them. Now that some time had passed, Yi Chen was curious about his total experience points and points. His player level and mall level should be close to leveling up, right? Even though the mall refreshed daily with Yi Chen's wealthy items in the one-star mall could no longer attract his attention. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Chen studied the game. First he found the player level and opened it. Player level LV1 91,100. Yi Chen had accumulated 91 experience points. He only needed 9 more to level up and become a prestigious LV2 player. At that point he would be able to purchase 2 items from the mall at once. Next, Yi Chen found the mall level and opened it. Mall level 1-star mall 4,750. Yi Chen's mall level was slightly higher than his player level. He was only 3 points away from upgrading to a 2-star mall. Once it upgraded, not only would the number of items in the mall increase to 5, but more importantly the value of the items would multiply several times over. That was the most crucial part. Yi Chen was extremely curious about what the upgraded 2-star mall would offer. Right now his biggest wish was to quickly raise his mall level and player level. Just as Yi Chen was about to close the game, a pop-up window suddenly appeared. A new challenge has appeared. A challenge notification appeared. An agency was trying to poach Bai Hanyin. Although she refused, they kept pestering her. The task was to protect his employee and safeguard his 15 billion yuan investment. The rewards were a luxury residential building, 9 experience points, and 3 mall credits. Seeing this challenge, Yi Chen perked up instantly. An agency dared to try and poach his employee, and Bai Hanyin of all people. This was unacceptable. It involved his long-term challenge worth 15 billion yuan. As he finished reviewing the task details, Yi Chen noticed the rewards. The residential building was worth only a few hundred million, not particularly significant to him. What truly mattered were the other rewards, 9 experience points, and 3 mall credits. With those 9 points, his player level would ascend from LV1 to the prestigious LV2. Furthermore, the 3 mall credits would upgrade his mall to a 2-star establishment, increasing the value of its offerings nearly tenfold. Compared to the building, this was far more important. He muttered to himself that he needed to talk to Bai Hanyin about this tomorrow. Bai Hanyin had invited him for coffee tomorrow to discuss recent matters, which would be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the situation. Even without the 15 billion yuan incentive, he wouldn't stand idly by if another company was harassing his employee after her refusal. Bai Hanyin was someone he had promoted. After the Lin Sierra incident, he saw her as a kind and principled person, an employee worth nurturing. The next afternoon, he drove his Koenigsegg straight to the cafe they had agreed upon. Meanwhile, Bai Hanyin had already arrived at the cafe. Without a car of her own, and fearing she might be late, she had come early. She couldn't possibly keep President Yi waiting. To show her respect and gratitude, she had chosen an upscale cafe she would normally never dare to enter. Shortly after she sat down, a plump, middle-aged woman approached her. "Miss Bai, what a coincidence to see you again," the woman said, feigning surprise as she greeted her. Bai Hanyin's expression changed upon seeing the woman. Her again? Was she being followed? She didn't believe this was a chance encounter. The woman, Zhang Xiaoran, was a director at Bian Agency. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaoran had approached her claiming the agency highly valued her and wanted to recruit her, offering generous terms. Despite the attractive offer, Bai Hanyan had refused. Even though she was now one of Shark Live's top streamers with a substantial following, she knew her success was all thanks to President Ye's recognition. Without him, she wouldn't have achieved any of this. Without President Yi, she would have been fired for offending Lin Xier and would still be job hunting. She was a grateful person, deeply appreciative of Yi Chen's help, and was willing to repay him tenfold. No matter what conditions were offered, she would not agree to leave. She had assumed Zhang Xiaoran would give up after her refusal, but instead the woman became even more persistent, contacting her daily. Even after being blocked, Zhang Xiaoran would use a new number to reach her. It seemed she was determined to pester her endlessly. Director Zhang, I've already told you I will not leave Yilin Agency, Bai Hanyan said helplessly. Miss Bai, don't be so quick to refuse. Hear me out first, Zhang Xiaoran said, sitting down opposite her. First, I'll double the conditions I offered before. If you agree, our agency can offer you a 3-year contract worth 30 million yuan. That's 10 million a year, which is quite substantial. And for endorsements would only take a 30% cut, 70% goes to you. Our agency will also focus on developing you into Shark Live's top streamer, even helping you break into the entertainment industry and become a big star. Zhang Xiaoran painted a grand picture to tempt Bai Hanyan. Sorry, I'm not interested, Bai Hanyan refused without hesitation. You're probably worried about the penalty for breaking your contract with Yilin Agency, right? Zhang Xiaoran pressed on. We'll cover that for you. And don't worry about retaliation from Yilin's boss. We know he has connections, but our agency is backed by a very powerful figure as well, Zhang Xiaoran declared confidently. Director Zhang, I have no intention of leaving Yilin, Bai Hanyan reiterated. Just then Yi Chen walked over. President Yi. She greeted him, standing up immediately. Yi Chen nodded, then noticed the middle-aged woman across from Bai Hanyan and asked curiously who she was. Bai Hanyan stepped closer and quietly explained the situation. Now he understood. So this was the person from the agency trying to poach Bai Hanyan as mentioned in his game. Zhang Xiaoran also stood up. You must be President Yi. A pleasure to meet you. Zhang Xiaoran greeted him without any fear. Her company's boss, President Dai, was the brother-in-law of Pan Tianwen, a major figure in Jiangzhou with a personal fortune of nearly 8 billion. President Yi, I want to recruit Bai Hanyan, Zhang Xiaoran stated bluntly. Is that so? What does Bai Hanyan think? President Yi, I don't want to leave Yilin, Bai Hanyan said immediately. Zhang Xiaoran's expression darkened. President Yi, this is the wish of our President Dai, Zhang Xiaoran said, invoking her boss and the backing of Pan Tianwen to intimidate him. President Dai's decision is also influenced by President Pan's thoughts. Before she could finish, a surprised voice interrupted from behind. Brother Yi. They all turned to see a slightly overweight middle-aged man standing there with a cheerful smile. Zhang Xiaoran was stunned speechless upon seeing him. Oh my god. Why was this big shot here? She covered her mouth in disbelief. Even her boss, President Dai, would never have the chance to meet such a figure. Yet here he was standing right in front of her. Zhang Xiaoran was completely dumbfounded. Brother Yi, what are you doing here? The man said warmly as he approached. It was none other than Wan Xiangyang, the second largest shareholder of Longting Group. Brother Yi. The already shocked Zhang Xiaoran was even more astounded by Wan Xiangyang's address to Yi Chen. What did she just hear? Wan Xiangyang, a top-tier figure in Jiangzhou, was calling Yi Chen Brother Yi. How was that possible? She thought that was shocking enough, but Yi Chen's next words nearly made her lose her footing. Ah, Brother Wan. Yi Chen said, stepping forward to greet him. Brother Wan. This Yi Chen was calling Wan Xiangyang Brother Wan. And Wan Xiangyang wasn't offended at all, but seemed delighted. They were treating each other as equals. Zhang Xiaoran looked as if she'd seen a ghost. One was a lofty, powerful figure worth over 10 billion. The other was a young man in his 20s, the boss of a small company. Despite their vastly different statuses, they were on equal footing. It was terrifying. Even their President Dai, or even Pan Tianwen, who backed them, would have to respectfully address Wan Xiangyang as President Wan. Being on equal terms with Wan Xiangyang was something even Pan Tianwen wasn't worthy of. Yet Yi Chen had achieved it. If this got out, it would cause an earthquake in Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaoran swallowed, nervously gulping in fear. If Yi Chen was on equal footing with Wan Xiangyang, didn't that mean his status was comparable? The thought nearly gave her a heart attack. For someone so young to have such standing, just how terrifying was his background? She didn't dare to imagine. It was too frightening. She had been disrespectful to such an important person. Zhang Xiaoran trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wan Xiangyang had come to the cafe on business and happened to spot Yi Chen upon entering. He had come over to greet him. After chatting briefly, Wan Xiangyang looked at Bai Hanyan and Zhang Xiaoran. And these two are, he asked curiously. This is my employee, and this is someone from Bian Agency, Yi Chen introduced. Wan Xiangyang nodded upon learning Bai Hanyan's identity, then turned to Zhang Xiaoran. By the way, I overheard you mentioning Pan Tianwen. What about him? Zhang Xiaoran's heart leaped into her throat. President Pan has heard of President Ye's reputation and has been hoping to visit him, she said, quickly changing her story. Is that so? Wan Xiangyang didn't sound convinced. I don't care what Pan Tianwen plans. If he dares to target Brother Yi, he'll have me to deal with, he warned. No, of course not, Zhang Xiaoran stammered, nearly fainting. Her mind went blank. All thoughts of poaching by Han Yin or undermining Yilin agency vanished. All she could think of now was leaving to warn President Dai and Pan Tianwen. They needed to prepare to apologize and beg for forgiveness from President Yi. Otherwise they were doomed. If President Yi got angry, the consequences would be disastrous. Even a single word from Wan Xiangyang would be enough to ruin them. Go on, get out of here, Wan Xiangyang said dismissively, waving his hand in disgust. Thank you, President Wan, Zhang Xiaoran said, feeling pardoned. Before leaving, she bowed and apologized to Yi Chun and Bai Han Yan. President Yi, Miss Bai, I'm sorry. I was blind and disrespectful. Please forgive me. I won't bother you again, she said before hurriedly leaving. Bai Han Yan breathed a sigh of relief as Zhang Xiaoran left. It seemed she wouldn't have to worry about being harassed anymore. She owed President Yi so much. How could she ever repay him? Her gratitude towards him deepened. By the way, Brother Yi, has anyone added you on WeChat recently? Wan Xiangyang suddenly asked. Added me on WeChat. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head. I see, Wan Xiangyang said, thinking about his daughter. He had already shared Yi Chen's WeChat with his daughter, suggesting she add him. It would be good for them to at least get acquainted. It seemed she hadn't acted yet. He'd have to nudge her when he got home. He'll let you get back to your business. He'll be going now, Wan Xiangyang said, taking his leave. Take care, Brother Wan, Yi Chen said politely. After Wan Xiangyang left, Yi Chen sat back down. Just then his phone buzzed. He opened it and saw a message from his game. Monthly salary 3,000, in the world's richest man. A cascade of notifications chimed as soon as Yi Chen opened the game. He had successfully resolved Bai Han Yan's predicament, safeguarding his employee and his colossal 15 billion in assets. The system rewarded him with a residential building in the modern garden complex along with 9 experience points and 3 shop credits. Yi Chen's challenge was complete. His primary reward was a building in the prestigious modern garden district of Jiangzhou, an area renowned for its upscale apartments where prices exceeded 20,000 yuan per square meter. In a second or third tier city, a price of over 20,000 was considered exorbitant. The building he received was a 28-story structure with 6 units per floor, totaling 168 apartments. In a single stroke, Yi Chun had acquired over 160 properties. He roughly estimated the building's value at around 3 to 400 million yuan. Yet the building was secondary. The most crucial gain was the 9 experience points and 3 shop credits. These were enough for him to level up. Yi Chen first navigated to his player status. He had reached the threshold for leveling up and was prompted to confirm the ascension. His experience points were indeed full, allowing him to advance. He confirmed the level up. A notification announced his successful ascension to a prestigious level 2 player. The game had acknowledged his progress and Yi Chun had officially leveled up. He then checked his new status, which showed he needed 300 experience points to reach level 3. He was pleasantly surprised, having anticipated a requirement of 500 points. The requirement of only 300 points was a relief. The game seemed considerate of its players. Now, as a level 2 player, Yi Chun could purchase 2 items from the shop each day. With his player level raised, he turned his attention to the shop's level. The shop was also ready for an upgrade. He initiated it, and a notification confirmed the shop's elevation to a 2-star rating, increasing its available inventory to 5 items. His game shop had been successfully upgraded. This upgrade also increased the number of items available for purchase from 3 to 5, and the overall value of the shop's offerings increased nearly tenfold. The next upgrade to a 3-star shop would require 150 credits, a similar progression to his player level. Now all Yi Chen could do was wait for the shop to refresh at midnight. He was eager to see what new valuable items would become available at the 2-star level, anticipating a chance to acquire 2 of them. He was filled with anticipation, confident the shop would not disappoint. After checking the game, he resumed his conversation with Bai Han Yan, who had been making excellent progress, gaining a loyal fanbase and refining her singing skills through professional training. Yi Chen was pleased with her development. He promised to have Yang Xuemin arrange a new, more competitive contract for her immediately. Bai Han Yan had resolutely turned down an offer from the rival Bean agency, and Yi Chun was determined to reward her loyalty. Successfully nurturing her talent would also yield him substantial rewards from the game. He wasn't one to be stingy, especially since her current contract was still the standard employee agreement, and she deserved better. Her new contract would not just match, but exceed what Bean had offered. Bai Han Yan expressed her gratitude. Noticing she didn't have a car, Yi Chen offered her a ride home as he had some free time. As they left the coffee shop, he asked where she lived. Her answer, Modern Garden, came as a surprise. It was a coincidence that she lived in the same complex where he had just acquired a building. This was a perfect opportunity to inspect his new property while giving her a ride. The game monthly salary 3,000 and the world's richest man had been incredibly generous, gifting him an entire building of over 160 apartments. Such a gift was beyond his wildest dreams from before. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Building 19, where Bai Han Yan lived right next to his own Building 18. She then surprised him with an invitation. She clarified that her roommate Yue had asked her to invite him up. Yue wanted to personally thank him for helping her secure a shop lease in the Xintai shopping center. Yue, by Hanyan's close friend and roommate, had long dreamed of opening a business there, but had no connections. Yi Chen's single phone call had made it possible, and she was eager to express her gratitude in person, having previously hesitated to impose on his time. Learning that Yi Chen was dropping by Hanyan off, Yue saw the perfect chance to finally thank him. She had asked by Hanyan to convey the invitation. Yi Chen agreed, seeing no harm in a brief visit. After parking, they went upstairs together. When Bai Hanyan opened the door, they found not only Yue but also a woman in her 30s, their landlady Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen glanced at them dismissively before turning her attention back to Yue. She launched into a demand, citing Yue's new business at the Xintai shopping center as a sign of success, and demanding a rent increase of 3,000 yuan per month. The current rent of nearly 5,000 was already steep, and this increase was excessive. It was an outrageous demand, especially considering the reason she gave. A rent of 5,000 was standard for Modern Garden, but 8,000 could easily secure a nice 200 square meter duplex. The landlady's justification was absurd. Just because someone was doing well didn't mean they should be charged more. Yue flatly rejected the unreasonable demand. She had just started her business, invested heavily, and hadn't even begun to see a return yet. Even if she were profitable, it was her own success, and the landlady had no claim to it. A uniform rent increase for the whole building might be acceptable, but a targeted hike for her alone was unacceptable. Bai Hanyan chimed in, pointing out that the current rent was already high for them. They only stayed because Modern Garden was known for its excellent security, which was a priority for two women living alone. The proposed increase would force them to leave. Mrs. Chen sneered, offering an ultimatum: either they accept the new rent or vacate the apartment. I'm not renting to you anymore. The contract is about to expire anyway. Madam Chen said with a defiant look. They'll give you 1 day to take everything away. Otherwise I'll have someone toss it all out. Hearing this, Bai Hanyan and Yue grew anxious. With all their belongings, how could 1 day possibly be enough to move out? They hadn't even looked at other places to live yet. Even if they could move, they could stay in a hotel temporarily. But what about all this luggage and furniture? Where would they put it? The two became frantic and at a loss. Don't worry, you can stay at my place, a sudden voice interjected. Huh. All three people in the room turned to look at Yi Chen. Even with all this furniture, 1 day is more than enough, Yi Chen said confidently. If it's already past 3 in the afternoon. Moving everything in 1 day. Huh. Madam Chen didn't believe Yi Chen's words at all. Mr. Yi, Bai Hanyan spoke up in surprise. Don't worry, 1 day is enough. My place is in building 18 across the way, Yi Chen said. When the time comes, you can pick whichever unit you like, whatever style, whatever size. Yi Chen spoke. An entire building, and the two of them could choose freely. Hearing this, everyone was bewildered, not understanding what he meant. Mr. Yi, did you buy several units in building 18? Bai Hanyan was the first to react, asking curiously. Given Mr. Yes, wealth, buying a few units in a building was perfectly normal. A few units. Madam Chen and Yue didn't know Yi Chen's identity. Hearing Bai Hanyan's words, their faces showed astonishment. Was this young man really that impressive, owning several units in Modern Garden? 1 unit in Modern Garden cost nearly 2 million yuan. Several units. That was an incredible fortune. No, Yi Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Madam Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That made more sense. How could he possibly own several units? But just as she assumed Yi Chen would say, he only bought 1. His next words left her utterly stunned. I bought the entire building, Yi Chen replied calmly. What? Did she hear that right? At that moment the room fell into absolute silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them. Did he just say he bought a whole building? Not just a unit or even a floor. What did you say? You bought an entire building. Madam Chen's voice trembled. That's right. I bought all of building 18 in Modern Garden. Yi Chen nodded. He bought the entire building 18. Good heavens. Were they hallucinating? Buying an entire building in Modern Garden. How was that even possible? It would cost several 100 million yuan. Was this young man truly so wealthy that he could casually pull out hundreds of millions? Madam Chen was rendered speechless with shock. She had thought owning 2 units in Modern Garden made her quite formidable. But now she had encountered someone who bought an entire building there. This was too unbelievable. You're Mr. Yi. Yue spoke up, having guessed his identity. Yes, I'm Yi Chen, he nodded. Come on, I have time now. We can go look at the place together. Yi Chen suggested. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yue quickly expressed her gratitude. Madam Chen, we haven't moved out yet, so for now this is still our home, Yue said directly to her. We're leaving now. Please see yourself out. In the end, Yi Chen, Bai Hanyan, and Yue stepped into the elevator and headed downstairs. Outside the door, Madam Chen stood there in a daze, still unable to process what had happened. What kind of person had she just encountered? Buying an entire building outright. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare write that. Meanwhile, as soon as Yi Chen reached the ground floor, he called the Tonghuan Property Management Company. Previously, this building had been managed by them. Now that Yi Chun was the owner, he had naturally become their most important client. Soon Tongwan Property sent a representative, a manager no less. Some units in Building 18 had already been rented out. After introductions, the staff member briefed Yi Chun on the current situation. It's fine. Just take us to see the units that haven't been rented out yet, Yi Chun said. Oh, and let's look at the larger ones first. All right, Mr. Yi, ladies, please follow me. The staff member nodded and led them with utmost respect. After viewing several units, Yi Chun helped the two women pick out a spacious duplex that they absolutely loved. This time, they didn't even need to hire movers. Facing such a prestigious client, the property company was eager to go above and beyond to please him. Upon learning the situation, the property company assured them they would handle everything. By tonight, all the furniture would be moved to Building 18-0, and everything would be settled. After the staff left, by Han Yin quickly thanked Yi Chun. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. You've helped us out immensely again, Bai Han Yin said, feeling deeply grateful. All she could do was work harder and more diligently to repay his kindness. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yue also expressed her heartfelt gratitude for both this and the previous favor. Since the two needed to pack and organize their belongings, Yi Chun didn't stay long and took his leave. He returned to his villa. After dinner, while strolling through the villa complex, he happened to run into his stunning neighbor, Mo Mingfei. She appeared to be just returning from work. Seeing Yi Chun, she greeted him first. Yi Chun chatted with Mo Mingfei for a while, then returned to his villa. Time ticked by and finally midnight arrived. Without hesitation, Yi Chun opened the game, 3,000 a month in The Richest Man. He was filled with anticipation, wondering what new items the upgraded shop would offer. Yi Chun opened the 2-star shop and took a quick look. As expected with the upgrade, the number of items had increased from 3 to 5. He began to examine them closely. Looking at the 5 items, a brilliant smile spread across Yi Chun's face. The items in the shop did not disappoint him. In fact, they exceeded his expectations. After this upgrade, the very first item immediately caught his attention. And that first item was a top-spec Bugatti Veyron priced at 2 yuan. After upgrading to 2-star, the first item is a top-spec Bugatti Veyron. As a renowned supercar, Yi Chun had naturally heard of the Bugatti Veyron. All Bugatti Veyrons are equipped with an 8.0 LW16 quad-turbocharged engine, boasting a top speed of 434 km/h. It is undoubtedly a top-tier supercar, and there are very few Bugatti Veyrons in the entire country. Even the most basic Bugatti Veyron costs 20 to 30 million yuan, while the top-spec version could be priced at 40 to 50 million. Previously in the 1-star shop, the first supercar Yi Chun obtained was a 5 million yuan Ferrari. Now after upgrading to the 2-star shop, the value has indeed increased tenfold. As a freshman in college, Yi Chun, like many young people, loved supercars. But while others could only admire them on their phones, Yi Chun could actually acquire and own them. Collecting supercars was one of Yi Chun's small hobbies. Now for just 2 yuan, he could claim the Bugatti Veyron that others would have to spend 40 to 50 million yuan to obtain. And sometimes, even with money, one might not be able to smoothly purchase the limited edition Bugatti Veyron. The first item in the 2-star shop had already captured Yi Chun's interest. Not bad, not bad. Then Yi Chun looked at the second item. 3 shares of Shark Live priced at 3 yuan. The second item in the shop was actually shares of the famous Shark Live. Even if it was only 3, it was still quite tempting. This was the renowned Shark Live, and once Yi Chun purchased this second product, he would smoothly become one of the shareholders of Shark Live. At its peak, Shark Live's market value was over 10 billion yuan, and even now, despite the decline, it was still around 7 to 8 billion. These 3 shares were roughly equivalent to over 200 million yuan. If Shark Live's market value increased in the future, the value of Yi Chun's 3 shares would be even higher. Moreover, if he bought it, it would greatly benefit the future development of Yilan Entertainment Company. Now Yi Chun could acquire the 3 shares of Shark Live worth over 200 million for just 3 yuan. How could that not be tempting? Indeed, as the game leveled up, the items became increasingly appealing to Yi Chun. The third item, a top-tier manor in Jiangzhou worth 100 million yuan priced at 2 yuan. The third product was a top-tier manor in Jiangzhou. In reality, this manor was worth 100 million yuan, but now Yi Chun could acquire it for just 2 yuan. Many wealthy families and magnates like to build large manors for vacations, family gatherings, and so on. This manor from the shop was one of the most prestigious in Jiangzhou, vast in area and palatial in design. Yi Chun was also fond of such a top-tier manor, and since it was only 2 yuan, why not take it? Master-level singing skill priced at 1.5 yuan. The fourth product seemed slightly ordinary compared to the other 3, but it was a very useful skill. Moreover, this master-level singing skill cost only 1.5 yuan, very cheap. When Yi Chun saw the last item, his eyes widened. Although the other items were excellent and valuable compared to this last one, they seemed ordinary. A Tianheng building in the Jiangzhou Financial Center priced at 8 yuan. Seeing the fifth and final item, Yi Chun couldn't help but widen his eyes. Tianheng building, located in the Jiangzhou Financial Center, was in the area with the highest property prices in all of Jiangzhou. Countless financial companies and commercial banks were gathered here. Tianheng Building was one of the tallest buildings in the Jiangzhou Financial Center. It housed many large and medium-sized companies as well as branches of major corporations. To put it bluntly, the total value of Tianheng Building was currently around 600 million yuan. And due to its extremely important geographical location, the value of Tianheng Building was steadily increasing. Not to mention anything else, the annual rent collected from Tianheng Building alone was a huge sum, enough to ensure a worry-free life for an ordinary person. Now this financial center building worth 600 million yuan had appeared in the shop. What's more, in the game, Chen only needed 8 yuan to claim Tianheng Building. It was simply too satisfying. After carefully examining these new items, to be honest, Chen was very tempted and hesitated for a moment. Children make choices, adults take everything. Chen wanted all 5 items, but it would take a few days. Now that he had become a level 2 player, he could purchase 2 items from the shop at a time. In just 3 days, all these items would become his. After thinking for a while, Chen finally made a decision. Today he planned to buy the Tianheng Building in the Jiangzhou Financial Center and the Bugatti Veyron first. 24 hours later, he would buy the top-tier Manor and the 3 shares of Shark Life. Finally, he would claim the master-level singing skill. A top-spec Bugatti Veyron priced at 2 yuan. Chen tapped on the Bugatti Veyron. Purchase. Hey. Ding, purchase successful, congratulations. You have obtained a top-spec Bugatti Veyron now parked in your garage. Please check it. The game notified him that his purchase of the Bugatti Veyron was successful. This Bugatti Veyron was Chen's 3rd supercar. Level 2 player, you can purchase 2 items from the shop per day. You have already purchased 1 item and can still purchase 1 more. Please note, the game reminded him that he could still make another purchase. A Tianheng Building in the Jiangzhou Financial Center priced at 8 yuan. Without hesitation, Chen chose the last item. Ding, purchase successful, congratulations. You have obtained ownership of the Tianheng Building in the Jiangzhou Financial Center. The acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please check it. The game notified him that Tianheng Building now belonged to him. This time, Chen spent a total of 10 yuan and purchased items worth 650 million yuan. The experience of purchasing was truly wonderful. The benefits of his hard-earned upgrade were immense. Now that the 2-star shop offered so many great things, what would it be like when he upgraded to the 3-star shop? Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but feel anticipation. To upgrade the shop to 3 stars, he needed 150 points, which was not too many. Chen needed to speed up his efforts to accumulate points. While Chen was making his purchases, the door of Su Ningxue's villa opened. Su Ningxue's father slowly walked into the house. There was an urgent matter at the company today, and as the chairman, he couldn't leave, so he returned late. Seeing that Su Ningxue's father was back, her mother quickly went over to help him change his coat. Ningxue, go to the kitchen and bring a bowl of lotus seed soup for your father. Su Ningxue's mother said. Okay. Su Ningxue stood up and prepared to head to the kitchen. Wait, Ningxue, tell me the truth, are you in a relationship? Do you have a boyfriend? As soon as Su Ningxue stood up, her father asked abruptly. As Su Ningxue's father finished speaking, the entire villa fell into silence. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Ningxue's father looked at his daughter with a serious expression, as if he knew something. Beside him, Su Ningxue's mother, who had just taken his coat, froze upon hearing his words. What's going on? How does he know about Ningxue and Chen's affair? Su Ningxue's mother was utterly bewildered. Wasn't she the only one who knew about it? Because her husband was strict and somewhat old-fashioned, Su Ningxue's mother had kept the matter of Ningxue and Chen a secret, waiting for the right moment to tell him. After all, it was their daughter's first relationship. As parents, they naturally had to vet her boyfriend. Their family was not ordinary, and they feared she might be targeted for their wealth. Therefore, anyone wishing to be Ningxue's boyfriend had to pass their scrutiny first. Having met Chen twice before, Su Ningxue's mother had a decent impression of him and didn't object for now. But that was all, as she hadn't had a deep conversation with him, so nothing was certain. Her plan was to find a suitable opportunity to tell her husband about Ningxue and Chen. Then she would have Chen visit at an appropriate time, and they could talk with him in detail. They wanted to see his true character and whether he genuinely cared for Ningxue. But now her husband's single question had thrown all her plans into disarray. How did her husband find out? Su Ningxue's mother was filled with confusion. On the other side, hearing her father's question, Su Ningxue was also startled. For some reason, she felt an instinctive nervousness, and the image of Junior Yi involuntarily appeared in her mind. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ningxue snapped back to reality. No, what am I thinking? Remembering how last time in her panic she had told Junior Yi to hide complicating things, she felt much calmer this time. She and Junior Yi didn't have any special relationship yet. They were good friends, or perhaps a bit closer than friends, but still shy of being lovers. With this thought, Su Ningxue relaxed and calmed down. At the same time, she was curious as to why her father was asking so suddenly. Could it be mother? Su Ningxue couldn't figure it out. No. Su Ningxue denied it outright, her expression unchanging. Even if she and Junior Yi were truly a couple now, she wouldn't dare tell her father. Really? Her father pressed as if he already knew the truth and was just waiting for her to confess. Really? Su Ningxue replied with confidence. That's good. Her father nodded with satisfaction. He had been bluffing, not actually knowing anything. Lately Head noticed his daughter acting a bit strangely, as if she might have a boyfriend. Unsure, Head devised this tactic on the way home. He bluffed to see if she'd crack and confess, allowing him to probe further. If she denied it, even better. Ningxue, I don't oppose you dating, but if you find a boyfriend you must bring him home for me to assess first. Su Ningxue's father spoke, earnestly fearing she might get hurt. Su Ningxue nodded. Afterward, she went to the kitchen and brought him a bowl of lotus seed soup. Ningxue, I recently met a young man, quite capable. At a young age he's already acquired shares in a $10 billion group. His future is boundless. Suddenly recalling this, Su Ningxue's father spoke with approval. He genuinely admired this young man. For your birthday, I'll invite him over. I'll introduce you to this uncle then. Su Ningxue nodded dismissively, not paying much attention. She had no interest in meeting elders her father introduced. She knew he meant well, wanting to expand her network, but she truly wasn't interested. However, her father's words did remind her of something. Her birthday was coming up soon. She could invite Junior Yi to come and celebrate. After finishing his soup, Su Ningxue's father went to his room. Seeing him leave, her mother quickly pulled Su Ningxue aside. Ningxue found a chance to discuss with Yi Chen about coming over for dinner. Her mother whispered. She intended to tell her husband about Ningxue and Yi Chen soon, then have Yi Chen visit, so her husband could assess him. But of course, she couldn't tell her daughter that the real reason was for her husband to test and evaluate Yi Chen. So she used the dinner invitation as an excuse. Though any clever person would understand the implication without it being spelled out. Su Ningxue's mother considered Yi Chen to be a smart person. Su Ningxue was a bit surprised by her mother's suggestion. Okay. She didn't overthink it, assuming her mother simply wanted to invite Yi Chen for dinner, and agreed. Also, when you invite him, make sure it's on a day when your father is in a good mood. Her mother advised. Since her daughter liked Yi Chen, she naturally supported her. A happy husband would be more receptive to Yi Chen. I understand. Su Ningxue nodded. While the mother and daughter were talking at Yi Chen's villa after purchasing the 2 items today, Yi Chen went straight to his study. There, neatly placed on the desk, lay the acquisition contract for Tianheng Tower. Yi Chen gave it a brief look and then put the contract away. He could visit the financial center sometime to see his Tianheng Tower in person. But compared to that, what he was most looking forward to seeing was the Bugatti Veyron he had just acquired. Arriving at the garage, the first thing Yi Chen saw was his Bugatti Veyron. It was like a work of art. Bugatti emphasizes the blend of aesthetics and sportiness, and this Veyron was the epitome of extreme beauty and top-tier speed combined. Just by sitting there, the Bugatti Veyron outclassed all the other luxury cars. Truly worthy of a top-tier supercar worth 40 to 50 million. One look was all it took for Yi Chen to fall in love with it. He sat inside for a brief experience, then got out satisfied. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, a serious thought suddenly struck him. Yi Chen realized that his garage was running out of space. Currently, his garage housed 4 cars, a Bentley, a Ferrari, a Koenigsegg, and a Bugatti Veyron. However, the garage only had 5 parking spots. As soon as Yi Chen acquired another luxury car, the garage would be full. This was somewhat troublesome. How could 5 luxury cars satisfy Yi Chen? He wanted them all. The top-tier estate in the game couldn't have come at a better time. Yi Chen mused with deep emotion. Tomorrow he would definitely secure that estate first. Since it was a top-tier estate, it should be able to accommodate at least a dozen cars without any issue. After admiring his Bugatti Veyron, Yi Chen returned to his villa and rested. The next day, he drove to school. Meanwhile, Dai Qing, president of Bien Art Management Company, was pacing anxiously. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaoran had told him that the plan to poach by Han Yan had failed. Not only had it failed, but it had also caused a huge disaster. The boss of Yilan Art Management Company was actually on equal footing with the renowned billionaire Wan Xiangyang. Upon hearing this news, Dai Qing immediately jumped out of his seat. Who was Wan Xiangyang? He was a well-known billionaire in Jiangzhou, a towering figure that even Dai Qing had to look up to. Yet such a prominent figure was on equal terms with Yi Chen. For Wan Xiangyang to act this way, what more needed to be said about Yi Chen's identity? If Yi Chen's background weren't formidable, would Wan Xiangyang have done so? He had inadvertently offended such a big shot, and on top of that he had tried to poach an employee of this great figure. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Since learning this news yesterday, Dai Qing had been restless and hardly slept. He kept thinking of a solution. But after a whole day, he was still at his wit's end. Helpless, Dai Qing had no choice but to call his brother-in-law Pan Tianwen. Brother-in-law, something happened, Dai Qing said, extremely frightened. Then he recounted yesterday's events to Pan Tianwen in full detail. What? After hearing it, Pan Tianwen exploded with rage. Idiot. Bastard. How could you have such a brainless employee? Pan Tianwen roared. His brother-in-law's employee had actually used him to threaten a figure who was on equal footing with Wan Xiangyang. Wasn't that digging a pit for him? Moreover, President Wan Xiangyang had specifically mentioned him, which made things worse. Pan Tianwen was furious. Brother-in-law, what should we do? Dai Qing asked helplessly. What should we do? How the hell should I know? Hearing his brother-in-law's plea, Pan Tianwen burst into profanity. After a long while, Pan Tianwen finally calmed down. No matter how angry he was, it was useless. The most important thing was to resolve this matter and appease Mr. Yi. Brother-in-law. Dai Qing asked again. Find something decent immediately, and we'll go apologize in person. Pan Tianwen commanded. After hanging up, he opened his safe and reluctantly took out a brocade box. This was a treasure he had cherished for a long time. Originally, he intended to keep it forever, even refusing to show it to friends who wanted to see it. Now he had no choice. To avoid angering Mr. Yi, he had to reluctantly gift this precious item to Mr. Yi as an apology. After selecting the item, Pan Tianwen drove directly to Dai Qing's company. He planned to discuss the apology process thoroughly with his brother-in-law. Time passed quickly. That afternoon, Yi Chen had only one class. After class, he drove his Bugatti Veyron back to the villa. Just as he sat down, before he could even pick up his phone, a hurried knocking came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Not many people knew he lived here. Who could be looking for him? Curious, he opened the door and saw two people standing in front of his villa. One had a weaselly face looking like a lackey. The other was a young man with a slender build and fair skin. Are you the owner of this villa? Seeing Yi Chen open the door, the slender young man remained silent, while the lackey-like one questioned Yi Chen first. Yes, what's the matter? Well, it's like this. Our young master Su has taken a liking to this house and hopes you can sell it to him, the lackey explained. You want to buy my villa? Why? Yi Chen asked casually. You don't need to know that. Just tell us whether you'll sell it or not. The lackey was unwilling to answer and asked impatiently. Not selling, Yi Chen refused flatly. Having lived here for a while, Yi Chen liked the place very much, and it had started to feel like home. Naturally, he wouldn't sell the villa. Moreover, with the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest man. Would Yi Chen ever lack money? Heh. Seeing Yi Chen's firm refusal, the slender young man sneered with contempt. Nothing in this world can't be settled. It's just a matter of price. The slender young man said confidently. This villa is worth 50 million. How about this? I'll give you 55 million. He offered a 5 million increase, thinking he was being very generous. If it weren't for Mo Mengfei living next door, he wanted to pursue her. He wouldn't have gone to such lengths and spent so much money to buy the villa. He had been chasing Mo Mengfei for some time, as she had rejected him many times, but the slender young man refused to give up. Now, whenever Mo Mengfei saw him, she would keep her distance. In order to see her more often and increase his favor with her, the slender young man came up with this idea: by the house next to Mo Mengfei's villa. Once they became neighbors, even if Mo Mengfei didn't want to see him, she would have no choice. And so the earlier scene unfolded. Not selling. Yi Chen shook his head. 60 million. Not selling. 65 million. Finally, the slender young man stated his maximum acceptable price. Kid, don't be a shark. 65 million is already a lot. The slender young man rebuked Yi Chen. Not selling. Yi Chen shook his head calmly. Kid, do you know who stands before you? This is the Crown Prince of Yuantai Group, the son of President Su Yonghua. The lackey, unable to stand it anymore, directly threatened Yi Chen. Yuantai Group was a well-known enterprise in Jiangzhou with a market value of around several billion. And Su Yonghua was the founder and chairman of Yuantai Group, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. After speaking, the lackey stared at Yi Chen as if expecting to see fear. Yuantai Group. Su Yonghua. Never heard of them. Yi Chen shook his head. He truly hadn't heard of them. With so many companies in Jiangzhou, how could he know them all? As for Su Yonghua, Yi Chen had never even heard the name. You? The slender young man was so enraged by Yi Chen's words that he trembled. Kid, you? Just as the slender young man was about to utter threats, a luxury car slowly pulled up in front of Yi Chen's villa. This is a Bentley Mulsanne worth over 6 million, looking very grand. The Bentley suddenly stopped, immediately drawing the attention of several people. After parking, the driver quickly got out and respectfully opened the door. The first to step out of the car was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by a man around 35 or 36. After getting out, the two immediately noticed Yi Chen. Without any hesitation, they went straight to Yi Chen, extremely courteous. Who are these two? Can't they see I'm handling business? Nearby, the lean man looked displeased, but before he could speak, the two men had already started talking. Dai Qing, owner of the Beyond Agency, has come to apologize to President Yi. The man in his 30s spoke up. He was indeed Dai Qing, the owner of Beyond. Hearing this, the lean man was taken aback. Beyond Agency? Isn't that a well-developed company? A company president actually came to apologize to this kid. What's going on? Just as the lean man was bewildered, another voice came, nearly scaring him to death. I am Pan Tianwen, also here to apologize to President Yi. Beside him, Pan Tianwen also spoke, stating his purpose. Pan Tianwen. The lean man stared at Pan Tianwen in disbelief, his face full of shock. As for the lean man's subordinate, he was trembling with fear. This man is actually the renowned big shot Pan Tianwen. The lean man was truly shocked. Such a big shot actually came to apologize to Yi Chen. Oh my god. To think that not even he himself, but even his father, would have to be respectful when meeting Pan Tianwen. But now such an important figure actually came to apologize to this Yi Chen. How could this be? Thump. Instantly the lean man's heart was in his throat. At this moment, even if he were foolish, he could guess that Yi Chen's identity was terrifying. Otherwise, how could the prominent Jiangzhou big shot Pan Tianwen personally come to apologize? The more he thought, the more frightened the lean man became. Just now he had actually threatened this President Yi. Thinking of this, the lean man's vision went dark and he nearly fainted from fear. Fortunately, the subordinate beside him grabbed him, or else the lean man would have fallen to the ground. I need to handle something first. Saying this to Pan Tianwen and Dai Qing, Yi Chen turned to the lean man. Thud. Seeing Yi Chen's fierce gaze, the lean man's legs gave way, and he collapsed before Yi Chen. Beside him, the subordinate's face was also pale, scared to death. Still want to buy my villa? Yi Chen asked. No, President Yi, I was overestimating myself. A great figure like you, please don't stoop to my level. The lean man, lying on the ground, quickly begged for mercy. Now, even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. President Yi, I was wrong. The subordinate also hurriedly apologized to Yi Chen. Don't let me see you in Jiangzhou. Yi Chen said meaningfully. Understood. I'll leave Jiangzhou tonight, and never appear again to soil your sight. The lean man quickly promised. At this moment, chasing Mo Mengfei, or whatever, was long forgotten. Compared to life, anything could be abandoned. Seeing that Yi Chen was no longer paying attention to him, the lean man felt as if pardoned. Supported by his subordinate, he left while apologizing. He would leave Jiangzhou tonight and never return. So terrifying. Just now he felt as if he had walked through the gates of death. Yi Chen, Pan Tianwen, and Dai Qing went into the villa. As soon as they entered, Pan Tianwen took the initiative to apologize to Yi Chen. President Yi, this kid actually dared to poach your employee. He's asking for trouble. As he spoke, Pan Tianwen kicked Dai Qing several times. Please don't stoop to his level. We've long heard of your reputation, President Yi, but never had a chance to meet you. Now that we've met, you truly are impressive and accomplished at such a young age. Pan Tianwen began to flatter Yi Chen, trying to curry favor. President Yi, it was my fault. Dai Qing also bowed quickly to apologize. President Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Pan Tianwen placed the gift he had prepared beside Yi Chen. President Yi and mine. Seeing this, Dai Qing also quickly presented his gift. From now on, if there's anything you need from me, don't hesitate to ask. Pan Tianwen flattered Yi Chen. Don't let it happen again. Yi Chen replied indifferently. Certainly not. Dai Qing shook his head quickly. Pan Tianwen also assured that it would never happen again. Since both came to apologize, Yi Chen didn't make a big deal about it. After apologizing, the two exchanged a few words with Yi Chen and then wisely left. After leaving, Pan Tianwen and Dai Qing were full of admiration. This might be what a true big shot looks like. President Yi's demeanor impressed them greatly. As they departed, Yi Chen opened their gifts. Dai Qing's gift was a box of tea, the finest Taiping Hokue. Taiping Hokue was once hailed as the national gift tea. 10 years ago, 100 grams of Taiping Hokue sold for a staggering 2,000 yuan. That was 10 years ago. The price now is probably astronomically high. Now this premium Taiping Hokue is hard to come by even with money. This gift was quite decent. Before, others had invited Yi Chen for tea. Now if Yi Chen wants to invite someone for tea, he has a tea worth offering. Compared to Dai Qing's gift, Pan Tianwen's was even more precious. It was a calligraphy piece by Wen Zhongming. Wen Zhongming, also known as Wen Zhongming, was one of the four talents, along with Tang Yintang Bohu. His calligraphy and paintings have been hyped to extremely high prices. Yi Chen had seen news that one of Wen Zhongming's works sold for a record high of over 80 million yuan. Some ordinary pieces were priced around 50 to 60 million. Presumably, this calligraphy piece by Wen Zhongming was worth tens of millions. Unexpectedly, Pan Tianwen had given such a gift. The value of this calligraphy was comparable to Yi Chen's villa. Yi Chen casually hung it up as decoration. Then he went on to do other things. In the evening, just after dinner, Yi Chen suddenly received a call from Su Linger. Brother-in-law, did you miss me? The call connected, and Su Linger's clear voice came through. Who are you? I can't seem to remember. Yi Chen replied directly. Brother-in-law, how can you be like this? I'm so hurt. I've been thinking about you all the time. Su Linger's voice came through with a hint of complaint. Is that so? Yi Chen didn't believe her at all. Enough joking, brother-in-law. I have something serious to talk to you about. Suddenly Su Linger changed her tone and said very seriously. Serious business. Su Linger has serious business. Yi Chen expressed doubt. Hey brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? Why can't I have serious business? Su Linger said, feeling quite aggrieved. What serious business? Yi Chen asked curiously. What serious business? Why, helping you win over my sister, of course. Su Linger answered with the utmost seriousness. When she last parted ways with Yi Chen, Su Linger had promised she would devise a way to help him pursue her cousin. Though a few days had passed, she hadn't forgotten her vow. This is what you call serious business. Hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily at a loss whether to praise Su Linger or to tease her. What? Isn't winning over my sister serious business? There's nothing more important, nothing more serious than this. Su Linger replied with righteous conviction. Brother-in-law, I've come up with a brilliant plan for you. I guarantee you'll reap unexpected rewards. Su Linger said mysteriously. What is it? Hee, I can't tell you just yet. Su Linger continued to keep her secret, refusing to reveal it to Yi Chen for now. Let's meet this weekend, and he'll tell you then. She had racked her brains to come up with this brilliant idea, and she couldn't just spill it to her brother-in-law so easily. As her cousin, how could she betray her own sister? Su Linger was definitely not that kind of person, unless her brother-in-law offered her some benefits, a little bribe. This was a golden opportunity to fleece her brother-in-law thoroughly. This weekend. Yi Chen thought for a moment. He indeed had no plans this weekend. Alright, it's settled then. Bye-bye, brother-in-law. Without waiting for Yi Chen's agreement, Su Linger hung up the phone herself. Time ticked by and finally midnight arrived. Yi Chen immediately entered the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. Entering the 2-star mall, Yi Chen found his target. A top-tier manor in Jiangzhou worth 100 million, price 2 yuan. This was the first item Yi Chen intended to buy today. With this manor, the previous problem of insufficient garage space would be easily solved. A manor worth 100 million purchasable for just 2 yuan, what a steal. Yi Chen immediately clicked to buy. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations. You have acquired a top-tier manor in Jiangzhou. Manor transfer contract keys placed in the study, please check. The game notification confirmed his purchase, and it even included detailed information about the manor's location. The top-tier manor Yi Chen had just acquired was located outside Jiangzhou in a scenic area. I'm free tomorrow. He'll go check it out. Yi Chen muttered to himself, curious to see what this prestigious Jiangzhou manor actually looked like. After buying the first item, Yi Chen could purchase a second one. That second item was the Shark live streaming shares he had his eye on previously. 3 shares in Shark Live, price 3 yuan. Shares worth over 200 million for just 3 yuan. Buy. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations. You have acquired 3 shares in Shark Live. Share acquisition contract will be delivered by Shark Live executives within 5 days, please check. Yi Chen's purchase was successful. This time, however, the share acquisition contract didn't appear directly. Instead, it would take a few days and be personally delivered by Shark Live's senior management. A few days was nothing to worry about. Yi Chen wasn't particularly concerned. What truly mattered to him was that from now on he was a shareholder of Shark Live, effectively one of its owners. This new status would greatly benefit the development of Yilin Entertainment Company. Yi Chen was quite satisfied. Going to the study, he put away the manor transfer contract. The next day, keys in hand, he drove his Bugatti Veyron straight towards his newly acquired top-tier manor. After more than half an hour, Yi Chen arrived at his destination. This area was Jiangzhou's famous wealthy district where many of the city's richest tycoons had their own manors. And the manor Yi Chen had just bought was the largest in this entire area without exception. Yi Chen parked his car outside the manor, gazing at the vast estate with immense satisfaction. Setting aside everything else, simply the sheer size of its footprint was 5 or 6 times larger than his villa, perhaps even more. He also quite liked the architectural style and other details. Just as Yi Chen was about to enter the manor, a black Audi passing by slowly came to a stop beside him. Hearing the sound, Yi Chen turned to look. The car seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen it before. The black Audi stopped, and a refined, middle-aged man stepped out. Xiao Chen. After getting out, the man greeted him familiarly. He truly hadn't expected to run into Yi Chen here. Oh, it's Uncle Imo. Seeing the refined, middle-aged man, Yi Chen suddenly realized. He knew the car had looked familiar indeed, he had seen it before. This refined middle-aged man was none other than Mo Hongru, the father of Yi Chen's neighbor, Mo Mingfei. Yi Chen had seen him at Mo Mingfei's home that day when she had invited him for dinner. Back then, Yi Chen had chatted with Mo Hongru for a while, and Mo Hongru had taken a great liking to him. Last time, when Yi Chen's Yilin Entertainment Company had a conflict with Yuanyan Entertainment Company, it was Mo Hongru who helped making Ma Zhengwen, the backer of Yuanyan Entertainment, take the initiative to apologize to Yi Chen. Thank you for your help last time, Uncle Mo. Yi Chen said. It's nothing, just a small matter. Mo Hongru waved his hand, not giving it a second thought. Having met Yi Chen last time, and chatted for a bit, Mo Hongru was very fond of him, feeling a sense of kindred spirit, as if they were long-lost friends. Once he too had been a spirited young man eager to make his mark in the world. But in the end, well, easy living was tempting, and he had become something of a half-kept husband. Learning that Yi Chen had started his own business since his freshman year, Mo Hongru greatly admired him. When he incidentally heard that someone was deliberately trying to smear Yi Chen's reputation, Mo Hongru casually made a few phone calls to some old friends. It was a trivial matter resolved with a few calls. There was nothing to thank him for. By the way, Xiao Chen, why are you here? Pointing at the manor before them, Mo Hongru asked with great curiosity. Do you know Mr. Lin? This manor used to belong to a big shot of Mr. Lin. Even Mo Hongru had to watch his words when dealing with such a figure. No, I just bought this manor yesterday. Yi Chen explained. I see. Mo Hongru nodded. Since they had met, Yi Chen invited Mo Hongru to come inside and take a look with him. Mo Hongru was also quite curious about this famous manor. The two walked around the estate, and even Mo Hongru was deeply impressed by its grandeur and luxury. By the way, Xiao Chun, do you have some time now? Suddenly, Mo Hongru asked mysteriously, as if he had something important to discuss. I have time. Yi Chen nodded. He had nothing scheduled today. Very well, follow me. Mo Hongru explained to Yi Chen. He'll introduce you to an old friend. Mo Hongru's visit today was not a coincidence. He had come specifically to call on an old acquaintance. Unexpectedly, he happened to run into Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen was currently building his own business, meeting more people, and expanding his network would certainly benefit his career. That was why Mo Hongru had made the offer. An old friend. Yi Chen muttered to himself. Don't worry. He's just an old friend easy to get along with, and not some big shot. Mo Hongru explained. Yi Chen, however, was skeptical. Last time a few casual phone calls from Uncle Mo's old friend had been enough to make Ma Jiangwen tremble in fear. Could this old friend be an ordinary man? Actually, this old friend of mine is connected to you as well. Mo Hongru continued. Connected to me? Yi Chen was surprised. He's your neighbor living in the manor right next door. As he spoke, Mo Hongru walked out with Yi Chen. Yi Chen got into the car, and Mo Hongru drove them to the neighboring estate. Although the two manors were adjacent, their sizes differed greatly. This one was probably only 2/3 the size of Yi Chen's. Led by Mo Hongru, the two entered the manor. Old Chen, Mo Hongru called out as they entered. Hearing the voice, a plump middle-aged man came out. Old Mo, you're here. We're drinking until we drop tonight. The plump old Chen exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Mo Hongru. Old Chen, I heard you recently acquired another company. Your net worth must have skyrocketed. Mo Hongru remarked. What are you talking about? All my assets combined are only 20 billion. I'm far behind you. Old Chen said with a self-deprecating look. Don't talk to me about net worth, it's depressing. Among their circle of old friends, they often teased each other, and he had many ways to tease others. But when others teased him, it was always the same line. Your net worth is only 20 billion. That single remark was enough to silence him. And who is this? Old Chen asked, curiously changing the subject. The two were old friends and knew each other's juniors, but this was his first time seeing Yi Chen. This is your neighbor. Mo Hongru introduced Yi Chen. Neighbor. Old Chen frowned. He knew all the owners of the surrounding manors, but this young man was a stranger. The manor next door, the one that used to belong to Mr. Lin. Mo Hongru reminded him. What? Mr. Lin's manor. Hearing this, Old Chen was astonished. After learning this, the way Old Chen looked at Yi Chen completely changed. Mo Hongru introduced them to each other. Old Chen's full name was Chen Jinzong, who in his own words was just an ordinary man with a net worth of a mere 20 billion. President Chen. Yi Chen greeted him. You're too kind, President Yi. Knowing that Yi Chen had actually purchased the manor from Mr. Lin, Chen Jinzong treated him with great respect. Please have a seat. Chen Jinzong invited them to sit. As the three chatted, the distinctive roar of a supercar sounded from outside. Moments later, a young man of about 23 or 24 walked in. Dad, I've run into a problem with the location for my company. The young man began speaking as soon as he entered. He was none other than Chen Jinzong's son, Chen Hongba. Chen Hongba stopped mid-sentence upon seeing guests and quieted down. Uncle Mo, you're here. Chen Hongba greeted Mo Hongru. It's been a while, Hongba. Mo Hongru nodded. This is Yi Chen, President Yi. You can call him Brother Chen. Chen Jinzong introduced Yi Chen to his son. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Hongba's expression darkened. This guy looked even younger than him. He was supposed to call him brother. Chen Hongba was deeply displeased, but under his father's stern gaze, he reluctantly greeted Yi Chen. Brother Chen. Yi Chen gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Chen Hongba sat down while Yi Chen and the others continued their conversation. Watching Yi Chen, Chen Hongba schemed inwardly. Some kid around 20 years old, and he expects me to call him brother. Does he deserve such respect? Chen Hongba was fuming. He couldn't let this slide. He had to find a way to make this Yi Chen call him brother instead. Chen Hongba began to think. By the way, Hongba, what were you saying when you came in? What happened? Chen Jinzong asked his son. Dad, it's about the location for our company. We've hit a snag. Chen Hongba sighed, looking somewhat helpless. Having graduated from university not long ago, Chen Hongba didn't want to join the family business. He wanted to strike out on his own and start a company. After much deliberation, Chen Jinzong had given his son 50 million as startup capital. Everything had been planned out, but they encountered a problem with the company's location. The place we had our eye on, that Shiwen guy wants it too. Chen Jinzong said helplessly. Shiwen was also a rich second generation with a powerful family roughly on par with the Chen family. Their family has connections. Apparently, they've already made arrangements. Shiwen has secured the 12th and 13th floors of Tianheng. Chen Hongba explained. Are there no other floors available in Tianheng? Chen Jinzong asked. No, they're all taken. Tianheng's location is prime and countless people are vying for space. It's only because the company previously leasing the 12th and 13th floors went bankrupt that a spot opened up. Hearing this, Chen Jinzong fell silent. He and his son had planned for the new company's location to be the 12th and 13th floors of the Tianheng Tower in Jiangzhou Financial Center. But now the Qi family had set their sights on the same place, and they had connections knowing the owner of Tianheng Tower. He didn't know the owner himself, so leveraging his own network to compete was impossible. Old Mo, do you know the owner of Tianheng? Chen Jinzong turned to ask Mo Hongru. No, I don't. Mo Hongru shook his head, indicating he was powerless. Seeing this, even Chen Jinzong was stumped. It's alright, I'll use my connections to see if I can get in touch. Mo Hongru offered. But it'll take some time. Time was critical for the Chen family. They might not be able to wait. For a moment, father and son were filled with anxiety. Just then a sudden voice cut through the tension. Tianheng, are you talking about Tianheng Tower? Instantly, everyone's gaze converged on Yi Chun. Yes, that's right, Tianheng Tower. Chen Jinzong replied. Brother Chen, do you know the owner of Tianheng Tower? Chen Hongba asked excitedly. Yes, I do. Yi Chen nodded. I just acquired Tianheng Tower yesterday. Yi Chen stated calmly. The words struck like a thunderclap, crashing down on everyone present. Acquired the Tianheng building. Yi Chen's words left the few people present stunned. Although the Tianheng building worth 600 million was not a massive asset to them, if he had acquired property elsewhere they might not have been so astonished. But that was the Tianheng building, located in an exceptionally unique geographical position. Situated in Jiangzhou's financial center, the Tianheng building was one of the 3 tallest structures there. The other 2 buildings were owned by 2 top-tier magnates in Jiangzhou. Even Chen Jinzong and Mo Hongru would have found it impossible to acquire the Tianheng building. Yet now a young man around 20 years old had effortlessly purchased it. Wasn't that shocking? Mo Hongru gazed at Yi Chun, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. Earlier he had thought Yi Chun resembled his younger self, full of vigor and ambition. But now he realized that Yi Chun was far more formidable than he had been at that age. Beside him, Chen Jinzong's mind churned with turmoil. He had never imagined that the owner of the Tianheng building, whom neither he nor Mo Hongru could contact, was standing right before him. A young man of remarkable achievements. This new neighbor of his was indeed extraordinary. He had been right to address him respectfully as President Yi. What? Among those present, Chen Hongba was the most astonished. Could this brother Chen really be the owner of the Tianheng building? Wow, that was incredibly impressive. Just moments ago, he and his father had been worrying that they would lose out to the Qi family, and that their plan to rent 2 floors in the Tianheng building for their company would come to naught. But they never expected that brother Chen was the owner of the Tianheng building. Now the situation had taken a turn. Brother Chen, about renting 2 floors in the Tianheng building for my company? Chen Hongba asked hesitantly. Earlier he had felt awkward calling him brother Chen, but now the name rolled off his tongue with ease, as if he had long grown accustomed to it. No problem, Yi Chen nodded. They were neighbors, and Chen Jinzong was an old friend of Uncle Mo who had also been very courteous to him. He had no reason to refuse. Earlier Chen Hongba had mentioned that the Qi family had already made arrangements and reserved the space, but Yi Chen knew nothing about it. It seemed that the Qi family had negotiated with the previous owner of the Tianheng building, and he had not agreed. Brother Chen is awesome. Thank you, brother Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's consent, Chen Hongba, like a loyal sidekick, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. As for his earlier thoughts about saving face and making Yi Chen call him brother Chen, Hongba had long forgotten them. Whoever said that had nothing to do with him. He was brother Chen's devoted follower. Anyone who opposed brother Chen would be opposing him, Chen Hongba. Thank you so much, President Yi. Chen Jinzong also expressed his gratitude. It was fortunate that President Yi was here today, or things would have been troublesome. It wasn't about failing to rent the floors, it was about not losing to the Qi family. Now he was certain of victory. Old Chen owes you a great favor, President Yi. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know, Chen Jinzong declared, both to thank Yi Chun and to strengthen their relationship. Whatever the matter, Yi Chun could ask for his help anytime. Although he was merely an ordinary man with assets of only 20 billion, he still wielded considerable influence in Jiangzhou. You're too kind, President Chen, Yi Chen replied politely. He felt he had made the right decision by leasing the floors to the Chen family. A win-win for everyone, Mo Hongru remarked. He had originally brought Yi Chun here to introduce him to Chen Jinzong and expand his network. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen ended up helping Chen Jinzong instead. This made the situation even better. Indeed, I owe it all to you, old Mo. If it weren't for you introducing me to President Yi, things wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly, Chen Jinzong said emotionally. Old Mo, President, you'll bring out the fine wine I've been saving for years. Tonight we drink till we drop. Chen Jinzong was in high spirits. He decided to open a bottle of his prized wine, which he had been reluctant to touch for years, to celebrate. Partly to mark the resolution of his son's issue, and partly to commemorate his acquaintance with President Yi. Absolutely, well, drink till we drop, Mo Hongru nodded. After chatting for a while, Yi Chun stood up to return to his estate. He had left his phone in the car earlier. Brother Chen, I'll come with you, Chen Hongba said quickly, rising to follow. Yi Chun and Chen Hongba walked out of the Chen estate. Brother Chen, which estate is yours? Chen Hongba asked curiously. During their conversation, he had only learned that brother Chen was his neighbor, but he didn't know which estate he lived in. That one, Yi Chen pointed casually. Following his gaze, Chen Hongba froze. That one. He was taken aback. That was the largest and most luxurious estate in the entire area. He hadn't expected that. That estate had belonged to some prominent figure, Mr. Lin. He never imagined it would now be Brother Chen's. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Hongba was filled with admiration. Brother Chen was truly extraordinary, absolutely amazing. At this moment his respect for Yi Chen deepened. Following Yi Chen, Chen Hongba headed toward the estate. As they walked and chatted, Chen Hongba tried hard to find common topics. When he learned that Yi Chen also loved luxury cars and supercars, his eyes lit up. Brother Chen, I recently got my hands on an incredible car, he said, a hint of boastfulness in his tone. What car? A Pagani Huayra worth 30 million. I went through a lot of trouble and effort to get it, Chen Hongba said with a hint of pride. The Pagani Huayra, 0 to 100 km in 3.2 seconds, top speed 363 km, a true top-tier supercar. He had indeed expended great effort to acquire it. Of course, his primary motivation was to show off and bask in the glory of owning such a car. Now it had finally paid off. Brother Chen might have impressive connections and a magnificent mansion, but when it came to supercars, Chen Hongba was no slouch. My Pagani Huayra will arrive in Jiangzhou from abroad in about half a month. When it does, you're welcome to drive it whenever you want, he said, eager to please Yi Chen. By the way, Brother Chen, what car do you drive? Chen Hongba asked curiously. Mine. Just an ordinary car, Yi Chen replied modestly. Oh, no problem. When my Pagani Huayra arrives, you can drive it anytime, Chen Hongba nodded and quickly offered. Although he admired Brother Chen greatly, knowing that Brother Chen's car was merely ordinary gave Chen Hongba a slight sense of satisfaction. Before long, Chen Hongba followed Yi Chen into his estate. But the moment he stepped inside and saw the cars parked in the estate, Chen Hongba was utterly dumbfounded. Chen Hongba's eyes bulged wide, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. Am I seeing things? After a long moment, he swallowed hard and spoke with a trembling voice, utterly thrilled. This. Is this a legendary Bugatti Veyron? Chen Hongba muttered, hardly daring to trust his own judgment. Yes, it's a Bugatti Veyron. Yi Chen nodded beside him. It's really the legendary supercar, the Bugatti Veyron. Chen Hongba was stunned to his very core. He never imagined that today he would be fortunate enough to lay eyes on a legendary Bugatti Veyron. What incredible luck! Unable to contain his excitement, he dashed straight towards the car. Reaching the Bugatti Veyron, Chen Hongba stretched out his hand and, trembling with excitement, touched its body. A Bugatti Veyron. I never thought Jiangzhou would have such a divine machine. He marveled, circling the car to admire it. Oh, wait a minute. This estate. It's Brother Chen's, isn't it? Halfway around the Bugatti Veyron, Chen Hongba suddenly halted. A thought struck him. His mind had gone blank from the excitement of seeing the legendary car, causing him to forget everything else. Now he remembered that he was at Brother Chen's estate. Since this Bugatti Veyron was parked here, didn't that mean it belonged to Brother Chen? Brother Chen was truly incredible. Wait, what did Brother Chen say earlier? He mentioned he had an average car. Could the average car he spoke of be this Bugatti Veyron? Oh my god. Chen Hongba drew in a sharp breath, his heart filled with shock. This was the legendary Bugatti Veyron. And he called it average. Brother Chen, this is the average car you mentioned? Chen Hongba asked, his voice trembling. Yeah. As he spoke, Yi Chen opened the car door and retrieved his phone from inside. Seeing this, Chen Hongba was fully convinced. This Bugatti Veyron truly belonged to Brother Chen. That was incredibly awesome. Brother Chen could even get his hands on a divine machine like a Bugatti Veyron. It was terrifyingly impressive. And even with such a top-tier supercar, he remained so low-key. Meanwhile, he himself had just gotten a 30 million Pagani Huayra and was already showing off. Comparing himself to that, Chen Hongba felt ashamed. Brother Chen was truly one of a kind. There was something to learn from him in every aspect. At this moment, Chen Hongba admired Yi Chen to the utmost. From now on, he would also be extremely low-key, just like Brother Chen. Let's go. Having retrieved his phone, Yi Chen prepared to head back. All right, Brother Chen. Chen Hongba cast a reluctant glance at the Bugatti Veyron. Why not take a photo? Yi Chen said, seeing through his thoughts. Really? Can I take a photo, Brother Chen? Chen Hongba asked, immensely excited. Of course, Yi Chen nodded. It was just a photo, no big deal. Thank you, Brother Chen. It'll be quick. Chen Hongba bowed excitedly to Yi Chen, then immediately whipped out his phone and started snapping pictures. Even though he didn't own a legendary car like the Bugatti Veyron himself, his big brother did, and that was something to brag about. After taking a few quick photos, Chen Hongba left with Yi Chen. That evening, as promised, Chen Jinzong brought out his treasured fine wine. During the dinner, Chen Hongba repeatedly toasted Yi Chen, expressing his admiration. Even Chen Jinzong raised a glass to Yi Chen, thanking him for the Tianheng Tower matter. After the meal, they strolled and chatted within the estate. Taking advantage of the Chen father and son's distraction, Mo Hongru led Yi Chen aside. Xiao Chen, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Mo Hongru said seriously. What is it? Yi Chen was curious. Had something unexpected happened? It's nothing major. I saw you and old Chen got along well today. I thought perhaps I could introduce you to some of my other old friends in the future, Mo Hongru said. He was growing more appreciative of Yi Chun and wanted to expand his network by introducing him to more connections. After all, knowing more people always had its benefits. All right, thank you, Uncle Mo, Yi Chun replied. Last time it was thanks to Uncle Mo's old friends that the Yuanyan agency issue was resolved so smoothly. It was only right for him to get to know them. Good, it's settled then. They'll contact you when there's a chance. Mo Hongru nodded with satisfaction. After the stroll, it was getting quite late. Yi Chun returned to his own estate to rest. The vast estate felt a bit lonely with just him there. The next morning, with no classes, Yi Chun received a call from Ding He, the vice president of Shark Life. Ding He said he was coming to Jiangzhou on behalf of the CEO to sign a contract with Yi Chun. Ding He was about to arrive in Jiangzhou. Yi Chun arranged to meet him at Yilan Agency shortly to sign the contract. After hanging up, Yi Chun got into his Bugatti Veyron and headed straight for Yilan Agency. Meanwhile, at Yilan Agency, Yang Xuemin was in a meeting with a certain boss. Then it's settled regarding our cooperation, Yang Xuemin stated. Agreed. Our two companies working together will surely rake in massive profits, nodded boss Sure, the partner from Yilan Agency. Let's prepare to sign the contract then, Yang Xuemin suggested. We can sign today, but there's one small detail I think we should discuss more carefully, boss Sure said, seeming to have something on his mind. Oh, please go ahead, boss Sure. It's about the profit split. I don't think a 5,050 division of the earnings is quite right, boss Sure hinted. Hearing this, Yang Xuemin immediately became serious. Other things were negotiable, but when it came to interests, one had to be cautious. What do you mean, boss Sure? Yang Xuemin asked sternly. I think this time we should split it 7,030. We get 70, and your Yilan gets 30. The next moment, to Yang Xuemin's utter astonishment, boss Sure suddenly made an outrageous demand. What a... Yang Xuemin exploded, demanding an explanation. Don't get agitated, President Yang. Hear me out, boss Sure replied calmly. In truth, the 70-30 demand was just a probe to test Yilan's stance. His actual target was a 6,040 split in his favor. But he started high with 7,030. If it succeeded, great. If not, he could negotiate down to 6,040. To be honest with you, recently, I went out of town and happened to make the acquaintance of a very important figure. With this important figure's help, our profits will increase. But I'm the only one who can get this person involved. That's why I say my 70 share isn't too much, boss Sure said mysteriously. An important figure? Who? Yang Xuemin, intrigued by boss Sure's words, grew curious as well. That important figure is Manager Liu, the head of operations at Shark Live. President Sure declared smugly. This Manager Liu was a senior executive at Shark Live, overseeing their most vital operations department and controlling a wealth of resources. Manager Liu was considered the top figure at Shark Live, second only to the president and vice presidents. To Yang Xuemin and President Sure, he was indeed a significant personage. When the time comes, I'll arrange for Manager Liu to step in and secure more resources for both our companies. Our profits will undoubtedly soar. President Sure explained. Since I'm the one making this happen, I naturally can't work for nothing. How about a 70-30 split? President Sure's proposal seemed to have some logic, but a 70-30 split was outrageous. It was simply extortion. With a 70-30 split, Yilan might not make any profit at all in the end, and could even suffer losses. President Sure, a 70-30 split is too much. Even so, Yang Xuemin couldn't agree to those terms. And not agreeing. That's fine. President Sure said with extreme arrogance. I can just partner with another company. Don't come crawling back to Yilan Entertainment begging then. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuemin fell into deep thought. Yilan Entertainment had started preparations for this cooperation long ago, investing significant manpower and resources. If the cooperation failed to materialize, Yilan Entertainment would lose a substantial amount of money. Seeing the subtle shift in Yang Xuemin's expression, President Sure was quite pleased. This was the effect he wanted. Yang Xuemin was hesitating. Tell you what'll compromise. Let's do a 60-40 split. Knowing when to stop, President Sure spoke again. The 70-30 split was just a starting point. A 60-40 was his real intention. Now that the 70-30 was rejected, 60-40 seemed acceptable. Honestly, if the cooperation with Yilan fell through, it wouldn't just hurt Yilan. His own company would suffer losses too. No, I can't make this decision on my own. I need to discuss this with President Yi. A 60-40 split was still disadvantageous for Yilan, and such a matter was beyond his authority, requiring President Yi's final decision. Fine, but I can't wait too long. They'll give you 30 minutes. President Sure nodded in agreement. Just as Yang Xuemin was about to call Yi Chen, a sudden knock came at the door. Come in, Yang Xuemin said. The office door opened and Yang Xuemin's secretary walked in. President Yang, I just saw President Yi arrive at the company. She had spotted Yi Chen entering the company on the first floor. President Yi is here. Where? Yang Xuemin stood up and asked. President Yi went to the practice room to check on by Han Yan. He asked you to wait for him in the meeting room. The secretary stated her purpose. All right, I understand. I'm on my way. Saying this, Yang Xuemin prepared to leave. Since your President Yi is here, I'll go and talk to him directly. Seeing this, President Sure also rose, intending to head to the meeting room together to speak with Yi Chen. Yang Xuemin didn't stop him, and the two walked towards the meeting room together. Just as they arrived on the third floor where the meeting room was located, they unexpectedly found 3 other people already waiting in front of it. 3 men, led by one who appeared to be around 38 or 39 years old, with the other 2 looking like his subordinates. Upon seeing this man, Yang Xuemin showed no particular reaction, but President Shi beside him was stunned. President Shi stood frozen at the elevator entrance, staring dumbfounded at the man in his 30s not far away. How could this be? Were his eyes playing tricks on him? President Shi was bewildered, unable to believe what he was seeing. Ding He, Vice President Ding. Why was he at Yilan Entertainment? President Shi recognized the man's identity. He was one of Shark Live's vice presidents, Ding He. President Shi, what's wrong? Yang Xuemin also noticed Shi's strange behavior and asked in confusion. President Shi ignored Yang Xuemin and quickly walked up to Ding He. Hello, Vice President Ding. President Shi greeted Ding He with utmost respect. Oh, you know me. Ding He looked surprised, not expecting anyone in this company to recognize him. Vice President Ding, you must have forgotten. Half a month ago at the cocktail party, I had the honor of meeting you. President Shi explained. Hearing this, Ding He thought for a moment before it dawned on him. Indeed, at the cocktail party half a month ago, a boss from an entertainment company had deliberately tried to get close to him. He had merely nodded at that boss and then paid him no further attention. He never expected to run into him here. A Vice President Ding remembers now. President Shi wore a fawning smile. Several top executives from Shark Live had attended that party, and Ding He was the most influential among them. Originally, President Shi had wanted to network with Ding He, but the man never gave him a chance. Left with no choice, President Shi had settled for networking with Manager Liu from operations instead. Unexpectedly, Vice President Ding, whom he had failed to connect with last time, was now appearing at Yilan Entertainment. Vice President Ding, if I may ask, what are you doing here? President Shi asked with extreme sycophancy. Why would a vice president of Shark Live come to an ordinary entertainment agency? However, before President Shi could finish his sentence, Ding He, looking towards the elevator entrance, suddenly broke into a delighted expression. The next second, Ding He abandoned President Shi entirely and strode forward quickly. Hello, President Yi. Ding He, sent by our president. Seeing Yi Chen step out of the elevator, Ding He immediately went over, greeting him with fawning respect. Having just turned around to witness this scene, President Shi was completely dumbfounded. Why did it seem like he was seeing a reflection of his own behavior from moments ago in Vice President Ding? Just earlier, he had been equally respectful when meeting Ding He. Who was this young man? What status did he hold to make a vice president of Shark Live so deferential and eager to please? President Shi had only caught half of Ding He's words. President Yi, you're here. Seeing Yi Chen, Yang Xuemin also spoke. This time, President Shi clearly heard Yang Xuemin's words. After hearing it, he stood there like a wooden chicken. What? President Yi. This young man was the owner of Yilan Entertainment. How is that possible? President Shi was utterly dumbfounded. Hello. Seeing Ding He coming over to greet him proactively, Yi Chen responded. He had gone to check on Bai Hanyan earlier, but found her deeply focused on practicing her singing, so he didn't disturb her. Yi Chen was quite satisfied Bai Hanyan had not let him down. Bai Hanyan had been working hard, not wasting the cultivation he provided. In the future, with various resources poured into her, it wasn't impossible for her to become a top-tier singer. After checking on Bai Hanyan, Yi Chen took the elevator towards the meeting room. As soon as he stepped out, Ding He approached him. President Yi, you truly have an impressive and distinguished bearing. While shaking Yi Chen's hand, Ding He continuously showered him with flattery. How to put it? Although he was a vice president of Shark Live, strictly speaking, he was just a tool working for the company's shareholders. He didn't own any shares in Shark Live. Meeting Yi Chen, how could he not try to curry favor? Watching Ding He grovel before Yi Chen, President Shi stood there in a daze, completely stunned. How could this be happening? After exchanging greetings, Yi Chen and Ding He walked into the meeting room together. By now, Yang Xuemin had also learned of Ding He's identity. Yang Xuemin cast a deliberate glance at President Shi and couldn't help but shake his head. Just moments ago, this President Shi was boasting about knowing the operations manager of Shark Live, but now, even the vice president of Shark Live treated their President Yi with such deference. Yang Xuemin felt an even deeper admiration for Yi Chen. After a moment of reflection, he too walked into the office. Meanwhile, in the now empty corridor, President Shi stood frozen like a statue. He still hadn't processed what had just happened. After several dozen seconds, he swallowed hard, gulping audibly, and only then began to recover his composure. So President Yi of Yilan Agency was this formidable. Even someone of Ding He's stature treated Yi Chen with the utmost respect. At this moment, President Shi didn't know whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. Fortunate that he had witnessed Ding He's deference, which gave him a glimpse of Yi Chen's true status, sparing him from spouting arrogant nonsense. This left some room for reconciliation. Unfortunately, he had already made excessive demands of Yang Xuemin back in the office. What to do? His mind raced, searching for a solution. Finally, President Shi gritted his teeth. At worst, he would agree to a 6,040 split, keeping only 40%. If that didn't work, he'd go 7,030, settling for just 30%. Even taking a loss was acceptable as long as he didn't offend President Yi. President Sure had made up his mind. In the meeting room, the contract was signed. 3% of Shark Life's shares now belonged to Yi Chen, officially making him a director of the company. Though seemingly small, this stake was far from insignificant. To put it in perspective, President Chen, the founder of Shark Live and its second largest shareholder, held only 14.7%. Even President Zhang, a co-founder and the company's most senior veteran, held just 2 or 3%. With a mere 3% stake, Yi Chen commanded considerable influence within Shark Life. Otherwise, why would Ding He be so eager to please him? As for the largest shareholder, well, that would be the Penguin Group. The Penguin Group was Shark Life's largest shareholder, holding over 40% of the shares. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen had once looked up this information and was deeply impressed. As expected of the legendary Penguin Empire, its presence could be felt across countless industries. He wondered what it would feel like if his own empire could one day reach the heights of the Penguin Group. For Yi Chen, who possessed the monthly salary of 3,000 I and the world's richest man, game, this was no mere fantasy. Sooner or later, his ventures would catch up to, or even surpass, the Penguin Group. Yi Chen's personal worth would also eclipse that of President Ma of the Penguin Group. And that day wouldn't be far off. He eagerly anticipated its arrival. After signing the contract, Yi Chen departed, leaving the task of treating Ding He to dinner in Yang Zemin's hands. Yang Xuemin was more than happy to oblige. On his way back to the villa, Yi Chen called the management of Tianheng Tower, following up on his earlier promise to the father and Chen duo. The matter was resolved swiftly, and that evening Yi Chen received a call from Chen Jinzong. Chen Jinzong expressed his profound gratitude and invited Yi Chen to attend the company's opening ceremony. Yi Chen accepted. There was also a matter he had been putting off for a long time. He decided that tomorrow, with time available, he would finally take care of it. His cousin Zhao Shushuan had always been kind to him, even going so far as to try and set him up with her best friend Su Ningxue. He had long wanted to buy her a gift, but kept delaying it. Tomorrow was the perfect opportunity to make amends, lest he keep putting it off amid his busy schedule. The next morning, Yi Chen drove out and personally selected a small gift for his cousin. At noon, he called Zhao Shuxian to invite her to dinner. He certainly hadn't forgotten her constant reminders about wanting a lavish meal. Tonight, all expenses were on him. Eat whatever you like. Great, but it's a shame Ningxue has to go home tonight. Otherwise, I'd have brought her along, Zhao Shuxian said with a hint of regret. Even now, she still hadn't given up on playing matchmaker between her cousin and Ningxue. It's all right. We'll do it another time. There will be plenty of opportunities, Yi Chen replied. Okay, she agreed. That evening, Yi Chen drove his Bugatti Veyron to pick up Zhao Shuxian and headed to a top-tier restaurant in the city center. Knowing Yi Chen was now well off, Zhao Shuxian didn't hold back, ordering Australian lobster, king crab, black truffle, and other delicacies. She had been looking forward to this meal for a long time. Her cousin hadn't let her down, finally treating her to a grand feast. In return, she felt she should do her part. She would continue her efforts to bring Yi Chen and Ningxue together. She truly believed they were a perfect match. After dinner, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave, so the two strolled through the city center. As they walked, a young woman suddenly called out in surprise. Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian turned and was equally taken aback. Kong Qi. The two had known each other since high school due to certain circumstances, but their relationship had never been cordial. Being of similar age, Kong Qi had always tried to compete with Zhao Shuxian in academics, the arts, and even looks and figure. Unfortunately for her, she fell short in every aspect. Since starting university, Kong Qi hadn't seen Zhao Shuxian again. She never expected to run into her while shopping. Is this your cousin? What's his name? Yi. Kong Qi asked, noticing Yi Chen beside Zhao Shuxian. Yi Chen, Zhao Shuxian replied. Oh right, Yi Chen, Kong Qi recalled. So your cousin is still in university, I presume? Kong Qi asked with a pointed tone. Yes, why? Isn't your cousin also in university? Zhao Shuxian retorted. There was only a year between Zhao Shuxian and Yi Chen, whereas Kong Qi and her cousin were only a few months apart. They had all attended the same high school, so while not close, they generally knew of each other. University? Kong Qi sneered. What future is there in studying? My cousin dropped out last year. Now he's a top streamer on Kuaishou, she said, brimming with pride. He has millions of fans and makes over $1 million a month from his live streaming sales alone. A few passers-by overheard Kong Qi's boast and stopped to listen. $1 million a month. That was staggering, a sum most could only dream of. Today's my birthday, and my cousin has prepared a special gift for me. He told me to wait here. Kong Qi continued to show off. Since we've run into each other, you might as well stick around and see it. Consider it. Kong Qi was brimming with smugness. Today was her birthday, and her cousin, now a major streamer earning $1 million a month, had promised her an extraordinary gift. He told her to wait here. Unexpectedly, she ran into Zhao Shuxian and her younger brother. Since this chance encounter was so rare, she had to seize the opportunity. Back in high school, she had always been outshone by Zhao Shuxian in every aspect. But things were different now. When it came to her cousin's brilliance, Zhao Shuxian couldn't possibly compare. Her cousin was a top streamer with millions of followers earning hundreds of thousands every month. Now that he had ventured into the lucrative live streaming sales trend, his income had soared to over 1 million. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Her cousin's success filled her with immense pride. Just as Kong Chi's words faded, a tall, well-built young man approached from the distance. Cousin. Seeing him, Kong Chi greeted him enthusiastically. The young man was none other than Kong Chi's cousin, the top streamer Han Gaojia. Sis, hold on a moment. The birthday gift I've prepared for you will be here shortly, Han Gaojia declared confidently as he walked up. His words only piqued Kong Chi's curiosity further. What gift is it? Kong Chi asked. Oh, nothing much, just a luxury car, Han Gaojia replied with an air of mystery. A luxury car? No way. Was her cousin really going to gift her something so extravagant? Truly worthy of her cousin. He was leagues above Zhao Shuxian's cousin. The bystanders nearby overheard the conversation, their faces morphing into expressions of astonishment. Gifting a luxury car for a birthday was simply outrageous. A luxury car would cost at least several $100,000, wouldn't it? For this young man to casually gift one was incredibly impressive. After glancing around smugly, Kong Chi's gaze finally settled on Zhao Shuxian. Oh, my cousin is just too amazing. Kong Chi looked at Zhao Shuxian with a condescending glare, reveling in her superiority. Isn't this Zhao Shuxian and Yi Chun? Han Gaojia also noticed them. He naturally knew his cousin and Zhao Shuxian weren't on good terms. Without any pretense, Han Gaojia spoke up. So Yicheng, you're still in school, right? He asked. Yes, why? Zhao Shuxian retorted. School has no future. After you graduate, you won't find a decent job. Han Gaojia said, adopting a lecturing tone towards Yicheng. Yicheng, you need to work harder. Strive to be like me one day, earning $1 million a month. Hey cousin, you're overthinking it, Kong Chi sneered sarcastically. Do you think everyone can be as outstanding as you? It'd be a miracle if someone achieves even 1/10 of your success after a decade of hard work. While the two were busy showing off, a tow truck slowly pulled over to the curb in the distance. On the truck was a brand new pink Ferrari. Instantly, everyone's attention was captivated by the pink sports car. How flashy. A pink Ferrari, I love it. The onlookers gazed at the car with envy. Wow. Kong Chi gasped from the roadside, trembling with excitement. Bro, is this the luxury car you're giving me? Kong Chi couldn't contain her excitement. A Ferrari. She never imagined her cousin's gift would be a Ferrari. A Ferrari would cost at least a few million, wouldn't it? And he was just giving it to her. This was fantastic. Indeed, her cousin was countless times better than Zhao Shuxian's. His generosity was on another level, far beyond what that Yi Chun could ever match. Hearing Kong Chi's exclamation, everyone present turned to look at Han Gaojia. Amazing. So generous. I wish I had a cousin like that. The crowd murmured their admiration. Huh. Under the weight of so many stares, Han Gaojia was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Seeing Han Gaojia's silence, Kong Chi was even more convinced. This pink Ferrari was definitely hers. See that? My cousin's birthday gift to me is a Ferrari. Kong Chi turned to flaunt it at Zhao Shuxian. What would your cousin give you for your birthday? A bicycle, or maybe in a bike? Kong Chi's tone dripped with disdain. Meanwhile, a staff member in a black suit got off the tow truck. Hand me the keys, and the future owner of this Ferrari. Kong Chi hurried over, eager to sit in the Ferrari. Oh, are you Miss Zhao? The staff member asked politely upon hearing her. Miss Zhao? What Miss Zhao? I'm not Miss Zhao, my surname is Kong. I'm Miss Kong. Kong Chi corrected, then urged impatiently, just give me the keys. Your surname is Kong. The staff member frowned, then shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, but this Ferrari is for Miss Zhao, not for you. I can't give you the keys. Huh. Kong Chi was stunned by the staff member's words. Not just her, but the onlookers were also confused. What was going on? Gaojia, didn't you buy this Ferrari to give to me? Kong Chi turned to her cousin, baffled. This. Han Gaojia stammered, unable to give a direct answer. I bought this Ferrari. Yi Chun spoke up, his tone calm. This was the little gift Yi Chun had prepared for his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Swish. All eyes instantly turned to Yi Chun. He bought this car. It was beyond anyone's expectations. Kong Chi was stunned for a few seconds, then let out a cold laugh, refusing to believe a word. You bought this Ferrari? Huh. Why don't you say? Before Kong Chi could finish her taunt, the Ferrari staff member spoke up. Oh, mister. Yi, you're here too. He greeted Yi Chun with utmost respect. As per your instructions, we've delivered the car. Hearing this, Kong Chi was dumbfounded. As per your instructions. Didn't that prove Yi Chun was the one who bought the Ferrari? The expression on Kong Chi's face froze solid. Next to her, Han Gaojia, who had been so smug moments ago, stared at Yi Chun in utter shock. This was the last thing he expected. The Yi Chun he had just looked down upon had casually gifted a Ferrari worth millions. How could this be? Humph, it's just a Ferrari. My cousin's gift will definitely be no less impressive, Kong Chi retorted stubbornly. But before she could even finish her sentence, another tow truck drove up. On this truck was a white BMW 3 Series worth over $300,000. The tow truck pulled up alongside and BMW staff members stepped out. Mr. Han, the BMW 3 Series you ordered has been delivered. After getting out, the staff scanned the area and finally fixed their gaze on Han Gaojia. A BMW 3 Series. Kong Chi, who had just been boasting, was instantly dumbfounded. So the so-called luxury car her cousin bought her was just a BMW 3 Series worth around 300,000. How could this be? Her face flushed crimson red as a monkey's rear end. How utterly embarrassing. She had just been stubbornly bragging, claiming that the luxury car her cousin gifted her would be no less impressive than the Ferrari Chen had given. But now her cousin had only given her a BMW 3 Series. A BMW 3 Series worth just over 300,000. Compared to a Ferrari worth millions. How could the two even be compared? There were countless tiers of difference between a BMW and a Ferrari. So the truly impressive one is Chen after all. This young man stayed silent the whole time, but it turns out he's the real big shot. He gifts a Ferrari without batting an eye. That's incredible. Several bystanders looked at Chen with great admiration, sighing in awe. Truly impressive. So the real heavyweight was the unassuming Chen. Cisco signed the papers. Chen said to Zhao Shuxian. In the eyes of ordinary people, a Ferrari was already a luxury car, something to aspire to but rarely attainable. Yet to Chen now it meant nothing, not even a drop in the ocean. His cousin had always been kind to him, even introducing him to her best friend senior sister Sue at the start of the semester. Gifting her a Ferrari was only natural. Chen gave her the car simply to make her travels easier in the future. As for the price, he hadn't given it a second thought. Zhao Shuxian was still dazed by Chen's words. The staff member quick-witted walked over and respectfully handed the contract to her. Just sign here, please. Taking the contract and pen from the staff, Zhao Shuxian signed her name in a daze. Even now, she hadn't fully processed it. During the meal, her cousin had said he'd give her a small gift. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, assuming it might be a necklace or a watch. After all, it was just a small gift. But she never imagined that what Chen called a small gift would turn out to be a Ferrari. This was a Ferrari. Was that a small gift? Zhao Shuxian was utterly bewildered. After she signed, the staff wisely took their leave. On the other side, Kong Chi signed her papers in a dejected daze. She should have been happy. After all, a BMW was something she had never dared to dream of before. But now, with Zhao Shuxian as a comparison, she simply couldn't muster any joy. Her cousin had given her a BMW 3 Series. Zhao Shuxian's cousin had given her a Ferrari. Had she lost again? Not only was she inferior to Zhao Shuxian, but even her own brother was inferior to Zhao Shuxian's cousin. A wave of defeat washed over her. Why did it have to be this way? Han Gaojia looked at Chen, equally filled with mixed emotions. He thought gifting a BMW was already generous. But that kid Chen had gone and gifted a Ferrari. Compared like that, it was utterly humiliating. Especially since had been spouting bold claims just moments ago. That was the pinnacle of embarrassment. It's fine, my cousin is still a top streamer with millions of fans. Kong Chi muttered, trying to console herself. My cousin earns over $1 million a month. A Ferrari. He could earn one in half a year. Chen is still just an ordinary student. There's no comparison between them. Kong Chi could only cling to her cousin's status and position to boost her own confidence. After all, her brother was a famous streamer, while Chen was only a regular student. Hearing Kong Chi's words, Han Gaojia puffed out his chest, regaining his confidence. He was still better than Chen. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A middle-aged man accompanied by a female secretary briskly walked over from a Bentley parked by the roadside. President Shi. Han Gaojia's eyes widened the moment he saw the man. It was none other than his own boss, President Shi. He was a contracted streamer under President Shi's company. Though his cousin thought he was impressive in the company, a streamer with millions of fans meant nothing. In the eyes of the higher-ups, he was just a worker, a money-making machine. Even he rarely got to see President Shi on ordinary days. Why was President Shi here? Cousin, who is he? Seeing Han Gaojia's surprise, Kong Chi whispered. He's the chairman of our company, a billionaire worth billions. Han Gaojia explained in a low voice. What a... Kong Chi covered her mouth, utterly shocked. This middle-aged man was her brother's boss, a tycoon worth billions. Someone like that was a figure she could only look up to. They'll go greet President Shi. Han Gaojia muttered, quietly preparing to step forward. After all, he was one of the company's top streamers, who President Shi should recognize him. Han Gaojia straightened his clothes, ready to make his move. But before Han Gaojia could act, President Shi had already made his move. President Yi, hello. President Shi strode quickly to Chen's side, greeting him with extreme humility. He had been passing by when he happened to spot Chen on the roadside. He immediately ordered his driver to stop. Upon seeing President Yi, he naturally had to come over and greet him, hoping to leave a favorable impression. Seeing President Shi's obsequious manner toward Chen, Han Gaojia and Kong Chi were stunned speechless. Wasn't this his boss, the billionaire tycoon? How could he look like a mere lackey before Chen? This made no sense. Kong Chi was baffled, unable to comprehend it. Even Han Gaojia was deeply shaken. In his memory, President Shi was an omnipotent, lofty figure. But now why was this lofty figure so humble and reverent before Yi Chen? President, sure. Yi Chen responded. President Yi, you're too kind. Just call me Xiao Shi. President Shi said with nervous deference. Just call him Xiao Shi. Hearing those words from the chairman, Han Gaojia nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this the same aloof, stern-faced chairman he knew? How could this be? Kong Qi was equally horrified. Her brother's boss actually told Yi Chen to call him Xiao Shi. That was absurd. What exactly was Yi Chen's identity to make President Shi act like this? Curiosity burning within him, Han Gaojia couldn't hold back and walked over. President Shi, hello. Han Gaojia took the initiative to greet President Shi. You are. To Han Jiaji's shock, President Shi didn't recognize him at all. Han Gaojia was struck again. President Shi, am Han Gaojia, a contracted streamer under your company. Han Gaojia explained. Oh, I see. President Shi nodded. But President Shi's next words nearly knocked Han Gaojia off his feet. Let me introduce you. This is President Yi, the CEO of Yilin Entertainment Agency. What? The CEO of Yilin Entertainment Agency. President of the Yilin Entertainment Agency. Yi Chen was actually the boss of the Yilin Entertainment Agency. Upon hearing President Shi's words, Han Gaojia was utterly shocked. He had heard of the Yilin Entertainment Agency and even knew a few of its signed streamers. Among all the agencies in Jiangzhou, the Yilin Entertainment Agency ranked among the top. Yi Chen was the boss of the Yilin Entertainment Agency. How could this be possible? Not far away, Kong Qi overheard the entire conversation between Han Gaojia and President Shi. At this moment, her face was a portrait of sheer disbelief. She couldn't believe that any of this was real, though she didn't know exactly how impressive the Yilin Entertainment Agency was. The fact that her cousin's boss showed such deference to Yi Chen meant that the agency could hardly be ordinary. It must be a major corporation. In her subconscious, Yi Chen was merely an ordinary student or at most a rich second generation. But now her cousin's boss was saying that Yi Chen was the owner of a large company. That was far, far removed from what she had imagined. Kong Qi stood there rigid as stone, her face ashen. She had lost again, another defeat. Sigh. With a soft sigh, it seemed as if all her spirit had drained away. She had lost count of how many times she had been bested. She had let the past slide, thinking that today she could finally surpass Zhao Shuxian with her cousin's help. She never expected this outcome. At first, she flaunted the expensive gift her cousin had given her. But her cousin had gifted her a BMW 3 Series, while Zhao Shuxian's cousin had given her a Ferrari. Over 300,000 versus several million. In an instant, she was overshadowed. Just now she had bragged that her cousin was a top streamer earning millions a month. Yet Zhao Shuxian's cousin turned out to be the president of a major company. Her cousin was at best a highly paid employee. But her cousin was a company boss. The gap between them was immeasurable. Being crushed by Zhao Shuxian was one thing. But her own cousin being ruthlessly outshone by Zhao Shuxian's cousin was another. Such is fate. This time she completely conceded defeat. After hearing President Shi's introduction, Han Gaojia stared at Yi Chen, his face drained of all color. He had just dared to be insolent in front of Yi Chen. He was doomed. Han Gaojia was seized by the utmost tension and fear. Having introduced Yi Chen, President Shi was about to have Han Gaojia greet him. But before he could speak, he suddenly noticed the change in Han Jiaji's expression. Having weathered all kinds of situations in over 2 decades in the business world, President Shi paused only briefly. He quickly pieced together what had happened. This streamer from his own company must have acted presumptuously in front of President Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this terrified after learning Yi's identity. Bastard! President Shi cursed inwardly. At that moment, he wished he could strangle Han Gaojia. He had worked so hard to curry favor with President Yi, and this fool dared to show disrespect. Was he asking for death? Pack your things and get out. You're no longer a streamer of our company. Though President Shi wanted to unleash a torrent of curses or even beat Han Gaojia, he restrained himself in Yi Chen's presence. What? No, President Shi, please. Han Gaojia panicked instantly. His streamer account belonged to the company. Once fired, he would lose his live streaming room, his income, everything. Without a live streaming room, unable to broadcast, he would be completely finished. Forget earning millions a month. He couldn't even make 10,000. Han Gaojia begged for mercy, pleading with President Shi to let him off. Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time here. He said goodbye to President Shi and left with his cousin. Yi Chen and Zhao Shuxian went to a shop and bought some drinks. Only then did Zhao Shuxian regain her composure. It's too valuable. I'd better give it back to you. Zhao Shuxian handed the Ferrari keys back to Yi Chen. It was too sudden, as she hadn't prepared herself mentally. Earlier she had thought that if Yi Chen gave her a watch or a necklace, she would accept it. After all, he had said it was a small gift. But she never expected him to give her a Ferrari. Something worth millions. It was far too precious. Why be so polite? Are you treating me like an outsider? Yi Chen returned the keys to Zhao Shuxian. To him now, a Ferrari was a mere drop in the bucket. With a car, you'll find it easier to get around. It's just an ordinary Ferrari, nothing expensive. In the end, Zhao Shuxian accepted the Ferrari. She knew that Yi Chen was different now, and a Ferrari truly meant little to him. She had nothing to offer her younger cousin in return. All she could do was step up her efforts to bring him and Ningxue together. After finishing their drinks, Yi Chen and Zhao Shuxian parted ways. Yi Chen drove off in his Bugatti Veyron heading toward his villa. Zhao Shuxian had a driver's license too, and though she might be a little unaccustomed to driving a supercar for the first time, she drove relatively slowly. No major issues. As usual, Yi Chen waited until midnight. In the previous 2 days, the game store hadn't refreshed anything that piqued his interest. Oh, looking at the items that had appeared in the 2-star shop today, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He spotted a particularly intriguing item. Feitian Amusement Park in Jiangzhou, worth 300 million, price 4 yuan. The Feitian Amusement Park was one of the most popular parks in Jiangzhou, covering a vast area. It featured roller coasters, Ferris wheels, pendulum rides, haunted houses, drop towers, and many other attractions beloved by young people. The monthly profit of Feitian Amusement Park was quite substantial. Upon seeing the Feitian Amusement Park, Yi Chen immediately decided what to buy today. It was also the highest value item in today's 2-star shop. Purchase. Yi Chen clicked to purchase and paid. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully purchased the Feitian Amusement Park in Jiangzhou and become its new owner. The game notification indicated a successful purchase. 4 yuan for something worth 300 million. What a steal. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. Apart from the Feitian Amusement Park, the other items were fairly ordinary. He bought the highest value item among the second ones. After the purchase, he went on to do other things. The next morning, Yi Chen headed straight for the milk tea shop he had arranged with Su Linger. It was Saturday. Yi Chen had made plans with Su Linger a few days earlier. Back then, Su Linger had mysteriously said she had come up with a perfect opportunity for him to win Su Ningxue's heart. At the time, before Yi Chen could even agree, she had hung up. Yesterday, Su Linger called again, and they discussed the meeting place. At a milk tea shop in the city center. Su Linger was sipping milk tea with her 2 best friends. Brother-in-law should be here soon. Su Linger glanced at her phone and muttered. Linger, is your brother-in-law really as handsome as you say? The short-haired friend beside her asked curiously. Of course. Su Linger nodded affirmatively. Even more handsome than Huang Xifeng. The other friend with long straight hair asked. Huang Xifeng was a recently popular young idol adored by many girls. Absolutely, my brother-in-law is the most handsome. Su Linger said proudly. Hearing this, the 2 friends exchanged glances. Clearly neither of them believed Su Linger's words. How could her brother-in-law possibly be that handsome? Seeing Linger so confident, her 2 best friends decided not to argue further and changed the subject. By the way, Linger, where are we going to hang out later? The short-haired friend asked. Linger had only said they'd go out on Saturday, but hadn't mentioned where. It's a secret. Su Linger smiled mysteriously. Today's destination was tied to how she could help her brother-in-law woo her older sister. Since her brother-in-law hadn't arrived, yet she couldn't say anything now. Today, besides her brother-in-law, she had also invited her older sister out. I really worked so hard thinking everything out for my brother-in-law. Su Linger lamented inwardly. After doing so much for him, it's only fair to milk him for a little something in return, right? As the 3 chatted, a handsome young man slowly opened the shop door. Brother-in-law, we're over here. Seeing the handsome young man, Su Linger waved excitedly. Naturally, this handsome man was Yi Chen. Seeing Linger wave, her 2 best friends turned to look as well. Instantly, both of their eyes widened. At that moment, they completely believed what Linger had said earlier. Linger's brother-in-law was indeed very handsome. Yi Chen walked over and sat down. Brother-in-law, I was worried you couldn't get her out, so I've already invited my sister. See how thoughtful I am. Su Linger sought credit from Yi Chen. You're such a good person, Yi Chen said. Ding, good person card issued. Hearing this, Su Linger was taken aback. Was her brother-in-law praising her? Why did it sound so weird to her? But she couldn't refute him. She couldn't very well say she wasn't a good person. Brother-in-law, if you promise me one small request, I'll tell you today's plan, Su Linger said. What request? I haven't thought of it yet, but don't worry, it won't be excessive. Su Linger couldn't think of how to milk him at that moment, so she decided to save the request for later and think it over. All right. Yi Chen nodded. Brother-in-law, I'm planning to go to the amusement park today. Su Linger got straight to the point. The amusement park. Hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. I checked the amusement parks in Jiangzhou, and today, let's go to the Feitian amusement park. Su Linger said mysteriously. This is your plan, eh? Yi Chen thought she had some brilliant suggestion, but it turned out to be the amusement park. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, my sister is afraid of ghosts, and the haunted house at Feitian amusement park is famous all over Jiangzhou. Su Linger revealed the reason for her choice. When we go into the haunted house and my sister gets scared, won't you, brother-in-law, be able to show your heroic side, pull her into your arms, and strengthen your bond? Su Linger gave Yi Chen a knowing look. You truly are a great sister to your own sister. Yi Chen praised Su Linger. With a sister like that, senior sister Su was destined to be sold out by her. So, brother-in-law, am I smart, or what? Su Linger raised her chin proudly and said smugly. I don't have a problem with it, but are you scared of the haunted house? Yi Chen asked curiously. Me? How could I possibly be scared? I have a lot of guts and no haunted house can faze me. Su Linger declared confidently. Seeing that neither he nor Su Linger had any objections, Yi Chen looked at her two best friends. Of course I'm not scared either, the short-haired friend said confidently when she saw Yi Chen looking at her. Haunted house, schmaunted house, the word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary, the long straight-haired friend said, patting her chest in assurance. Since that's settled, let's go. I told my sister to meet us directly at the Feitian amusement park entrance. Su Linger suggested. She had deliberately arranged for her brother-in-law and sister to meet at different locations. This made it easier for her to conspire with her brother-in-law. Otherwise, if they were discussing how to trick her sister while she was right there listening, she'd surely get a beating. Okay, they all got up. Oh no, Linger, bad news. Suddenly, the long, straight-haired friend who was looking at her phone exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Linger, I checked online and the Feitian amusement park is closed today. The long, straight-haired friend said helplessly. It seemed the park had some ride inspections or something today, so it wasn't open. What? Su Linger was stunned. Feitian amusement park is closed. She had planned so hard only to find out it was closed. Wasn't this embarrassing? Ugh, all for nothing. Damn it. Su Linger's spirits plummeted, utterly disappointed. Her two friends were also extremely regretful. They had finally managed to hang out together only to find the amusement park closed. How disappointing. It's fine, follow me. Yi Chen said. Huh. Su Linger and her friends were baffled. Brother-in-law, what did you say? But the Feitian amusement park is closed, Su Linger asked in confusion. Just follow me. With that, Yi Chen walked out first. Su Linger and her two friends were very curious about where he was taking them. Let's go, Su Linger said. Since her brother-in-law said so, she chose to trust him. Su Linger and her friends followed. Fortunately, Yi Chen had guessed that it might not just be Su Linger, so he had driven his Bentley. Otherwise, his Bugatti Veyron wouldn't have enough room for everyone. Wow. Seeing Yi Chen's Bentley, Su Linger's friends were amazed. Linger's brother-in-law was truly outstanding. Not only was he handsome, but he was also wealthy. Taking the three of them, Yi Chen drove off. On the way, Su Linger and the others all guessed that Yi Chen was taking them to another amusement park. Half an hour later, they arrived. After getting out of the car, everyone was stunned. They were at the entrance of Feitian amusement park. Her brother-in-law hadn't taken them to another park. Although they were some distance from the entrance, the notice was clearly visible. Feitian amusement park is closed today. Su Linger wanted to ask Yi Chen why he brought them here if it was closed. But before she could speak, another car pulled up beside them. Her cousin Su Ningxue had arrived. Seeing Yi Chen there, Su Ningxue was surprised, and a faint smile appeared on her face. They exchanged greetings. It's closed today, why don't we go somewhere else? Su Ningxue suggested after learning it was closed. If it wasn't open, how were they supposed to get in? Don't worry, follow me. With that, Yi Chen walked towards the entrance of Feitian amusement park. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Chen simply said a few words to the staff at the entrance and walked right in. He didn't even buy a ticket. Seeing this, Su Linger and the others were bewildered. What was going on? Come on in, Yi Chen called out to them. The girls walked over nervously. Eventually, they too passed through the entrance smoothly and entered Feitian amusement park. Not a single staff member stopped them. Su Linger and the others were completely baffled. Why was this happening? Brother-in-law, how did you do that? Su Linger asked, extremely puzzled. The park wasn't even open yet her brother-in-law had managed to get them all in openly through the main entrance. Without even buying tickets. Su Linger and the others were utterly confused. It's simple. I just bought it, Yi Chen replied calmly. Just buy it then. Yi Chen's words left the few people present stunned. Buy what? Buy the Feitian amusement park. Their faces registered shock. Was this a joke? Brother-in-law, did you really buy Feitian amusement park? Su Linger's face was full of disbelief. Of course, Yi Chen nodded. They had no idea of the power of money. Seeing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, everyone's hearts trembled again. The amusement park wasn't open. Just buy it. Did you hear that? Was this the legendary extravagance beyond reason? Su Linger's two friends were deeply moved. Linger's brother-in-law was truly a man of many talents and wealth. Brother-in-law, I really like Thompson Riviera in Shanghai, but I don't have a house. How about buying it for me? Su Linger asked with a smile. Do you think selling you would be worth one apartment in Thompson Riviera? Yi Chen countered. As one of the most famous luxury residences in Shanghai, the average price of Thompson Riviera was as high as $200,000 to $300,000 per square meter. An ordinary apartment there cost tens of millions. Buying the entire Thompson Riviera was out of the question. Not even the richest man in Jiangzhou could afford it. If not Thompson Riviera, then how about the Atlantis Hotel in Sanya? Brother-in-law, could you buy that too? Su Linger, acting like a cheeky advisor, offered suggestions. The Atlantis Hotel, a 7-star hotel, was incredibly luxurious. Its most famous feature was the ocean view suite costing $100,000 per night. Buying it would be as difficult as buying Thompson Riviera? Go play somewhere else. Yi Chen waved off Su Linger's wild thoughts, then led the others into the amusement park. Because some rides were under maintenance, only about half of the attractions were available today. Before coming, Yi Chen had contacted the park manager. Knowing the new owner was visiting, the manager quickly arranged everything and staff were ready. Without waiting in line, the experience improved significantly. After a few small rides, they arrived at the main event, the haunted house. The haunted house at Feitian Amusement Park was notorious for its difficulty among parks in Jiangzhou. As they approached, they first saw a skull flag and the dark entrance behind it. As Su Linger had said, just seeing it made Su Ningxuang's heart race with nervousness. But in front of Yi Chen, Su Ningxuang refused to admit her fear. So she moved closer to Yi Chen, almost pressing against him. Seeing the dark entrance, Su Linger and her short-haired friend seemed fine at first. But Su Linger's long-haired friend, who claimed, "Fear is not in my dictionary," turned pale and her body went weak. She almost had fear written on her face. "Any problems? If not, let's go in," Yi Chen asked. "Of course not," Su Linger declared confidently. "No problem," the short-haired friend said after a pause. "I am fine," the long-haired girl finally stammered after a long while. Su Ningxuang, clinging to Yi Chen, felt secure and unaffected. Under Yi Chen's lead, they entered the haunted house. Yi Chen and the others walked ahead, but Su Linger's long-haired friend moved as slowly as a snail, as if chains were tied to her feet. At the entrance, she stopped. "I drank too much water. I need to use the restroom. Go ahead without me." Suddenly she spoke. Then she turned and ran out without looking back. The girl, who usually couldn't even open a water bottle cap, vanished in an instant, matching the speed of a sprint champion. Right after entering, someone had fled. Su Linger and the short-haired friend exchanged glances. Tisk, who was it that said fear wasn't in their dictionary? Su Linger sneered, full of disdain for her long-haired friend. She usually boasted of being fearless. Haunted houses weren't new to her, she had confidence. "Exactly," the short-haired friend echoed after a few seconds. "We're the truly brave ones." Seeing the long-haired girl had fled from fear, they didn't wait and continued deeper. But after half a minute at a dark corner, they turned and encountered a figure wearing a demon mask. Oh. Though Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang were in front, Su Linger and her short-haired friend behind them screamed at the sight. The two girls hugged each other in fear. Su Ningxuang was scared, but only instinctively grabbed Yi Chen's arm, appearing much calmer than the two behind. Su Linger recovered a bit after a moment, but the short-haired friend immediately turned and ran back toward the entrance. Soon she was out of sight. "You said you weren't scared?" In the tough one here, Su Linger felt a strange sense of superiority as another friend fled. The short-haired girl had also confidently claimed she wouldn't be afraid in the haunted house. But less than half a minute and she had run away. "Coward," Su Linger muttered, then followed Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang deeper. Though she talked tough, her face had visibly changed and her steps slowed. About a minute later, as they walked normally, a skeleton suddenly dropped from above. "Oh." Su Linger turned pale with fear. Last time she had a friend to cling to, but now alone she grabbed Yi Chen's right arm. Su Ningxuang was on Yi Chen's left. "Wah." Su Linger was nearly in tears. "Brother-in-law, sis, my friend went to the restroom and hasn't come back. I'm worried. He'll be right back." Though on the verge of tears, she still found an excuse. Without waiting for a reply, Su Linger let go of Yi Chen and ran back to the entrance. In the end, only Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang remained. Su Ningxuang held his arm and continued forward. Meanwhile, outside the haunted house, Su Linger panted heavily, trying to calm down. "Scared me to death, scared me to death," she muttered, patting her chest. Both her friends were also at the entrance. "Why are you two here?" Su Linger asked in surprise. "We thought you'd be scared out too, so we waited for you," the long-haired girl replied. Su Linger was embarrassed. "Impossible. I'm not scared. I just wanted to give my sister and brother-in-law some alone time to build their relationship. What do you little girls know?" Su Linger put on a wise look. "Oh really?" The long-haired friend came over and played a video she had just recorded. "Scared me to death, scared me to death." Soon Su Linger's voice came from the phone. Su Linger was mortified on the spot. "Oh, I'm going to kill you," she shouted. "Someone's trying to silence me, run." The girl with long black hair reacted swiftly, grabbing her phone and darting away. Naturally, Su Linger wasn't about to let her best friend get away with it, and immediately gave chase. "That scared me to death." Before Su Linger could catch her long-haired friend, the voice of Su Linger echoed from the short-haired girl's phone as well. She had recorded a video too. "Ah!" Su Linger exploded, feeling like she was going mad. Why had everyone recorded her embarrassing moment? It was too humiliating. Su Linger had a reputation to uphold. The short-haired girl was clearly not as quick-witted as the long-haired one. While she was still playing the video, Su Linger charged at her. The short-haired girl managed a few steps before being grabbed by Su Linger. Eventually, under Su Linger's threat, she reluctantly deleted the video. Having dealt with the first one, Su Linger went after the second. Unfortunately, she never managed to catch the long-haired girl. In the end, the long-haired girl promised never to share the video, and they made up. After more than 10 minutes of commotion, there was still no sign of Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang. Su Linger figured that with her brother-in-law around, even her sister, who was terrified of ghosts, wouldn't give up. "Let's head to the exit and wait for them," she said, leading her two friends to the exit of the haunted house. "I wonder how they'll come out," Su Linger and her friends mused, waiting at the exit. They were curious about the state Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang would be in. So exciting. After waiting for about 20 minutes, they finally heard footsteps. Listening closely, the footsteps seemed heavy, and it sounded like only one person's steps. What was going on? Filled with intense curiosity, the three watched the entrance intently. A few seconds later, Chen walked out by himself. As for Su Ningxue, she was in Chen's arms. Even with Chen there, she had gotten scared halfway through, having been afraid of ghosts since childhood. In the end, Chen carried her in his arms. Now she was nestled against him, eyes closed, her head resting on his shoulder. Seeing this, Su lingered, and the two girls were stunned. They just wanted to watch the show. How did they end up being force-fed dog food again? This dog food was really hard to swallow. The scene was a massive blow to them, single dogs that they were. Their hearts ached. They came to have fun. Why were they always the ones getting hurt? They didn't want this dog food. It was too painful. Being single really was tough. Meanwhile, realizing they were out, Su Ningxue got down from Chen's arms. Back on solid ground, Su Ningxue tidied her hair. Her face was flushed to the ears, and her heart was pounding alarmingly fast. "Thank you, Junior Yi," she said, taking a deep breath, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had gotten scared halfway through. Without Junior Yi, she wouldn't have known what to do. He must be tired from carrying her all that way. "It's nothing," Chen said, waving his hand and stretching his back. Honestly, it was a bit tiring having carried her for so long. Of course, it was just a little, nothing much. It seemed he was out of shape and needed to exercise more. Otherwise, it could cause problems at certain times. Chen and Su Ningxue walked towards Su Linger and the others. Taking advantage of Su Ningxue's distraction, Su Linger shot Chen a look that said, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." He was really effective. Things were going even better than she had imagined. Of course, Su Linger didn't forget to take credit. She had come up with such a great idea and put in so much effort. If her brother-in-law didn't properly bribe her, there wouldn't be a next time. Her role as the inside helper was crucial. After a short rest, they went to play other attractions. While Su Linger wasn't paying attention, the long-haired girl suddenly approached Chen. "Senior Yi, can I add you on WeChat? I have something I'd like to share with you." The long-haired girl suddenly asked to add Chen on WeChat. Chen couldn't easily refuse, and he was also a bit curious about what she wanted to share, so they exchanged contacts. Shortly after, Chen received a video from her. Chen instinctively opened the video without muting it. "That scared me to death." Su Linger's trembling voice came through the phone a second later. Su Linger, who was just discussing what to play next, was instantly frozen in embarrassment. Mortified again. "Ha ha." Chen and Su Ningxue couldn't help but laugh heartily at the panicked look on Su Linger's face in the video, remembering her confident words and contemptuous expression earlier. Stop watching, stop watching." Su Linger quickly tried to stop Chen. Wenwen, how could you do this to me?" she asked her long-haired friend, puffing up in anger at being embarrassed again. Wenwen had actually shown the video to her brother-in-law, ruining her perfect reputation. "Didn't you say you'd never share this video?" Su Linger asked. "Right, I said never in the future, but that doesn't include today," the long-haired girl explained. "That promise was made by past Wenwen. If you want someone to blame, go find her." Linger's brother-in-law had invited them to play and even arranged a private event without them spending a cent. She felt a bit indebted. To express her gratitude to Chen, she specifically gave him the video as a token of thanks. "Don't you run." Although the long-haired girl tried to run, she was eventually caught by Su Linger, who deleted the video from her phone. Now the video Chen had saved was the last surviving copy. Knowing she couldn't use force with her brother-in-law, changing her approach, Su Linger came to Chen with a smile, acting cute. "Brother-in-law," she coaxed. But Chen wasn't buying it. In the end, Su Linger failed to get him to delete the video, and she remained puffed up like a pufferfish for the rest of the day. Afterwards, they played a few more attractions before leaving. Some rides were closed for maintenance, so Chen didn't take them there for safety. Although they hadn't done everything, it was a very happy day except for Su Linger. They agreed to come back together another time. Su Linger and her two friends took a taxi home, while Chen drove Su Ningxue back. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at her family's villa. "Thank you for the ride, Junior Yi. Why don't you come in and rest for a bit?" Su Ningxue invited him in. "Perhaps another time," Chen declined tactfully. "I haven't prepared anything today." It was the weekend, so senior sister Su's parents were likely at home. Remembering the appraising look her mother had given him last time, like a mother-in-law sizing up her son-in-law, he thought it best to avoid the awkwardness of meeting both her parents. "All right," Su Ningxue said with a hint of disappointment. "Oh, by the way, Junior Yi, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. I'm hosting a small gathering at my place in the evening. You simply must come." "No problem," Chen nodded, considering it a trivial matter. As long as he didn't have to face Su Ningxue's parents alone, it was fine. "See you then, Junior Yi. Take care." She bid him farewell. Getting into his car, Chen drove off slowly. As Chen was exiting the villa district, a black Mercedes-Benz with a hood ornament passed by him. Chen paid it no mind, but the owner of the black Mercedes was startled. That car looked somewhat familiar. The owner of the black Mercedes muttered to himself. He might have seen it once before, but couldn't quite place it. Perhaps it was a new car bought by one of his neighbors, he speculated. This Mercedes owner was none other than Su Ningxue's father. Later, Chen returned to his own villa. Time flew by, and midnight arrived. Having just acquired the Flying Paradise amusement park, Chen hadn't held high hopes for this game refresh. But when he saw the new items available, his eyes lit up. To his surprise, there was an unexpected boon. Among the items in this 2-star shop, two caught his keen interest. The first was the Stamina Enhancement Capsule. A single dose permanently increases stamina by 3 points. No side effects, purely natural and pollution-free. Price 12 yuan. Staring at the Stamina Enhancement Capsule, Chen was taken aback. Earlier that morning, he had complained about lacking exercise and feeling his stamina wane slightly. Now the game had refreshed this item. It was truly a pleasant surprise. The game was incredibly thoughtful. The fact that this Stamina Enhancement Capsule was priced as high as 12 yuan made Chen take it even more seriously. In the real world, 12 yuan would be a bargain. But in the game shop, 12 yuan was steep. After all, even the most expensive item previously, the Jiangzhou Financial Center skyscraper, had cost far less. Through his recent experiences, Chen had deduced a principle: the higher the value of an item, the higher its price in the game shop. A capsule that could enhance stamina with no side effects, purely natural and pollution-free. Such a thing was simply unavailable in the real world. Even if it existed, it would spark fierce competition among the world's wealthiest tycoons and command an astronomical price. Yet now he could acquire it for a mere 12 yuan. How satisfying. Purchase. Ding, purchase successful. Stamina Enhancement Capsule placed on your desk. Please check. After recharging, Chen successfully secured the capsule. This feeling was exhilarating. The Stamina Enhancement Capsule was just the first item that caught his eye. The second was a luxury car, Aston Martin 177, limited to 77 units worldwide. Price 9 yuan. The Aston Martin 177, a legendary top-tier supercar whose fame rivaled that of the Bugatti Veyron he had obtained earlier. The Aston Martin 177 was a limited edition supercar with only 77 units globally, making it exceedingly precious. It boasted a naturally aspirated 7.3 LV12 engine, accelerating from 0-100 km/h in 3.5 seconds, with a maximum torque of 750 Nm and peak power of 760 horsepower. Initially, the on-road price of an Aston Martin 177 was around 50 to 60 million yuan. But being a global limited edition, its value had skyrocketed in recent years. He never expected the 2-star shop to refresh with such a top-tier limited supercar. Not securing this legendary Aston Martin 177 would leave Chen with profound regret. He recharged and made the purchase. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully purchased the Aston Martin 177. It is now parked in your garage. Please check. The game notification confirmed his successful purchase. The Aston Martin 177 was now in his garage. With this addition, all 5 parking spots in Chen's villa garage were finally filled. He first went to the study to retrieve the Stamina Enhancement Capsule he had bought from the game shop. The capsule looked no different from an ordinary one. Since it was guaranteed to have no side effects and be purely natural, Chen examined it briefly before taking it directly. Upon ingestion, the effects hadn't kicked in yet, and he felt nothing. Afterwards, Chen headed to the garage to see his Aston Martin 177. Unlike other supercars defined by sharp lines and aggressive power, this one possessed a unique style, an ineffable aura of elegance and nobility. It was fitting for a globally limited supercar. Each one had its own distinct character. Chen was thoroughly pleased with the Aston Martin 177. Within just a few days of the upgrade, he had acquired 2 top-tier supercars, the Bugatti Veyron and the Aston Martin 177. It seemed the Stamina Enhancement Capsule had taken effect. Despite having played all day and feeling weary and drowsy, Chen suddenly felt invigorated, as if his entire body surged with newfound strength. He went to the villa's gym to test it out. Indeed, his stamina had increased significantly, far surpassing his previous levels. Chen was in high spirits. If only more items like this would appear in the future. The game monthly salary 3,000 in the world's richest man was truly remarkable. Beyond real-world assets and top-tier skills, it could even enhance the player's physical capabilities. It was absolutely fantastic. After a workout, Chen retired for the night. The next afternoon, he received a call from Chen Hongba, the young master of the Chen family. Chen Hongba invited Chen out for some leisure. Ever since encountering Chen at the manor, Chen Hongba had become his devoted follower, idolizing him immensely. Sure, Chen agreed, having nothing else to do. He hopped into his Aston Martin 177 and headed straight for the meeting spot. Meanwhile, Chen Hongba was showing photos to a few friends. Take a look, this is my brother Chen's Bugatti Veyron. These photos were taken when Chen Hongba had seen Chen's Bugatti Veyron last time. Bugatti Veyron. At the mention of the name, everyone, men and women alike, immediately crowded around. The name Bugatti Veyron was legendary to these young elites and heiresses. It was after all one of the most renowned top-tier supercars in the world. Yet everyone present had only heard of it. None had ever seen one in person. Now Chen Hongba was showing off a Bugatti Veyron. How could they not be intrigued? The crowd gathered around him, their eyes glued to his phone. Sure enough, there in the photos on Chen Hongbao's phone appeared a brand new Bugatti Veyron. Damn, it really is a Bugatti Veyron, that's insane. A Bugatti Veyron in Jiangzhou. Unbelievable. The group buzzed with excited chatter. Brother Chen, whose Bugatti Veyron is this? Someone asked curiously. Earlier their attention had been so fixed on the car itself that they'd missed who Chen Hongbao said it belonged to. Now with the existence of the Bugatti confirmed, their curiosity shifted to its owner. Who on earth was the owner of this Bugatti Veyron? It's my big brother Chen's. Chen Hongbao declared proudly. Even though he didn't own it himself, the fact that his big brother had one filled him with pride, something he could boast about for ages. Brother Chen. Who's Brother Chen? Never heard of him. Yeah, I don't know him either. They all exchanged glances, none recognizing the brother Chen Hongbao mentioned. A Bugatti Veyron, huh? A skeptical voice cut through. In the distance, a woman with a ponytail, striking features, and an air of capability walked over. She was Zhang Rong, the daughter of a billionaire known for her decisive actions and leadership among the group. I don't believe it. A Bugatti Veyron in a small place like Jiangzhou. Chen Hongbao, if you're going to brag, at least make it believable. Zhang Rong sneered, challenging him. A Bugatti Veyron in a metropolis like Modu or Yinjing would be normal. But Jiangzhou was just a second or third-tier city. Who would buy a Bugatti Veyron here? It didn't make sense. Zhang Rong certainly didn't buy it. Don't believe me. Just look at the photo. Chen Hongbao retorted. A photo? How these days photos are just lies. Why would I trust that? You could easily find any picture online and have someone Photoshop it to look like this, right? Zhang Rong instinctively dismissed the photo as a fake. The crowd, initially stunned and amazed, settled down upon hearing her reasoning. More than half of them were now convinced by Zhang Rong. What she said made sense. They had been too shocked by the mention of a Bugatti Veyron to think clearly. Now it seemed plausible. Fine, if you don't believe me, just wait. When Brother Chen gets here, keep your eyes peeled. Chen Hongbao said confidently. He was stating a fact, so he naturally felt assured. We'll see about that. Zhang Rong refused to back down, accepting the challenge. She was confident in her assessment, convinced that Chen Hongbao was just bluffing to buy time. Forget the Bugatti Veyron. She suspected that this so-called Brother Chen was a figment of Chen Hongbao's imagination. Chen Hongbao was just being stubborn. They'd see what he had to say when this Brother Chen didn't show up. Zhang Rong sat down and waited patiently. Over 10 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived. Upon seeing him, Chen Hongbao immediately became excited. He hurried over and greeted Yi Chen enthusiastically. Brother Chen, you've worked hard, please have a seat. Brother Chen. Hearing the title, everyone who had been busy with their own things instantly turned their gaze towards Yi Chen. So this was the Brother Chen Hongbao was talking about. Brother Chen, did you drive your Bugatti Veyron here? Chen Hongbao asked, wanting to prove it to the crowd. Brother Chen's car was the legendary Bugatti Veyron. At his question, everyone present held their breath, tense with anticipation. Even the composed Zhang Rong widened her eyes. No. Yi Chen shook his head. No. Seeing his denial, the crowd understood. It was just as Zhang Rong had said, Chen Hongbao was bluffing. Where was the Bugatti Veyron? Could such a legendary car really appear in Jiangzhou? It seemed this Brother Chen was probably a fraud. Most people present silently labeled Yi Chen as such. Even the few who had initially believed Chen Hongbao now sighed in deep disappointment. Humph. Zhang Rong sneered at Chen Hongbao, gloating in her correct guess. Chen Hongbao was just a braggart. This Brother Chen having a Bugatti Veyron. Huh. Why didn't he just say he owned a globally limited edition hypercar too? What a scammer. Hearing Yi Chen's answer, Chen Hongbao also grew nervous. You didn't bring the Bugatti, Brother Chen. So what did you drive here today? Chen Hongbao asked. An Aston Martin 177. Yi Chen replied casually. But this casual statement from Yi Chen stunned the entire crowd, who had just lost interest. What? Did they hear that right? An Aston Martin 177. Chen Hongbao's Brother Chen had driven a legendary Aston Martin 177. Oh my god. The Aston Martin 177 was in no way inferior to a Bugatti Veyron. All eyes fell back on Yi Chen. Beside them, Zhang Rong, who had just lifted her cup, was equally stunned. An Aston Martin 177. She couldn't believe her ears. Just moments ago she had mocked that this Brother Chen might as well claim to own a globally limited edition luxury car. And the next second, he actually shows up in one. It couldn't be a coincidence. Brother Chen, is your car outside? Chen Hongbao was thrilled too. An Aston Martin 177, a globally limited edition supercar. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Instantly, everyone rushed outside. I still don't believe it. It's impossible. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Rong also headed out. She wouldn't believe it until she saw it with her own eyes. Despite her words, Zhang Rong's heart was already in her throat. Wow. It really is an Aston Martin 177. The moment she stepped out, she heard exclamations of awe. The crowd was gathered around Yi Chen's Aston Martin 177, filled with envy and excitement. It's real. It's actually real. Zhang Rong swallowed hard, her expression completely changing. As she descended the steps, she slipped and nearly lost her balance. It truly was a legendary Aston Martin 177. Chen Hongbao's Brother Chen was incredibly impressive. Brother Chen, you're amazing. Brother Chen is a legend. After admiring the Aston Martin 177, the crowd surrounded Yi Chen again, speaking with fawning respect. At this moment, they were also filled with immense admiration and envy for Yi Chen. By the way, Brother Chen Hongbao mentioned you own a Bugatti Veyron. Is that true? Someone asked. Yi Chen nodded. Witnessing this, the crowd was once again shaken. Brother Chen was truly remarkable. He owned 2 top-tier supercars. An icon indeed. Their admiration for Yi Chen reached its peak. At that moment, Yi Chen was like a god in their eyes. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Rong swallowed hard. Finally, she was convinced. She had been the one living in a well, seeing only a patch of sky. Not only did he have a Bugatti Veyron, but also an Aston Martin 177. She was so far behind. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Rong slipped away, quietly, while everyone was distracted. After viewing the car, the crowd escorted Yi Chen back inside. Just then, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw the caller ID. Old Brother Su. Ningxue's father was calling. Brother Yi, it's me. Yi Chen answered the phone, hearing the voice of Old Brother Su. Originally, Yi Chen didn't have Old Brother Su's contact information. It was given to him by Old Brother Wan, also known as Wan Xiangyang, the second largest shareholder of the Dragon Sur Group. Old Brother Su, is something the matter? Yi Chen asked. It's like this. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday. Didn't you promise earlier that you'd come as her Uncle Yi when the time came? Old Brother Su explained. Tomorrow is her birthday. Yi Chen frowned. What a coincidence. Tomorrow was senior sister Su's birthday, and Old Brother Su's daughter also had her birthday on the same day. Su. Wait. Old Brother Su's surname is also Su. Could it be? Suddenly a bold guess surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. No way, it couldn't be that coincidental. Yi Chen was stunned. If his guess was right, the relationships would be a total mess. No problem. Where do you live, Old Brother Su? Yi Chen probed tentatively. Century Hills Villa District, Villa No. 3. Came Old Brother Su's voice over the phone. Century Hills Villa No. 3-2. After hearing the address, Yi Chen was completely certain. His bold guess had become reality. Was this Old Brother Su actually senior sister Su's father? This was too awkward. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Old Brother Su asked curiously when Yi Chen didn't respond. Su. Old Brother Su, it's nothing at all. It took Yi Chen a while to finally utter the words, Old Brother Su. Now because of this, the seniority and relationships were completely tangled. Previously, he called Su Ningxuang's senior sister, and she called him junior brother. Now he and Su Ningxuang's father were like brothers, and he called Su Ningxuang's father old brother. This made him Su's senior sister's uncle. What should he call Su Ningxuang from now on? Big niece. And what would she call him? Uncle Yi. And how should he address Su Ningxuang's mother? Previously, he called her auntie or aunt. Now, sister-in-law. My God. This was insanely messed up. For a moment, Yi Chen's head was spinning. Others feared the legendary battlefield of romance, but for him, it had turned into a massive scene of social embarrassment. This was far more awkward than any romantic entanglement. It seemed he was the only one who had figured it out so far. Old Brother Su's senior sister Su and Su Ningxuang's mother probably had no idea. But if he attended the birthday banquet and the relationship was revealed, what expressions would Old Brother Su's sister-in-law and niece Su have? How embarrassing. Glad it's no problem. See you tomorrow at 7 p.m., Oi Brother Yi. Su Ningxuang's father said. Okay, Old Brother Su. Yi Chen agreed reluctantly. Although he didn't really want to go, he had already promised, so he couldn't back out now. For now, he had no choice but to go through with it. If he was going to be mortified, so be it. After all, he wasn't the only one who would be embarrassed. It was Old Brother Su who had insisted on this form of address in the first place. Alright, see you tomorrow, Brother Yi. Unaware of the situation, Su Ningxuang's father was in a good mood, still cheerfully calling Yi Chen Brother Yi. After hanging up, Yi Chen stood frozen in place. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Chen Hongbao, noticing the change in Yi Chen's expression after the call, asked curiously. There might be a little issue tomorrow, Yi Chen replied awkwardly. After a while, Yi Chen said goodbye to Chen Hongbao and left. Since he had promised both Su Ningxuang and Old Brother Su, he had to arrive on time tomorrow. However, he had agreed to meet Su Ningxuang at 6:30 p.m., while Old Brother Su said 7 p.m. Only a half-hour difference. With this complicated new relationship added to the mix, tomorrow was senior sister Su's, niece Su's, birthday. He definitely needed to prepare a decent gift. After all, he was now the elder. Yi Chen planned to choose carefully tomorrow. At midnight, as usual, Yi Chen logged into the game. Monthly salary 300. I am the world's richest man. For 2 days straight, the in-game shop had been offering items that piqued his interest. He wondered what it would be today. He wasn't interested in the first 4 items. But when he saw the last one, his eyes lit up. Limited edition Vacheron Constantin Métier's Dart 81750S01G 9198 ladies watch, price 5 yuan. It was actually a Vacheron Constantin ladies watch. As a top-tier luxury watch brand, a Vacheron Constantin ladies watch would be a great birthday gift for Su, senior sister, or rather niece Su. And at only 5 yuan, it was a steal. This saved Yi-chun from having to browse through malls to pick out a gift. He'll take it. Ding successfully purchased limited edition Vacheron Constantin Métier's Dart 8 1750S01G 9198. Ladies, watch it has been placed in your study. Please check it. The game notification confirmed the successful purchase. Afterwards, Yi-chun randomly selected another high-value item to use up his daily purchase quota. After buying, he went to the study and indeed found an exquisitely crafted gift box. Opening it, he saw the Vacheron Constantin Métier's Dart ladies watch inside. As expected of Vacheron Constantin, it was stunning. Curious, Yi-chun looked up the price of this particular model. Selling price, 10 million yuan. Seeing the price, Yi-chun nodded. Luxury watches are different from other items. Watches worth tens of millions are extremely rare. Its appearance in the two-star shop was testament to its value. Even if Yi-chun had gone out tomorrow to pick a gift himself, his choice would likely pale in comparison to this Vacheron Constantin. Such a top-tier timepiece not just in a second or third-tier city like Jiangzhou, but even in metropolises like Modu or Yinjing couldn't be easily bought, even with money. This would be tomorrow's birthday gift. The next morning at Su Ningxue's house. Since it was her birthday, and there was an evening banquet, her mother began decorating early in the morning. By the way, Ningxue, I forgot to ask, did you invite Chen? Having been busy with other things lately, Su Ningxue's mother had forgotten to ask her daughter. Today was her daughter's birthday, and she felt it was a good opportunity. It would allow her husband and Yi-chun to meet each other. It would also give her husband a chance to see what he thought of Chen as a potential son-in-law. Of course I invited him. Su Ningxue nodded. Seeing that her daughter had invited him, Su Ningxue's mother was relieved. After thinking for a moment, she decided to talk to her husband to prepare him mentally. She couldn't have her daughter suddenly show up with Chen in the evening. She'd have to tell her husband, this is your future son-in-law. It would be too sudden. As is often the case, initial meetings between sons-in-law and fathers-in-law don't always go smoothly. It was better to give her husband a heads up so he could be prepared. Until now, her husband didn't know that their daughter had a boyfriend, or at least someone she liked. Just then, Su Ningxue's father happened to be walking downstairs with his bag. Old Su, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing her husband, Su Ningxue's mother spoke up, ready to reveal the news. What is it? Su Ningxue's father asked. But before her mother could speak, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up. Yes. It's me. Yes. All right. Understood. Su Ningxue's father hurried out while still on the phone. We'll talk about it when I get back tonight, he told his wife, then opened the villa door and left in a rush. There was some trouble at the company that needed his attention. Seeing her husband leave so hastily, Su Ningxue's mother had no choice but to drop the matter. She would have to wait until the evening to seize the right moment. Time passed, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Yi-chun drove his Aston Martin straight to the Su family villa. He arrived at around 6:20, a little earlier than the 7 o'clock appointment he had made with Su Ningxue's father. Her father had not yet returned. Junior Yi, you're here. Seeing Yi-chun, Su Ningxue greeted him warmly. Su, senior sister. Yi-chun hesitated for a moment before deciding on the right form of address. For now, calling her senior sister Su was more appropriate. There weren't many guests at the Su residence yet. Su Ningxue led Yi-chun inside and greeted her mother. Chen is here. Seeing Yi-chun, her mother's face lit up like a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law for the first time. There might be quite a few guests today, Chen. Why don't you help receive them as well? Su Ningxue's mother said, treating him like family. Mom, Junior Yi is a guest. How can we ask him to help receive others? Su Ningxue protested. It's only a matter of time before we're all one family. It's fine. Her mother waved her hand dismissively, ignoring her daughter's objection. Mom, Su Ningxue's face flushed crimson at her mother's words. She tugged at her mother's arm and whined playfully. How could her mother say such a thing? She and Junior Yi weren't even dating yet. Don't be childish. Her mother shot her a knowing look as if to say, as your mother, don't I know what's going on in that little heart of yours? What do you think, Chen? Su Ningxue's mother asked Yi-chun. I don't mind. It's only right that I help out. Yi-chun replied, looking at Su Ningxue and her mother. Thinking about how he would soon have to call her niece and sister-in-law, he felt a headache coming on. He wondered what the mother-daughter pair would look like when they found out about his relationship with old brother Su. They would probably be even more embarrassed than he was. See, Chen doesn't mind. Your friends are here, so go and greet them with him, Su Ningxue's mother said, waving them off as she went to attend to other matters. Junior Yi, please don't mind her. Su Ningxue said, blushing and feeling a little awkward. Even if, as her mother said, they would one day be family, they weren't there yet. It's fine, it's fine. Some of my friends are here. Let's go greet them. Seeing that Yi-chun had no objections, Su Ningxue stopped worrying and walked with him to welcome the newly arrived guests. Ningxue, happy birthday. Happy birthday. A few young men and women who had just entered enthusiastically greeted Su Ningxue. These friends' parents were friends with Su Ningxue's parents, so they had known each other since childhood. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you. And mine too. They presented their gifts to Su Ningxue. Thank you, everyone. Su Ningxue expressed her gratitude. Seeing this, Yi-chun prepared to take out his own gift. Since it was just a wristwatch, he had simply put it in his coat pocket. But before he could, one of Su Ningxue's female friends suddenly spoke up. Ningxue brother Chen has prepared a huge gift for you today. As her words faded, a handsome young man in a white suit walked in holding a bouquet of roses. His name was Chen. Chen father was an old friend of Su Ningxue's father. Seeing Chen, Su Ningxue's friends quickly stepped aside. They knew that Chen had always harbored feelings for Ningxue. Walking over, Chen presented the roses to Su Ningxue, his eyes filled with admiration. Happy birthday, Sister Su, Chen said. He was a year older than Su Ningxue, so he had always called her Sister Su. Thank you, but I cannot accept this. Su Ningxue refused without hesitation. Though her words were polite, her tone was full of distance. As she spoke, Su Ningxue subtly moved closer to Chen. Her friends were about to try and persuade her to accept the gift, but when they noticed her instinctively leaning towards Chen, they were all stunned. When they had first seen Chen, they had taken him for an ordinary guest. But seeing this, even the most oblivious among them could tell that the relationship between Su Ningxue and Chen was not simple. Chen hadn't been too concerned when Su Ningxue rejected him. But when she moved closer to Chen, his expression changed. He glared at Chen with hostility. At that moment, Chen felt a strong sense of crisis. Ningxue, who is this? One of her friends asked curiously, looking at Chen. This is Junior Yi Chen, Su Ningxue introduced him. Junior Yi. Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, it was fine. Even if there were mutual feelings, what did it matter if they weren't officially together? In this world, lovers don't always end up together. Compared to this, Chen, he had a significant advantage in courting Su Ningxue. That was the fact that his father and Su Ningxue's father had been friends for years. If his father put in a good word, and Uncle Su agreed, what use would any advantage Chen had be? In the Su family, Uncle Su had the final say. His father would be arriving soon. Have him talk to Uncle Su. Hello, Junior Yi. Su Ningxue's friends greeted him. Hello. Chen replied politely. Only Chen ignored him. Sister Su, since you won't accept the roses, you must accept the birthday gift I've prepared for you, Chen said, setting the roses aside. This gift was carefully chosen by me. It's absolutely vacant. No gift here tonight will be as valuable as mine, Chen said with confidence. And it's something you'll need. As he spoke, Chen took out his gift. It was a small gift box bearing the Vacheron Constantin logo. In front of everyone, he slowly opened it. The next second, a stunningly beautiful lady's wristwatch came into view. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the watch. It looked like a Vacheron Constantin Creative Time Series watch, worth over 3 million. Damn, Chen had actually given such an extravagant gift. As everyone gazed upon the Vacheron Constantin Creative Time Series watch that Chen had presented, they were filled with emotion. This was a luxury timepiece worth over 3 million yuan. How could Chen give away something so extravagant, so casually? It seemed he was truly devoted to Ningxue. After all, although their families were well off, typical birthday gifts were usually in the range of 1 or 200,000 yuan. Even for close relationships, a gift of several 100,000 yuan was usually the ceiling. But now Chen had gifted Ningxue a prestigious watch worth over 3 million yuan. How could this not be shocking? Observing the stunned expressions around him, a faint smile curled on Chen lips. This was precisely the effect of universal astonishment he had intended to create. I'm sorry, but I still cannot accept it. Standing beside Chen, Su Ningxue flatly rejected Chen. Still cannot accept. Chen was taken aback. Sister Su, I carefully selected this gift for you. Only a brand like Vacheron Constantin could possibly match your elegance. Chen spoke. He had prepared this gift for a long time, acquiring it through connections in the capital of magic. In Jiangzhou, such a multi-million yuan luxury watch was simply unavailable on short notice. My gift is the most precious and practical one here tonight. Please just accept it. Chen declared with utmost confidence. Who else but him would offer such an expensive present? I cannot accept it. Su Ningxue refused once more. Seeing this, several of Su Ningxue's friends felt an urge to speak up for Chen. This was a top-tier Vacheron Constantin Creative Time Series watch worth over 3 million. Just this alone showed how much Chen valued Ningxue. Chen was about to speak again when a voice abruptly cut through the air. I also prepared a small gift. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to Chen. He had prepared a gift too. The crowd stared at him, intensely curious about what this small gift might be, especially since Chen had just presented a watch worth over 3 million yuan. With Chen setting such a benchmark, who would dare present a gift at this moment? As he spoke, Chen pulled his prepared gift from his pocket and handed it to Su Ningxue. Happy birthday, senior sister Su. Thank you, junior brother Yi. Looking at the birthday gift Chen offered, Su Ningxue broke into a radiant smile and accepted it without hesitation. What kind of gift would junior brother Yi give me? Su Ningxue felt both curious and expectant. She slowly opened the gift box. What met Su Ningxue's eyes was an even more exquisite and stunningly beautiful lady's watch. Wow! A single glance drew a gasp of admiration from her. So beautiful. Not just Su Ningxue, but the other girls nearby also had their eyes sparkling as they looked at the watch Chen had given. It was truly gorgeous. This also appeared to be a Vacheron Constantine. However, no one present could immediately identify which series Chen's watch belonged to. They wondered how this watch compared in value to the one Chen had presented earlier. They were all intensely curious. Glancing at the watch Chen gave Chen was briefly stunned, then reverted to a look of disdain. So what if it was a Vacheron Constantine? Vacheron Constantine also made watches worth a few $100,000. He refused to believe that his Creative Time series watch purchased through connections in the capital could be outdone by what this Chen fellow had given. Chen was extremely confident in the value of his own watch. Junior brother, isn't this gift a bit too extravagant? Su Ningxue asked. Not at all. Chen replied truthfully. This Vacheron Constantine Art Master Series watch, he had bought it in game, it wasn't expensive. Not expensive. Hearing Chen's response, Chen, who was already contemptuous, became even more arrogant. Knowing full well he had gifted a 3 million yuan Vacheron Constantine, this Chen actually dared to bring out a cheap one. Wasn't he just asking for humiliation? What an idiot, huh? Is this a Vacheron Constantine Art Master? A petite girl pointed at the watch Chen had given, her voice trembling. Yes. Chen nodded. Hiss. The petite girl drew in a sharp breath, utterly stunned. What's wrong, Ningning? Noticing her strange reaction, the others asked in confusion. This watch is worth over 10 million yuan. Swallowing hard, the petite girl spoke. The moment she saw Chen's watch, she was curious about its series and looked it up on her phone. She hadn't known before, but upon searching, she was deeply shocked. Over 10 million. The moment these words were spoken, the venue fell into a deathly silence. What? Chen's Vacheron Constantine was worth over 10 million. Everyone's face was etched with disbelief. Over 10 million yuan. That was almost enough to buy an average villa in Jiangzhou. They had initially thought Chen's 3 million yuan Vacheron Constantine was already impressive, likely the most valuable gift of the night. But who could have imagined that Chen's gift would be worth over 10 million? This was absolutely insane. Chen's watch alone could buy 3 or 4 of Chen's. Wait. What did Chen just say? Their minds suddenly flashed back to his earlier words. Didn't Chen say his watch wasn't expensive? A luxury watch worth over 10 million, and he calls that not expensive. Just how outrageously wealthy was he? Staring at Chen, the crowd was filled with admiration. At that moment, they finally understood why Ningxue treated Chen differently. With such immense wealth, who wouldn't be charmed? As for Chen standing nearby, clutching his own watch, he was completely petrified. His arrogant expression was frozen on his face. Over 10 million. Chen's watch was worth over 10 million. Damn it, how was that possible? Chen's feeling was no longer just shock, it was sheer terror. A gift worth over 10 million, and this Chen called it not expensive. Especially recalling his initial boast that his watch was definitely the most expensive and unique one here. Chen felt even more embarrassed, wishing he could crawl into a hole to hide. It was too humiliating. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was on Chen's watch, Chen quickly tucked his own Vacheron Constantine away. Big shot, you're incredible. Big shot. You should call him God Yi. Right, God Yi is awesome. The friends who had been rather cold towards Chen earlier immediately surrounded him, showering him with flattery. Now that they knew his gift was worth over 10 million yuan. Su Ningxue was also extremely astonished. If it had been anyone else's gift, she might have immediately returned it. But this watch was from junior brother Yi, and she couldn't bear to give it back. She didn't care about the price, what mattered was the sentiment behind it. Junior brother Yi actually gave me such an expensive luxury watch. Did he truly value me that much? At this thought, Su Ningxue couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and pride. Unwilling to deal with these sycophants, Chen made an excuse to leave and headed to the restroom. Just as he stepped inside, his phone suddenly rang. It was Su, old brother calling. Brother Yi, are you here yet? Chen answered, and the voice of old brother Su came through. Hearing the noisy background sounds, Su Ningxue's father must have already returned to the villa. Su. Brother Su, I've arrived. Chen paused for a moment before replying. Why can't I see you? It seemed that after scanning the villa, brother Su still hadn't spotted Chen. I'm in the restroom. Chen replied. Oh, I see. In that case, brother Yi, why don't you come straight to the study on the second floor? It's the first room. A few friends and I are here. Although brother Su was eager to welcome Chen since Chen was in the restroom, he simply instructed him to come to the study shortly. All right. Chen nodded. After hanging up, finishing his business, and exiting the restroom, he headed straight for the study on the second floor. In the living room on the first floor, Su Ningxue's friends were gathered around her, curious about how she had met Chen and what his background was, given that his birthday gift was worth tens of millions. They bombarded Su Ningxue with questions. By now Chen had calmed down as well. He admitted that his gift was far inferior to Chen's. But so what? It was just a birthday present, wasn't it? When it came to pursuing Su Ningxue, he possessed a significant advantage that Chen lacked. Just as he was thinking this, Shi Chunlang suddenly noticed his father arriving. Dad. Shi Chunlang walked over. His father was a longtime friend of Su Ningxue's father. If his father could put in a good word and play matchmaker, Uncle Su probably wouldn't refuse. After all, their families were well matched in status and knew each other's backgrounds well. He himself was handsome and refined. As long as Uncle Su agreed, everything else would be much easier. After all, Uncle Su had the final say in the Su family. Shi Chunlang shared his thoughts with his father. Shi Chunlang's father, Shi Xian, was taken aback. He hadn't expected his son to have feelings for old Su's daughter. But upon reflection, Shi Xian thought it was a great idea. The two families already had a good relationship. If they became in-laws, their alliance would surely elevate their standing in Jiangzhou. I understand. They'll find a chance to discuss this with old Su later. Shi Xian said, believing that if he thought it was good, old Su would likely agree as well. You all keep chatting. I'm off to the study to see old Su. With that, Shi Xian headed towards the study on the second floor. Watching his father leave, Shi Chunlang's face regained its smile. And no matter how valuable Chen's gift was, what difference did it make? Without Uncle Su's approval, it was all useless. With his father stepping in, Uncle Su would surely support him. In the end, victory would belong to him, Shi Chunlang. With this thought, even though the outcome wasn't decided yet, a triumphant smile had already spread across Shi Chunlang's face. In the Su family study, Su Ningxue's father was initially chatting with a few friends. At that moment, Chen walked in. Upon seeing Chen, Su Ningxue's father immediately said happily, "Brother Yi, you've arrived. Please come in." "Long time no see, Brother Yi." Wan Xiangyang, the second largest shareholder of Longting Group, was also present. Upon seeing Chen, he greeted him warmly. Facing Su Ningxue's father, Chen felt a bit awkward, unsure how to address him. "Brother Su," or should it be Uncle Su? The other three men in the room looked puzzled. They didn't know Chen at all. At first glance, they assumed Chen was a junior relative of old Su. But upon hearing how old Su and old Wan addressed Chen, they were stunned. "Brother Yi." These two were calling this young man brother. "Let me introduce you all. This is President Chen. Recently, he just acquired 20 of Longting Group's shares. Quite an achievement for someone so young." Su Ningxue's father enthusiastically introduced Chen to the others. Acquired 20 of Longting Group's shares. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Even they wouldn't necessarily be able to pull off such a feat. Yet here was a young man around 20 who had done it. Impressive. At this moment, the men who didn't know Chen finally understood why old Su and old Wan were so enthusiastic towards him, even calling him brother. Coming up with 2 billion so effortlessly. Could this young man's background be simple? President Yi. President Yi is truly talented. With this realization, the men in the study quickly greeted Chen. Since it was their first meeting, they respectfully addressed him as President Yi. Soon after, Shi Xian also walked in. "Old Shi is here. Old Shi, you're late. You'll have to down 3 glasses as a penalty." Someone greeted Shi Xian upon seeing him. Traffic was a bit heavy on the way. It was rush hour and Shi Xian had left late, hitting traffic and arriving a bit later than the others. Oh, and who is this young man? Among the group of men in their 40s and 50s, Chen, only around 20, stood out conspicuously. "This is President Yi." Before Su Ningxue's father could even introduce him, someone had already taken the initiative. Like the others before him, Shi Xian was utterly shocked upon learning that Chen had effortlessly acquired 20 of Longting Group's shares. Impressive, President Yi. Shi Xian stepped forward wearing a fawning expression. For a moment, Shi Xian completely forgot the promise he had made to his son. After chatting in the study for a while, Su Ningxue's father suggested, "It's about time. Let's head out." For his daughter's banquet, he had specially invited head chefs from several top-tier restaurants. The feast should be nearly ready by now. With that, Su Ningxue's father led the way out. Seeing this, Chen was taken aback. The most awkward moment was about to arrive. What's coming is inevitable. He wondered what expressions Su's senior sister Aunt Su and brother Su would have when they learned of their complicated relationships. But thinking about it this way, Chen suddenly felt less awkward. He followed brother Su out as well. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue's mother, having finished her tasks, came looking for her daughter. "Oh, where's Xiao Chen?" Not seeing Chen beside her daughter, Su Ningxue's mother asked curiously. She had come now to take Chen to meet her husband, to introduce her future son-in-law, and to let her future son-in-law meet his future father-in-law. Junior Yi went to the restroom. Su Ningxue replied, Once he's back, we'll take Xiao Chen to see your father." Su Ningxue's mother sat down and said to her daughter, "Meet her father." Hearing her mother say this, Su Ningxue's face instantly flushed. Why did she feel her mother's words carried a different implication? It felt somewhat like bringing her boyfriend home to meet her parents. Su Ningxue's heart began to beat faster. Beside her, watching Su Ningxue, Shi Chunlang still wore the smile of a victor. With his father's help, Uncle Su would surely agree. In the end, the one who would fail was definitely Chen. He was confident. Just then, Su Ningxue's father, along with his friends, and Chen descended from the second floor. Su Ningxue's father had originally intended for everyone to go out for a meal together. However, before that there was one important matter he needed to attend to. There was no need to introduce the others. His wife and daughter were already familiar faces. But since young brother Yi was visiting for the first time, he intended to introduce him to his wife and daughter. Hearing footsteps, Su Ningxue instinctively turned her head. Why was Junior Yi standing with her father? Had they already met? Curiosity sparked within her. Beside her, her mother, who had just taken a seat, also raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Why is Xiao Chun standing next to my husband? Something was amiss if she hadn't even had the chance to introduce them yet. Happy birthday, Ningxue. Ningxue, you grow more beautiful each year. Here, this is a birthday gift from Uncle Wan. And here is my gift as well, Ningxue. I'm sure you'll love it. Upon seeing Su Ningxue, Uncle Wan Xiangyang and the other elders greeted her warmly, wishing her a happy birthday and presenting their gifts. Thank you, Uncle Wan. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Su Ningxue replied politely to each of the elders. Young brother, you follow me. Su Ningxue's father then walked towards his wife and daughter. The awkward moment had arrived. Yi Chen had no choice but to follow Su Ningxue's father. Come, let me introduce you all. Su Ningxue's father led Yi Chen before his wife and daughter, speaking with a smile. Young brother Yi, this is my daughter, Su Ningxue, your niece. And this is my wife, your sister-in-law. Seeing Yi Chen and Su's father approaching, Su Ningxue and her mother had been ready to speak. But before they could utter a word, Su Ningxue's father had already spoken. Instantly, both Su Ningxue and her mother were stunned. Were their ears playing tricks on them? What had they just heard? Niece. Sister-in-law. What on earth was this? Su Ningxue and her mother were baffled, completely clueless. Let me introduce you. This is my recent acquaintance, young brother Yi, a shareholder of the Dragon Sword Group. Oblivious to his wife and daughter's astonishment, Su Ningxue's father began to introduce Yi Chen. Young brother Yi. Hearing the title her father-husband used for Yi Chen, Su Ningxue and her mother were even more flabbergasted. Young brother Yi, you may call her sister-in-law for now. He first looked at his wife and spoke to Yi Chen. Sister-in-law. Su Ningxue's mother had just taken a sip of water, not yet swallowing it. Upon hearing the title sister-in-law, she sprayed the water out in shock. What? How did she become Xiao Chen's sister-in-law? She was supposed to be his future mother-in-law. How had she been demoted a generation in the blink of an eye? What was old Su thinking? Wait. Amidst her shock, Su Ningxue's mother recalled her husband's earlier words. Had her husband just referred to Yi Chen as young brother Yi? The future father-in-law and future son-in-law were now brothers. This was a complete mess of generations. Su Ningxue's mother was frozen in place. What do you think you're doing? Su Ningxue's father questioned his wife, seeing her utterly impolite behavior. He was introducing a guest. Even if the water tasted bad, she shouldn't spray it out in front of their guest. Never mind her. Young brother Yi, this is your niece Su. Come now, Ningxue, say hello to Uncle Yi. Seeing his wife's odd behavior, Su Ningxue's father turned to his daughter. Niece Su. Uncle Yi. Su Ningxue was utterly petrified. What in the world was this? How had she become Junior Yi's niece? And Junior Yi had inexplicably risen a generation to become her uncle. Uncle Yi. No matter how she thought about it, the title felt incredibly awkward. This wasn't right. How could her father be brothers with Junior Yi? If in the future she and Junior Yi were to be together, what would her father and Junior Yi call each other then? Yi Chen calls her father father-in-law, while her father calls Yi Chen young brother Yi. They'd have separate terms for each other. Who does that? And that's not even the worst part. Most importantly, what would she and Junior Yi call each other? Would she call him darling or Uncle Yi? And what would he call her big niece? It was too confusing. It sounded as improper as a godfather and goddaughter relationship. In an instant, Su Ningxue's mind was a tangled mess. She felt completely overwhelmed. Ningxue, what's wrong with you? Seeing his daughter's equally strange reaction, Su Ningxue's father was exasperated. What was wrong with these two women today? As the elder, Su Ningxue's mother was the first to regain her composure. Although she had never encountered this situation before, it had happened, and they had to face it. He called Yi Chen young brother Yi. Yi Chen called her sister-in-law. Su Ningxue's mother absolutely could not accept this. The very thought, let alone saying it out loud, gave her a headache. Well, actually, you see, Yi Chen and Ningxue are. Su Ningxue's mother stammered. They are very good friends. Finally, Su Ningxue's mother managed to say that Xiao Chun and her daughter were good friends. She didn't dare to mention that they were actually lovers, and that he was their future son-in-law. If she were to announce their relationship in front of everyone, she feared her husband wouldn't be able to handle the shock and might pass out. Her husband was quite old-fashioned. Even if they were alone at home, he might have a heart attack upon learning he was calling his future son-in-law brother. Let alone with so many guests in the house now. If she revealed the relationship between Xiao Chun and Ningxue, the scene would be unimaginable. Old Su would probably go crazy. For the sake of her husband's health, and to save her own face as sister-in-law, she deliberated. Su Ningxue's mother ultimately decided not to tell her husband about the romantic relationship between Xiao Chun and Ningxue, for now only mentioning their friendship. However, she did subtly hint to her husband. She said Xiao Chun and Ningxue were very good friends. That very was meant to be thought-provoking. This way it would be easier for him to accept. Besides, Ningxue and Xiao Chen hadn't officially confirmed their relationship yet. They weren't lovers at the moment, just good friends. Her statement seemed reasonable. Yi Chen has actually been to our home before, but you weren't there at the time. Su Ningxue's mother added. What did you say? Su Ningxue's father was stunned by his wife's words. Young brother Yi and Ningxue are friends. He automatically skipped over the hint his wife had given, completely ignoring the word very. At that moment, Su Ningxue's father's mind was buzzing. He had actually become brothers with his daughter's friend. He felt like he couldn't breathe. So awkward. So incredibly awkward. How could this have happened? Su Ningxue also came to her senses. Dad Yi and I are good friends. How could you ask me to call him Uncle Yi? Hearing his daughter's words, Su Ningxue's father felt even more embarrassed. As for Yi Chen, although he was a bit awkward, he was faring better than the Su family. Although the relationship was revealed, and the awkwardness quickly dissipated, a tiny regret lingered in Yi Chen's heart. He hadn't heard senior sister Su call him Uncle Yi after all. He wondered what it would feel like if she did. Perhaps he would never have the chance again. Of course, this was just a small, insignificant regret in his heart. Yi Chen was a proper man. Uncle Su. Uncle Su, I just found out as well. Yi Chen spoke up to ease the tension. He nearly blurted out Brother Su out of habit, but managed to correct himself to Uncle Su just in time. Otherwise, senior sister Su's glare alone might have devoured him. Oh, it's fine, it's a wonderful misunderstanding, Su Ningxue's father said. Seeing Yi Chen offer him a way out, Su Ningxue's father also spoke up. It's alright, brother Yi, let's just keep our own separate terms. They'll still call you Brother Yi, he said after a moment of thought. He had grown accustomed to calling Yi Chen Brother Yi and couldn't think of a different address on the spot. Beside him, Su Ningxue, who thought the matter was settled now that her mother had explained things to her father, was stunned by his words. Separate terms. Is that even possible? Su Ningxue felt like pulling her hair out. If they were on separate terms and she ended up with Junior Yi in the future, would they still be on separate terms? Yi Chen would call her father father-in-law, and her father would call Yi Chen Brother Yi. It was all so complicated. And what would she and Yi Chen call each other then? Would she call him Uncle Yi or Darling? Su Ningxue's head ached. Not just hers, but her mother's face darkened too. Oh dear, why is old Su so dense? She had clearly hinted that Yi Chen and Ningxue were very good friends. Couldn't he have thought it through? They were both young, a perfect match, like kindling ready to ignite. If they ended up together, would they still use separate terms? Back in their youth, old Su was always this straightforward. In today's terms, he was a straight man. She never thought that after all these years he'd still be so clueless about young people's affairs. So I forget it. She'd find a time just between her and old Su and spell it out for him. Otherwise, he'd never understand it on his own, even in a lifetime. As for Yi Chen, he didn't mind. Separate terms. Sure, separate terms it is. With that thought, he realized it wasn't entirely impossible that senior sister Su might one day call him Uncle Yi. Ahem. Just kidding. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue's father's friends were unfazed. It was just a minor misunderstanding. Instead of mocking old Su, they were immensely envious. President Yi was actually friends with Su's niece. This meant old Su's relationship with President Yi had just gotten much closer. Being able to build a connection with a promising young man like President Yi would bring endless benefits in the future. Seeing this, Wan Xiangyang was filled with emotion. His own unfilial daughter was a real disappointment. He had told her several times to add Brother Yi on WeChat, but she refused, being particularly rebellious. Now there was no need for that. Old Su was really not playing fair. Back then, old Su had sworn he just wanted to get to know Brother Yi without any intention of making him his son-in-law. But now, with Brother Yi and Su's niece being such a perfect match, their relationship was clearly not simple. Sai was too naive. Old Su was clearly making a feint to the east while attacking from the west. Damn you, old Su. If I don't get you drunk tonight, my name isn't Wan. Wan Xiangyang decided he would take his revenge on old Su at the dinner table. Hey Ningxue, when did you buy that watch? Suddenly noticing the watch on his daughter's wrist, Su Ningxue's father asked curiously. The birthday gift he had prepared for her was a meticulously chosen luxury watch. He remembered she didn't have one, which was why he picked it out. But now, oh, this is a birthday gift from Junior Yi. No, wait, from Junior Yi, Su Ningxue explained. The words Uncle Yi echoed repeatedly in her mind. It almost slipped out just now. Uncle Su, this is a Vacheron Constantin Artiste watch worth over 10 million, one of Su Ningxue's friends chimed in. Over 10 million. Yi Chen had given her such an expensive watch. Brother Yi is too generous, Su Ningxue's father remarked with emotion. Wan Xiangyang and the others were startled as well. Even they had never given birthday gifts worth over 10 million. It seemed President Yi truly valued Su's niece. In the future, President Yi might even become old Su's son-in-law. Sure, Xian guessed the same. He wouldn't need to mention the matter of Chen Lang to old Su anymore. Compared to President Yi, Chen Lang seemed too ordinary, even inferior. But it didn't matter if he couldn't become old Su's in-law. President Yi, could you come over here for a moment? Sure, Xian called out. He wanted to introduce Yi Chen to his son, Sure Chen Lang. Sure, Yi Chen nodded. Soon Shi Xian and Yi Chen stood before Shi Chunlang. Having just returned from outside and missing the earlier spectacle, Shi Chunlang wore a victorious smile as he watched his father approach with Yi Chen. Haha, see. In the ultimate winner. Yi Chen stepped aside. With his father intervening, Uncle Su would surely agree. Now his father was bringing Yi Chen over, likely to have him apologize. Being invincible is truly lonely. Shi Chunlang beamed, ready to accept Yi Chen's apology from a position of triumph. President Yi, let me introduce you. This is my son Shi Chunlang. But Shi Chunlang had celebrated too soon as Shi Zin's next words instantly stunned him. Chunlang, this is President Yi Chen. Just call him Uncle Yi. Shi Xian said deliberately, having his son address Yi Chen as Uncle Yi to curry favor. Uncle Yi. Shi Chunlang stood frozen like a stone statue, utterly dumbfounded. His father wanted him to call Yi Chen Uncle Yi. Why? Ha! Su Ningxue's friends nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. Uncle Yi. Shi Chunlang had to call Yi Chen Uncle Yi. Recalling his smug demeanor earlier, they were even more amused. A life is full of such drama. They were dying of laughter. Chunlang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call him Uncle Yi. Shi Xian urged his son. This is such a great opportunity, son, you must seize it. Shi Xian was anxious, not wanting his son to miss out. Hearing his father's urging, Shi Chunlang was mortified to the extreme, his toes curling against the ground as if trying to dig a hole to hide in. How had things come to this? His father hadn't brought Yi Chen here to apologize to him, but rather to torment him. The one he had just regarded with such disdain and contempt was now supposed to be addressed as Uncle Yi. Shi Chunlang screamed, internally utterly anguished. If he uttered that title, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock, losing all face. Chunlang. Shi Xian urged for the third time, his tone now clearly carrying a hint of anger. Not daring to defy his father, Shi Chunlang gritted his teeth and forced the words out, you Uncle Yi. Finally he managed to say it. You're too polite, nephew Shi. The new year is still months away, and I didn't bring a red envelope. He'll make it up to you next time. Yi Chen spoke. Hearing this, Shi Chunlang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Nephew Shi. He was actually 2 or 3 years older than Yi Chen, yet now he had become Yi Chen's junior. Was there no justice in this world? President Yi is too kind, Shi Xian said, seizing the chance to curry favor. Chunlang is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful elder like you. After speaking to Yi Chen, Shi Xian turned and scolded his son. Chunlang, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you thanking Uncle Yi properly? Thank you, Uncle Yi. Having said it once, the second time came more easily. At this point, Shi Chunlang felt utterly defeated. In front of all these friends and guests, he was completely and thoroughly embarrassed. Congratulations, Chunlang, on gaining such a good uncle as Brother Yi. Congratulations, congratulations. Several of Su Ningxue's friends came over laughing to offer their congratulations. To emphasize their status, they deliberately referred to Yi Chen as Brother Yi. They considered themselves Yi Chen's devoted admirers, roughly his peers. Now that Shi Chunlang had become his nephew, didn't that make him a generation lower than them? Seizing this golden opportunity, how could they, as his so-called frenemies, not offer their blessings and congratulations? Hearing his friend's words, Shi Chunlang clutched his chest. It hurt so much. After exchanging a few words with Shi Xian, Yi Chen took his leave. When the banquet began, given his status, Yi Chen was seated beside Su Ningxue's father along with Wan Xianyang and a few others. Since it was Su Ningxue's birthday, shortly after the banquet began, everyone offered their congratulations. When his turn came, Yi Chen stood up. Su Sko. No, Su niece, happy birthday. Yi Chen spoke, having previously always called her Senior Su. But seated around him were several of Su Ningxue's uncles and elders who had all addressed her as Su niece. There were still other guests waiting to offer their blessings after him. If Yi Chen had called her Senior Su, it would have been awkward. What would the guests after him have called her then? After a brief hesitation, Yi Chen decided not to be the odd one out, and along with the other older gentlemen called her Su niece. Although it was his first time using the term, Yi Chen found it rather pleasant. On the other side, seeing Yi Chen stand to offer his blessing, Su Ningxue also raised her glass and stood up. Su niece. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Ningxue was utterly stunned. At that moment, she truly wanted to bite Yi Chen to death. It was too embarrassing. Just moments ago, he was her dear junior, but now in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into her Uncle Yi. Su Ningxue shot Yi Chen a withering glare, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Despite wanting to complain bitterly with so many guests and elders present, Su Ningxue had no choice but to accept the address of Su niece. She finally understood what it meant to feel utterly desperate and powerless. Thank you, Uncle. Cieli. Su Ningxue gritted her teeth, responding with forced politeness. Faced with Senior Su's, or rather niece Su's gaze that seemed to want to strangle him, Yi Chen chose to ignore it. He had to admit, when Senior Su called him Uncle Yi just now, that feeling was not bad, actually. Ahem. Just kidding, he certainly didn't like that title. After speaking, Su Ningxue shot Yi Chen a venomous glare, signaling that she would definitely get her revenge. Su niece. At that moment, another one of Su Ningxue's uncles also offered his congratulations. Su Ningxue could only force a smile again. The dinner was quite pleasant. After the meal, Chen sat on the sofa enjoying some fruit. Suddenly Chen felt a murderous aura appear out of nowhere behind him. Halt! What demon dares to act so brazenly here? Though Chen yearned to say that his body wisely chose to move to the other side of the sofa, deftly avoiding the chilling intent. Hello there, Uncle Yi. Su Ningxue sat down beside him with a beaming smile on her face. She had come to settle the score. At this moment her usual icy aloof school beauty persona was nowhere to be found, as she looked more like a powder keg about to explode. Ahem, Senior Su, you're here. Chen coughed awkwardly. Have some fruit, Senior Su. Here, I just peeled this banana for you. Chen offered the banana he had peeled for himself to Su Ningxue. Thank you, Uncle Yi, Su Ningxue said, taking the banana. Oh, no need to be so polite, Senior Su. The situation earlier was special. You can just call me Junior Yi from now on, Chen said. By the way, Senior Su, where's Linger? I didn't see her. Chen asked, deliberately trying to change the subject. Linger? She has an exam tomorrow, so she's been kept at home to study, Su Ningxue replied. Su Linger was still in high school and her parents were very strict about her studies. With an exam the next day, they hadn't allowed her to come even for her cousin's birthday. But she just called me secretly to wish me a happy birthday. Mentioning Su Linger momentarily made Su Ningxue forget the awkwardness at the dinner table. I see, Chen nodded. Well then, Senior Su, I have some things to attend to, so we'll be heading off now. Senior Su, happy birthday, and have a great time. Seizing the moment while Su Ningxue's attention was diverted, and for his own safety, Chen stood up to take his leave. After speaking, he got up, and also said goodbye to Su Ningxue's father. Leaving so soon, Brother Yi? Take care on the road, Su Ningxue's father said. All right. Chen nodded, preparing to leave in a hurry. Ningxue, go see your Uncle Yi. I mean, see Chen off, her father instructed. Okay. Su Ningxue, still not fully processing what had happened personally, saw Chen out of the villa. It wasn't until she watched him disappear that she felt something was off. Something's not right, Su Ningxue muttered to herself. It seemed she had forgotten something. The next moment, Su Ningxue suddenly understood. Chen, she said through gritted teeth. She had come to settle scores with Junior Yi, yet in the end, she had politely seen him off. Had she been fooled? Though reluctant to let it go, Chen had already left, so Su Ningxue had no choice but to drop the matter. But the next time she saw him, she was determined to reassert her authority as a senior. On the other side, having escaped danger, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he should avoid crossing paths with Senior Su for the next few days. At midnight, Chen logged into the game as usual. Recently, the in-game mall had been featuring products that piqued his interest. Like the Skyward Amusement Park from before and the Vacheron Constantine Artisan Master Series, watch he had gifted Su for her birthday yesterday. He wondered if the two-star mall would have any surprises today. He was looking forward to it, a thrill of anticipation running through him. Chen opened the two-star mall, and sure enough, the first item immediately caught his eye. It was a product he had never seen before. Premium watch mystery box, price 7 yuan. Contains various world-renowned luxury watches. Each box randomly yields 1 to 3 timepieces. After studying it closely, he understood. In simple terms, this premium watch mystery box could yield a variety of top-tier luxury watches from around the world. How many you got was purely a matter of luck. The price tag of 7 yuan also hinted at its value. Purchase. Faced with such a novel item, curiosity got the better of him. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully purchased the premium watch mystery box, ready to open at any time. The game notification confirmed his purchase. Open. Without hesitation, Chen chose to open the box. It was time to witness a miracle. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained a globally limited edition Richard Mille RM026 Panda watch. It has been placed in your study, please check. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore 26473 BC. ZZ. 8043 BC. 01 watch. It has been placed in your study, please check. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained a Vacheron Constantine Les Cabinotiers 6620C000 RB656 watch. It has been placed in your study, please check. A barrage of notifications flooded the screen the moment he chose to open the box. For a moment, Chen was stunned, but soon a thrilled smile spread across his face. 3 watches. He had actually gotten 3 watches in one go. He was incredibly lucky. Although the premium watch mystery box stated it could yield 1 to 3 watches. Chen hadn't taken the upper limit too seriously. In reality, when a range is given, you can usually ignore the maximum. Like those job ads promising a salary of 3,000 to 30,000 yuan. If you actually believed you'd get the 300, you'd be naive. Even getting 3100 would be a stroke of luck. And yet he had genuinely pulled 3 world-class luxury watches in a single draw. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Indeed, the game monthly salary 3,000 in the world's richest man was amazing. So thoughtful. It said it was possible to get 3, and he got 3. Although Chen didn't know the exact value of these 3 watches. He had certainly heard of the top-tier luxury brands Richard Mille, Audemars Piguet, and Vacheron Constantin. Filled with intense curiosity, he headed straight to his study. Sure enough, 3 neatly arranged gift boxes sat on his desk. He eagerly opened the first box. Inside was the Richard Mille RM026 Panda watch touted as a global limited edition. A quick search on his phone made his eyes widen in shock. The Richard Mille RM026 Panda was limited to just 15 pieces worldwide. This was something Chen hadn't anticipated. The watch was incredibly rare. With only 15 in existence, he had managed to get one. Perhaps God of Luck was his true title. From every angle, the Richard Mille RM026 Panda was flawless. If he had to find any fault, it was that its value was only around 8 or 9 million yuan. But given the limited to 15 pieces factor, its slightly lower current price didn't matter. Its value would only appreciate over time. It was a worthy collectible. Next, Chen opened the second box. Inside was the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore 26473 BC ZZ 8043 BC 01 watch. The Offshore line is one of the most popular series from Audemars Piguet, and its value is considerable. The one he got was worth around 12 million yuan. Chen was quite pleased. As for the last one, it was of course the Vacheron Constantin Les Cabinotiers 66-20C000 RB656. As soon as he opened the box, his eyes lit up. This Vacheron Constantin was undoubtedly the most handsome and aesthetically striking of the 3. Chen loved it. Curious, he looked it up. The Vacheron Constantin Les Cabinotiers 66-20C000 RB656 is one of the most expensive watches they make. Its price tag was close to 20 million yuan. When he first got the game, he had bought a Patek Philippe from the One-Star Mall, but he had only worn it a few times. However, that was a standard model and comparable to this Vacheron Constantin, worth nearly 20 million. This Vacheron Constantin Les Cabinotiers watch was too stunning. After opening the box, he put it on immediately. This mystery box was a huge win for Chen. All 3 watches were exceptionally valuable, especially the last one. He was thoroughly satisfied. After opening the premium watch mystery box, the other 4 items in the 2-star mall seemed rather ordinary. He picked the most expensive one to use up his daily purchase quota. The next day, as usual, he drove his low-key Bugatti Veyron to school. During the morning break, Chen unexpectedly received a call from Wan Xiangyang. Seeing the caller ID, he was a bit puzzled. Hadn't he just met with Brother Wan last night? Why was he calling again today? Had something happened? Curious, Chen answered the phone. Brother Yi, there's something I need to tell you. Wan Xiangyang's voice came through the phone. I was so busy with Su's birthday yesterday that I forgot to mention it. There's a banquet tonight inviting the major shareholders of our Longting Group. How about you come along, Brother Yi? Wan Xiangyang explained. Tonight? Chen thought for a moment. He had no plans for the evening. All right. Chen agreed. As time passed, evening arrived, and Chen drove his Aston Martin to meet up with Wan Xiangyang first. After meeting up, the two headed to the banquet venue together. When Wan Xiangyang and Chen arrived, the grand banquet hall was already filled with guests. Those invited to this banquet were all wealthy and influential. Upon seeing Wan Xiangyang, some guests who knew him walked over with smiles. President Wan, long time no see. Old Wan, you've gotten more prosperous looking. Several guests greeted Wan Xiangyang. When they learned from Wan Xiangyang that Chen was actually the third largest shareholder of Longting Group, they were all taken aback. At first glance, they had assumed Chen was a junior of Wan Xiangyang. They never expected him to be a hidden heavyweight. A big shot this young was certainly worth befriending. So they began to flatter Chen as well. While they were chatting, more guests walked in together, led by a tall, thin, middle-aged man. Wan Xiangyang had been chatting happily, but the moment he saw this man, his expression changed drastically. Why is he here? What bad luck? Wan Xiangyang muttered discontentedly. Following his gaze, his friends also furrowed their brows. Zhong Jianyuan. He actually came too. Wan Xiangyang's friends recognized the middle-aged man as well. Only Chen didn't know who he was. His name is Zhong Jianyuan, chairman of Jianyuan Group, and an old rival of President Wan, a nearby guest explained. Zhong Jianyuan was also a billionaire in Jiangzhou. Due to certain incidents in the past, the relationship between Zhong Jianyuan and Wan Xiangyang had always been poor. They were sworn enemies. Although their net worths were similar, Zhong Jianyuan had always held the upper hand thanks to his extensive connections. Upon entering, Zhong Jianyuan spotted Wan Xiangyang as well. He cast a contemptuous glance at Wan Xiangyang, Chen, and the others. He had never taken Wan Xiangyang seriously. If he looked down on Wan Xiangyang, then he certainly had no regard for his friends either. Ants. Zhong Jianyuan sneered under his breath as he looked at Chen and the rest. Then with an arrogant swagger, he led his entourage past Wan Xiangyang. That bastard. Watching Zhong Jianyuan's arrogant demeanor, Wan Xiangyang couldn't help but curse. His mood had been good, but now seeing this man, he was instantly irritated. In their recent years of rivalry, Zhong Jianyuan had always come out slightly ahead, leaving Wan Xiangyang helpless. Though he wanted nothing more than to punch Zhong Jianyuan and knock that arrogance right off his face, he could only fume in silence, given Zhong's connections. Brother Yi, ignore that bastard. Let's go sit for a while. Wan Xiangyang suggested. They found a place to sit and rest. Whether by coincidence or on purpose, Zhong Jianyuan and his group sat down right next to them. Oh, President Zhong, did you buy another top-tier luxury watch? One of the executives on Zhong's side asked in surprise, eyeing the watch on his wrist. Unlike other tycoons, Zhong Jianyuan didn't care for luxury cars. His one true passion was exquisite timepieces. His home housed a vast collection of top-tier watches. Hearing this, those around him curiously turned to look. It seemed true. They had never seen Zhong wear this watch before. Ah, this Jacob Co. Astronomia. I just acquired it recently. The topic of watches made Zhong Jianyuan even more boastful. President Zhong, how much did this watch cost? Most people present weren't as knowledgeable about luxury watches as Zhong Jianyuan. Rather than brand and model, price was a more tangible measure. Cheap. Only 13 million. Zhong Jianyuan said with an air of indifference. 13 million. Hearing this, several guests wore astonished expressions. Over 10 million wasn't exactly a fortune to them. Buying a villa for that price would be normal. But spending 13 million on a watch was truly extravagant. Even they wouldn't dare to splurge like that. As expected of President Zhong. Indeed, only President Zhong here is worthy of wearing a 10 million level watch. Several guests flattered him. Basking in these praises, Zhong Jianyuan felt quite pleased with himself. Who doesn't enjoy being the center of attention? Growing bored of sitting around, Zhong Jianyuan rose and walked straight over to Wan Xiangyang, Yi Chen, and the others. The rest followed. Isn't this President Wan? Long time no see. Not bankrupt yet. Zhong Jianyuan provoked him right away. I thought a stray dog had wandered in, but it's just President Zhong. Even if you go bankrupt, Zhong Jianyuan, I never will. Wan Xiangyang shot back without hesitation. Heh. Zhong Jianyuan sneered, then swept his gaze over the people around Wan Xiangyang. Soon his eyes landed on Yi Chen. After all, among this group, Yi Chen was the only one he didn't recognize. Who are you? Zhong Jianyuan asked rudely. And who might you be? Yeah. Yi Chen sat there calmly and asked in return. Since Zhong Jianyuan was discourteous to him, Yi Chen saw no reason to be polite either. Hearing this, several guests immediately scolded Yi Chen. Who do you think you are talking to President Zhong like that? Exactly, you're just a nobody. Do you think you're some big shot? Apologize to President Zhong right now. These people berated Yi Chen to curry favor with Zhong Jianyuan. As they say, birds of a feather flock together. Zhong Jianyuan snorted coldly, lecturing Yi Chen from on high. Anyone who keeps company with Wan Xiangyang is bound to be trash. Young man, I advise you to stay away from him, or you'll regret it in the future. Is that so? Yi Chen replied calmly, taking a sip of the red wine on the table. What did you say, boys? A subordinate of Zhong Jianyuan, enraged by Yi Chen's response, moved to strike him. Hold it. Suddenly a voice of restraint rang out. Who the hell dares to? The subordinate started to retort, but the moment he turned around, he froze. The one who had spoken was none other than Zhong Jianyuan himself. At this moment, Zhong Jianyuan was staring at the wrist of Yi Chen's hand, holding the wine glass, his face filled with shock. What's wrong with President Zhong? His subordinate looked bewildered, and the surrounding guests were equally perplexed. That watch of yours? Zhong Jianyuan asked in astonishment, staring at the timepiece on Yi Chen's wrist. Is that a Vacheron Constantin collection exquise? Zhong Jianyuan inquired curiously. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. Seeing this, Zhong Jianyuan was completely stunned. It truly was a Vacheron Constantin collection exquise. A wave of emotion washed over him. This young man was wearing a prestigious timepiece he had long coveted. He had always desired a Vacheron Constantin collection exquise watch. Despite his wealth, these world-class luxury watches were scarce and hard to come by. He had never been able to fulfill this wish. Yet today, such a masterpiece appeared on the wrist of a young man barely 20 years old. For a moment, even Zhong Jianyuan, worth billions, felt immense envy towards Yi Chen. President Zhong, how much is this watch worth? A guest couldn't help but ask. Although the attendees recognized the prestigious Vacheron Constantin brand, they were unfamiliar with this particular model. Around 20 million, Zhong Jianyuan replied. 20 million. The watch on this young man's wrist was worth 20 million. They must have misheard. The staggering price startled the guests around them. These guests widened their eyes, staring at Yi Chen in utter shock. Even President Zhong wore a watch worth only 10-odd million. Yet this young man sported a 20 million Vacheron Constantin. Impressive. This youth was secretly a big shot. Not only the guests, but even Wan Xiangyang's friends were stunned. They had noticed Yi Chen's watch earlier, but never imagined it was worth 20 million. It was just a small accessory, not some grand possession. Casually wearing a 20 million watch showed Yi Chen's true caliber. They were deeply impressed. Zhong Jianyuan, aren't you something? Still dare to look down on brother Yi now? Wan Xiangyang straightened his back, speaking with a hint of pride. Isn't it just a 20 million watch? Zhong Jianyuan regained his composure, reverting to his aloof demeanor. Seeing a Vacheron Constantin collection exquise in person had momentarily shaken his emotions. Now he had collected himself. I just hadn't encountered one before. If I had buying, it would be no trouble at all. Young man, spending so recklessly might get you scolded by your family. Zhong Jinyuan retorted. Spending 20 million on a watch might be hard for others to part with, but Zhong Jinyuan could easily afford it. In his eyes, Yi Chun was merely a lucky, extravagant rich kid. A hidden big shot. Hardly. Heh. Was there such a young big shot? Zhong Jinyuan resumed his arrogant stance. President Zhong is right. President Zhong was just unlucky. Hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Although they had briefly speculated Yi Chun might be a hidden powerhouse, Zhong Jianyuan's reminder swayed them toward his view. They now deemed Yi Chun a mere spendthrift rich kid. After all, could a true big shot be this young? Boy'll give you a chance. Zhong Jianyuan stepped forward, approaching Yi Chun. Sell it to me, and it'll overlook your earlier disrespect. He pointed at the Vacheron Constantine on Yi Chun's wrist, speaking with a commanding tone. Since fate had presented this opportunity, he was determined to have the watch today. With that, Zhong Jianyuan pulled out a bank card and tossed it to Yi Chun. There's 20 million on this card. Take it. He spoke with unwavering authority. He had no qualms about seizing a spendthrift's watch. Besides, this wasn't robbery, it was a purchase, merely a forced transaction. But so what? He was the chairman of Jianyuan Group, a man of supreme status. And this brat was just a worthless rich kid. What if I refuse to sell? Yi Chun asked. Hey, that's not up to you. You'll agree today whether you like it or not. I'm buying this watch, and that's final. Zhong Jianyuan's stance was utterly unyielding. It seemed Yi Chun wouldn't leave easily if he refused. Zhong, don't go too far. Wan Xiangyang stepped forward to defend Yi Chun. So what if I do? He's just a junior. What can you do about it? He had always looked down on Wan Xiangyang, and now he dismissed his threats entirely. In an instant, the banquet hall's atmosphere grew tense, thick with hostility. Just then the hall's doors opened once more. Surrounded by a group of people, a middle-aged man walked in. The moment he appeared, the room fell silent. Even Wan Xiangyang and Zhong Jianyuan were taken aback. They hadn't expected this big shot to show up. Ha! Seeing the unexpected arrival, Zhong Jianyuan couldn't help but laugh. He cast a smug, arrogant glance at Wan Xiangyang. As luck would have it, he knew this big shot, and quite well. Wan Xiangyang looked at the cocky Zhong Jianyuan, then at the newly arrived figure. Sigh. Wan Xiangyang let out a soft sigh filled with helplessness and despair. This big shot was familiar with Zhong Jianyuan, but not with him. If it had been anyone else, today's matter might have been resolved peacefully. But of all people, it had to be someone Zhong Jianyuan knew well. Need he even wonder? This big shot would surely side with Zhong Jianyuan. Facing such a high-level figure, even Wan Xiangyang had to bow his head. Now all was truly lost. Meanwhile, as if spotting Zhong Jianyuan, the big shot paused, a delighted expression flashing across his face. The next second, he left his entourage behind and strode over quickly. Seeing this, Zhong Jianyuan grew even more smug and arrogant. See that? That's my network. Even President Chen comes over to greet me proactively. Zhong Jianyuan boasted to Yi Chun and Wan Xiangyang. Hearing this, Wan Xiangyang fell into complete despair. Was Brother Yes Vacheron Constantine truly doomed today? President Zhong is amazing. Indeed, even a big shot like President Chen comes to greet him. Impressive, truly impressive. The surrounding guests remarked with admiration. They were envious and respectful of Zhong Jianyuan. Even a figure like President Chen proactively approached him upon sight. Perhaps this was what true connections meant. It was something they could never match. Casting a smug glance at Yi Chun and Wan Xiangyang, Zhong Jianyuan also stepped forward. The distance between them closed. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. When they were less than 2 meters apart, the big shot extended his hand, as if to shake. Seeing this, Zhong Jianyuan hurriedly stopped and extended his own hand. He was utterly elated. This was his network, his prestige. Even a big shot like President Chen would take the initiative to greet him. How could that fool Wan Xiangyang ever compare to him? The more he thought, the more buoyant and pleased he became. As President Chen was about to reach him, Zhong Jianyuan began to greet him respectfully while preparing for the handshake. President Chen, it's been a while. But the next second, Zhong Jianyuan's hand froze midair. He was utterly stunned. Not just him, but the guests were equally dumbfounded. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the big shot brushed past Zhong Jianyuan without stopping, continuing forward. Finally, the big shot stopped politely before Yi Chun. Witnessing this, all the guests were dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Under the gaze of all present, the magnate shook hands with Yi Chun while greeting him with a smile. Mr. Yu, we meet again. This magnate was none other than Chen Jinzong, an ordinary man of modest 2 billion wealth, whom Yi Chun had come to know through the introduction of his beautiful neighbor, Mo Mengfei's father. Witnessing this, all the guests were stunned into silence. So it was not Zhong Jianyuan, but this young man whom President Chen had taken the initiative to greet with a handshake. Every guest wore an expression of utter disbelief. How could this be? In their eyes, Yi Chun was merely a prodigal son, a rich second-generation heir. How was it that even the esteemed President Chen would take the initiative to greet him now? The guests were all bewildered. Wan Xiangyang looked from Yi Chun to President Chen, his astonishment laced with a hint of delight. Brother Yi actually knew President Chen, and they seemed quite familiar. Discovering that even President Chen would proactively greet brother Yi, Wan Xiangyang realized he had underestimated him. Wan Xiangyang was filled with deep emotion. He had previously guessed that brother Ye's status might be comparable to his own. But witnessing this scene, Wan Xiangyang suddenly understood that brother Yi was far more formidable than he had imagined. On site, Zhong Jianyuan was the most shocked of all. He had been stunned when President Chen passed by him without a moment's pause. Only then did he realize that President Chen had not come to greet him at all. Filled with intense curiosity, Zhong Jianyuan turned around and happened to see President Chen shaking hands with Yi Chen. At the sight, Zhong Jianyuan was petrified. His eyes bulged wide, shocked to the extreme. Could President Chen's target really be this prodigal rich kid he looked down upon? In that moment, Zhong Jianyuan felt his worldview crumble. How could a mere rich second-generation youth, a junior, warrant such respect from the esteemed President Chen? Zhong Jianyuan was filled with astonishment. Could it be? Could it be that Yi Chen's identity was not merely a rich heir? Otherwise, why would the esteemed President Chen act this way? This seemed to be the most logical explanation. With this thought, Zhong Jianyuan's face turned pale in an instant. A person whom even President Zhong held in such high regard must have an identity that he, Zhong Jianyuan, could not afford to offend. Especially recalling his earlier harsh words and threats towards Yi Chen, Zhong Jianyuan's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. This was bad. President Chen. Yi Chen was chatting with Chen Jinzong. At this moment, Zhong Jianyuan approached with utmost deference. Hello, President Chen. After approaching, Zhong Jianyuan greeted President Chen with immense nervousness. Chen Jinzong nodded. Mr. Yi, earlier, I was arrogant and self-conceited. Please do not take it to heart. Looking at Yi Chen, Zhong Jianyuan stammered, clearly terrified. Is that so? Yi Chen asked casually. Didn't President Zhong just vow to buy my Vacheron Constantine? Hearing this, Chen Jinzong frowned and looked at Zhong Jianyuan with displeasure. What had this little Zhong done? President Yi seemed upset. No, I am not worthy of this Vacheron Constantine at all. Zhong Jianyuan shook his head hastily. I was out of line earlier. I spoke without thinking. Swallowing hard, Zhong Jianyuan slapped himself twice hard. His face immediately turned red and swollen. Then with great reluctance, he removed the top-tier luxury watch, the Jacob Co. Astronomia, which he had been flaunting moments before. Mr. Yi, I feel I am unworthy of such a prestigious timepiece. Only you can truly bring out its extraordinary quality. As he spoke, Zhong Jianyuan placed the luxury watch on the table beside Yi Chen next to the bank card containing 20 million. This Jacob Co. Astronomia along with the 20 million served as his apology gifts. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Mr. Yi, we were blind earlier. Seeing Zhong Jianyuan grovel like this, the few guests who had sided with him to target Yi Chen were scared half to death and quickly begged for forgiveness as well. Get lost, don't dirty Mr. Yes, sight. Chen Jinzong stepped forward and rebuked sternly. At his words, Zhong Jianyuan and the few guests scrambled away. They knew this matter was unlikely to end here. They were in big trouble. Mr. Yi, such people aren't worth your anger. Leave the rest to me. Chen Jinzong owed Yi Chen a great debt of gratitude from the last incident at the Jiangzhou Financial Building. He had been looking for a way to repay him. Now this small matter could be his chance. I will make sure Zhong Jianyuan remembers this lesson. Chen Jinzong said with a meaningful tone. With just a few well-placed calls, Zhong Jianyuan's company would suffer significant setbacks and be severely weakened. All right, thank you then, President Chen. Yi Chen spoke. It's a small matter, Mr. Yi, you're too kind. Chen Jinzong nodded, deciding to take care of it immediately upon leaving to ensure Yi Chen's satisfaction. By the way, Mr. Yi, my son's company is opening in a few days. I hope you'll do us the honor of attending. Chen Jinzong stated. In a few days, Chen Jinzong's son Chen Hongbao's company would be opening, located in Yi Chen's building in the financial center. It was thanks to Yi Chen that the father and son had managed to lease 2 floors there with ease. All right. Chen Jinzong was so courteous that Yi Chen found it hard to refuse and agreed. Time flew by, and after the banquet concluded, Yi Chen left. Returning to his villa, Yi Chen idly scrolled through his phone. Soon midnight arrived. Yi Chen eagerly opened the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I am the world's richest man. Entering the 2-star mall, his gaze was immediately drawn to 2 items. These 2 items piqued his interest. Luxury car gift pack business edition, price 5 yuan, includes 2 top-tier business luxury cars, Rolls-Royce Phantom Tempest Collector's Edition Emperor Maybach S900. The Rolls-Royce Phantom Tempest Collector's Edition is a globally limited luxury car released by Rolls-Royce. Its design integrates multiple aesthetic and philosophical themes of time and the firmament. It sold out immediately upon its release with an estimated value of around 30 million. As for the second car, the Emperor Maybach S900, it is also a top-tier limited edition business luxury vehicle. However, compared to the first Rolls-Royce Phantom Tempest, it falls slightly short, costing just over 10 million. Yi Chen currently owns several supercars, but unfortunately, they only seat 2 people. Once there are more passengers, it becomes troublesome. Yi Chen only has an ordinary Bentley Continental. Now the two-star mall had actually featured globally limited business luxury cars. Naturally, Chen wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Buying this luxury car gift pack business edition would ensure there's never a problem with fitting everyone in the car again. The second item also caught Chen's interest. The second item resembled the first. Luxury car bundle sports car edition priced at 5 yuan includes two limited edition supercars, Ferrari LaFerrari and Aston Martin Valkyrie. The Ferrari LaFerrari, a renowned classic supercar, was worth over 20 million. Could Chen possibly pass up such a prestigious top-tier supercar? As for the second one, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, Chen had never heard of it before. However, since it was bundled with the Ferrari LaFerrari, it must also be extremely valuable. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen immediately purchased both items. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing the luxury car bundle business edition. Both cars will be delivered to your estate within 24 hours. Please be sure to receive them. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing the luxury car bundle sports car edition. Both cars will be delivered to your estate within 24 hours. Please be sure to receive them. After Chen completed the purchase, the game notification appeared. The game was quite considerate. Previously, cars Chen bought from the game would be parked in the villa's garage. But now the villa's garage was completely full. So the game thoughtfully delivered the cars to Chen's estate on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. Excellent. After the successful purchase driven by curiosity, Chen looked up information on the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Sure enough, it was also a top-tier supercar priced at over 20 million. Moreover, this Aston Martin Valkyrie was incredibly fast, earning it the nickname the Flying Valkyrie. Having bought 4 top-tier luxury cars in one go, Chen rested contentedly. The next morning the air was fresh, and Chen stepped out to get some exercise. After all, physical fitness could be quite important at times. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out, the door to the neighboring villa also opened, and his beautiful neighbor, Ningxue, also emerged in sportswear, seemingly ready for a morning run. About last time. Last time she invited Chen over for a meal, only for her parents to walk in on them, nearly causing a misunderstanding. Ningxue had been feeling guilty about it ever since. Recently, she had gone to Hangzhou for business negotiations, and only returned yesterday afternoon. It's nothing. Chen waved his hand, not bothered in the slightest. In fact, because of that incident, he had become quite familiar with Ningxue's father. Yesterday's Chen Jinzong was introduced to Chen by Ningxue's father. Since they were both going to exercise, the two chatted and jogged together around the lake within the villa district. After the morning run, Chen parted ways with Ningxue. Returning to his villa, Chen suddenly received a call from Su Linger. "Brother-in-law, remember what you promised me before?" Upon answering, Su Linger's voice came through. Last weekend, Chen had promised Su Linger she could make one request. "I remember." Chen nodded. "Brother-in-law, my request is for you to compete in a driving contest with someone this afternoon," Su Linger stated. "One of my classmates keeps bragging that her brother-in-law is amazing, not just rich, but also a fantastic driver. I don't believe it." A female classmate had recently been constantly boasting about her brother-in-law around Su Linger, claiming how wealthy and skilled a driver he was. Hearing this bragging day in and day out naturally annoyed Su Linger. Her own brother-in-law Chen was the best. She clearly remembered he had said his driving skills were top-notch. Su Linger had argued with this classmate about it. Unable to resolve it verbally, they decided to have their respective brothers-in-law compete against each other. Let the facts speak for themselves. Su Linger gave Chen a brief rundown. "I see." Chen nodded. Although he found it a bit trivial. After all, with his supreme driving skills, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. He had promised Su Linger, so he couldn't back out. "Where is it?" Chen asked. "It's on the outskirts of Jiangzhou." Su Linger told Chen the agreed-upon racing location, a stretch of road on the city's outskirts with very little traffic. Hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up. The location Su Linger mentioned wasn't far from his estate. Conveniently, he could head to the estate after the race to wait for the 4 top-tier luxury cars to be delivered. "I'm in." Since it was just a matter of convenience, Chen agreed. "Yay? I knew my brother-in-law was the best." Su Linger had initially worried Chen might refuse, but unexpectedly he agreed so readily. Indeed, her brother-in-law was truly the best and the strongest. In the afternoon, Chen looked over his garage and decided to take out the 5 million yuan Ferrari. The villa's garage only had 5 spaces, and they were all occupied. After today's race, he would head to his estate, and this Ferrari would stay there. Chen planned to drive back one of the newly purchased luxury cars. Picking up Su Linger in the Ferrari, Chen headed straight for the race location. When Chen and Su Linger arrived, Su Linger's classmate Jiang Yunyun and her brother-in-law Dong Chong were already there. Besides Jiang Yunyun and Dong Chong, several of Su Linger's classmates had also come to watch. Seeing Su Linger and Chen arrive, Jiang Yunyun waved provocatively. Dong Chong, who appeared to be around 26 or 27, looked at the youthful Chen with undisguised contempt in his eyes. "Since everyone's here, let's begin." Jiang Yunyun didn't want to waste time. She was confident her brother-in-law was the superior driver. "Bring it on, who's afraid of who?" Su Linger retorted. The race was simple: drive a loop around this road, turn at the intersection, and come back. Whoever returned first would be the winner. Shortly after, both Chen and Dongchang were ready. Chen drove his Ferrari while Dongchang drove a Lamborghini worth around 5 or 6 million, fairly matched. As the race began, the two supercars shot forward with a screech. Right from the start, Dongchang was a beat slower than Chen, and Chen instantly left him in the dust. "Go, brother-in-law." Seeing this, Jiang Yunyun shouted nervously. A few minutes later, both cars disappeared from their sight. Don't get too happy. My brother-in-law was just slow to react at the start. He's probably already overtaken yours by now, Jiang Yunyun said defiantly. Hell, let's just wait and see, Su Ling'er replied, having absolute faith in her brother-in-law Chen. Her brother-in-law wouldn't lose. After more than 10 minutes, a black dot in the distance grew larger and larger. A car was returning. It must be my brother-in-law. Although she couldn't see clearly due to the distance, Jiang Yunyun spoke with conviction. Oh really? Take another look. As Jiang Yunyun spoke, the approaching car became slightly more discernible. Jiang Yunyun turned to look, and her confident smile instantly froze. Was that Su Ling'er's brother-in-law's car? After Chen returned to the starting point, it was a full 2 or 3 minutes before Jiang Yunyun's brother-in-law Dongchang finally arrived. Dongchang had been utterly defeated. Jiang Yunyun was deeply disappointed, and Dongchang wore a helpless expression. This Chen was just too skilled, almost comparable to a professional race car driver. After returning, while chatting, several of Su Ling'er's classmates felt thirsty and a bit tired from waiting. But no one had brought any water, and heading back to the city center would take a while. I have a place nearby, we can go there to rest. Chen spoke up. His estate wasn't far from there. Hearing this, Su Ling'er and the others' eyes lit up. Really? They were all excited. Brother, yes, place must be a luxurious villa, right? One of Su Ling'er's classmates asked curiously. It's not a villa, just a house with a bit more space, Chen explained. That's fine as long as we can rest. They all agreed to go to Chen's place for some water and a break. I just bought a Riverview villa worth over 30 million not long ago. I'll invite everyone over in a few days, Dongchang interjected. Having heard Chen say his place wasn't even a villa, just an ordinary house with slightly more space, Dongchang perked up and made a point of mentioning his own purchase. He was determined to regain some ground. Although he lost in car racing, he was sure to win in comparing houses. Not long ago, his family had bought him a luxurious villa worth over 30 million yuan. At this thought, Dongchang regained his confidence. Exactly, my brother-in-law's villa is extremely luxurious. Hearing her brother-in-law say this, Jiang Yunyun quickly chimed in. She had almost forgotten that her brother-in-law had one advantage over Su Ling'er's brother-in-law: he was rich and extravagant. Although she had only been to her brother-in-law's villa once, that visit had left a deep impression on her. That villa was extremely luxurious, even featuring a private swimming pool and a private gym. Wow, a villa worth over 30 million yuan. Jiang Yunyun's brother-in-law is so amazing. Hearing Jiang Yunyun's words, several young girls immediately showed surprised expressions. They had never seen what a villa looked like. Humph, Su Ling'er muttered to herself. She knew her brother-in-law was extremely wealthy, and she didn't believe at all that the house he mentioned was ordinary. When he said it was a bit bigger, it was probably a bit, as in a huge, ridiculous amount bigger. Let Jiang Yunyun and her brother-in-law show off for a while. Soon the facts would speak for themselves. Let's see if they could still laugh then. Su Ling'er got into Chen's car, and the others followed behind, heading toward Chen's house. After more than 10 minutes, they were already very close to Chen's estate. In Dongchang's car, Jiang Yunyun asked worriedly, "Brother-in-law, Su Ling'er's brother-in-law just said his house is bigger. But what if it's really big? How could it be?" Dongchang replied confidently while driving. "Even if it's bigger, how big can it be? At most it's a large flat. Could he possibly have an estate?" Hearing her brother-in-law say this, Jiang Yunyun felt slightly reassured. "Hey brother-in-law, look at that building ahead. Is that the estate you mentioned?" Suddenly pointing at a massive building in the distance, Jiang Yunyun asked. Glancing at where Jiang Yunyun was pointing, Dongchang nodded. "Yes, that's an estate. The ones around it seem to be estates too," he added, looking from afar. As he said this, Dongchang's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. A bigger house. A sense of foreboding rose in Dongchang's heart. No way, no way. Could it be that Chen was bringing them to an estate? Dongchang's heart suddenly leaped into his throat. Up ahead at the intersection, Chen suddenly turned and drove toward that large expanse of estates. Seeing this, Dongchang was stunned. Really? Were they really going to that estate? At this moment, he could only pray that Chen was just passing by and not stopping here. Unfortunately, it seemed the heavens had not heard Dongchang's prayers. A few minutes later, Chen's Ferrari slowly drove into a magnificent estate that looked like a palace. Chen parked. "Brother-in-law, is this the slightly bigger house you mentioned?" Looking at the majestic estate before her, Su Ling'er's voice trembled. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Chen answered casually while unbuckling his seatbelt. "What's wrong?" Hearing her brother-in-law so nonchalant, Su Ling'er's expression stiffened. "What's wrong? What else?" She was shocked. Her brother-in-law actually called a palace-like estate a slightly bigger house. Was he being that much of a show-off? The title Master of Humble Brag was practically tailor-made for him. Wasn't this large estate more luxurious than any villa? Su Linger and Yi Chen got out of the car. The several cars behind Yi Chen also stopped, and the others stepped out with expressions of disbelief. After getting out, they looked around left and right like curious children. As for Jiang Yunyun and Dong Chong, who were last, they were utterly dumbfounded. Brother Yi, is this the slightly bigger house you mentioned? A young girl couldn't help asking. Yeah, Yi Chen nodded. Really? This was Su Linger's brother-in-law's so-called slightly bigger house. The young girls were deeply shocked. It was too extravagant. It was like a fairy tale palace, resplendent and magnificent. What villa could compare to this? Earlier, after hearing Dong Chang's words, a few of them had been somewhat eager to see his villa, to see what a 30 million yuan villa actually looked like. But now, after seeing Yi Chen's estate, the girls instantly lost that anticipation. Could Jiang Yunyun's brother-in-law's villa, no matter how luxurious, compare to this? Why have I entered a palace? Is this where the legendary princess lives? It's so beautiful. Brother Yi is amazing. The girls looked at Yi Chen's vast estate, their eyes sparkling. Brother Yi, can I take a few photos? A girl asked timidly. Sure, take as many as you like, Yi Chen said indifferently. Brother Yi is so nice. Brother Yi is so handsome. Seeing Yi Chen agree, the young girls immediately became extremely excited. They looked so excited that if Su Linger hadn't been there, they would have surrounded Yi Chen. Behind them, Jiang Yunyun, hearing Yi Chen's words, instinctively took out her phone. Well, brother-in-law, I'll just take a few photos. I still support you. She might never have another chance to come to such an estate, and even Jiang Yunyun was extremely tempted. If she could take a few photos and post them on her social media, it would definitely make others envious. With that, Jiang Yunyun also started taking photos. On the scene, only Dong Chong stood foolishly where he was. At this moment, he still couldn't accept it. Was this Yi Chen's so-called slightly bigger house? Was this just a bit bigger? It was obviously a billion times bigger. He roughly estimated that the area of Yi Chen's estate might be more than 5 times that of his villa. That was too damn ridiculous. After taking photos, Jiang Yunyun came back to comfort her brother-in-law. Don't worry, brother-in-law. In the future, when you become successful in your career, you can also buy an estate like this. Hearing Jiang Yunyun's words, Dong Chong felt a little comforted. Right, in the future, he would inherit all the family's businesses and develop them further. Buying an estate like this didn't seem too difficult after all. It might just take 10 or 20 years. Well, it's only a bit later, no big deal. Dong Chong could only numb and comfort himself like this. It's just another round lost, he muttered under his breath. He lost in car racing, he lost in comparing mansions, but he still had his luxury car. His own Lamborghini was several 100,000 yuan more expensive than Yi Chen's Ferrari. Moreover, he had ordered a top-tier supercar worth tens of millions. When his supercar arrived, he would come back to Yi Chen and reclaim his lost face. Yes, that's settled. Dong Chong already had a plan. Just then a commotion came from outside. A large truck slowly stopped in front of Yi Chen's estate. The sudden arrival of the truck immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing it, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The batch of luxury cars he had bought from the game seemed to have arrived.